said, like I got love in my heart and a lot of respect for what they're doing. So, yeah, nothing really bothered me. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, Shedeur thought I felt like I disrespected his father. He was standing up for him. Good for him. You know, my son would stand up for me.
I'm assuming that's Matt Rule, head coach of Nebraska, as we head into this Buffs Huskers week. Also, week 1 of the NFL season with the debut of Bo Nix, and I have a question about these two. Both of these games, high-level intrigue. You get the debut of a number 12 overall draft pick that is tabbed to be, hoped to be, your franchise quarterback for a long, long time here in Denver. And he's going to do that in a loud, raucous environment on the road at one of the toughest places to play in the NFL. How does he react to that? How does he react to the first time since being in the NFL facing a first-team defense with actually live bullets flying? It's a big question and an interesting one. And on the other side, you have this Buff season that you expected more in year 2. You played your first game against an FCS opponent, but a good one at that. You won, but it didn't really do much to maybe alleviate some fears that you had heading into this year. You know, you went in that first game hoping to see a few things. Is the offensive line better? Not really, marginally, after 1 week. Can the defense play a little bit better? Not in the first half, but in the second half they did. Do you have playmakers outside of like top-tier guys? That still remains to be seen. Can you run the football consistently? Not in the first week you didn't. So a whole bunch of questions now as you go much the same loud environment where it's going to be difficult to win. Here's my question to you. And I'll throw the line out right now. 303-504-0925. Which game means more? If you could guarantee one victory for over the weekend, you could guarantee the Buffs beat the Huskers, or you could guarantee the Broncos beat the Seahawks. What do you choose?
Am I allowed to answer, or are we going to let the texters come in first?
Oh, texters can come in, but go ahead, Nelly. What do you
It's
think?
absolutely CU. There is an infinitely higher amount of pressure on the Buffs than there is on the Broncos. If the Broncos go out and lose and Bo Nix throws like 3 picks, that's what everybody's expecting to happen. It's his first game in a hostile environment. If the Buffs go on the road and lose to Nebraska, they're going to be walking their Gucci back to Boulder. That is catastrophic. I think there's so much more pressure on CU than there is in the Broncos. If the Broncos win, they're playing with house money. If they lose, it's what everybody's expected. It's growing pains with Bo Nix.
Everything you said, I agree with. Everything you said, I agree with. I'll throw one caveat to this. The Bo Nix getting a win on the road in Seattle in week 1, I think could do a lot for confidence within that team and confidence within that offense. I think that if you start out your career with a W in that place and you look comfortable and offense looks like it's in a rhythm, I think there's something to be said with that. But to your point, Nelly, here's what happens if CU loses to Nebraska. You are leading a lot of stories on Monday morning. Maybe not Monday because that's going to be the first week after an NFL weekend, but you're going to be the top story in college football, I would assume.
Right, and it goes both ways. We even have some Nebraska fans on the text line who figured out how to spell English words, so good for them, saying that this game also matters more to them as well. It's absolutely a two-way street. If Nebraska beats CU in their own barn and takes some of the shine off of Deion year 2, that's a huge win for that program. That's massive for Matt Rule. Both teams have so much invested in this game.
Here's the part that's really weird, though. You know what the point spreads are in both of these games? The same. They're both about 6-point dogs. But it feels as if the Buffs need to win. And I get the rivalry aspect of it. And you don't want to give Nebraska fans any fodder or any sort of advantage in the bleep talking category. But it's because of that, I like to call it the ether that surrounds the CU program right now and Dion and all of that. There's a big overhanging pressure, like a giant. What's the clouds that are the rain clouds? What are they called?
Cumulonimbus, those big ones.
Yes, I think it's cumulonimbus. That's right. I know cumulus. I know cirrus. I think you're right. Cumulonimbus is what we'll go with. One of those things is hanging over you, and you hear it rumbling. You hear the thunder. You don't quite see the lightning, but you know it's out there, and you're like, it feels like a storm could come at any moment. Now, we've all had it before, especially here in Colorado. Those clouds hang overhead. You're like, oh, it's going to dump down some rain. And then all of a sudden, 15 minutes later, whoosh, skies opens up, and you're all good. This feels like a game where that cloud could either kind of dissipate, at least for a little bit, or it's going to start dumping down. And again, I don't like to put too much stock in non-conference games because in the grand scheme of things, they don't matter. And especially now, in today's college football, they matter even less. A single loss doesn't really hurt you. And if it's all about win your conference and you're in the college football playoff, then who really cares about a week 2 loss? But we all kind of acknowledge that this one means more. Because it plays on nostalgia, which is super rare now in college football. Only few teams now in college football get the whole rivalry nostalgia thing. And the Buffs and Buffs fans are lucky enough and fortunate enough that they've had this over the past few years where they felt this a couple of times. But it's so bizarre to me that it's like, and by the way, Nelly, I'm not disagreeing with you because what you said is correct, but it's crazy to say this. If the Broncos win, it's kind of like they're playing with house money. But if the Buffs, who are the exact same point underdog going into the game this weekend, if they lose, it feels like a disaster. It's really weird. And part of this, and this is why I'm concerned for CU, don't know much about Nebraska. As I think it's hard to know any college football team year in, year out now unless you're actively following one specifically. Because there's so much turnover and change. But there's one thing that stayed consistent with the Huskers from this year to last year, and it's that their defensive line is basically the same dudes. And they have 2 giant defensive linemen that you're going to have to deal with this weekend. One's Hutmacher, the other one is Ty Robinson. Just look at them. They're massive individuals, and they wreak havoc on offensive lines. If the Buffs can't protect Shedeur, if they can't establish some type of run, then it's going to pose a giant problem and huge speed bump and impediment to success this weekend. And the issue that I have is you played a game last week where we were told things were going to be different, and it didn't look all that much different. Kind of looked the same. So a couple of texts coming through here. Basically, the entire text line is saying it's not even close. It's CU. And I get it. Texter says, CU Nebraska is a much bigger game. The winner of this game will have bragging rights for years to come. CU loves to say that Nebraska hasn't beaten the Buffs in over 5,000 days. The rivalry traverses decades. Exactly right. But I don't want to downplay the Broncos game either, and I think the importance of at least looking competent in the first week. You know, you got 17 more of those, 17 more weeks, 16 more of those games after the Broncos play on Sunday against Seattle. But it could do a lot to establish some confidence in the direction of the team right out of the gates. You know, when you had last year, the start to the season the Broncos had, where it was just a mess, and then you had the Miami disaster, and then you followed that up with giving up 28 in the first half to the Bears, ended up winning the game, But then a week later, you gave up 31. Like, it just felt like you couldn't quite believe in where the team was going. It made you doubt a guy who's got a pretty damn good coaching resume for a little bit, didn't it? That it's just like the start to the year, how can I trust and believe in the direction that this team is going when it looks this bad? And remember, last year they weren't in a rebuild. Now that he's had a couple of years to turn the roster over, you know, Vic said, what was the number, Nelly? Do you remember? Was it 13 guys from the 2021 team still around the Broncos, right? Or I'm sorry, the 2022 team?
Yeah, and then I think it was only 13 from last season.
I think it was like 23 from last year and 13 from the last 2 years.
Yes, that sounds about right.
Are still on the roster. He's had the opportunity to turn the roster over. Now it's a matter of he's done that. He's got the hand-picked quarterback, which according to Jeff Duncan of NOLA.com, that was Bo Nix was the second quarterback on their board. That if they had the number 2 overall draft pick, and they didn't say who number 1 was, I'm assuming it's Caleb Williams with the way that Sean Payton's spoken about him. If they had the number 2 overall pick, according to that article, if that's true, Caleb Williams would have went 1 to the Bears, and the Broncos would have taken Bo Nix at number 2. You got what you want. If you can establish now, right out of the gates, that things look better already offensively this year than they did last year, I think it's a huge thing. Huge. But the thing about CU is they can play an FCS opponent on a Thursday night and get 5 million viewers. And the next day, national media will talk about CU playing an FCS team. And for a long time, by the way, like I mentioned this before, Nelly, if Georgia played North Dakota State, do you know what they're not talking about on Get Up and First Take the next morning? Georgia. Like, take any team in college football, I don't think that game's discussed the following day. And that's why the pressure just seems to mount with every week. And I can't feel bad for CU because they brought it on themselves, and I think it's been a hugely net positive as of right now. But, I mean, a texture says college football in Colorado is irrelevant. Anyone saying Buffs over Broncos is a California transplant trying to fit in. It's all about the Broncos.
Found the Rams fan on the text line.
Well, maybe, but I can tell you that's not true with what I just said.
Yeah, exactly. With how much we've been talking about Mosier's boy, Paul Feinbaum, leading ESPN with his CU takes, with Shannon Sharp getting in the mix. Stephen
Almost daily.
Daily, yeah. Everybody's talking about CU in a way that they haven't, I don't know, at probably ever, maybe in at least 20, 30 years. It's crazy. And I understand my bias in this scenario. I understand that I went to CU and I'm very invested in the outcome of this game. I just feel like if, like you said, a loss for the Broncos and a loss for CU this weekend have completely different implications. And I think the only way that we would be completely worried about the Broncos after this week is if they lost by like 50.
Yeah.
If they got shut out, if it basically looked like Michigan versus Rutgers, if it was one of those games, then we'd be worried by that level of incompetence. But if they win, great. If they lose, but they still showed a baseline level of competency, I think we're still fine with that.
Yes, the impact of I totally get it. The impact of the result for the CU game is massive, almost no matter what. Huge win, close loss, huge loss. It's all going to feel kind of the same the next day. The Broncos, it can vary. And a texter says, CU got 5 million viewers because it was the only game on the first week of the season. That might hold water if they didn't have 3 of the top 10 most viewed games of the season last year. Like, that's not a fluke. You know what I'm saying? Like, the first week of the season where you got 5 million viewers, I could brush that off to the side and take that argument. Had the CU and CSU game last year not been the 6th most viewed game of the season behind the Big Ten championship game. Like, anybody listening right now that wants to downplay the idea that CU is not massively and hugely relevant, you're insane. Like, Feinbaum said that before the season started, and then they were they might have been the highest viewed game of the weekend. Texter says, get off the damn sports talk radio. It doesn't matter to your family. It's a loser way of life, which I appreciate. Thank you so much, Lance.
That's a callback. Good job.
Hey, guess what, guys? Nelly, it's time. And I'm so glad you get to experience this for your first time. The first NFL...
The damn sports radio. It doesn't matter to your family. It's a loser situation.
The first game of the NFL season is tomorrow. Chiefs and Ravens. Which means some people do power rankings. Some do tiers. Around here, we do both. And it's the debut of my power rankings with tiers in the NFL next. Are you ready for this, Nelly? Are you ready to experience the multiverse of rankings and tiers?
Oh, yes!
I mean, you go to Google right now and type NFL Power Rankings, and you'll have a million sites pop up giving you their 1 through 32. But you know what nobody ever does? Put them in with tiers. So I have all 32 teams power ranked with 7 different tiers in this league. That's how much work I put in. And starting with tier 7, we're going to go worst to first, okay? Tier 7, we're awful, but obligated to play football this year. That's tier 7. At number 32, who I have dead last in the NFL, is the New England Patriots. When they come out and they say, we aren't going to play Drake May because we feel like our offensive line might get him killed, and then you look at Jacoby Brissett and be like, so anyway, you're starting. That's not a good look, and it doesn't say a lot about your belief in that team. And it's so bizarre to say this into a live microphone. But the New England Patriots, name 3 good players on that roster right now. Exactly.
I was going to say Bill Belichick, but I can't even do that.
There is nothing on that roster. They're older in a lot of different places. They're as bad as you can get. I think as bad of a situation as there is in the NFL. And my guess, if I had to put money down, they're picking number 1 in the draft next year. So Patriots, number 32. Also in tier 7, number 31 is the Panthers. They look largely the same as last year. Could they be marginally better if Bryce Young looks better? Sure. Still going to be at the bottom end of the league. And then at number 30,
They are who we thought they were.
the team that I have finishing last in the AFC West is the Raiders. The Raiders don't have a lot of redeeming qualities. They have a couple of really good players in Devontae Adams and Max Crosby. Outside of that, quarterback situation's awful with Gardner Minshew and Aiden O'Connell. They lose Josh Jacobs. They had a defense that was pretty porous at times last year. I just don't see any way that team is good. And I have more hope for Denver than I do for the Raiders. So that's your tier 7. We're awful, but obligated to play football. Tier 6, we call this one mock drafting. At number 29 in the league, I have the Giants. I think they're going to be a special kind of smelly this year. Daniel Jones, I think they've all but admitted it was a mistake to not only sign him to the contract, but to not draft a quarterback this year. Malik Neighbors might be amazing. And he very well could be, and I think he's going to be. But who's throwing him the football? And Daniel Jones was super dependent on Saquon Barkley running the football for him and establishing the run. Without that guy in the backfield, I think they're going to have a lot of trouble moving the ball at all. And so they're at number 29. At number 28, I have the Commanders. I actually think they're kind of intriguing. You know, it's all going to kind of depend on how good Jaden Daniels is. I'm not expecting a lot in a rookie season, but I don't mind the way they're building the team. I just think it's going to take time to get there. Made a couple of trades, a couple recently. Jahan Dotson no longer on the roster. It looks like they're trying to move some different pieces around, but they still got Scary Terry McLaurin. And their offseason plan was, we got a rookie quarterback, but we're going to sign guys who were good 6 years ago. They went out and got, Bobby Wagner and Austin Eckler. Might help you at the beginning of the season. I think they're going to wear out towards the end. They're number 28. Number 27 is the Titans. I just don't see a lot with them. They lack skill position talent. Will Levis wasn't great last year. Maybe he's a little bit better. I don't see a lot of talent on the defensive side for him either. They just fired Mike Vrabel, which I think was a mistake. And I think it's going to take them a lot of time to get that team right and get the right makeup in Tennessee. But Will Levis is just something I'm not buying. I'm not buying it right now. I think he's pretty cutesy with his mayo stuff and the coffee and the eating banana peels, but I just don't buy it.
Sounds like you're just jealous because you got somebody else in the perfume commercial game, Brett.
Maybe. The final one here in Tier 6, which is mock drafting. At 26, I got the Saints. I expected more from them last year. If they couldn't win that division, a dog-butt-awful NFC South, I thought Derek Carr would make a big difference, and it didn't. And it's not like they don't have talent in some places. I mean, Alvin Kamara's there. You got Chris Olave. Like, they got dudes, but they can't put it together. For whatever reason, they couldn't do it. And I got stained last year in thinking that they would win that division. And the fact that they couldn't, where the winner of that division was the Bucs with a 9-8 record, I just can't bring myself to believe in them. And I think that they're a super duper long shot at making the postseason. Now we get to tier 5, stuck in the middle with youth. How's that for a category? At number 25 in this is the Minnesota Vikings. I think the Vikings could have been an intriguing team, but they lose J.J. McCarthy for the season. I'm not a Sam Darnold guy. And as much as I like Justin Jefferson, you know, if you pair him with Jordan Addison, then it's great. But Jordan Addison's going to be suspended for a few weeks. I don't know what Minnesota has that can take them over the top of maybe a lack of great quarterback play. A lot of their good players in that team are getting older, guys like Harrison Smith. I think it's going to be an uphill climb for them, and I think they finished last in the NFC North. So they're at 25. At number 24, I got Denver. Again, not the worst team in the league, but somewhere picking around the top 10 sounds about right for them. Obviously, I'm growing on Bo Nix at the moment after watching him throughout the preseason. I think they're solid in a lot of places and not great really anywhere. You know, they have a lot of weaknesses and well, maybe not a lot, but they have some weaknesses and not a lot of strengths. So all of that, I think, kind of boils into them picking around that top 10 spot. And a lot of these teams in this tier are pretty interchangeable. You could move them where you want to. So at number 23, I got Indianapolis. I think they're the same sort of category as the Broncos are. They had a high-end draft pick at quarterback that barely played last year, so it's almost like he's playing his rookie season again. And Anthony Richardson is a different kind of quarterback. He's a lot more Cam Newton-y running the football. But I do think that Indianapolis has some talent. They got Michael Pittman. You know, they got Jonathan Taylor. They got good players. It's just a matter of, can you figure that out for maybe the lack of elite-level stuff at position groups. So they're 23. At number 22 is the Cardinals. Another one of those teams where it's like they're younger. If they get good quarterback play out of Kyler Murray, if he plays, you know, at that sort of Pro Bowl-esque type of level, I think they could do something this year. But I just don't think it's going to come together that way, and I'm still very iffy on their head coach, Jonathan Gannon. And it still stems from the first video that they sent out where he walked up to Rondale Moore and it went, shoo, 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 shoo.
Good.
Shots.
Good.
Yeah, that video. I still got a hang up in my head, so I'm biased in this, but I got them at 22. At number 21 is actually a team that I think is going to win the NFC South, but I got to see it. Like, there's a real opportunity here, and I think that Atlanta can win it with Kirk Cousins. But you got to see Kyle Pitts come together. You got to see Drake London come together. I got to see more out of Bijan this year, and I got a big question about their defense. A lack of star power defensively is going to be tough to overcome, especially when there's another team in that league that could very easily win it, and they won it last year in Tampa, and we'll get to them in a little bit. But I got the Falcons at 21, and then at 20, the last one here in Tier 5 is the Seahawks. Seahawks got talent, got good players, got DK Metcalf, got Kenneth Walker, got a couple really good corners on that team. I think this is the final year of Geno that he had a great year 2 years ago, not last season, and I think it's just going to keep declining for Seattle. So they're at 20. Tier 4, all hat, no cattle. Look good on paper.
Good.
Don't know if it's going to work. Yuck.
Shots. Explosives. You can run.
19 is Pittsburgh. Looks good on paper. Should be able to be decent. But do I believe that Russell Wilson's going to take him over the top, make him a playoff team? No, I don't. So they'll be hovering around the middle of the NFL, but I think they're sort of at that back end at 19. At 18 is the Jags. Had that magical year a couple years ago, got in, won a playoff game, and I just haven't seen Trevor Lawrence take the steps that he has to. Again, talented team on paper. Travis Etienne, you got some good wideouts. You got a defense that can maul some people. I'm just not a Trevor Lawrence guy. I thought we would see more. I thought I would see it develop, and it just hasn't for whatever reason over the last couple of years. At 17 is Chicago. On paper, unbelievable roster. Look at the offense. You got 3 really good wideouts. You got Keenan Allen, DJ Moore, Roma Dunze. You got Cole Kmet at tight end. You got DeAndre Swift in the backfield, and now the number 1 overall draft pick. Like, things could come together for them. I just don't think it's going to gel the way that it looks on paper in year 1. I don't think Keenan Allen's the same guy as he was 2 years ago, and I think it's going to take Caleb Williams a minute to get that thing together. So the Bears are at 17. At 16, dead in the middle of the pack, I got the Chargers. Lost too much skill position talent. Justin Herbert's amazing. I think that Jim Harbaugh's going to do a great job there, but I think they're going to be a middle-of-the-pack team because they don't have enough firepower on offense. And Quentin Johnston, if that's going to be one of your main wideouts, he's got a case of the drop season, has had him for a long time now. Just don't buy it. 15 is Cleveland. Cleveland's good. Really good on paper. I don't think Deshaun Watson's going to get him over the top. That's all it comes down to. Got a lot of talent, great defense, good wideout group. Obviously, Nick Chubb, when he gets healthy in the backfield again, is going to be great. David Njoku was amazing for him last year. You know, if Joe Flacco can do what he did, there should be no excuse for Deshaun Watson, but I just don't see it. At 14 is Tampa Bay. Won the division with a 9-8 record. I could easily see that flipping around and them going 8-9 or 7-10 this year. At the same time, they could go 10-7. They're a very intriguing team. Getting a little bit older now. You know, Mike Evans still around, Chris Godwin's still around, but those guys ticking up in age. And it's going to come down to Baker making some plays. And I think he can do it occasionally, but not enough to get him into that really big threat in the playoffs group. Tier 3, the I think I can category. 13 is Philly. Philly's really good if they can pull their head out. And I think they have a coaching problem.
Thinking equals talent take over.
I really think there's a chemistry issue in that locker room. And that's why when they started the season 11-1 and dropped off the face of the earth at the end of the year, they looked like they didn't even want to play in the playoff game. And I think this is a powder keg that could blow up where Sirianni's fired, maybe the first coach fired. But if they get rid of all of that, they're an actual threat to win a Super Bowl. But it's just a matter of can they. So they're at 13. At 12, I got the Jets. If Aaron Rodgers looks like Aaron Rodgers, then I think the Jets are a legitimate threat for a Super Bowl. I just wonder, a year off and another year older into his 40s, is that going to happen? Are we going to see a drop-off from him or not? They have talent. They got all the necessary pieces, a great defense, some good skill position guys. Breece Hall is amazing. But can Aaron Rodgers still be Aaron Rodgers? They're at 12. At 11, I got Buffalo. I think they lost too much talent to be in that top tier again, but they still have Josh Allen, and that's always going to make you a threat.
Josh Allen?
But they play in a tough division. Miami, I think, is they're a real contender for a lot of different things. And I think that Buffalo will be good, but not good enough. That takes you to 10. That's where the Cowboys reside. Always going to go like 11-5, 11-6, 12-5, whatever the record's going to be. But can you do it in the postseason? That's why Dak hasn't gotten paid. And the fact that they don't believe in Dak as an organization makes me hesitant to believe in Dak. And so they're at 10 because they're capable, but I just don't think they'll get over the top. At number 9, the last one here in Tier 3, I think I can, is the Rams. I'm actually really high on the Rams again. If Stafford stays healthy, I think that team is a legitimate threat in the NFC. Sean McVay calling plays. They got a great running back in Kyron Williams, that dynamic duo at wideout with Cooper Kupp and Puka Nacua. They're good. A lot of questions about their defense, especially losing Aaron Donald if they can keep up. But I think they'll have the offensive firepower to win a lot of games this year and compete to win the NFC, which takes us to Tier 2. Baby, we're coming. At number 8, I got Miami. All the offensive pieces you need. The question I have, if it gets a little cold, little adverse conditions in the postseason, are they able to handle it? Last year was kind of an anomaly. It was like negative 20 degrees in that Chiefs game. Nobody can play football in that weather effectively to the same level, but they're so reliant on speed and the conditions being perfect that if they are, they got a shot. If not, I think they'll have trouble. Not to mention Jalen Waddle's hurt a lot. Doesn't help them. Number 7 is the Packers. I think the Packers are going to be really good this year. And this is, do you believe that Jordan Love's second half of the season was real or not? I do. I believe in it. And I think Green Bay is youthful and talented and now getting more experienced. And they could easily win the NFC North. I could see it happening. But I got them at number 7. At number 6 is the Houston Texans. Not a fluke last year. I believe in them. I think C.J. Stroud's amazing. I think they got real talent, and I think the addition of DeMeco Ryans as head coach has made them a legitimate AFC threat, which is a bizarre thing to say out loud. But the Houston Texans are one of the best teams in the NFL, and I got them at number 6. The last one in the baby we're coming category, tier 2, is at 5. I'm putting Cincinnati. Cincinnati would probably be higher than the next team I'm going to mention, but they played a very, very tough AFC and probably the toughest division in football. AFC North is a bear. And they got to compete with those teams twice a year. I think that's going to take them down a little bit win-loss wise, and maybe it takes Joe Burrow a second to get his feet back under him after being hurt last year. Not to mention the Jamar Chase stuff. If he actually sits out in the regular season, it's going to be a huge issue. He's a difference maker. And if they don't have him, they're going to run in some trouble. Tier 1 is soup in a bowl. At number 4, I got Detroit. Also, don't think it was a fluke last year. The team is young and talented, and I don't think they're going anywhere for a couple of years. They have an incredible skill position talent group. One of the best tight ends in the league, maybe best running back duo in the league. Super talented wideout in Amon-Ra St. Brown. They've revamped their secondary, which was their big issue last year. I think it's between them and the Niners if I had to choose NFC teams to come out on top. I think those are the two, which takes us to number 3, which I take Baltimore. And I almost hesitated to put them at 3 because I know the postseason issues that they've dealt with. But, God, they're so talented, it's hard for you not to. They're just a really good team. And this is make or break. Lamar Jackson, you do it this year, or nobody's going to believe in you ever again. Like, this is the one. I'm going to give them one more year in this category, and if it doesn't work, then they're going to have to drop out until they prove it. But they're at number 3. At number 2, I think the best team in the NFC, again, is going to be the Niners. Just way too good. I thought maybe they lose a couple pieces like Ayuk or Trent Williams in the offseason. Obviously, that did not happen. They're bringing back the exact same group. And why wouldn't you believe that they're going to win 12, 13 games and be the number 1 seed in the NFC again? Which, the easiest one here, number 1, is the Chiefs.
Wow.
They're going for a three-peat. And all they've done is add more to their roster. They have the witch. Enough said. And that concludes our yearly and annual power rankings with tears.
Oh, that was cute.
Back after this. All right. We just had the annual power rankings with tiers. If you missed that, check it out on the podcast. iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker. A lot of things I want to get to today as we are midweek leading up to what is a giant weekend. CU playing Nebraska in Lincoln. You got the Broncos starting their season in Seattle with a brand new quarterback. So a lot to discuss. The AP Top 25 has come out, and not a lot of huge surprises in this. I think maybe this week when you look at the schedule, it's hard to find, again, like truly huge matchups this time of year. You get a couple that are mixed in. For example, like Texas and Michigan is a big game. Oklahoma State and Arkansas are two named teams, but not two top 25s. Utah, Baylor, again, named teams. Iowa State. But as far as top 25 matchups, not a whole lot to choose from outside that big one, which is Texas and Michigan. So you're not going to get a lot of moving and shaking in a lot of these rankings, but your top 5 through the first week. Georgia is number 1. Ohio State is number 2. You have Texas at number 3, Bama at 4, and Notre Dame at 5. And then it's Ole Miss, Oregon, Penn State, Missouri, and Michigan rounding at the top 10. For the Big 12, there are 5 teams in the top 25 right now. If you're curious, Colorado got 1 vote to be in the top 25. The team that you're playing this week, Nebraska, received 27 votes, which I think would put them at 31st is where they're ranked. So you could do yourself a lot of favors with a win this weekend. I think it would look really good on paper, and it would give you a giant boost. The difference between last year and this year with the CU and Nebraska game is that Nebraska has, and I'll try and get one of my guys from Nebraska on and talk about this because he would obviously know better than any of us would. But this is how it seems. Last year, you had an elite quarterback for you facing a very bad one on the opposite side. I was going to use another word, but I'm going to try and be nice. A very bad one. Couldn't hang on to the football. Like, it was bizarre to watch. And that game was tight early despite all of that stuff. And then CU started to run away with it with a couple of big plays. But if you kind of did a copy and paste of your performance last year, and then you had Nebraska with this new QB walking in, and I'm not ready to anoint this guy the second coming of whoever, but all I can tell you is he's better than their quarterback last year. It poses a much different and more difficult problem than waiting for them to implode. That's all. Like, you basically just, if you waited 15 minutes last year, Nebraska would do something stupid to themselves that would allow you to win the football game. And I don't know, perhaps they still got that gene in them. Maybe they do. But it's different when you got a quarterback that can make some plays. And we know that around here. CU made mistakes in that NDSU game, but you're able to overcome that because you could score quickly. You had the big play capability, and that's not going to go away. Like, I think that CU gets a couple of big touchdowns in the game this weekend. The difference is, what does the in-between look like? Can you sustain drives without getting Shedeur killed? Can you run the football effectively? Those are all the details that are going to matter. And we can get much more into this as we go along today. 303-504-0925. So I want to play this audio here. Brandon Ayuk, San Francisco 49ers have all their guys under contract again. They're somehow making this work. I don't know how, but they're making it work. Brandon Ayuk was asked if there's still tension between him and the 49ers. Here's what he said.
I think I'm not gonna lie, I made it a little bit more difficult than it needed to at the end. But yeah, it was. I mean, it was like that from. I'm not gonna say the whole entire time, but for about the past month, I think we were pretty good.
It's weird to hear somebody say, it's a simple yes or no. Is there still tension between you and the Niners? If the answer is no, then just say no. But they didn't. But then to follow it up,
I think
to follow that up with, can I hear what he said about being more difficult than it had to be one more time?
I think I'm not gonna lie, I made it a little bit more difficult than it needed to at the end.
We've all been there. My bad, dude. I made that much more of a challenge than it needed to be. I'm sorry.
Do you want me to save that so when we have a segment,
Of course.
and then Mosier starts talking about bees and Def Leppard and just throws it off the rails, just hit him with the...
I'm not gonna lie, I made it a little bit more difficult than it needed to at the end.
Yep. 303-504-0925. Sorry, I'm watching Fox 31 right now, and it says the most searched abbreviations of the year, and it's SMH, it's POV. They just took it off the screen. It was FOMO was one of them. TLDR. I'm not a big abbreviation guy, by the way. Spell out the words in your text. Like I don't need this. This isn't an AOL chat room, and we're in the 8th grade. Okay, just text me like an adult.
That's what I was going to say. What about when you had flip phones where you had to tap each key the number of times to get to that letter? I mean, I wasn't going to tap my
That would make
keypad
sense.
70 times. I was going to hit you with a G2G TTYL because that's all I had time for, man. Ain't nobody got time for words.
It is like a pet peeve of mine, though. And I get that I annoy people because I'm one of the only people in the world that exists this way now. Hey, can you just call me instead of throwing me 15 texts to get your point across? Like, we could have a 1-minute phone call, or we could have a 30-minute text exchange to get the same point across. Just call me, and we'll figure it out.
No, I'm with you there. And hey, we work in a medium that involves speaking. I'm better with the spoken word than I am the written word. Let's use the phrase that introverts hate. Let's pop on a quick call for a quick second. Quick call. Let's hop on a quick call here.
Just give me a call. It'll take 30 seconds. You say, like this whole, what are you doing today? Do you want to go get something to eat? Where should we go? Like, this is now 10 minutes of my life that I'm doing this back and forth, where all you had to do was give me a phone call, be like, oh, yeah, dude, we'll go to this place over here. All right, cool. See you there in 30. Boom, it's over. But if you're going to text me, be an adult. I want periods. I want commas. I want capitalization correct. Don't text me like you're a 4-year-old.
You want me to do it like the Captain Andrew Luck Twitter account from many years ago? Dear Brett, on
Yes,
this
I want
day,
it proper.
the 4th day of the 9th month of the year of our Lord and Savior 2024, I would like to getteth a coffee with you.
And if you don't text me properly, then I'm going to say what Mitch says on the text line, which is FAFO. Figure that one out, everybody.
I'm not gonna lie, I made it a little bit more difficult than it needed to at the end.
You watch the show live on Twitch, twitch.tv, search Altitude SR on the search bar, the Altitude TV simulcast, and that is the Safeway Twitch feed. Download the Safeway app and get exclusive grocery offers. Safeway, fresh foods, local flavors. Midweek, heading into a big weekend of CU Nebraska. You got game one, the Bo Nix experience as he takes on the Seattle Seahawks in Seattle. The Broncos open up their season. And I have a question that I would like to lead the show with today that involves both of these two.
What's the question?
If you could guarantee a win this weekend, who gets it?
Guarantee a win. CU or
The Broncos.
the Broncos? How about CSU? I'll guarantee a CSU win over UNC.
No, what I'm saying is if you could guarantee a victory for either the CU Buffs or the Denver Broncos this weekend, which would you choose?
Oh, well, if CU loses to Nebraska, I think their season is over in terms of what their
Really?
expectations. Yeah.
Okay. Why is that?
I just
By
think
the way,
they're-
hi, Moshe. Good to see you.
I shouldn't say season is over. I shouldn't say that. They won't reach the expectations I have set for them.
So you don't think they make a bowl game?
Yeah, I think the Broncos can still reach their expectations despite an early fumble.
Yep. I ask you the same question, Moshe, and welcome back.
Thanks. Good to see you. I would say if I could guarantee a win, I would give it to the Buffaloes. Only because they have the better chance of doing something this season and making it exciting for us to discuss. The Broncos are a 6 to 9 win team max. The Buffaloes, after week one, did not look like a bowl team to me, despite beating up on North Dakota State.
Plus,
not beating up on them, beating them, I should say.
You're asking a rookie quarterback to go into a hostile territory, a very loud stadium, and win his very first game.
What he's saying, Vic, is here's what he's saying. I'm God. I'm football God,
yes,
Brett.
I'm football God. I can
Vic.
wave a wand and say that team wins this weekend.
One of those two teams is going to win.
Yeah.
Which one do you pick
But
for the good of Earth?
Brett, as long as you're God, can you fix Mosier's face this morning? Because he looks beaten up.
Do I really?
Hang on.
Yeah, you look worn.
Look at me for a second.
Yeah, fix that up.
Hang on. There's a way that you do this.
What is wrong with you?
Now I found it. Shh, everybody, hush. Can I get some magic music, please?
Mm-hmm.
I am a god. If this is going to work, but I'll do
Don't be
my
a
best
heathen.
shot. So Nelly, once I get the music, because I feel it, it's like in here. I just got to throw it out my fingertips, like a
Remember, I had
magic
4 days off.
Magic music. You know what I mean? Just find something, some fairy dust or something like that. It's okay. I got it in my head now. Okay, 1, 2. Hey,
All right.
is that better? Woo! Did I
He's
do
got
it?
a smile on his face.
Did I do
All right,
it?
good
All
job.
right, yeah. Here's what I'd say, and this is what's really interesting. I asked this question to start the appetizer. Responses I got were almost all CU, no question about it, which I think is a totally fair response, and I actually agree with that. But here's why I find it interesting. Both of these teams are walking into the game this weekend. Broncos against Seattle on the road. CU against Nebraska on the road. The exact same underdog. 6 to 7 points. It's the exact same thing. But the impact of a loss would feel crushing for the CU Buffs. And I was trying to figure out, yes, but I was also trying to figure out, why would it feel like that? And I think I got the reason. Both of these teams are expected to lose. But when CU loses, CU's
louder.
all over national TV about it,
it's
and
louder.
you can't escape it.
Yeah,
There's a weight, there's a pressure with every game that team plays, which is why when they play North Dakota State, and Moshe, we talked about this, if Georgia played North Dakota State, it is not discussed on TV the next day.
It is not.
If
There are a lot
Ohio
of people
State
that-
did, they are not discussing it on TV, but they do for CU. Every game
what you're
carries
getting at-
more weight.
There are a lot of people that want CU to lose as opposed to wanting the Broncos to lose. There isn't a faction of the country rooting for the Broncos to lose game 1 in Seattle. Right? They're not sitting there grinning, going, okay, can't wait for this. But there are people that want CU to lose. And that's where they are. That's what this program is right now. 'Tis what it is. The other factor is simple. Fewer games, bigger impact. You beat this team last year. It's a rivalry game. Broncos Seahawks is not a rivalry game. This one is. And last year, they beat Nebraska. They've got a veteran quarterback. The Broncos have a rookie quarterback. This is a no-brainer. CU needs to win.
The other thing that I would argue, if just for argument's sake, on behalf of the Broncos, it would make you feel pretty damn good if they could walk in week 1 with a rookie QB and win a game in Seattle and have that guy look okay and have the offense find some sort of a rhythm early. Like, I think it'd be a huge impact for the rest for starting your season. It would give you a lot of confidence. But there's just a level, Moj, of every game that CU plays is put under a giant microscope. And it's like it's going to be picked apart no matter who the opponent is. You know, it sort of dissipated towards the end of last year when they started losing almost every week, and I think people got tired of the same kind of story. But as we saw last year, the first month of the season, every game that they play is going to be one that's discussed. Every single one.
There's no doubt about it. I look at that first week as well. Nebraska beat up on UTEP. And I can't help but think, and again, I think the Corn is the better football team. I really do. I know it sounds crazy having seen the Buffaloes beat Nebraska last season. But they won pretty decisively, pretty handily over UTEP. UTEP stinks. Yeah. If you had reversed the opponents, if UTEP had gone to Boulder and North Dakota State had gone to Lincoln, I think it would be similar. I think North Dakota State would give the Corn a hell of a game, and I think the Buffaloes would have routed the UTEP Miners. That's what I think. So it's really hard. I mean, going 7.5-point underdog going in, I guess that probably feels about right, but the Buffaloes could win the game. They absolutely could. Everything that they do, as you said, Kaner, is under a microscope, though. I mean, again, I'm waiting for, I guess, when we get to the end of the week, for all the Nationals to catch up on it and start going, oh, God, here's Prime in week 2, and blah, the Corn coming off a win, and blah, 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 blah.
It's hard to win in Corn Country. Since 64, they've played, 20? They've played 24 games in Corn Country, and the Buffs are 5-19 there. They've won 5 times. It's not an easy task to win there. It's loud. It's rambunctious. It's intimidating.
But this game also, Vic, this game also used to be played the day after Thanksgiving. They played it later in the season.
Black
before.
Friday.
Right, correct. And so I remember games when, golly, the Buffs are in Lincoln and it's freezing rain.
Cold, yeah.
I mean, cold, freezing rain. It's miserable, this and that. And that can get to a team. I mean, it's going to be all, unicorns and rainbows and Skittles coming up this weekend. It's probably going to be a high of 85 or something really nice.
Yeah, it'll be a nice day. A texter makes a good point, by the way. I'm not saying that Denver and Seattle is a rivalry, but do you feel a little something more with Seattle? He says because of the Super Bowl and then the Russell Wilson trade and the way they reacted to it.
I feel absolutely nothing.
Okay. Nothing. I feel just dead curious. Inside.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
Dead inside?
Nothing. Yeah, I feel completely dead. Cobwebs. Those teams are gone. Those teams are disassembled. That defense is not the same. None of the same players are there. None of the same coaches are there.
You ever heard of a guy
Nobody's there.
You ever heard of a guy named Jim Zorn?
I know Jim Zorn. Lefty.
Dave Craig.
Wait,
Dave Craig.
Was Zorn a lefty?
Steve Largent.
Yes.
Yeah, he was.
Steve
Kurt
Largent.
Warner.
Look him up.
Before Kurt Warner.
The old Kurt Warner, the Penn State.
You know the old Kurt Warner? Not the new Kurt. Nothing.
You don't know
new
the old Kurt Warner?
The old Kurt Warner.
I don't think so.
Penn State's Kurt Warner.
Why are you yelling at me? I don't.
Dawson.
Am I supposed to know him?
You're being because
you're being obnoxious right now.
Am I supposed to know? The fact that you have to clarify by saying the old Kurt Warner probably tells you it's not as notable as the Kurt Warner that I know.
Well, he was Kurt with a C, Warner.
You're not being very cooperative this
C-U-R-T.
morning.
He was a great running back, but he got injured and his career got cut short.
What we're trying to say is those rivalries when they shared the same division, Broncos and Seahawks, and there was a mild rivalry, I guess, those are gone.
Oh, the old Kurt Warner.
Yeah, the old one. So this game, in terms of that, it doesn't mean anything. But the CU-Nebraska rivalry, college rivalries live on. They live forever. It doesn't matter. I mean, this thing, again, we'll be in a box for many, many centuries, come back and say, who won the CU Nebraska game? That's just how it works.
Can I ask you a question, by the way? Do you go back to last year for a second? Do you guys remember what Shedeur got mad about with Matt Rule? What was the quote that he was mad at?
They were mad at Nebraska last year because Nebraska was at midfield before the game. Remember, they sat at midfield, prayed. They prayed at midfield. Shedeur wanted them off the midfield logo.
That's right. But he said he disrespected my dad. That's what I'm talking about. He said he disrespected my dad.
He said, what did he say?
And it wasn't. Was it something like we don't need to go to the transfer portal to find guys?
I don't know.
Like that?
But it was in the off season. It wasn't even leading up to the game. It was in the off season.
I've lost track because every coach apparently disrespects his dad. So I have no idea. Everybody disrespects his dad. There's always a respect factor. I've lost track of who, what, when.
The reason I ask is because I got a couple of quotes here, one from Dion and one from Matt Rule. Matt Rule was asked if this weekend is a, quote, clash of cultures. Here's what he said.
To a Colorado media member who referred to the game as a clash of cultures, programs, because they operate differently. Do you see it anything like that?
Not at all. I think they're a competitive culture. They go recruit and get the best players they can get. They do well in school. They don't get in trouble off the field, and they compete. I respect it with what they do.
Here's the second,
right answer.
Second part of that, by the way, is did he hear from Shedeur or Dion after last year? Here's Matt Rule.
Did you ever hear from Dion or Shedeur or anybody after what happened last year, what they said?
No.
Did you expect to?
No. Everyone, guys, I don't take anything. Nothing. I mean, everyone's got their own. Everything's got their own things to do, and like I said, I got love in my heart and a lot of respect for what they're doing. So, nothing really bothered me. I mean, at the end of the day, Shedeur thought if he felt like I disrespected his father, he was standing up for him. Good for him. My son would stand up for me.
I like it.
It was weird. I don't know Matt Rule well. He doesn't seem like somebody who's a jerk, though. And it's he seems like he's kind of a nice guy, and that turned into something weird.
This is the element that CU has that makes this a very complex issue, that makes this so emotional and ultra sensitive. You're going to back your teammates, right? You guys played on teams, sporting teams before. You back your teammates. But there's nothing like backing your family members. Like if I played on a team with my brothers, it would be even extra emotional than backing your teammates. And that's what they have in the ingredients in Boulder. They're so deep in emotion because of that. You're not only backing your coach, that's your dad. Right. You're not only supporting your quarterback, that's your son. That's blood. So anything said about blood, oh my God, look out.
Well, I think the insinuation was this, quote, I hear other schools saying they can't wait for today, Saturday, the transfer portal. I can't wait to coach my guys. So Rule's basically, I guess it's a veiled shot.
So somebody else sent this too, that I guess last year he said, if you notice in our videos that we post, and I'm proud of those, they're always of us working. They're never of us talking. This program is built on work, not on hype.
I think a lot of folks at CU just find things to be riled up about and disrespected. I mean, Matt Rule could wake up this morning and say, man, the sun looks really nice today. That's disrespectful, man.
Colorado sunsets are better. You know what, though? This isn't a totally unique thing. Are you telling me a team faked something for motivation?
Happens all the time.
That's sports, I think. You invent reasons to be mad about somebody and use it as fuel.
Well, one thing I do know, look, Seattle is going to be chaotic as it always is. They don't have the 12th man banner up for nothing. It's a loud, crazy building. Lincoln is going to be pure insanity.
Well, and it's going to be extra because they actually think their team's good this year.
Yeah, okay.
They think their team is going to be good this year. I never said they were.
Yeah,
they think they have a good team.
Great point.
They can think all they want to. Their team has been an absolute grade A prime choice suckhole for decades.
All right.
So
calm down.
No, you calm down.
I am calm.
Their quarterback's good.
Okay, he's a baby. He might
Let me
be,
ask you this,
he
Moj.
might be terrific, but he's still a freshman. What?
Moj, what stadium? Which stadium? This would be great if you.
You know
went
what?
With one of those.
Just talking about this really pisses me off.
Why?
Because I don't like it.
What do you not like?
I don't like all the
Let me
red
ask-
sycophants. I don't like them.
Moj, let me ask you this question.
What?
If you brought one of those noise meters, which stadium do you think will be louder? Nebraska
I
Stadium
think
or
because
Seattle?
yeah,
Seattle's notoriously loud.
It's loud because of the construction, because the way it's built. The problem with Memorial is that it's there's nothing to
giant
sort of
bowl.
keep. Yeah, there's nothing to keep the sound in. It just sort of goes in the air and then dissipates out over the top. In Seattle,
I don't know, dude.
Seattle,
That place-
you got the
that place
overhangs.
rocks.
Seattle, you got the overhangs, and you got the reverberation. I could talk to you about acoustics, but you wouldn't understand anyway. So I'm not going to waste my time.
All right.
They think they've got a good team. Okay, great. You can think all you want, Corn fans.
Dude, Seattle
how do you
said
not
the same thing
understand
about
my
Denver.
point? But how
Tom
do you,
Osborne is not walking through that
how
door.
do you
you
not
dork.
understand? Hang on.
Because they're
Everybody
dorks.
stop. Just
Because
stop.
they're dorks.
Stop.
Karen, you get bent for so many things.
Moj, I'm going to make this very clear to you, okay? The reason I say that is I think it's going to be extra loud at that place because they actually believe their team is good this year. It doesn't matter if they are or not. I'm just telling you, the environment's going to be even extra. That's all I'm saying.
Springer believes he's going to marry Britney Spears. I mean,
Well, if he actually believed that, I bet he'd have a smile on his face today, wouldn't he?
okay. Anyway, we've got the Corn fans. They see Mosier sounding pretty dumb right now, Mosier. Does Mosier have a paycheck from CU or something?
You do
Love
sound
you,
dumb,
love,
to be fair.
Love you guys,
To be
but go Big Red. So we do have the resident Corns are here, and this is what it should be. Perhaps for all of you, I can't seem to discard my disdain for the Corn after all those years.
You can have that.
Yeah. You do sound dumb, though. Both can be true. You can have disdain and you can sound dumb at the same time, and you sound extra dumb. Is there a way, Brett, to get one of your reporter friends from up there? Do they speak English? Can we get somebody on there? Do they speak Corn or do they speak English? Do they speak cow or
It's
English?
a hybrid. It's a hybrid. But yeah, I can find somebody. But yeah, by the way, Moj, you said it's like Springer believes he's marrying Britney Spears. I think the Britney phase is over. I was a long time Britney can do no wrong guy, and she's dancing with knives and stuff. And it's freaking me out.
Maybe Springer
I don't like
could-
it anymore.
Maybe he could get her now.
Maybe now. Maybe now's the time.
Maybe.
Do you remember a while ago I sent an article to the group chat and Mosier made a joke about Lindsay Lohan and her tendencies? Mosier, I feel like you got to update your celebrity
Yeah, I gotta get my
material
chicks.
here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, Ariana Grande, she's been sort of laying low for a while now, so I can't really go that direction.
Well, you're just targeting everybody at this point.
We are done with this segment.
All right. 303-504-0925.
Well, point me in a
Get off
direction.
the damn sports radio.
I'm a compass. Point me in the proper direction, and I'll go.
I've been trying.
All right, I'm going to be quiet now.
Just know that Britney Spears Dancing with Knives, this is Mark Springer's best shot to marry Britney Spears right now, this moment.
It's a
Currently.
loser situation.
303-504-0925.
Most missed that yesterday.
I know. We'll bring it back after this.
Get off the damn sports radio. It doesn't matter to your family. It's a loser situation.
Oh, that's the sound of luck. And Tilitero, the favorite lottery app of many, is where you can participate in games such as Mega Millions, Powerball, or Lucky for Life. If you download that Tilitero app and register with the code MAGIC, that's the code MAGIC, you receive a free credit to play your first lottery game. And the Powerball is today estimated jackpot of $93 million. That's 93 million reasons why you should download the Tulotero app, Tulotero, and register with that code MAGIC. Get that free play-in for the Powerball today. Download the app right now. That's Tulotero, your lottery app. What a great lead in, Nelly. Nice work. And you want to know why? Because we have breaking news in the NFL this morning. The thing I've been waiting for. So glad it got done, especially before that first game of the year. Patrick Surtain II has signed a 4-year extension worth $96 million, a total reset of the cornerback market. And I thought, I was talking to Kreckman, I remember this at training camp, and I go, he's going to get this extension. How much do you think he gets paid? And he goes, well, he'll be the highest paid corner in the league. He goes, maybe 22. And I'm like, dude, I think if he asked for like 25, he might get it because he's that level good. That's $24 million a year that he just signed for. And the highest paid corner before this was making 21. That's not a small jump in highest paid guy in the league. That's a massive, massive jump for that position.
You know what this means? I mean, and we already knew this before you got the money. The most traffic, you want to know the most traffic in the Denver area? It's not I-25 in Santa Fe. The most traffic is going to be opposite Patrick Surtain on the football field. Whoever's playing that position, you're going to get the most traffic. It's going to be bumper-to-bumper traffic all season long. They're not going to throw to his side. And when they do, it could be ugly because he's Patrick Surtain.
It's interesting to me. I knew it was coming. It's interesting that a Denver Bronco now is resetting the market. I think that's awesome. He is that good. He has been since day one. For the first time I saw him, from that day forward, I knew this guy was going to be incredibly special, and he clearly is. I'm glad it's done. What's amazing to me is these things get done at 7 in the morning, 6 in the morning. Yeah. This is not like an afternoon thing or in the evening. You sit down, you hang out a little bit, you talk it over with your agent, your family, and you sign it. It's like 7:30 in the morning. We finally got some breaking news on this program. Draisaitl yesterday. That was also a very early morning deal.
Yes, it was.
Yeah. Interesting.
We'll get to Draisaitl in a bit because I got questions about that, Moshe.
$77.5 million guaranteed. He's
That's a
only
huge
24
number.
years old.
Huge number.
77.5. Now, the NFL, again, if I took you back 5 years, just 5 years, guaranteed money like this did not exist. They wouldn't go there. They didn't want to be the NBA. They didn't want to offer guarantees. What the NFL prided itself on was, hey, man, here's the contract. It's basically year to year. Take it or leave it. But now they've fallen into that. We've got to offer some guarantees if we want to make these guys happy, and that's what they're doing. That's guaranteed 77. And at the age of 24, the one thing that strikes me about Pat Surtain, he's one of those athletes, very much like Champ Bailey. When you see him walk, just walk, you didn't even have to play. You could say, that's a great athlete. Just the way he walks, right?
Absolutely.
Well, it's a hell of an athlete right there.
Vic, that is so, it's I don't know how to explain it, but Vic is 1,000% correct. He walked onto the field last year with the rookies, or not last year, several years ago.
Yeah,
his rookie year. And I said, that dude's a total stud. I mean, just the way he carries himself in addition to his play is spectacular. He looked the part. He is the part. He's the guy.
I told you guys
the
this.
Leading man.
When I was playing baseball and I was playing third base, you'd play teams you never played before, out-of-town tournaments, stuff like that. By the way the guy stood in the box, I'd be like, all right, I got to be on my toes. I had no idea who the guy was, but the way he stood, his stance, I was like, all right, this guy's a hitter. That's all it takes. And Surtain is that dude. It's like you look at him, you go, all right, he can do pretty much whatever he wants athletically. Very cool. But I can't emphasize this enough. Like, the highest paid corner in the league was making $21 million a year, and he just set that at 24. You know who's really happy? Every other corner in the league right now.
1,000%. And I wonder, who was the first wideout that got 30 per? Was it Tyreek?
I think Tyreek was first, yeah.
And then all of a sudden, everybody else said, I've got to have 30 per.
Yep.
Right? You see what's going on in Cincinnati right now, and you're like, oh, boy, are they going to get that done before this weekend? Because today is Wednesday.
Yep.
It's getting tight now. I mean, Williams and Ayuk just got done, obviously. How many corners are going to be going, hey? Well, how about a little something for the effort, Llama? I mean, guys like to line up. I mean, corners can be diva-ish. Wide receivers certainly are. They want theirs when another guy gets his.
You know what's interesting about Surtain getting this money, and it's, again, 77 million guaranteed. My goodness. He's the kind of guy that I don't even have to say this. I don't even have to speak this. you know that the money will not impact the way he plays.
Nope.
If anything, he's going to double down because that's just the way he's built and the way he carries himself. He's not going to be that guy who gets the money and says, all right, cupcakes, I'm on the Mosier diet, let's go. Ritz crackers in the morning, let's have some fun. He's not going to be that guy.
It's an unfair
Mosier,
shot.
that's the truth.
It's an
He's
unfair
not going to be
shot.
that guy.
You want to hear something crazy?
What it is, it's gratuitous.
It is. Gratuitous is a great word for that. You want to hear something crazy? 13 years ago, there was a $96 million deal that happened in Denver. Peyton Manning, 5 years, $96 million with $58 million guaranteed. It was 13 years ago. So Surtain's getting that money with one less year on the contract and $20 million more guaranteed. Pretty crazy.
Wow, that was 13 years ago.
I believe that's right, isn't it? 2011? Is that when he signed here? Right?
Just yeah, but I'm trying to remember back. That just seems so long ago when you say it's 13 years, but it feels like it was not that long ago.
Here's the other
It's
thing, though,
weird to
Vic.
me.
When you talk about Surtain, you don't have to worry about him, getting the fat and happy syndrome with his new contract. Like, that's for sure. Here's the other thing, and I think this is maybe the most important part in getting this deal done. Because I talk about this with corners a lot. Corners have a really short shelf life for elite play. It's like 2 to 3 years. And it's if you go back the last decade, you can name probably 4 or 5 corners that were at one point considered the best in the NFL.
Yeah.
Right?
Darrelle Revis dropped off a cliff.
Well, Revis did that for a decade, though. He was
I know,
different.
but once he was done, it wasn't like he sort of, I filtered out and slowed down. He went, shoom, gone.
Well, Champ Bailey's same way. Champ Bailey
Exactly.
was great for a decade. Then he got hurt and he wasn't the same.
But you got Richard Sherman for 2 or 3 years. That was the best. You had Josh Norman for a couple of years. And then it was like, it was just like that. They were the best, and then they were like unplayable afterwards. Surtain, with his build, his athleticism, is going to be able to do this, God willing he stays healthy, for the length of this contract, right? Like, he is going to be considered elite level through the next 4 to 5 years,
That is
whatever
correct.
he's got left on this deal.
He'll be the best he'll be the best or one of the best through the length of this deal, Vic.
Listen, I know that in football, when we describe these football positions, we always view the quarterback position as the toughest position on the field, one of the toughest positions in sports. I look at it differently. The quarterback knows where he's going with the ball on every play, or at least has a sense. The cornerback spot, in my opinion, is tougher. You have no idea what's coming. You have to backpedal. You have to turn your back to the play. You have to come up, make a tackle. You have to run deep with a receiver that's extra fast. You have to cover the middle of the field. You're asked to do things you have no idea any given play where you're going to be. You have to guess. All the rules are stacked against you. They've made them pro quarterback rules, pro receiver rules. You can't grab like you used to. You can't set picks. You can't blindside. The cornerback in today's game is so challenged because of the rule book, and yet this guy makes it look easy.
Well, and over again, Vic, we saw when Netflix did that, it's just called Receiver, right? The show where they followed around the 4 or 5 guys. When they did their little round table thing to kind of hype up the release of that, and I've seen a multitude of videos outside of this that say the same thing. Elite level wide receivers, your Justin Jeffersons, your St. Browns, those guys, George Kittles, Debos that were on that documentary, they all said, who's the toughest corner in the league? And every one of them was like, yeah, Surtain. Surtain's different.
Yep. Devontae Adams plays him twice a year, and he said that.
Yep. So this is
if your agent.
This is a great thing.
If your agent wants to really do something positive, you just take that clip, put them all together, right? And then you just play it on a loop inside of George Payton's office.
I'm here to negotiate. By the way, listen to this.
He's the best. 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 Okay, done.
Well, good for Surtain. It's obviously well-earned, and it's funny you go back to that draft, and I was one of the dummies that the day after that draft, I was like, yeah, he might be great, but I wish they took Justin Fields. I was one of those guys who said that, and George Payton gets to have the ultimate Uno reverse card on me.
But see, at least you acknowledge that mistake today. Like if you ask D-Mac, who I hope is listening, but he's probably doing one of his 18 podcasts daily. If you ask D-Mac that question, he will still go back to, no, still should have drafted Justin Fields. The greatest draft picks are the ones you sign and then you re-sign before their contracts are up. That's what they just did with this guy.
Yeah.
Think about that. Those are the greatest picks. The greatest picks are the ones you sign and then halfway through their deal, you're like, God, this guy's so good. We got to re-sign him. We got to give him more.
That's why I'm not huge on positional value stuff during the draft. And it's like, Mo, you can't take a linebacker at number 8 overall. I was like, well, what if that guy's your starting linebacker at an all-pro level for 12 years? That seems worth it to me, right? If he's really good.
If you're drafting a Hall of Fame player, which is what Pat Surtain is going to be, if you draft a Hall of Famer at any position, you did good.
Yeah.
I don't care if it's 8 overall, whatever the case, but when you're drafting a Hall of Famer, you did the right thing. Although, I will say, if Justin Fields had hit, if he's the Bears' franchise quarterback and he is a top...
Well, then it's different, yeah.
Right, if he's a franchise quarterback, then the Broncos got it wrong, but he's not.
He didn't hit.
Correct. Yeah. That is correct.
But George Payton evaluated that correctly, right?
Right.
That was a perfect evaluation. I mean, Justin Fields did not last his first rookie. Justin Fields did not survive his rookie contract. He was let go. Patrick Surtain only survived it. He was extended and paid the highest of all time at his position. That's a W. It's over.
Yep. 303-504-0925. So you guys, if you're just tuning in, Patrick Surtain just signed a contract extension, 4 years, $96 million, 24 per, with 77.5 of that 96 guaranteed. Which that number I think is more shocking than the 96.
Well, we always say
that high of a guarantee.
We always say, well, he might not see all that money because he could be done by the time that he will
guaranteed most of it.
Well, no, he will see every cent of the 96.
Maybe not all of the 96, but he'll get.
I think he'll see every cent, every last dime. And he should, because he's going to be here and he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Glad they got this done, though. Didn't want this question looming, and now they've done the smart thing, which is they found a Hall of Fame caliber player, and they're saying you are now a cornerstone of this franchise, as they should. And I hope this stops all the rumors about, well, what if should we trade him for this? And no, you shouldn't. He's a Hall of Fame level player at a very important position in the league. And if you just got to believe in the Bo Nix process and then have that on the defensive side, you're doing just fine.
They have open locker room at Broncos today. Reading here at 2:15, and I'm sure that they'll have a press conference set up for Patrick Surtain. The other thing about Patrick, he's quiet, right? He's not a loud, boisterous dude. Like, what's the last Patrick Surtain quote you can remember? What anything he's ever said that you can, off the top of your head, parrot right now? There isn't.
No.
Because he doesn't, it's not who he is. He's very quiet. His demeanor is professional, which is why, when they're going to hand out captaincy, I gather today, it wouldn't surprise me if he's not a captain. Maybe he's not. Doesn't have to be, but that's not his style. That's not what he does.
Captains aren't always your best players. There's a different thing that goes into that. But again, Patrick Surtain, 4 years, $96 million, 77.5 of that guaranteed on this contract extension. And I got more contracts I want to talk about, Moj, because there was one yesterday in the NHL that me and Vic discussed for a second, but I think it dovetails pretty perfectly into a Mikko situation.
I've been thinking about this an awful lot.
I would like to discuss, how does Draisaitl's number affect what Mikko is going to ask for with an extension? We'll get to it next.
Guess what I did yesterday?
What's that?
I flew home from the Pacific Northwest. We need to wait for our compatriot to come back from doing whatever it is he's doing. Or maybe we don't, actually. It'd probably be better if we
just
don't.
go ahead. Go ahead and...
I rode
You
Vic's
think I
Hog.
am?
I
am.
rode Vic's Hog.
Where?
Around the parking lot. Not here, a different parking lot. But I rode it. It's a little twister. It's a little twist and go. Anybody who knows anything about scooters, it's a twist and go. Just a little...
What are you talking about twist and go? Don't simplify my hog. Don't demonize my hog. Don't make it basic.
It's a basic hog.
Keep Vic's Hog.
It's a very
Ouch.
basic hog. It is.
Keep my hog out your mouth.
I rode his Vespa around the lot for a little bit, and I cranked it as hard as I could behind the building, back behind the building on that straightaway. I went as fast. I went as fast as I could, and it's a cute little Vespa scooter. You know, it's just a little.
No.
Just one of those.
It goes 55, dude.
It sounds like a sewing machine, bro.
It goes 55
It sounds
miles
like
per
it sounds like when Bambi was fixing your shirt, your uniform that you tore. It sounds like a sewing machine. Let
me ask America this question.
I can't get away.
Wait, yeah. Are we going to go on record saying you went behind a building and cranked Vic's Hog as hard as you could? Is that what you just said? Do we?
That's what I'm saying. Yes, that's
And we have
exactly what
witnesses.
happened. That's exactly what happened.
Oh, yeah. I think it's the FCC on the phone. We're all fired. This show's done.
I love how you had to add the detail of I went behind the building too, which is just
There's a straightaway.
beautiful.
There's a straightaway
Yeah,
back
I
there.
got it, yeah.
So and it's kind of downhill.
Right.
So if you really get on that thing,
Yeah,
you can
okay,
get,
all right,
well,
yeah.
you can get a little speed.
He didn't know how to hit the kickstand either. He was lost.
Oh, of course I did. I'm just like, well, where is this silly
He
little?
goes, how do I put this back?
It was easy,
Hit the
but
kickstand.
it's
Well,
just
Nelly,
it's
you
just
got all
a,
your drunk takes for the week. There you go.
it's just a little, it's just a little scooter that Vic. How long did it take you to get home, by the way?
That's what I want to. I want to report this to the world because I want the
At
world to
least
know.
an hour and a half.
This is an important report because I wanted to test traffic. So yesterday we had a meeting at the Altitude Television Studios at 4 p.m., which is right near rush hour. So I said, I got time on my hands. Rather than fight the traffic on the highway, I'm going to ride the hog. So I went from Golden, Colorado, to where is Altitude Studios? Pueblo? Where is that? What would you
Arapahoe
classify?
Road.
Is that Santa Fe, New Mexico? What is that?
Like Arapahoe and Peoria.
by the Top Golf on
Yeah,
Arapahoe
so it's
Road.
basically Trinidad, okay? It's Trinidad from my house. So I took the scooter all the way down using side streets only. I did not ever jump on a highway, never would with that baby. Don't want people getting all mad. So I took side streets only, and it took me exactly 58 minutes. 58 of them.
That's actually way better than I thought it would take. Way better. You probably went up and then you went down Evans, I'm guessing, and
Nope.
you went that way.
I went the back way, like remember where our old station was located?
Yeah.
Yeah, I went down that way.
Okay.
To Spear and then Spear. The point is you can get around town without you hitting the highways, man, but it is taxing.
Yeah, it is. Especially on a little
Again,
twist and go.
Stop building industries in Trinidad. Put something up north once.
Okay. I want to go back to contracts for a second. Moj, I'll ask you about the NHL one in a second, but I just saw this come across my timeline, and I want to figure out how the Niners are doing this. And I think the answer is because they're paying their quarterback in Arby's coupons, but they have the highest paid edge rusher in the league. Nick Bosa is making $34 million. They have the fifth highest paid wide receiver in Brandon Ayuk, who's making $30 million. They have the third highest paid tackle in Trent Williams now with his new contract at $27.5 million. They have the 14th highest paid wide receiver in Debo at $24 million. They have the 11th highest paid defensive tackle in Javon Hargrave, who's making $21 million. They have the second highest paid linebacker in Fred Warner at $19 million. Highest paid running back, Christian McCaffrey, $19 million. Third highest tight end, Kittle, $15 million. And the highest paid fullback of all things at $4.5 million for Kyle Juszczyk. How are they going to do this when they got to pay Purdy?
I don't know.
How are they gonna do that?
Unless they're not going to pay Purdy. or unless they're going to let some guys go to make room for Purdy. I don't know.
Guess how much he's making this year, by the way?
Purdy, he's making what, $2?
$934,000.
Well, there you go. 900.
Jesus.
Yeah.
He is the 79th highest paid quarterback in the league this year.
79th?
79th.
I didn't even know there were many quarterbacks in the league.
Not me either.
Yeah, 79th.
Okay.
Come on, man. There's no way there are 78 higher paid quarterbacks.
So you compare that to other teams, Vic, where their quarterback is making 40 to 50. And you're like, okay, this is – I'm not saying that Purdy's going to get 40 to 50. Maybe he will. I don't know what he's going to get.
Did you see that?
But there is a cap. Vic, I know that you say that you can get around the money, you can defer, you can do this, you can do that. I get all of that. But there is a cap that you have to fit under, period, end of story. I don't know how they're doing it.
Stidham is the highest paid backup quarterback in the National Football League, and Zach Wilson is the third highest paid. Think about that for a second. The Broncos' 2 backup quarterbacks are among the top 3 highest paid backups in the league.
Well, it's a luxury they can afford to have right now because they know what they are and they know where they are up against the cap. So they can afford to have that at this point. When they get good and they have that money being available to them, then they're not going to have that luxury, and one of those guys is going to have to go. So we'll see.
The list here from Mike Kliss. Stidham is tied with Mariota in Washington and Tyrod Taylor in New York. They're all making $6 million a year, so it's tied for first. Right after that is Zach Wilson at 5.5, where the Broncos are only paying 2.7 of that contract, but 5.5 overall. Then after that is Trey Lance, who's making 5.3. By the way, Trey Lance is a third stringer. I don't know if you guys saw that in Dallas. They said that Cooper Rush is the backup there.
Well, that's still because that's because he was drafted third overall in the league. That's
the money.
Why.
And Trey Lance threw like 17 interceptions in 3 preseason games.
That too. Drew Lock is the 6th highest paid. He's making 5. Joe Flacco 7th, 4.5. Then Andy Dalton, Jameis Winston, Carson Wentz, and Justin Fields round at the top 11. But yes, the 1st and 4th highest paid backup quarterbacks reside on Denver's roster.
And you were worried about what the situation is with Draisaitl at 14 per.
Well, I'm only worried, like it's a big number. 8 years, 14 per is a big number. I'm only worried in that, what does that affect Miko?
I don't know. Here's what I do know.
Because Miko's not getting 14, right?
No, I don't think. No. Well, here's the thing. Is Rantanen as productive as Draisaitl?
Numbers-wise, no.
Okay, there you go. He's not, and that's going to be the first thing you look at.
I'm sure Miko would argue, though, if you're just around that Connor McDavid, and he's got McKinnon, don't get me wrong, but McDavid is just a points machine.
That is correct. At the same time, he is he's a top 10 scorer in this league.
Yep.
That's what Rantanen has become. He's one of the best wingers in the game. All that being said, in today's day and age in the National Hockey League, because of the cap, it's tough. I mean, you look at the Toronto Maple Leafs. Why can't they win? Well, they're paying this guy 10. They're paying this guy 10. They're paying this guy 12. They're paying this, Matthews and Marner and Nylander and Tavares and Morgan Riley on the back end. They've got a lot of money into a few amount of dudes, and if you're going to do that, those dudes better be able to carry the weight of your entire franchise. So far, the Oilers, Draisaitl and McDavid and Darnell Nurse have not carried the mail for that team, right? They're all, Nurse is making over 9 per. McDavid's making 12, and now Draisaitl's making 14.
Yeah.
The question is, how much do you not take, if that makes sense? How much do you say, 12 is enough because you want to win? Because you want, when you look at it, what could Nathan McKinnon have gotten on the open market?
Well,
he took 12.
Well, Cale
took 9 because he wanted
wanted Taves.
Cale could have gotten 12. If these guys are free, he probably would have gotten 12 or 13 for crying out loud. Some team would pay him that kind of money, but he took less because he wants to win and he wants his D partner there. He wants to make room for Taves. You're correct about all of this. So I don't know really what Miko wants. But he's made a lot of money. Does he want another Stanley Cup? Because if he does, I think then he looks at it and says, yeah, I could get more if I was in an open market situation, which I'm not. But if I was, I like it here. This is my home. This is my team. There's not a ton of pressure on Rantanen either. I'll note People got on his bacon last year in the postseason. He still had the same amount of points as McKinnon did. So let's keep that in perspective. People got on his bacon. But if you go someplace and you're making 13 or 14, you're expected to do it all. And here, not that he wants to, but he doesn't have to be the guy because you've got two of the guys here. That's just the perspective I think you need to have when you're looking at this.
The Oilers situation reminds me very much of the Nuggets. Very top-heavy. Very top-heavy. Extremely top-heavy.
Yeah.
I mean, let's not mince words here. This is what the Nuggets are. The Nuggets are paying 3 players, and everybody else, I mean, I know AG gets a good chunk, but this is why they're in that zone that I can't afford KCP because they're very top-heavy.
Right.
Part of the deal.
Okay, get this. Draisaitl's already made like $70 million in his career. This contract is worth $112 million, and it's all guaranteed. So that will be, let's just say this is his last contract, which it probably is not. But let's say, that's over $180 million for your career. How about if you made
That's some good money.
Yeah. How about if you made $160 million for your career, yet you had 3 Stanley Cup championships? Would that, for some guys, it's all about the money, right? All about, I got to get as much as I can when I can. And I don't fault any player for that because sometimes careers are short, right? But it's the winning has to figure into it, talking about how much money you will accept or how much you ask for if you want to win,
right,
because this is a salary cap sport. That's it.
Yeah, man. There's it's always a discussion I wonder about, which is how much is enough while feeling like you're giving your team some flexibility. Like you
More
could
money,
command
more money, more.
What did you money me money now, me needing a lot now. Jerry Jeudy, did we discuss this? I think we did. His quote with the Browns where it was like, I wanted to change the scenery and blah, blah, blah. And they said, what's your goal? And he goes, my goal is to make the most money of any wide receiver in the league. It's like, all right. I mean, that's at least you're honest about it. But I thought, would you?
And
would
again,
you
I
fake
don't begrudge anybody for that mentality, especially in football, because careers, they can get cut short immediately.
Sure.
So you need to get what you can while you can. But at the same, and again, there's a lot more players involved. When you're talking about the National Hockey League, they have a hard cap, bro. That's what it is, a hard cap. And while it's going up a little bit, $14 million per year is a lot of money against the cap for a team. A lot.
303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. Back after this.
If you're like me, you grill throughout the fall. You grill throughout the winter. Spring comes, you're grilling, and of course, summertime, it's always that way, and there's still plenty left. How would you right now like to get 20% off the best beef you've ever tasted in your entire life? I'm talking about Centennial Cuts. This is beef that's even served in high-end restaurants like Velvet Cellar and A5 Steakhouse downtown. They have individual beef cuts, which are absolutely outstanding. They've got the premium multi-size bundles. You can get small bundles, big bundles, awesome flavors of jerky, all the varieties, absolutely delicious. They've got the summer sausage, regular sausage, and they even have pet treats. And right now, delivered to your front door, you get 20% off all orders using the promo code Mosier. That's M-O-S-E-R, my last name. Why don't you go to CentennialCuts.com, look at their amazing selection. I was just at DIA yesterday, found the Centennial Cuts kiosk, got me some beef jerky. Very, very good. You will love this. This is a Colorado company, Colorado family, been in the cattle business for generations, and it's super high-quality beef. Right now, 20% off with promo code Mosier. Go to CentennialCuts.com.
Just shake your rump. Louder, Nelly. What you know about rump shaker, Moj?
Well, I know that I have a rump.
Well, shake it.
I occasionally shake
it.
I occasionally shake it.
Shake it right now. Shake it.
I don't feel like shaking my rump right at this moment.
Hey, give me a little mix, Nelly. Give me a little mix.
And boom goes the dynamite.
Don't call me that.
Yeah.
So everybody chill. Get off our show!
Yeah.
Who wants to be a millionaire?
Yes.
Mix it, Nelly.
Big time win. That is
Why don't you
a dub.
shake it, Moshe?
You just
shake
say
it,
I had
Moj.
sex?
Yeah.
It's over, pal.
I forgot that
Rock it, cock it, rock it, we suck it!
Come on. No.
Yes. Yes, Sean Payton. Yes.
I really don't give a
Kevin Freeland, let's get lit!
At least these guys were nice enough to call it a rump.
Yeah, this is what year was this? Let's see here. Rump Shaker. Wreck and Effect. When was this song made?
Rex, by the way,
Because-
spelled WRECKX -N -effect. Just incredible.
1992.
Wow.
Yeah, 92 rump was the proper terminology there.
32
You didn't
years
go
ago?
deeper than rump. Yeah.
All right.
Samba shuffle, baby!
Oh, I love that.
This is a big week, man. This
Huge
is a
week.
this is a really real. We only have one more day until we get NFL football for the next several months. And we've got a barn burner to start things off with Baltimore and KC. It could be a matchup, a preview of the AFC title game. I don't see any other team in the dang AFC being able to beat Kansas City except Baltimore. We'll see. But man, this is a big week. The Buffs
See,
are on the road
Baltimore's
taking
one of
on
those
the
teams,
Cord.
though.
And I'm sure did you guys talk at all about the Rams at all, CSU?
Yeah,
Yes.
we talked yesterday.
Okay,
We talked
because I wanted to puke. I watched that game. And you're not going to win that game, but you weren't even remotely even competitive in that game. That was sad.
Well,
it was a bummer,
Brett,
man.
Ask Mose the same question you asked me
Made
about
me
that
mad.
Okay, here's my main question regarding CSU yesterday was this. Is $1.8 million worth that?
Next question, man.
I guess it depends on how you look at it. I mean, the money is good for a program like that. But you know what? Honestly, it doesn't make me mad. You know what it does? It makes me sad. And it makes me sad.
They're just not there.
Because
Yeah, they're not there.
you realize, I mean, they're a Division I FBS football team.
But
Or the
Texas is
Colorado
really
State
good.
Rams. I understood.
Texas would have done that to a lot of teams.
You're right about that. I'm sure they would have. But, man, I want the Rams to be as good as possible. I want the Rams in the Big 12, for God's sake. But you think
Not with that showing.
Well, the difference between the haves and the have-nots is so apparent now. It's not even funny. I mean, it's ridiculous, and it's not even Jay Norvell's fault. It's not even the Rams' fault. It's the way college football is nowadays. These schools have absolutely no chance whatsoever.
Really?
None.
Tell that to Abilene Christian that put 51 on Texas Tech at Texas Tech.
Yeah, well, Texas Tech, dude. You know they're a.
Tell that to Idaho that went to Oregon and gave them all they could handle.
Well, that's why Oregon dropped 5 spots in the coaches poll because they should have blown the Vandals out of the water.
I think that there's value in this as long as something like that doesn't happen. You know what I mean? Like
I agree. 42-20. Okay, yeah. All
Yeah,
right.
totally
I gotcha.
fine.
Yeah.
Totally
Gotcha.
fine.
40, you lost by, all right, no problem. At 49-17, and it was at one point a 28-17 game. Okay.
Like it
Gotcha.
felt like that was a nothing to lose game, and then it felt like you lost something, right? Like you were going into a game that you knew you probably 99% chance that you were going to lose, but it's just like, can you hang in there? And it was like you didn't get a moment, Vic, during that game of some sort of belief or happiness.
Nothing.
Well,
And Feller
take, for example,
poor Feller Nicolosi. I mean, what an abysmal day against an opponent. They have 59 yards passing. They couldn't move the ball through the air or on the ground anywhere. Right? It's depressing because, and again, all you Rams fans out there, don't get freaked out on me. I'm not.
No, they
I'm not,
agree with you. Most of them agree with you.
I'm not busting the Rams up. It's depressing to think that you have no chance at anything because when reality hits you in the face like that.
Yeah.
I mean, it really is a stunner.
Well, look at the difference. North Dakota State walks out of Boulder emboldened. They were emboldened, man. They had a chance. CSU walks out of Austin, Texas, embarrassed.
Yep. Totally.
And that's just the way it is. And you got to fix. There's a major drop off. And what was defeating to me, Moj, is they could not athletically match up with them. Now, they had a couple athletes on the field that could, but by and large, across the field, they just didn't have the horses. Didn't have them.
Well, and this is why I wanted to make something clear, and this applies both to CSU last week and I think the Buffs this week. A loss in the non-conference it doesn't really hurt anything. Like, it does no actual real damage other than if you're like a borderline bowl team, then that pains you. But, like, all of your goals, if CU loses this weekend, they can still go win the Big 12. Like, it doesn't hurt their chances at all of doing that.
But it becomes more apparent like this, and maybe I'm overstating it. In women's college basketball, you have let's say you have the top 8 teams in the country. They beat the other top 16 teams, 9 through they beat them by 20, 25. I mean, it's just that all the very best teams are by far all the very best teams, and nobody else has a chance. Zero.
Yeah, when UConn with Gino Auriemma was winning games like 96-32 or
the only teams that Georgia should fear are Ohio State, Texas, Alabama, I guess, maybe Penn State. The only teams that Ohio State should fear are Georgia, Texas. It's just you've got this group at the top that nobody can beat except they beat each other every damn year. I mean, did you watch any of that Clemson game? When you think about how far Clemson has fallen, my God. Obviously, Georgia's really, really good. They're number 1 on the planet. But my God, I mean, Clemson was a national champion, a national perennial contender, and they got toyed with. They got clowned.
We talked about this yesterday, Moj, and this is Clemson's fighting a tough battle here in this sense. They got a head coach who's good. I'm not a Dabo guy. I don't like his particular style, but Dabo is staunch in his what he perceives as morals, which is I'm not going transfer portal and I don't want to do this NIL stuff. And it's like, well, if you don't, then you're going to get your ass kicked.
Yeah, you might as well
leave. So you adapt or you quit. That's one of the two. But if you're Clemson, you're like, how do you ease that situation along while being respectful to somebody who is good for your school, right? How do you do that? And it's the same thing. I brought up the example yesterday. Remember when Coach K said no one and dones on this team? We're going to do this the right way. And then he goes, I can't just keep losing, so I need to start taking some one and dones, and in comes Zion Williamson.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, Dabo's got to have that conversation. If his answer is still like, I'm not doing that, then it's like, okay, well, we're going to find somebody who does then.
Yeah, I was going to say the conversation will be had with him real soon.
Yeah.
Real soon.
And by the way, he may be, I mean, you look at Florida, the 2 schools out of the ACC that the SEC wants are Clemson and Florida State. And right now, you look at the ACC, I mean, Miami clearly looks like they have something going, but.
Well, yeah, Miami would.
Well, now, but Miami was down for a long time.
Why doesn't Boston College get more love? They're like the little engine. They're always upsetting teams. They're always making noise at some level. They've upset so many teams over the course of the years. Give Boston College some love. Love on them a little bit.
Dude, okay.
I don't think they're.
Why don't you go to Boston and show your love? Go ahead.
That's a great school.
Why don't you strip down on Yawkey and just start showing your love to the Eagles?
Think about Boston College's upsets over the course of just They had one of the greatest upsets in the history of college football when they went to Miami in the Orange Bowl and beat Jimmy Johnson's Miami team with Doug Flutie. Do you remember that?
Well, yeah.
They upset Notre Dame in South Bend with that last field goal at the end when Notre Dame was on the verge of going to another national title. Do you remember that? They've had more upsets, little Boston College, than a lot of teams ever have. Give them some love.
I know you guys.
I'll tell you exactly why they don't get love, Vic, because they haven't won 10 games since 2012.
Tough conference.
No. There's going to come.
I'm sorry. I got that wrong. They haven't won 10 games since 2007.
Tough.
They haven't won 8 games in a season since 2009. That's why.
There's going to come a time when the ACC and the Big 12, if they want to stay they're going to have to combine forces somehow. They're going to have to, because the Big Ten and the SEC are rolling over everybody. It's readily apparent. Nonetheless, around these parts, big weekend ahead, and I'm excited about it. I mean, I was gone the last couple of days, and I'm pumped to talk about it. I'm going to give you my keys to a Broncos victory on Friday on the program.
Oh, wow. Really?
Yes. I'll be live in Vail for the Avalanche Alumni Weekend, but I'll be on the program. I think the Broncos can win this game. I'm going to tell you how they can win this football game.
I guess it's the same version of the question. I open the show as saying, I get the magic wand, I'm the football god, and I can guarantee one of these teams win. Who do you choose? And everybody chose CU. Does that apply the same way if I ask it like this? Which, if you could only watch one game, would it be the CU-Nebraska game, or would it be the debut of Bo Nix?
I want to see the debut
It's a
of Bo
different
Nix.
version of
It's
the
a different.
question.
I want to see Bo Nix. Vic?
I want to see Bo Nix.
So if you could only choose one, they're at the same time, you had one TV, you could only choose one game, you guys would both choose the Broncos game over the Buffs. But you would rather have the Buffs win. That's what I'm hearing?
Let me take that
Right.
back. I think the Nebraska CU game will be way more entertaining. Way more entertaining than the Broncos Seattle.
I'd agree.
And I don't think it's even close. I think that game's going to be fun to watch. I take that back. I'd rather watch CU Nebraska if you give me one game.
Not me.
100%.
Here's where it could be more entertaining. If Bo Nix throws 4 TDs in his debut, then it'd be incredibly entertaining.
That would be great.
We'd be throwing a party on Monday.
This is the way I look at it, though, guys, is that the win total for the Broncos, unless it's very low, and then I'm locked in because they're going to get maybe the top pick in the draft or a top 3 pick in the draft if they really stink. I don't think they're going to really stink. But their win total between 6 and 9 this year doesn't matter to me. This is not the year to worry about win totals and going places, even though I saw that Schrager from Good Morning Football has the Broncos in the postseason. I think that's
They're
a little
the popular
optimistic.
pick. It's the national media is sort of making the Broncos the popular pick. A lot of people are jumping on that wagon, and that's fine. I'd rather have it that way, I guess. But can we watch them play a couple games before we jump on that? Can we watch football? Just give me a chance to watch a couple games.
Well,
please, just give me that. I
I
beg our listeners. I beg anybody that listens to this program. Allow me at least a half of football to watch before we start going to conclusions.
This is what Schrager said yesterday.
The number 5 seed in the AFC are the Denver.
Yeah! Let's go!
Rookie Bo Nix, the 6th quarterback. No Justin Simmons. No Tim Patrick. No, all these guys that you've known on this team. And Sean Payton, I trust. He's had a full year to get his cards in order and put his guys in places that he wants to succeed. I have seen this guy do it with a lot less in New Orleans. I've got the Denver Broncos making the play.
It's been a minute, Peter. It's been a minute for the Broncos.
A long time.
That is an awesome pick.
So there is Peter Schrager on Good Morning Football.
Okay,
yesterday.
I hope he's right. And I think there's a way that the Broncos, I think there is a way that they can get there. I don't think they will. But their win total to me doesn't really matter. This is a building year. This is the get the rookie off the ground and get him ingrained into the National Football League. There will come time to get more talent around him to exploit what he does best. That's the way I look at this season. For the Buffaloes, and again, I just want every team to be good. I want the Rams to be good. I want the Falcons. But what was the Falcons' score against Merrimack? Did they smoke them? I didn't even look.
No, it was like 21-7. It was much closer than usual.
Well, that stinks.
Yeah, they didn't run them down. They didn't. Usually those first games at home, they're winning 55-0. This was a closer game than expected.
Yeah, 21-6.
Okay, I want them all to win, but for the Buffaloes, I want them to go to a bowl game. I need them to go to a bowl game. So when I look at this weekend, they need a W. I look at their schedule. I don't see a boatload of dubs. I see some dubs, but not a boatload. They're only favored in 4 games as of right now this entire season. So I would like them to get to a bowl game. I'd like to keep this ball rolling up in Boulder. That's why I'm picking them. Yes, Vic.
Can we just take a timeout? I just want to mention something that has nothing to do with football, and I want to bring it up to you guys.
Do you want a minute or no? Because we're right.
No,
up
I want
against
more
it.
than a minute.
Okay, well
it has
then
nothing to do with football.
Let's get to it right after the break then.
Can I tease it?
Sure.
God, I miss being interested in baseball. And I'll give you an example of why I miss it dearly.
You know, most times people come back from vacations, Vic, and they're happy. They're like, hey, they have a good time. And Mosier's just been screaming and ranting the entire day. The entire day.
Typical.
Like scowl on his face this entire time this morning. What's the problem? What's your deal today?
Schrager's face.
Your face. You came back with that leather glove face. Shortstop.
It's unfair. Yeah. I took a jet boat ride up Hell's Canyon for about 6 hours. That was pretty awesome. Got my face in my body and my face in the sun. The spray of the river in my hands.
Help me understand something, because I'm not a boat guy. So you just go for 6 hours on a jet boat, just straight ahead.
Up and down the canyon, yeah. Well, you stop for, the whole trip was about 5.5. But you stop for lunch and blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. Great. Totally killer. Awesome. Saw bighorn sheep, bunch of bald eagles, bunch of stuff. Although I've seen sheep before.
What are you confused about here, Vic?
Does your stomach hurt when you're on that boat?
No, it's killer. I love being on a boat. I'll be on a boat whenever you want me on a boat.
Yeah, why do you not get boats?
If anybody's got a boat, I'll get on your boat. I don't have a boat. I want a boat. The Bear right now says no boat, but someday hopefully the Bear will say boat, and then I'll boat.
I don't trust boats.
You don't trust water. You can't swim. Yeah. You're completely jaded by anything associated with water.
Oh, is that why? Because when you get on the boat, you look like the kid from A Christmas Story? You have to have all those tubes on you?
Every boat story ends badly. From the Titanic on.
It doesn't. I've been on a lot of boats in my life, and I've had a blast every time. 100%.
Went on one cruise in my life, and it was just basically a big Luby's cafeteria in the middle of the ocean.
Yeah, I've never been on a cruise.
I don't think I do.
I wouldn't go on a cruise.
Cruises aren't boats. It's just a giant island that moves.
That's correct.
That's not a boat. Why are you looking at me like that, Nelly? That is.
That's just a hilarious way to put it.
Cruise ships are just they're giant strip malls that just happen to be on water.
That is correct.
Tried to go shoot hoops, because one had a hoop at least, and it wasn't overtaken by pickleball courts. Tried to shoot hoops in the middle of the ocean on a cruise ship with the wind blowing. Impossible.
What did you want to say about baseball?
What's this baseball thing you got going on?
Well, over the weekend, my daughter was in town, and she was with her boyfriend. They live in L.A.
Hold on a second.
He's an LA
you have to qualify
resident.
it. You have to say it every time. You have to say the Lakers fan.
Yeah. Born and raised in L.A. he was. And we're playing volleyball, just some family volleyball. And every time the ball goes out of bounds, he goes to the sideline to his phone, and he's checking up on something. He's listening to something. So we're finally, what are you doing? He goes, I'm listening to the Dodgers game. And he couldn't stop. Like, he kept, and I thought to myself, God, imagine what life would be like if you were that into baseball in late August, early September, and every single at bat, you had to carry your phone with you, and you couldn't put your phone down because it meant that much to you. And it just hit me at that point. I go, God, that's been taken away from me. I don't have that in my life. Yeah. I don't have it. And you don't have it either. We don't have that.
Imagine being a fan of a team with a $250 million payroll, unlimited funds to buy whatever it is they want to buy. Ooh, that's so exciting.
Right. I knew you'd go there. I'm not talking about the payroll. I'm talking about just having a passion for that sport at this juncture of the year.
The guy's clearly a dork. The guy's a dork. I mean, she's gonna end up marrying this Lakers-Dodgers freak dork, and you're gonna be there giving her away when you shouldn't. What you should be doing at the altar is saying, I forbid this. And if this goes through, you're out of the family. That's what should happen. But no, Vic's gonna make his little baby happy.
He's focused on the fandom and not the sport. I'm talking about having a vested interest, in baseball this time of year. We don't have it.
I agree with you, Vic. I will say one thing that threw me off, though, is when you were talking, you were introducing who this guy was. You said, born and raised in L.A. he was, like you were Foghorn Leghorn, and ever since you did that, I've kind of lost.
I say,
born in L.A. he was.
I mean, living and dying with every pitch. It was crazy to see, because I remember that. I remember what that was like in September, early September, living and dying with every pitch, not missing a damn game. And I said to myself, when's the last time I had that kind of interest in a Rockies game? Let me ask you guys, when is the last time you had that kind of interest where you had to have your phone nearby, you couldn't let go of it during a family activity?
It's been a while.
When the Rockies were 10-4 to start the COVID year and you declared them a playoff team.
But did you have that kind of interest, even that much?
No.
You
By
can
the
write
way,
this down. Hell, record this.
In similar news, the Rockies have officially been eliminated from playoff contention
Yeah,
yesterday.
they have. They've got.
They're on
they've
their
got
way
an
to losing
E by their
100
name.
games again. I mean, what is going on? We all knew it was going to be a long season. We all understood this. We knew it would be a wreck of a year. But they've taken all of my joy and love and they've turned it into Mosier's face. That's basically the equivalent of what my appetite for baseball is. Look at Mosier's face. That's what it is.
Hold on a second. I don't think my face looks that bad. I don't even have, dude, I don't have any crow's feet. I have nothing. I think it's pretty good. Cater, give me a little love. Oh, yeah.
No.
Yeah. I said the same thing.
I'm not going to give you praise when you ask for praise. Not going to happen.
Well, hold on a second. Well, then we can ask our Twitchers.
No.
I will ask you, I will ask our listeners. When is the last time a Rockies game had you by the phone where you could not be, you just lacked focus, wherever you were, you couldn't miss this next pitch? Because that's what it was like this weekend with this kid. He was into every game, and part of me was annoyed. The other part of me, I was envious. I was like, wow.
Okay.
That's cool.
I was a bit flippant. I apologize to this young man
It was
who shall
probably
not be-
2018.
Yeah,
last time they made the postseason.
Yeah, pretty much, yeah. This young man who shall not be named, okay? You appreciate at least he has fandom for something and he's passionate about it, even if it is the Los Angeles Dodgers.
I apologize if I got a little foul and said the A word and told him to suck it. But he can't.
Okay. All right. Listen, I dig what you're saying, Vic. It's hard for me to wrap my head around this kid being, a Dodgers guy and all this kind of stuff. And I know he's an LA kid and all that, but, they just get whatever they want and all they want, and they just eat all they want in baseball. They get it all. Sometimes they win, sometimes they lose, but they're always there. And that's not cool.
There's
talking about fandom in a sport. It's not just the Rockies. I'm talking about what it's taken. It's suppressed my appetite. The Rockies are the Ozempic of Major League Baseball. They've suppressed my appetite to the point where I don't even want to watch the sport anymore.
What is that? I keep hearing people talk about this Ozempic, and I have no idea what it is.
It's what the rich people are using to lose weight.
But
isn't it a drug though? Is it?
It was originally employed for diabetes, and so they cut some corners, and now people are losing weight left and right.
Oh, so for diabetics, maybe to lose a couple of pounds to help with the diabetes situation? Yes. Okay, I got you. But now they're just doing. Well, I've seen the faces that some of those people get. Is that a real thing, or is that Photoshop?
What,
like
Ozempic face?
Yeah, the Ozempic face.
I don't even
thing.
know what you're talking about. But
what do you think about my analogy? The Rockies are the Ozempic of Major League Baseball for me.
Well, yeah, because
I've lost everything.
You're not going to root for another team. You're not going to choose somebody else and have that become your Major League Baseball team. You're a hometown guy, and I'm a hometown guy. I want the Rockies to win too. So, yeah, I think you're correct about that. They are an appetite suppressant for Major League Baseball because they're just.
I mean, I'm looking at Major League Baseball players today, and I'm like, I'm ashamed of myself. Who's this? Who's that? I watched the All-Star game. Who's this? Who's that? What's that? And I blame my local team for not giving me interest.
You know, it's in the right spot. What I was gonna say was, if you feel that way, then how the hell do White Sox fans feel? Did you see the highlight last night of how the White Sox gave up a 3-run inning and lost? Well, they lost to the O's.
Are you talking about the collision?
With 3 guys just ran into each other on a pop fly like it was the Bad News Bears. And one guy actually smashed his face against the other guy's shoulder, hurt himself. I'm just like, how is that a Major League Ball club?
Vic.
Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. The White Sox have just gone full White Sox.
Yeah.
Vic, the third baseman, the shortstop, and the left fielder all tried to play a ball down the line. Nobody called anybody off.
Kind of
and
lazy pop-up in between them all.
And it was absolute bad news Bears.
You can even
It
tell,
was
though. Here's the
hysterical.
difference, though. Here's the difference, though, with the White Sox. There are still, because it's Chicago, the South Side, there are still a lot of fans, as bad as they are, that are still fans, and they're fanning over it, and they're into it, and they're genuinely disappointed. They're mad, right? Anger. There's no more anger here. There's apathy. And that's the big difference. When you jump the shark from anger to apathy, that's a dangerous place to be in. We're in the apathy stage when it comes to the Rockies, where we don't even care anymore. I don't like this stage. This is very, very dangerous. Not caring.
Vic is correct. The opposite of love is not hate. The opposite of love is apathy.
I still don't know where you get that from. That doesn't make sense.
It's absolutely true. Complete
Have you ever
and
been
total
agnostic
utter
towards
apathy.
something? You're agnostic, right?
Watch us play, Vic. Watch us play real quick. I mean, look what's going on here.
Yeah, that's a joke.
I mean,
but again, a White Sox game, because I've been there. I've been to the South Side, and they don't have many fans in the stands, but there's still a cult fandom there. They still care. They get angry about their product. I don't think anger exists with the Rockies anymore. You're angry at certain situations, but the team, it's off the radar. And I don't like this feeling. And that's where over the weekend, when I saw my future son-in-law get into outright fandom mode in September about his baseball team, I was envious.
What's his first name?
Sam.
I got to have a talk
Well,
with
it's
Alexis.
not marked with a C.
I got to have a talk with Alexis about this. Uncle Moj has got to step in here. If you're not going to step in and do your fatherly duties, Uncle Moj, if Mario's going to ignore it and Adelio's going to ignore it, Uncle Moj from the outside needs to have a sit down and discuss this.
You're coming off the subject. The subject is I miss having that element in my life.
I
miss
agree
it dearly.
I watched the Rockies last. I didn't watch the entire game. They're at the Braves.
When's the last time you watched a full Rockies game? Let me ask you guys this. How
been-
many Rockies games have you watched in entirety
full?
this year? Yeah.
Probably a handful, probably 5.
5, and they all came in like the first month and a half.
I'm talking first pitch on.
Yeah, I'd say 4 or 5.
Yeah, something like that for me. I mean, they got 6 hit last night. Chris Sale, by the way, Chris Sale can deal. Did you watch him last night at all? Did you see any of that game?
I didn't watch last
Dude,
night.
he's got to win the Cy Young.
Oh, he's Cy Young for sure in the National League.
He was dealing last night. So it was a 2-0 game. I think it was the 5th inning. Rockies got a base hit. Drew got excited. And I'm like, hey, all right. Because there's only 13 total hits in the game last night. I mean, Freeland did not pitch horribly at all. It's just that he got 0 run support because Sale was dealing. Anyway,
Freeland?
I probably, Vic, I'll admit this. I probably watch more of this team than I should, but I tune in a lot, but not for a long time. Does that make sense? I don't watch inning after inning. I tune in for an inning or two, and then they're losing, and so I'm gone. That's kind of how it goes.
That's sad. I mean,
but Sale last night, Sale was awesome. I mean, I'm like they're not hitting this guy tonight. There's not a chance.
I want you in my life, Rockies. I want you in my life for many reasons. I want you there because I want to have that feeling in the summer that I can't miss you. I can't miss a game in the early evening when I'm outside. I want you in September, even when football season starts. I remember the greatest September, October in Denver sports history, the history of Denver sports. The Broncos were rolling. They were playing some good football. And I believe it was, correct me if I'm wrong, fans, because I'm bad with the years. I think it was Josh McDaniels' first year, and they were rolling, and the Rockies were rolling, and they were both rolling into September and October. Am I correct there? And I remember going to Indy for a Broncos game. I'm there for a Broncos game, and everybody in the press box instead is watching the Rockies. They needed to win a desperate game late in the season, September. They needed to win to keep their playoff hopes alive. We're not watching the Broncos game. We're all on the little monitor watching the Rockies. It was electric. It was awesome. I miss that. I miss it so much.
The problem is I don't know when you're going to get it back. I wonder, the White Sox have 31 wins right now. That's 20 less than the Rockies and the Marlins, who are in second in terms of futility this year. But it feels like and by the way, the White Sox, it just feels like they can get it back quicker. I mean, the outlook for the White Sox,
they can?
Well, I mean, they have money to buy. Their payroll is actually one below the Rockies. Can you believe that? If it wasn't for Chris Bryant, the Rockies would be in payroll below the Chicago White Sox.
Sure.
But they're about $12 million apart. Maybe you should feel happy that their payroll is basically the White Sox, but they got 20 more wins. I just feel like Chicago, you could buy a couple of dudes. There's no doubt about it.
When we come back, I want to play some Dion audio as he was talking about Matt Rule in Nebraska and the game coming up this weekend. But just quickly here, this from Adam Schefter per the NFL Wire. Baltimore's defensive tackle Justin Madubuike has changed his name to Nnamdi Madubuike. And if you're going to change your name, it's got to be something cooler. And I like this. It's a good move. It's very good. If you guys remember Tyler Huntley, you know that quarterback who's the backup in Baltimore for the last few years? His name used to be Snoop Huntley, and he changed it to Tyler, which is dumb. Dumb move.
Why would you reverse yourself from Snoop?
That's what I'm saying. Like,
well, there's only one Snoop in this world, really.
Giancarlo Stanton made the right call.
Okay.
It used to be George.
No, it was Mike.
Or Mike. That's what it was. Mike Stanton.
So hold on a second.
And
you
at
go
the time,
from
there
Mike
were two
to-
Mike Stantons.
Mike
there was
to
a pitcher and
Giancarlo.
then Mike Stanton, the hitter.
Yes. Mike DeJean-Carlo is the proper move. That's what you should be doing.
I love it. My name is dumb. Mark with a C is
Change it.
stupid.
Change it.
This guy went from Justin to Nnamdi.
But can you imagine going from Mike?
Gianfranco Mosher. Do it.
I need
Gianfranco Mosher.
I need something.
What about Gianmarco?
You know, I love Italian. I love
Gianmarco.
Italy now, so it's got to be something around Italian.
Or what about just Marco? Marco Mosher. Marco Mosher's good.
And
Dude,
anyway,
there is something almost sinister. Marco. It's mysterious.
It is.
Really, I'm not very mysterious. But so hi, I'm Mike. How you doing, Mike? What's up, Mike? And now I'm Giancarlo.
Yeah, you throw you have to put an accent
You
on
gotta
it
if your name's Giancarlo, you've gotta. I am Giancarlo.
My favorite part when I was taking
up?
a Spanish class in high school is they made you pick a name.
Right.
And I went with Benito.
Oh, really?
And I was like, you know what? I feel a lot cooler as a Benito than as a Brett.
Like Benito Santiago, he was a
Benito Santiago.
He was a great catcher.
Don't get me started
You
on
remember
Benito.
he would stick his leg out? Remember he was a leg sticker outer?
Well, dude, I told you my confirmation name. When you're Catholic, you get confirmed. You have to pick a saint's name for confirmation.
There's no Saint Rocco.
Yes, there is, you idiot.
What, the saint of what? Gold chains? And Camaros?
I picked Rocco because Rocky was the big deal now. Rocky was it. So I picked Rocco.
That's why you're
There
so
was no
defensive.
Saint Rocco.
Okay, I figured it out now. You're so defensive of Rocky because you don't want. If somebody chastises that, then they're making fun of the name that you chose.
Damn
I
right.
get it now.
Okay, here's Saint Rocco. You ready? Born in 1295 in Montpellier in France to a noble family.
France?
It says, and on his little body on the left side of his chest was a notable and vivid red cross. Since he was 10, he was
Like a
already helping the
birthmark?
poor.
What did he do to help himself become a saint? I'm just curious.
He's a saint of dogs, man.
Did he do a daily radio show?
Probably. Actually, when St. Rocco was finally healed of his sickness, he resumed his travels through Italy and then returned to his native city in France. Huh.
I didn't know he's French. I might have to retract that.
Yeah, he's a French dude, but he did go to Italy. 1327 at 32 years of age, St. Rocco fell into the slumber of death. It's
32?
32, dude.
God, they died young back then.
Yeah, they
man.
sure did, man.
I just Googled something that I think I'm the first person to ever Google this. I said, who was the lamest saint?
Dude, first it's Sister Jean, and now it's this.
I know. I'm
Jeez.
just wondering if somebody had an answer.
Don't you ever show up at the cathedral. You'll get whacked.
Well, and what it became is who's the worst person to become a saint, and then it talks about some bad deeds that were done, and that's not what I'm
Okay,
looking for.
okay.
I'm just looking for like some dude who was just like,
Lamest saint.
you're just a saint now. It's like, what were you doing? I was actually at a little bakery. I was just kind of hanging out, and they said, you want to be a saint? And I said, yeah.
Brett, if you get struck down by lightning, don't be
I was
surprised.
just wondering if somebody had an answer. That's all.
Well, what's the answer?
See, but I can't because I don't want to go through the worst people
Oh,
because I don't
okay.
want to go through the
Okay,
crimes
copy.
that they
Okay.
committed before
Okay.
becoming saints. That's
Okay.
so I don't want to do that. But I'm just saying, like, people get knighted in England and they're just like Bono.
You were just
Cool.
trying to find Saint Dave, who was just sitting on his couch
Yeah.
watching football, and they said, "Boom, you're a saint. Go,
Like
you're up."
Somebody got the Presidential Medal of Freedom that was just a guy. You know what I mean? Like,
Right, just a
didn't
dude.
do anything super special. It was just like right place, right time. You know, that sort of thing.
They caught him at the Taco Bell drive-thru. Said, "Pull
Yeah.
over. Here you go." Okay.
And then the guy like saved puppies from a burning building. You're like, all right, we'll give this guy a medal, sure. Just seeing if there was a lame saint. That's all. 303. It's not that weird a question.
Saints don't get medals.
I'm
isn't field
making
day.
an
You
example,
don't get a
though.
ribbon.
I'm making an example. They should have gotten medals. 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour. Back after this. Circa Sports available in Colorado right now, and the game's coming up this weekend. 7-point dogs in the Circa Sports book are the CU Buffs against Nebraska, and 6-point dogs are the Broncos heading into Seattle. But you can also, because it's still time before the NFL season starts, jump on some of these futures odds. I just saw one that I think is a really interesting number. Over-under regular season passing yards for Bo Nix is set at 3,000 on the Circa Sports book. You think they're going to pass the ball a little bit more this year, get a little bit more rhythm within the offense? Take a look at that along with so much more. The best odds in the game on the Circa Sports book. So you should download the app right now. Tight money line splits, amazing customer service. Download the app or go to circasports.com, and always remember, any gambling problem, call or text 1-800-GAMBLER. I have an answer. I've done the research, and I have an answer to the lamest saint ever. Ready? You guys didn't think I could find one, did you? The answer is very clearly Morton Anderson. Super lame. One bar on the face mask. Terrible.
That's pretty funny. That was cute. That's good.
Well, the old Catholic football league, St. Bernadette was always lame. We'd whip them every time. St. Mary's, we beat in the championship game. They showed up with face paint
I think I've told you guys this, by the way, and people acted like I was dumb when I said this. I thought Morton Anderson and Gary Anderson were brothers forever.
Why?
Because they both looked the same. They both kick, and they both had a one-bar face mask. But they're like, well, the Andersons are spelled different. Morton's with an E-N. And I was like, I'm not analyzing their last name.
One's from Sweden and one's from, like, Indiana.
Yeah, but it's confusing.
How would I know that?
Which Anderson missed the kick in the
Minnesota?
NFC Championship game? Yeah.
Gary.
That's Gary?
Mm-hmm.
Let me tell you something. Bronco fans at that time watching that game, because we all expected Minnesota. We all expected Minnesota to come on down. That was a better team. That was a much better football team.
What year was that?
And they missed that kick. What's that?
What year was that?
That was the second Broncos Super Bowl victory. That was 1999.
So was that like Culpepper, Randy Moss, Chris Carter,
Yes.
that team?
Mm-hmm. Much better football team. That team was rolling. And that would have been a much better Super Bowl. The Broncos handled Atlanta in that Super Bowl.
Big
that was
time.
easy.
God, I just, you brought me back, Vic. That was a pretty early childhood for me. But I remember Culpepper, Moss, Carter. Their running back was Robert,
the Ohio State guy.
Yes,
Former Ohio State
Smith?
guy.
Robert Smith.
Robert Smith.
Yes.
Correct.
They had
That
John
team
Randall on that team.
Bro, that team was rolling.
That team should
They
have
had
won. Yeah,
the
that team
regular
should have
season,
won.
what were they, 14-2, 15-1? What were they in the regular
I think
season?
they were
Go back, look
15-1. I think
Yeah.
they were.
Yeah, dude, they were money. They were money. That
For
was
a
supposed
while.
to be the Super Bowl.
It was. Hey, it's funny how things trigger you, like you just talked about, Kaner.
Yeah, 15-1 in 1998.
Do you know who went to St. Bernadette's?
Oh, that wasn't Culpepper yet. That was Randall Cunningham.
Oh, RC?
Yeah.
Sweet. Do you know who went to St. Bernadette's? You ever see the movie Grease?
Sure.
Yeah, John Travolta?
No, remember Cha Cha Di Gregorio? The chick who
Now
came
you're
in.
really jumping into the weeds. Yeah.
She said, I'm the best dancer at St. Bernadette's.
Wait, her name is Cha-Cha?
Not in real life. In the movie, Cha Cha Di Gregorio.
No, that
Dude,
would
he
be a
doesn't
name
even-
that you need to keep, though.
But she's the
Well,
one
you
that
need to
stole.
keep Cha-Cha.
She's the one that stole Travolta away during the national dance-off and made Sandy run to the bathroom and cry. Yeah.
Moshe, he doesn't even know Pinky Tuscadero.
Oh God. And her sister Leather.
Pinky and Leather?
Oh,
you don't
yeah.
even know.
What is
You
that?
don't
I
even
don't even
pretend.
Ren and Stimpy's cousins?
Yeah, like the first Kurt Warner. Yeah.
God.
Anyway, it doesn't matter.
Let's get some audio from Dion. Dion talking about Matt Rule in Nebraska yesterday.
First of all, I have a ton of respect for Matt Rule. He's in, I call it our class with Coach Dillingham and several others. So I feel like we're a fraternity. So I root for that class of head coaches that came in that year. He was a professional, did a phenomenal job, maybe not the job that he aspired to do, but he has a ton of experience, and I love what he's accomplished in his college coaching career. So I look for them to be physically tough and posing, try to run the football. They have a freshman quarterback that had a pretty good day last week, but we got to do what we do. We got to go in there and do what we're capable of doing. And I think we showed the glimpses of that in the second half of our first game against a formidable opponent.
Let me ask you a question.
I mean, that's pretty honest of
I
Coach
want to
Prime,
ask you
is it
guys a
not?
question.
That's pretty honest.
I have a question. I like a humble Deion Sanders. I like that.
Well, I was
I like it.
I was gonna back. Well, that's not a question. That was a statement. But I'll back up your statement with a question. I got a question. I like this. Let me back that up with a question, Vic, because I think it dovetails off it.
Yeah.
Do you think? And look, this is only the second week, and they played North Dakota State. Now they're playing Nebraska, and maybe it'll be different a week from now when they play CSU. Is Deion trying to avoid the coach clash thing this year a little bit more? Because they had some of that heading into the Nebraska game last year for sure. They had that 1,000% with the CSU game. And I think that'll be the real test maybe is next week if he doesn't get into a him and Norvell battle sort of thing.
I mean, just take a year ago, Nebraska week. A year ago, what was the calling card all week? Do you believe? Do you believe now? It was, it was just like one thing after another. Coming up with just, they disrespected us. It was that all week. And that wears on you after a while. It's good in the short term. Okay, game day's up there. After a while, you're like, okay, can we just play football?
Yeah.
I prefer this. I prefer just normal parlance. Like, hey, man, they're a good team. We got to beat them. He's a good coach. We got to beat him. Don't need all that other stuff.
It doesn't sound like lip service either, despite what everybody perceived went on last year. He's right in the sense that, listen, they came in at the same time, and he says all those coaches that came in at the same time, I'm rooting for all those guys too. When he talked about the coach down at Arizona State, the same kind of story. To me, that seemed very genuine and very real, Vic, that was a calm, cool, and collected, incredibly conciliatory Coach Prime who understands what he's up against this weekend, and it's a formidable opponent.
Well, I think he understands. You're right. It's not going to be as easy as it looked last year. And it wasn't as easy as it looked, because if you recall last year against Nebraska, it was a close game at halftime. Do you remember that?
Yeah. But
close game. And then Nebraska's quarterback.
Yeah, the turnovers just killed him.
Might as well played Steve Nelson at quarterback last year because he couldn't even hold on to the ball.
Here, can you throw this to me?
And CU ran away with it.
I want to be Jeff Sims from last year taking a snap.
It's almost like, he specifically tried to punch the ball away in the shotgun. That's pretty funny.
And by the way, did you see there was a newspaper in Nebraska that reported that Jared Polis went up to Boulder and told the football team not to wear red and explain the history of Nebraska and see the rivalry. What they did not realize is it was not Jared Polis. There is a long snapper on the Buffs whose nickname is the Governor. He's the one that made the speech. I kid you not.
You gotta be kidding me. So Nebraska interpreted that as the Colorado State governor?
Yes.
I was going to say, that's a pretty weird move on Polis's part. Just like, I'm going to take a day trip and explain the Husker CU rivalry to people.
That would never happen.
Hey, those investigative reporters in Nebraska are pretty deep and thorough, aren't they?
Yeah, real good.
Vic, are you looking at it right now, Nelly?
They think they have a good team this year.
Well, I'm right. They do think that they have a good team. Jeff Sims last year, that was such a bizarre game because, again, Shedeur was sacked 7 times. And I've said this, Moshe, I was saying this yesterday. The one thing I know about Nebraska, I know almost nothing. I do know this. They have 2 giant, I was going to say polar bears. I think one's nicknamed Polar Bear. 2 guys on that defensive line. And you remember this guy from last year, Vic, when I say Hutmacher, that big number 0 guy. And there's another one named Ty Robinson that are really good. And they stuff the run, and they harass quarterbacks. That O-line better be ready to play because those guys will get after them like they did last year.
You're right. According to the Ogallala Herald, they're I
wonder if that exists. That might exist.
There's rival newspapers there. It's the Ogallala Herald and the Ogallala Star. And they're both on the beat.
They've been going at it.
They've been going at it hardcore for decades.
I see. No, I don't see one. But then Jeff Sims kept dropping snaps, and I'm like, the guy looks surprised whenever a snap comes his way, which is odd considering you're a quarterback. Very weird thing.
Nebraska, it's funny. They've been through hell and back. Think about it. They welcome back old heroes. Scott Frost, Trev Alberts. They had old heroes who made that great institution what it is today, that program. They took them to the mountaintop. And those old heroes didn't work out. In fact, an abomination. They both were shown the door.
And they had hang on. Scott Frost was shown the door. Trev Alberts hit him with deuces and said, "I'm leaving for the A&M job," which is, I think, even worse.
Both gone. Both decided to part company with their wonderful institutions that they played there. So they can't go any lower than they've already gone, right? Would it be fair to say that? And it's funny because CU had a similar path. They welcome back John Embry. They've had coaches that haven't won. They've had similar lows. These 2 schools, once longtime rivals, once fearsome rivals. Man, they've hit lows at about the exact same time.
Yeah.
And I want to see both of them hit those highs again, because when CU and Nebraska are really good at football, college football is a better place.
I agree. 303-504-0925. Back after this.
Vittorio.
Yeah.
I gotta know. Now that we are a week and a half removed from the BMW Championship, how, or whatever it is, how did it, have you talked to your people? Is it as good as we thought it was?
Yes, more so. It's going to be back.
I sure as heck hope so. Here's something interesting that just came down. You ready? Report PGA Tour's McIlroy and Scheffler to face off against Live Golf's DeChambeau and Koepka in a TV match.
Good.
A report from Eamon Lynch at Golf Week states that 4 stars are set to appear in a made-for-TV contest to be held in Vegas in mid-December.
You know what? We've talked about this before, and I know the Live guys have gotten a lot of heat from people. Has anyone taken on a bigger heel turn? Has anyone changed their image as quickly as Bryson DeChambeau has? Because among the young golfers, like if you ask young golfers, who's your favorite golfer out there? A lot of them love DeChambeau because he's so big on YouTube. He has all these videos that he does. He's such a force on YouTube.
Have you guys watched his Break 50 videos? They're a lot of fun.
No, I talked about that. I love them. I think they're pretty dang good. The one he's doing now, actually, I think they were filming it yesterday. You know who it is?
Oh, I did. Romo, I think, right?
Tony Romo. Good job, Brad.
So who would you root for? I'm just curious. Rory McIlroy, Scotty Scheffler. We saw both of them just last week. Or Koepka, who is abrasive at times, and Bryson DeChambeau. Who are you rooting for?
Can I give you a terrible sports radio answer? This does nothing for me. Like the Live PGA thing, I don't even think they believe it's a rivalry anymore.
They're trying to manufacture something?
Yeah, they're trying to make this into, like 3 years ago, maybe this is probably a big deal. These guys are playing in majors with these other guys, and they don't look like they hate each other. I think this is all fake.
I agree.
Now, it should still be like a good, like they're all good. It should be fun to watch, but I'm just saying, like, they're trying to make this a competition between the leagues, and I'm like, it doesn't really feel that way.
You understand the irony here, because for years, the two guys that hated each other the most was Bryson and Koepka. Remember?
Right.
Their little feud they had?
That is correct.
And that
Another
was real
teammates.
for a minute.
Yeah, that
Koepka
was real.
couldn't stand him.
Yeah, that was real.
No, that was not fake. That was a real thing, and that's when
That bore
DeChambeau
one of the best eye roll memes I've ever seen
of all time because DeChambeau's wearing the real spikes. Remember the
And the hat.
Yeah, the hat.
Yeah.
But I've done a complete. Vic, you raise a great point because I root for DeChambeau now, and when I necessarily didn't before, he sort of rubbed me the wrong way a little bit with all of his mad scientist stuff and his abrasive nature and so on. He's really, I mean, he's allowed his personality to come out. He's really chilled.
Let
in all
his
these
hair
videos.
down.
Yes, he seems much more comfortable in his own skin nowadays. And I like the guy. So if you're asking me, Vic, I'm probably rooting for DeChambeau and Koepka, probably. But I think of another person in the world of sports that you've done that big of a 180 on. Think of it. Anybody?
In a positive way?
Question.
Yeah, in a
I've done that
positive
in a
way.
negative way for a lot of people.
Well, LeBron got me sideways when I used to love him too.
Mm-hmm.
But no, it's
great
easy to go from loving a guy to not liking that guy.
Mm-hmm.
But what about a guy you're like, I don't like that guy. And all of a sudden you're like, you know what? I was wrong. I think he's pretty good. Pretty good dude.
Well, I mean,
Certainly
he
not
went
Vic.
through-
Certainly not you.
No, so Bryson went through personality rehab just by, going to social media and showing his personality. But we all thought he was just nerding out all the time, and he's not that at all. He's playing a role. So not many guys have done that. I mean, I'm trying to think in the big four sports. Is there someone that was a villain for the longest time, and then
Somebody
now
said
suddenly?
Tom Brady after he retired. I actually hate Brady more now. I really do. I'm like, enough with your TED Talks, okay? I get it. You were good at football. That doesn't mean like you. Whatever.
I'm telling you right now.
Tampa Bay, though. Tampa Bay, Tom Brady chucking the Lombardi Trophy from boat to boat while he's blacked out on avocado tequila. You telling me you didn't like that version of Tom? That was a pretty fun transition once he got out of the Belichick regime.
That's pretty good.
See, people are saying Westbrook and Kadri and like Zach Parise. That's a cheat code. It's because they played on your team. That's a cheat.
Exactly. For those of you who are picking Kadri and Westbrook, you know why you're doing that, because they're playing for your team now, and you have no choice.
And I've always loved Russell.
You could take the devil himself, and if he suited up for the Avs or Nuggets, you'd be like, yep, I'm pro devil.
I never disliked Russell Westbrook at all. I never did. I was angry that the Nuggets fans were cheering him on to get his triple-double to set the record and all this kind of thing. I did not like that in our own building, but I never disliked him whatsoever. I don't know. Yeah, that's very interesting. And it can't be a guy. Yeah, it can't be a guy that came and played for your team. It can't be.
What does that say about us that I can name 1,000 people that I liked and now hate, but I can't name somebody I hate and now like?
On a personal level,
because it's harder. It's harder to rehab.
On a personal level, Vic, I've had excellent conversations with former Red Wing Marty LaPointe, Kirk Maltby, yes, even Darren McCarty. I've had.
This is going to sound weird. This is going to sound weird.
Chris Osgood. I've had multiple good conversations with Chris Osgood.
I think I got one,
which is amazing to me.
It's not an athlete, and maybe we need to expand this. Maybe I just need a wider breadth here to choose from.
I got a big one.
You know somebody. It's in sports, but he's not an athlete. It's going to sound so lame. Mike Pereira. I actually hated when Pereira was coming on doing the referee analysis stuff, and now I love the guy. It's like the only example I can think of right now.
It's
really weird.
This guy just turned 60 years old yesterday. I was not a big Keanu Reeves fan, and now I absolutely adore the dude.
Somebody mentioned
love him, love the dude.
Great. Somebody mentioned Phillip Rivers.
Don't you grate me? I love the dude.
Sorry. Somebody mentioned Phillip Rivers. See, I always appreciated Phillip Rivers. What he did, his little back and forth with Jay Cutler, I thought it was hilarious. I never hated Phillip Rivers. Now, some of you say you love him now, but I never really disliked him. I appreciated the rivalry.
When the Chargers were done with him, I was pulling for Phil Rivers to be a Bronco, believe it or not.
Son of a gun.
I was pulling for him to be what did he do with the Indianapolis Colts?
Took him to the playoffs.
He took him to the postseason, bro.
Yep. I think Barkley's probably a good one for a lot of people who remember his basketball career and then when he turned into a broadcaster. I bet you a lot of people hated Barkley that like him now.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, his personality, people didn't really know who he was until he displayed that on national television. They always saw him as, look at that round mound or rebound, just beating up on people.
Oh, this is a good. I think this is a good one, actually. What about Pedro Martinez? I think Pedro turned a lot of people around too. He was kind of like
I never
prickly.
hated him.
I never did either, but maybe it's just Yankees fans talking then.
Well, I mean, he did grab Don Zimmer by the dome and throw him to the ground. I mean, Don Zimmer was like 75 years old.
I will defend Pedro until the day I die on that because
Zimmer never should have run after him.
He was charging at him.
You're right.
And the only thing he did was basically step out of the way and just kind of guide him.
We grabbed him by the head.
Well, what, Moshe, if I'm running at you like this, what are you going to do?
I mean, what's Don's? That's true. God bless Don Zimmer. What's he doing charging at Pedro Martinez?
We were talking about acronyms earlier, right? FAFO.
Yes.
Don Zimmer.
There you go.
If Don Zimmer, by the way, this is a great pause on Vic. I don't know what happened to his camera. It's a great pause. If Don Zimmer, hang on, let's all do Vic face real quick. Everybody, Nelly, you try
let me get a picture of this first.
Oh, Vic!
Come on.
I didn't mean to do that.
Well, yes, you did.
Hang on, let's all try. We remember what it looks like, so let's try it. Everybody go. 1, 2, you got to hold the mic. Hold the mic, though. Anyway, Moj, if Don Zimmer was playing college football, he's ejected for targeting. I mean, that's exactly how he looked.
You're probably right. You're probably right. anyway, I don't know. It's interesting because I've done a complete. I didn't mean to get us all off on this tangent. We've got a lot of football to talk tomorrow. A lot of football to talk on Friday.
Hey.
There's no doubt about it. But this whole DeChambeau thing, man, I've really come around to the guy. I like the guy. I've watched multiple breaking 50s. I'll probably watch the Romo one when it's out. There you go.
This is one that goes in reverse, and we've talked about these ones, but it's a big one. Not a Bronco fan out there who didn't, I'm not going to use the word hate, but just couldn't stand watching Peyton Manning when he played for the Colts, and he broke the Broncos' hearts for so many years. Peyton Manning with the Colts, and then as soon as he signs with the Broncos, you talk about a 180. That's what playing for your hometown team does. Take a guy that you dislike in any sport right now. Take a guy you dislike. Would you still dislike him if he played for your team? You dislike LeBron James. If he played for the Nuggets, would you dislike him?
Yeah. I would.
Joel Embiid.
Yes. How about Durant? I would probably love Durant as a Denver Nugget. I'd probably love him.
Some guys I just couldn't go with, Vic. Doesn't mean I wouldn't root for him if they played for my team, but I don't have to like him.
That's true. That is true.
Hey, right at this moment, Vic, I'm not a huge Chris Bryant guy, and he plays for one of the teams that I love. So I like this. A texture says,
Motion.
Barkley told me to sit down and shut the bleep up. I was 10.
Teach those kids.
Hey, if your parents aren't going to do it, then if Chuck may have to do it. That's kind of funny, though.
303-504-0925.
Who's on your shirt?
Jamal
Murray.
Oh, couldn't see the top of it. That's a cool shirt.
Thank you.
I got some numbers for you I want to share when we come back, and it's stunning. I'll leave it at this.
Okay. All right. Okay.
Stunning numbers coming up on the show.
Could pertain to something we care about. Could pertain to nothing we care about.
It could be about the box office sales at the movie theater this
Right,
weekend.
and this
We have
month-
no idea. It's stunning.
I got numbers.
It might be a number of light years to the next closest constellation or something.
I have a number for you, or Vic has a number for you. And when we come back, you will be stunned. Do you understand? Stunned. Next. See, we got the numbers that is going to be stunning here in just a moment. Hang on. As Vic makes his way back to his chair, I got some stunning numbers for you, Vic, or Moj.
Pat Surtain, 4 years and $96 million.
No, that's not the number.
That's pretty stunning. I mean, that's the highest paid cornerback in the National Football League by $3 million per year on average.
Do you know that dogs sweat through their paws?
Really? Who told you that?
Do you know that flamingos aren't born pink?
I did know that. They're only pink because of what they eat.
Here's a stunning number. The surface of the sun is 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit.
I did know that as well, yes.
Do you like that number, Vic? Was that stunning to you? The surface of the sun is 10,000 degrees Fahrenheit. Stunning. Stunning information.
Hey, if you guys don't want stunning numbers, that's fine with me.
Hang on a second.
Deny our audience.
Hang on a second. I got more. I got more for you. You think I was done there? Please. Did you know that lemons float but limes sink? How about that?
That's not a number, dude. That's a fact.
It would take 19 minutes to fall to the center of the earth. That's a number.
Why don't you give it a try?
The longest English word is 189,819 letters long.
Well, that's stupid.
That's
Somebody
stunning.
made that up to be an idiot.
No, it's not stupid. It's stunning.
No, it's stunning.
Stunning. Neil Armstrong's
You want the numbers?
Neil Armstrong's hair was sold in 2004 for $3,000.
What? As we embark here on the 2024 NFL season, just one day away from the start of the season, here's a number for you. And it's threefold, all right?
Number one, Frida Kahlo sold 55 self-portraits.
Dude, she had a unibrow. She probably should have been on The Golden Bachelor.
That's neat.
Did you see Frida with Salma Hayek, though?
Well, she could pull it off because of other assets. Because of other assets.
You should.
And yeah, okay. Yeah, all right.
Sorry, Vic, go ahead. Snakes can't smell.
No, I'm not doing it. I'm going to deny our listening audience.
They didn't
these
have
numbers.
tweezers down in Argentina, I guess?
Vic, go ahead. Snakes can smell with their tongues.
Our losers, our viewers are going to lose out on one of the most stunning facts in NFL history because you guys are too immature.
All right, I'm done. Ketchup was once sold as medicine.
So was cocaine.
Busted it out.
Vic, we apologize. Go ahead.
Yes. Platypi sweat milk.
This number's amazing. As I keep staring at it, and I can't. Wow.
Comets smell like rotten eggs.
I'm
sorry, Vic.
I'm being very patient.
Go ahead.
Okay, you want the number?
Yes.
Please.
Teddy Roosevelt had a pet hyena.
I did know that.
Every time you say one, I'm just going to pause.
No.
My
Come
facts,
on.
my facts are down.
No.
Moj, I can't see facts anymore. So go ahead, Vic.
No more facts.
I'm done. I'm backing away.
The Denver Broncos are paying Russell Wilson $37,790,000, all right? Which makes him the 13th highest paid starting quarterback in the National Football League. The Denver Broncos are paying that salary, not the Steelers, all right? Name for me, that number is stunning alone. The 12 starting quarterbacks who get paid more than Russell Wilson is being paid by the Broncos to play for the Steelers. Name for me those starting quarterbacks.
So say that one more time. What was that? Say that
The
again?
Denver Broncos are carrying the freight for the
Yes.
Steelers starting quarterback.
Yes.
He gets paid $37,790,000.
Right.
He is currently the 13th, highest paid quarterback in the National Football League. There are 12 that get paid more than he does. Name those 12.
Well, let's start at the top. I mean, let's go Burrow, Burrow, Mahomes.
We're talking 2024 cash salary.
Burrow, Mahomes, Love,
Goff,
Lawrence.
You just throwing too many at me here.
You told us to name them.
Rodgers, yes. Mahomes is on there, yes.
Goff.
Burrow, yes.
Goff has
Goff's
gotta be
number
on
one, by
there.
the way. Goff this season, $80 million.
Yep. Trevor Lawrence?
Trevor Lawrence, this season, $39 million.
How about Tua?
Tua is at $43 million.
There you go. Lamar Jackson's got to be in there.
Yep.
Nope.
No?
He's not.
Wow.
I know they just did some cap.
Oh, did they do some
Lamar
cap?
No. I know they did cap leapery, but is Deshaun on there?
Deshaun Watson is on there at $46 million.
Jalen Hurts?
Jalen Hurts is on there at $40 million.
All right, we got 3 left. Okay.
You're telling me Lamar's not on there? Real?
Lamar Jackson gets
Jordan
paid
Love.
less.
Jordan Love.
I said Jordan Love already.
Oh, you did.
Yes, Love. Lamar Jackson gets paid less by his own team than the Broncos are paying for a player who doesn't play for them.
That seems impossible. Kyler Murray.
Kyler Murray, $38 million.
Stafford.
Stafford is not on that list.
Daniel Jones?
He's paid less than Russell Wilson.
Missing.
Oh, Josh Allen.
Yes.
No.
What?
No.
What?
Nope, it's not Josh Allen. Josh
Wow.
Allen is paid less than Russell Wilson. He's paid $30 million. This one is a recent signee. He just
Kirk
signed with
Cousins?
his team in the offseason. Kirk Cousins, $62 million.
Yeah, jeez. That's crazy.
That is crazy. And I think
Stunning.
The Steelers, I think, are paying one. Why are you laughing, Nelly? What happened?
Because Vic said it was stunning.
It wasn't that stunning. I mean, let's be honest about
You got to
it.
admit that's stunning.
No, it's not that stunning.
We knew it was told you, hold on. If I said to just the commoner, we didn't have this conversation until now. Did you know that the Broncos are paying more money to the Steelers starting quarterback than the Ravens are paying their own starting quarterback?
That sounded a little bougie, didn't it? Did that not just sound
you dropped a commoner on
you just sounded
on people listening to this show?
You guys, I'm talking about a common conversation. That's how I meant it.
You might as well said peasant.
I'm talking about a common sports conversation. If you walked upon an audience and said, did you know that the Broncos are paying more for the Steelers starting quarterback than the Ravens are paying their own MVP quarterback?
Hey, you're talking to St. Rocco here. He doesn't deal with commoners. Forget about it.
Whatever you say, Marie Antoinette.
Well, I was having this discussion about quarterback contracts, and these serfs couldn't even understand.
So I went out in the fields the other day talking to the peasants about NFL quarterback contracts, and anyway.
But the Steelers, I think they're only paying like what 1.2 of Russell's salary, right?
Yeah.
That vet minimum. It's a good gig if you can find it.
It's amazing that Purdy's still bottom of the list, 32nd among starting quarterbacks. 900. He's the only starting quarterback in the National Football League paid less than $1 million.
Vic, I told you earlier, it's not just that. He's the 79th highest paid quarterback, period, in the league.
But
79th.
How many years now has Brock Purdy been the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers?
He started at the end of his first year, and then this probably be entering his third year.
Okay. He threw for almost 4,300 yards last season. Let me get a little update here on his stats. 2022, this is his, he started all of last year. He started half the year, essentially, in 2022. You think, and took them, by the way, to the Super Bowl, did he not? At nearly 4,300 yards, 31 touches, 11 picks, quarterback rating of 113 flat. You think Brock Purdy could have held out and said, hey, I need some more bread? Hey.
Well, he could.
John Lynch, I need a little bit more bread here as a starting quarterback. Dude, just took you to the Super Bowl. I'm making $930. Did he pull it? No, he didn't pull that. He said, I'm going to earn my money. And when he does, the Niners are going to have to let other guys go.
Scotty Scheffler's caddy makes more money than 7 starting quarterbacks in the National Football League.
It's a good gig. Hit it there.
He makes more money than Jacoby Brissett, Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Anthony Richardson, Russell. Well, I shouldn't say that because Russell gets paid by the Broncos, the Pittsburgh portion of it. Will Levis and Brock Purdy.
Damn. I want that gig. Why can't
but Levis has that mayonnaise money, so he's doing pretty good.
By the way, I got a number for you, Vic. I want to see what you guys think of this. Last year, the numbers for Russell Wilson: 66% completion, 3,070 yards passing on the year, 26 touchdowns, 8 picks. I just saw in the Circus Sportsbook, as we head into week 1 of the NFL season, the over-under for passing yards for Bo Nix this year.
It's got to be 3,100?
3,000 even.
3,000 even. Okay, yeah, right. I mean, I think that's a reasonable expectation.
Do you think he gets that? What you're asking
I
is, will
don't
he
know.
throw as many yards as Russell Wilson did last year? That's the question, because Russell had 3,070.
Okay, here's what I'm getting at, and this is going to be part of my equation for the Broncos winning not only game 1, but having a winning season. But what it does not involve is Bo Nix getting vertical at all. Okay?
Maybe later in the year as the year progresses.
All right.
I would say not early, though. I'd agree with that.
Russ had 3,000, almost 3,100 last year. Is that what he had? What do you have?
3,070.
Let me look it up here.
I got it. 3,070.
Okay. Bryce Young, 2,800, 2,900. Desmond Ridder. Ugh. Justin Fields, Josh Dobbs. That was in a fill-in role for 2 teams. Cousins got beat up halfway through the year. Burrow, of course, only played 10. To get to 3,000 yards,
it's not asking a lot.
It really isn't. But I think that what the Broncos have to employ this year, it's going to be boring to win. They're going to have to employ, unless the running game is really kick butt and you have a running game, they'll have to, I think, employ the passing game. Ball control is what it's going to be about this year. Get the kid involved with ball control. Don't turn it over, and you'll stay in a lot of football games. Give yourself a chance to win. Don't try to stretch the field. So, I mean, is it lofty to think of 3,000 yards? Nah, I don't
Here's
think
what that
it
translates
is.
to.
But it's ball control is how they're going to have to get it done.
It translates to 177 yards a game. That's what you're asking him to do to get to 3,000, assuming he plays in all 17.
Well, if you're not passing for 200 yards in a game, you suck.
Yeah, pretty much.
I mean, if you're not hitting a 200-yard mark, I mean, your
offense is trash.
You're boring. B, you can't score the football. C, nobody wants that crap. What?
Imagine how fun it was for a Houston Texans fan last year to watch their young quarterback play. Not only because he produced, but the games were fun.
Mm-hmm.
The throws were fun. It was a wide-open offense. How many times did we see him on 3rd and long just manufacture a play down the middle of the field for like 40 yards, right? That was fun. That is if you had to formulate, like, what you want Bo Nix's rookie season to look like, what does it get any better than C.J. Stroud's rookie season?
No.
Okay.
Especially given expectation of what we thought the Texans were going to be.
Yeah, C.J. Stroud averaged
that is, to use a word, stunning. Okay. What happened last year?
Yeah, say stunned again, Vic. Do it. I dare you.
But that's what I'm trying.
How many yards?
Caution you.
Don't look it up.
I'm trying to caution you. That's not what the Broncos are going to try to do.
There's not a chance.
That's not what they're going to do. They're going to do exactly what Mosier mentioned. They're going to ball control it. Don't turn it over. I just don't think Bo Nix can do what C.J. Stroud can do.
I mean,
we saw him do some things in 3rd down situations when you thought the series was over. You're like, okay, they got him, and then, oh my God, how the hell did he do that?
C.J. was a 4,000-yard guy. What did he average per game? I'll give you a hint. It was 3rd in the National Football League.
258 yards, 278 yards per game.
Say 230.
274 per game.
Jeez.
Now, Flacco came in and set Cleveland on its ear at over 300, but that was a small sample size. Kirk Cousins in his 8 games for the Vikings went crazy at almost 300 per game, 291. And then you get to Stroud, and then you get to Tua, and so on and so forth. If you can't, here are the guys who did not average 200 yards per game. And Will Levis, I'm giving him the benefit of the doubt because he averaged 200.9 per game, just over 200 yards a game. Justin Fields, Gardner Minshew, Mac Jones, Josh Dobbs, Zach Wilson. These are all guys who had starts, whether they were 4 or 12 or 13 or whatever. Deshaun, Bryce Young, Mason Rudolph, Taylor Heineke, Kenny Pickett. I mean, this is not very good company. And so if our young quarterback is getting into the National Football League vibes, great. But if he's not averaging 200 yards a game, he's in some really kind of boring, not great company, and I don't want that.
Yeah.
But at the same time, with the situation you're in, I think this is what you have to do to try to win. You've got to try to keep it close, Vic. You've got to try to stay in games, ball control your way, eat clock, and give yourselves a chance on any given week.
Well, that's especially, like I said, that's the plan early. It has to be. Now, as they get more comfortable with the offense, I think, you get the week 8, 9, 10, it can open some things up, and people are more comfortable with the offense and all that different stuff. The focus has to be just do whatever you can to make life as comfortable as possible for the rookie, especially in the first 4 weeks where you got 3 really tough road games. Just make it as comfortable as you can. Because if you can get through that first sort of wave, the rest of the schedule isn't all that bad. But going the first 3 weeks, you're at Seattle, you're at New York, you're at Tampa. Like, that's pretty rough. And I think we heard that they're staying the entire week between Tampa and New York, right? On the East Coast. Like, they aren't coming back home.
Right.
Got to make it as easy as possible. Texter says, if this guy can't get over 200 yards in a Sean Payton offense, then we're in trouble.
Yeah,
and I would agree with that.
Okay, I would agree too. I mean, it seems like such an easy mark to hit, doesn't it? I mean, it seems so simple.
Because it should be. It should be.
Yeah, it should. I don't want to underestimate the kid either, and I don't want to poo-poo him before we've even seen him take one snap. But what they did not do in the preseason at all is stretch the field. Now, maybe they'll try it early on. Maybe they'll surprise. Who's the coach in Seattle? Who's the coach?
Mike McDonald, the great artist Mike McDonald.
It's actually that guy.
Artist extraordinary. Hey,
I keep forgetting. Somewhere back in her long ago. Said I met a fool. They got the heart to recreate what had yet to be created. Love your life. She musters a smile.
You got to read Kevin's lyrics that he wrote for the song.
Yeah, we should do. We'll do a Kevin version. We'll do Kevin in Illinois. We'll do your version, Kev.
He wrote it for the other one, the Warren G Regulate song.
He did?
I keep forgetting.
I keep forgetting.
Yeah, because I keep forgetting that Russ isn't here anymore was what he wrote.
Yeah.
So we can spin that one now if you got the lyrics up.
I'm sure I can find it. Think twice. All right, Nelly. I can get there.
Her apology, anybody else would surely know.
All right, give it to me, Nelly.
And watching her go.
It's actually like Kevin from Illinois, who's basically an unpaid producer for this show, wrote the entire lyrics,
Sing
a
it,
brand new song.
Sing it, Kaner. Only Kaner.
So this is I Keep Forgetting Russ Ain't Here Anymore.
Good. Sing it, Kaner.
I keep forgetting Russ ain't here anymore. I keep forgetting high knees up and down the aisle again. I keep forgetting how the crowd would all cheer. I keep forgetting every batted ball. Missing Cortland Sutton by a mile. You flub the play call. Flee the pocket like it's out of style. All right, Moj, take it.
Oh, it's hard for you to play against us while we're paying you to. But tell me how come I keep forgetting Russ ain't here anymore. Keep forgetting no more high heels on the freaking plane. I keep forgetting how the crowd would all cheer. I keep forgetting, man. Time I hear you never want to live a lie.
That's not what he wanted to cook.
How it's gone too far. And you don't have to tell me why. Why you're gone and why the game is through.
I tell you what's real, holding on 7-2. Oh, boy, he's got to. Hold on a second.
You threw it. You threw a jab at
Garrett Bowles.
Garrett.
Come on, Kev. Oh man, here's poor Gary Bowles catching strays on I Keep Forgetting, man. Yeah.
Oh,
Holding
man.
offense. Number 72.
Come on, man. That's
We haven't had a Bulls problem in a while.
That's just cold-blooded, man.
So way to go. Shout out to Kevin.
Yeah, thanks, Kev.
Great
I
lyrics.
just want to listen to this song all day now.
Just a great song, though. It really is. 303-504-0925.
Is that our
Shop Monster
television
text line.
audience can't even hear the song. They just hear us spewing.
All right, hang on. Hang on a second.
Babe.
As with this roll, 2 texts back to back. This is what peak radio performance sounds like. The other, my ears are bleeding. We give you
there's one that
both.
says, how embarrassed are all your wives right now?
Yeah, mine said.
This is what brings the milkshake to the yard, baby.
No, it doesn't. Mine said, "Oh my God, stop." So she obviously was tuned in. So I'm sorry, Bear, for embarrassing the family.
Altitude Sports Radio app. It's powered by the Will Hite Law Firm. Injury lawyers. Go to willhitewins.com. That's willhitewins.com. Fact checker next. All right, as we continue to approach a big weekend, Broncos season opener against Seattle. We got the Buffs and the Huskers, and a lot more audio and stuff to talk about as this weekend continues to roll.
I don't know, to be honest with you, Brett, and I hate to jump in here. Guys, I really don't know what to expect out of the Seahawks. I'm not really sure what we're getting into. I don't know how good they're going to be. I don't know that Gino, I mean, I know what he's done, but it's a brand new coaching staff. There's a lot of unknowns about this team. So what are we going to do?
If you had to build in an advantage, coaching staff that's experienced, that's been there, that's been in openers before versus one that's brand new. Advantage Broncos. I mean, you can go down the line here. Right. And on Friday, what I want to do, guys, is I want to ask you guys, not only for a prediction, but I want to know what you think the first play call will be for Bo Nix. What's the very first play call of the game? Sean Payton has been known to be, he's a gambling man, dude. That guy does onside kicks to start seasons, for crying out loud. That's what he did last year. Curious to know. We'll talk about that Friday. But if you did the advantages across the board, advantage Broncos when it comes to coaching staffs.
Yes.
Michael McDonald's unproven. He can sing, but we don't know if he can coach as a head coach.
My first play call, tight end reverse to Adam Troutman. Yeah.
God, we saw that.
Yeah.
Was that to Noah Fant against the Raiders? Yeah, that was to Noah Fant.
Uh-huh.
Speaking of,
I do know the Seahawks are going to wear their throwback unis for game one. Going full throwback first week of the season. And advantage Seahawks, that crowd, clearly. The old unis, that's an advantage, I think.
Well, here's the thing, though. You get to – this is what's difficult. I don't think the Seahawks are that good. And the Broncos aren't that good either. But I feel like if they get Seattle in Week 13 as opposed to the first week, the opening game of the year, I think it might be different. Like, I think if you give this offense some time with a rookie quarterback – it's a completely different look than it would be early in the year. Like, I feel like this is a winnable game if this is played in late November. But you're doing it now, hostile environment with a guy who's never been there before and never faced a first-team defense yet in the NFL.
And these were essentially the same. If you look at the records, I mean, the Seahawks were 9-8 last year. The Broncos were 8-9. But the Seahawks really, they had things in the early and middle part of the season. They kind of had things cooking a little bit. They had things going, and then it all fell apart, and they suffered a lot of losses.
Right.
To finish 9-8 and get eliminated from the postseason. But I guess that's what makes it so unknown to me. That's what makes it so iffy. I don't really know what we're getting after. We got to get – do we have somebody up there? Who do we know?
In Seattle?
Yeah.
Did you hear anything from the boy?
Where's the boss?
Yeah, you know who we're going to try and get? If you remember, there's a radio host up there in Seattle named Ian Furness, and we had him on our station about 2 years ago when the Broncos got Russ.
That's right.
And I think he went on Kreckman and Lindahl and told them, I don't know if I would be as excited about Russ. This is what was wrong with him in Seattle, blah, blah, blah. And every single show on our station, we roasted his ass. We took those clips and we played them throughout the week and talked about what a crying Debbie Downer he was.
Yeah, I think I referred to it as cope.
Yes, so we might.
That he was coping.
So we're trying to get him back on, so maybe he gets the chance to.
Well, he probably wants to tell us to go get bent.
Exactly.
Well, and you know what? He deserves it.
Well, let's give him a platform to do the bending, man. Come on, show us what you got.
Yeah, between that game and again, we've asked this in a couple of different ways this morning. If you could guarantee something, wave a magic wand and guarantee a victory for one of these teams, who would it be? You know, we've asked that. We've also asked if you could only watch one game this weekend, what would it be? Is it the debut of your number 12 overall pick, or is it the CU Nebraska game? Like, I think both of these, high level of intrigue, but I said at the beginning of the show, the impact of a win or loss for CU this weekend, I think, is much higher. Much.
Completely agree.
Like, there's a overarching pressure to every single game that CU is going to be playing this year. Especially year 2 of Dion and all of the national television shows and radio shows that'll be talking about him. Like, it's crazy. So, again, Shop Mazda text line is open for you. Can we get to an early fact checker here, Nelly?
Nelly monitors the mistakes in today's Fact Checker. Presented by Rock Plumbing, Heating, and Air Conditioning. Your local home comfort specialists. RockHeating.com. Rock, bringing comfort home and simplifying your life.
All right, for my fact checker here, I'm just going to let this clip speak for itself.
I want to ask you guys a question.
That's pretty honest.
I have a question. I like a humble Deion Sanders. I like that.
Was that a question, Vic?
It's a question that qualifies.
Did you?
Was there a question? As a statement.
I have a question.
It's a statement.
I like a humble Deion Sanders. Don't you question my questions?
I got a question for you, Moj. PB&Js are okay with me.
True or false?
Yeah.
Should I do a true or false again?
Got a really big question for you guys. Margot Robbie's hot.
That's funny.
Hot?
Next question.
Yeah. So again, few minutes left here as we discussed the news of...
Oh, I got one for you.
Go ahead.
I just saw it. Let me find it again. Guess, this may sound... Here it is right here. Guess who is going to be on... Vic, are you ready for this?
Yeah.
Dancing with the Stars.
Oh, no. Well, you go on Dancing with the Stars, you're calling it quits. You know what I mean? Like you're saying my career's over.
This is somebody who absolutely drew attention during the Olympic Games.
Biles?
Wait, is Ray Gun going on?
No.
Although, that would have been sick.
Although I did see Ray Gun defend herself and say, I was the best, best break dancer in Australia. She's so full of crap. No, Ilona Maher, the rugby star.
Oh, is she really?
The rugby star.
Oh.
The American rugby star that was trucking everybody.
I got a question.
She's
I
going
like
to be on
her.
Dancing with... Yeah, she's going to be with Alan Burston. I don't know whoever that is.
She's cool.
Yeah, she is cool. Good for her. I mean, get some money, get some stuff out of it. Good for her. It's killer.
I saw somebody say, just because she's so athletic, somebody said if these were like Viking days, she would have like 18 warriors who conquered the world.
Bo Nix, according to reports out of Bronco camp, Bo Nix has been named team captain. The first rookie captain since Floyd Little in 1967. Other Bronco captains named today: Cortland Sutton, Quinn Miners, Patrick Surtain, Alex Singleton, and Will Lutz. I think we got all of these right. We got all of them. Some of them, nobody said Miners yesterday, although I was thinking Miners with the new contract.
Yep.
Miners gets it ahead of some of the other contemporaries on that offensive line. Cortland Sutton, we knew would get it. Surtain gets it. Singleton, I predicted Singleton. Lutz, special teamer. But Bo Nix, that's how they are believers of Bo Nix to the point where he is a team captain for the first time.
That feels like a bit of a forced issue, though.
Does it? Because I was
He hasn't
gonna
played
ask.
one. He hasn't played one flipping down in the National Football League.
He's the quarterback of your football team.
So what, man? The guy hasn't played it. The guy hasn't even played it down yet.
You're like upset about this?
Well,
I think
yeah.
this is a good thing.
Well, it's reserved for people who have earned it. What has he earned in this league? Nothing.
Okay, hang on.
No offense to the kid.
The
I mean,
qualifier's this though, Moj. Here's the qualifier, and I don't know how this
they
works.
made Trevor Siemian a captain back in the day too, and that was a joke.
Hang on. The qualifier is, and I don't know how they did this, who voted for the captains? Is it the coaches give somebody the captain, or do the players vote on it? Because if the players voted on it, then who cares?
I mean, it used to be that I think the players voted on it, but it stuffed the ballot box.
I will say this again. I
just don't think it's
if your
right.
quarterback, given the importance of that position and the role you play, if your quarterback is not a team captain, you don't have the right quarterback.
Even if it's a rookie who's never played it down in the
If
league?
your quarterback is not a captain, you're still looking. Let me rephrase that. You're still looking for the right quarterback.
To me, it feels like you're trying to you're forcing the issue. I'm all about earning it.
Moj, how is it forced if the
You're
team
right.
votes
You're
on
right.
it?
Okay. We'll see. I mean, you're right.
How about the belly getting it over McGlinchey and Bowles?
Well, he's been here Bowles has been here the longest.
Yeah.
Well, he's a heart and soul guy up front, brother. I don't know what to tell you. Listen, I'm overreacting. fine. Captains in the National Football League really don't mean anything anyway, to be honest with you. But if he's going to be a leader, I see how that would help. I would just think if I was in that locker room and you're just, throwing around status to a rookie who's not played one down yet,
right?
I would think that was a bit of a BS call. That's me.
But if it's decided on by the players, then I think that's a good thing because they well, I don't know, but
Hey, David asked a good question. Mosier, were you as equally emotional about this? Was it a joke when Landeskog was named captain?
He wasn't a rookie.
Why are you so pissy?
When was he named that?
Second year.
Oh, come on, Mosier. It was controversial then, and it proved to be worthy because Landy's the epitome of a captain. He has all the leadership qualities you want.
That
and
is
they knew
correct.
it then.
It was.
Maybe they know about it. Maybe they know Bo Nix has those same qualities. Why are you doubting it?
You're absolutely right. But at least Landy had played in the league for a year.
Anyway, a lot more to get to throughout the week. Got just a couple of days, a little short and abbreviated week as we head into a huge weekend of football. You can find the show.
What do you mean short and abbreviated?
There was no Monday show this week.
Oh, I thought you meant shows.
Or a Tuesday show for you.
Yeah, you're super abbreviated.
Keep talking like that, you're going to be abbreviated.
You can find the podcast, iTunes, Spotify, Spreaker, Moshe Lombardi, and Canes, where you can see it. We'll talk to all you guys tomorrow. Have a great day. We love you very much. Goodbye.
I have a question. I like a humble Deion Sanders. I like that.
Lawrence, another deep ball.
And that pass wasn't picked. Yes, it was. Pat Surtain making his first career start has the pick for Denver.
Herbert on the move, throwing toward the end zone, intercepted. Picked off in the end zone by Pat Surtain. Herbert. Picked off. Surtain up the sideline. Can he get there? Surtain to the end zone for the touchdown. 70 yards.
Mahomes. 2 pumps and then an interception at the 22-yard line. Speaking of Patrick Surtain, his 4th of the season off the hands of Hill.
Under contract on a 4-year, $96 million extension, $77.5 million in guaranteed money. The highest paid corner in the history of the National Football League is Pat Surtain II. That happened early on this morning ahead of the Broncos Week 1 opening matchup on the road against the Seattle Seahawks. That'll take place 2:05 p.m. on Sunday. Broncos 7.5-point dogs on the road to open up the season. Pat Surtain, the highest paid corner in the league's histories. We welcome you into Dempsey and Company here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. No Dempsey, all company today. Alex Ryan-Emmy, I'm your host today. You guys know me better as Raj with Josh Grismer and super producer KJ Granderson behind the glass, joined for the second day in a row by, the network voice of your Avs and Nuggets, Mr. Mark Bertinoli. Berto, what's up, dude?
Y'all lazy as hell.
Man.
You're lazy as hell. You took a 4-day weekend. Dempsey took a 5-day weekend. Man, Kim's off the show. She's so lazy, she's off the show completely. She's sitting on a beach somewhere.
Kim's out the state.
Dempsey and Company is the laziest show on the station. You know what I mean?
Listen, I had a very lazy day yesterday. So the reason why I took the day off was Caitlin and I celebrate our 1-year anniversary on Monday.
Has it been a year?
It's been a year, man.
Man, and you made it. You
successful.
Made it. How's it going?
No
Is
problems?
everything's good then?
Everything's good?
You think you're probably going to make it another year?
I'm still alive. I think we'll make it another year. God willing, I don't make any mistakes.
What'd you get her for her anniversary?
We went out to a couple of nice dinners, and yesterday we took the day off. We said no presents for anniversary one, so like no jewelry or anything like that. And Monday,
and she said, "I don't want anything for your anniversary," and you didn't give her anything for the
I got
anniversary.
Her a card and flowers and 2 dinners, and then we took the day off, and we had like a $350 spa day together. So so there were things given to each other.
Yeah.
Luckily, hey, props to you, Alex. Congratulations. Monday was the day that we were celebrating because that was the actual day, but we had company in town. So you couldn't really celebrate when you're entertaining other people, and then we had to drive them to the airport and stuff like that. So it's just it just wasn't about that. So I took Tuesday off. We went to the beer spa, baby.
The beer spa?
There's a beer spa
where
in
you
Denver.
they give you beers while you're spaing, or you're in beer when you spa?
Both things. So you walk in.
So you can just drink the bath water. Is what you're saying.
So
you're laying down you're just sitting in a bunch of Natty Light, just soaking it in.
It's kind of, well, I thought that's what it was going to be, is you get into a copper pot that's just bubbling IPA.
Yeah.
It's hot water and then a gigantic tea bag filled with barley, hops, herbs, stuff like that.
So they brew you as part of the beer.
You're kind of in a beer teacup, and you're also being cooked in the teacup.
And this is supposed to help you in some.
Someone gave us a $300 gift card for our wedding a year ago, and I went, "Hey, let's do this."
I don't think. Listen, man. If soaking in beer would make you healthier, the entire state of Arkansas and Alabama would be the healthiest states in the union, man. I'm not sure. I think you might have got gaffled. I think they might have just been making stuff up. Come to our health spa. It's beer oriented. Just come and hang out, drink beer, sleep in beer, and when you leave, you'll be healthier?
That's what they were trying to sell me on. I don't know if I agreed with it. I enjoyed it. But they were also, it was really odd. Everything that you've been told about a sauna and a hot tub, what's the first thing they tell you?
I don't do spas. What do they tell you?
The first thing is like, don't drink. Don't get boozed up and then go into a 160 degree
Is that what
sauna.
they say? Oh, okay. I get what you're saying.
Yeah,
Right.
don't
you pass out.
Morning, 40 minutes later, I'm regretting it.
Yeah, you will regret it. That's the first thing that they tell you is like, you go into a hot tub, maybe you should drink water and not like double fist gin and tonics.
Right.
We
But
go
at
into
this
this spa and
place-
they're like, yeah, here's a 9% double IPA. Walk into the 170 degree oven that we're going to have you in for the next 90 minutes.
All right, man. I'm here for it.
I'm still here. I'm alive. I feel rested. It was a good day.
Right. I could have done all that for like $50 and 6 cases of Coors Light. You
I
know
was
what I
gonna
mean?
say,
Like-
we could have gotten a keg and done this thing at home.
Right. You could have just like, hey, baby, I love you. You pour that in the bath. Just pour it in the bath, man.
Man.
That would have been awesome.
Oh, it's too good. All right, yeah. Pat Surtain,
Paid.
$98 million paid. He's here, 77.5 guaranteed. Most guaranteed money, most average annual money, most money ever by a secondary player in this league. They decide not to pay Justin Simmons, but they do have the best guy in the NFL at his position in Pat Surtain. Odd that a luxury position on a team that's likely going to be like bottom half of the NFL. Do you think that was odd, or was this something that was always coming down the pipe?
Oh, yeah. This, you know what? Like, this is one of those things I don't give the team credit for because this is one of those things you have to do. Like, when the Nuggets re-signed Nikola Jokic, I don't give credit. Like, those are the dudes that you have to re-sign, that you have to do everything for. Surtain is the best corner in the NFL. You pay him whatever he wants. If he wants $24 million a year, that's what he gets. So it's those kind of players, those all-time great kind of players, that it feels like those are the ones that are easy to make the decisions on, right? Like, it's tougher to make a decision on, I don't know, like a Cortland Sutton, who isn't the best wide receiver in the NFL, but is good enough that he was just named a team captain.
It's funny. You bring up the Nuggets and Nikola Jokic, and then you bring up Cortland Sutton. Is the same thing happening with Jamal Murray right now with the Nuggets?
Oh,
they look at Jamal as Cortland, and they don't look at Jamal as Pat Surtain, and that's the reason why something's not really getting done.
Ooh, no, they probably because once again, it's just like Michael Porter Jr. There is no better position. There is no better spot for Jamal Murray to be in than the position he is in right now. Like, Nikola Jokic makes everybody better, but for some reason, Joker and Jamal are just a stupid, ridiculous. Like, trying to stop those dudes in a pick and roll is almost impossible. So, like, would Jamal Murray be that kind of player if he was playing for the Dallas Mavericks or the Minnesota Timberwolves?
For the Mavericks, maybe. For the Timberwolves, maybe there's enough talent there.
That would be a fairly nasty backcourt again.
I think if you were to go on I think if you were to go to a team that doesn't have the requisite scoring talent, or it's funny, like Jamal would still be a secondary or a tertiary player on those two teams that you just mentioned. But if he was on Houston, if he was a member of the Magic, would he be that valuable or that guy that you must
you know what?
sign?
That's a good. If he played for Orlando, he'd probably be the number one option over Paolo. Although, because Paolo's the man right now, and I think Paolo's going into like his third year there in Orlando, and I think a lot of people are expecting the Magic to be a little bit better. But there's probably no better team for Jamal Murray than the Denver Nuggets, and for the Denver Nuggets, there's probably not another. Well, I mean. There's so many great guards in the NBA.
Well, you're on the proper track.
But you know what I'm saying? Like,
there's not another guard in the league available to the Nuggets that would be a better fit than Jamal right now.
Right.
And I think that's the argument that a lot of fans are having is like, well, just get this thing done, because if he walks, who's the number one guard in the market? Well, it's Jamal Murray.
Well, if Jamal walks say he's like, let me play this year out and see what happens. Then he gets to the end of that year and he's like, you know what? I really want to go play for Toronto or something like that. And he leaves. At that point, then you can add another Supermax, though. You can add a max at that point. If Jamal bails on you, you have that money in reserve. Then you can just go grab anybody, right? Because then You'd have to convince somebody to come and play with you, but you just convinced Russell Westbrook to come and try to win an NBA title with you.
Right,
So maybe you can go grab somebody else.
You convinced twilight of his career Russell Westbrook, not double-double factory Westbrook. Like that's a different version of Russ.
And I wouldn't want to. I see. You'd have to find a superstar on an expiring deal because I wouldn't want to give up. Not with the new NBA CBA. I wouldn't want to give up any kinds of future considerations to bring somebody in. I mean, the where the Denver Nuggets are right now, this is what you got, man. This is what you got. This is the team that you got. There are not many moves that you can make if you are looking at that team as like, switch it up. Let's do something else. And do you think that there's people out there, because obviously we've been spending a lot of time this summer talking about Jamal Murray, but are there Nugget fans out there who are like, I don't want Jamal on this team anymore?
I think there are.
Really?
Yeah. I think there's fans that see what happened over the summer and saw how Jamal's injury and his inability to stay consistent in last year's postseason run, right? Like we all remember the shot over Anthony Davis, but the rest of the postseason run was like very up and down to the point where like all you needed to be was just relatively okay across the 7 games against Minnesota, and you probably get out of that series. I think there is a subset of the fan base that looks at Jamal and goes, have we seen the best of him? Have we seen Jamal's peak? And when I think you said about 5 minutes ago, Nikola is going to make everyone around him better.
Yes.
So if he can do it with Jamal,
yeah.
Why couldn't he do it with someone else?
Yeah.
And the thought process,
but
and I think I've been
with
too,
Jamal.
You have one with Jamal, but you see plenty of teams move on from cores that you might think it's like a year too soon to try and find the next generation. And when you look at the Nuggets this year, it's funny that we're talking about Nuggets when we're opening up the show with the Pat Surtain contract situation. We will get back into that when on the other side we'll get into the Broncos captains and stuff. It makes me think the Nuggets have the most to prove in the NBA this year because you can't just have one title with Nikola Jokic.
Right.
And if you sign Jamal to a long-term deal, you're basically telling the rest of the league, this is the only way that we can do it. And if it fails next year, more so than it did last season,
well, then you blow it up. If it fails again, if you go 2 straight without getting to the Western Conference Finals at least.
Right, but how would you blow it up if you sign Jamal to a long-term extension and it does not work next year?
Because you got to pay AG at the end of this season. Next offseason, you're going to have to pay Aaron Gordon. And Aaron Gordon has been, he's Mr. Nugget. So you're going to have to pay AG at the end of this year. And if you decide you want to switch up the core of the team, then you're talking about trading multiple members of the Denver Nuggets, multiple members of the Nuggets to try to get. That means Jamal walks and you sign AG or vice versa, or if the Nuggets don't do what you need them to do this year, which is everybody expects the Nuggets to win a title. Matter of fact, a lot of national media dudes, including, whatever podcast it is that Brian Windhorst does, the 3 of them on that podcast kind of went off on the Nuggets this summer because they were like, you have the best player in the NBA. You need to sell everything and anything. You need to sell out to get the most amount of talent you can around that guy, because you might never have a player as talented as him play for you again, or at least for the next quarter century. You're probably not going to find one. So do everything you can. Have the Nuggets done that? Because there's not really much room to move if you're the Nuggets right now.
I think they went all in a couple of years ago with KCP and Bruce and the trade for Aaron Gordon, and at the peak of Jamal Murray's powers, you went in and you won a title. You went in hard. And I think I've been way too myopic when looking at the Jamal Murray situation and going, well, you have to re-sign him now. I don't think they need to. And I don't think they should. Because
really, you want him to play the contract?
Play the contract out.
He's going to go, well, here's the deal. Jamal could get him a super max.
He's not going to play enough games.
Right. I don't think
he will not play enough
I think
games.
You're right.
Jamal Murray,
because you have to play 65.
Jamal Murray is not going to be an all-NBA player this year. He's not going to be an all-star. He's going to be just good enough But the guard rotation in the Western Conference is too deep.
Yeah, it's stupid.
He's
It's
not
stupid. It's
one
stupid.
of those guys.
Well, do
That's
you
the
think?
thing.
Well, then let me ask you this: if you think Jamal Murray has peaked, that he has hit his ceiling, and even
I don't know if he has.
Even if he's hit his ceiling, I think that's fine. I'm more than happy watching the Blue Arrow do Blue Arrow stuff in the playoffs where he's knocking down game-winning shots left and right. But if I ask you this question, do you believe over the next season or two that either Christian Brown or Julian Strother or Peyton Watson can be more important to this team than Jamal Murray?
I don't believe so, but if you have the 1 year already built in, why not take it? Because again, if you have my thought process, which is Jamal Murray's number is locked in. His max number right now is locked in unless something crazy happens next year and Jamal goes off, and then you cross that bridge if it actually gets built. But I don't think that bridge is even in blueprint, let alone construction. Like I think his cap is already here. So play out the year just to give yourself the peace of mind that if last year happens again and Jamal breaks down and he's not the same guy, then you at least have the out of, thanks, Jamal. It was wonderful. We know we're not going to get as good of a point guard as you on the open market, but we're going to let you walk. We're going to sign Aaron Gordon, and because Nikola Jokic can make everyone around him better, we will find the next point guard of the future somewhere else or somewhere within. There is no reason, because you have this year as your fallback, as your safety school. There's no reason to rush into a contract if the organization doesn't know whether or not Jamal Murray is his peak or not.
Let me say this. I think next season for the Denver Nuggets, after a full off season and a little bit of rest, next season Nikola Jokic is going to have the best season he has ever had in the NBA. And he's probably going to win another MVP.
I hope so.
He's going to have a massive season next year. I think Aaron Gordon is going to have one of the best seasons he's ever had in the NBA. Christian Brown's going to have the best season he's ever had in the NBA because he's going to get starting minutes, and he's going to get much more minutes than he did last year, and so he's going to put up much better numbers than he did last year. Michael Porter Jr., how well is he going to look? I mean, will Mike have a career year next year? Maybe, because if you're not going to rely if you're not going to rely on Christian as much, Mike's going to get more shots in that rotation, and so that leaves the question mark right now is Jamal Murray. Then right, then Jamal's the question, and is like Jamal Murray and his agent aren't going to want to go through this season without a contract, especially with I guess you could put in some injury clauses in case he gets, but. Jamal, like he helped you win an NBA title, man. He is still one of the best. Well, once again, he's probably one of the best 10 guards in the West, which is saying, and I mean, even if he's like the 11th best guard in the Western Conference, you should look at some of the players in the West, man. There's the best players in this league, man, play in this conference. And it's stupid. So you either sign Jamal to you give Jamal the money he's earned, or you say, because if you say, Jamal, play it out, we'll see what happens at the end of the year, I think that's just the Nuggets saying, Jamal, let's just end it after this year. I think, you know what I mean? Like, you either give him a contract or you say at the end of this year, we're probably going to part ways. There's no way that's going to happen, man.
I hope Calvin Booth is in my thought process.
They're going to pay that man.
Prove it, baby. And if you want to pay him, and again, if he becomes an all-star next year, cross that bridge when it comes to you. Broncos pay Pat Surtain, highest paid cornerback in the history of the National Football League. They also name him a team captain. Something hasn't happened since 1967 with Floyd Little. We'll tell you the rest of the captains. Get Berto's thoughts on who Sean Payton has leading his team this year. Mark Bertinoli alongside myself, Alex Ryanemi. It's Altitude 92.5.
It was really cool. It's not every day to get that news, but obviously, as a room, we've been working hard, and putting a lot of good things on film, putting a lot of good things, on the practice field, and so to get that news is definitely a great thing, and so I'm super excited, and ready to get back to work again and go back to it and start again.
Not since 1967 had the Broncos had a rookie captain, but that was the voice of starting quarterback Bo Nix, the last rookie to wear a C for the Broncos. Floyd Little, the Hall of Famer, back in 67. Bo Nix will have that honor for the offense this year. Wide receiver Cortland Sutton also getting a captaincy nod. Guard Quinn Miners, who extended this offseason, is your other offensive captain. Your defensive captains, cornerback Pat Surtain, fresh off of the biggest cornerback contract in NFL history. Inside linebacker Alex Singleton, who's been in the top 5 in tackles league-wide for the last 3 seasons straight. And then kicker Will Lutz.
Will Lutz, go get it.
Is your special teams captain for the Broncos as chosen by the teammates. Head
How
coach
often
Sean
is
Payton
Will
announced.
Lutz using that C, bro? How much? Is he?
Oh, I mean, come on.
You know what I mean?
I don't think captaincies are the same in the NFL as they are
they're a joke
in the National
NFL,
Hockey
man.
League, right?
There's 6 of these dudes,
there's
bro.
a billion of them. You get 3 on the offense, 3 on the defense, and then 1 as special teams.
Yeah,
correct?
no, I don't really care.
No, it's a lot.
Right, and if the Broncos are going to name a quarterback a captain, shouldn't they name the most talented quarterback on the team captain instead of Bo? How come Zach Wilson isn't a captain, brother? But seriously.
He's not going to take a snap this season.
But yes, he is.
Come
yes,
on.
Yes, he absolutely will.
That's
yes,
the
he
hope
will.
is that he will not take a single snap this year.
Yes, he absolutely will. My man Sanford yesterday on this very program suggested that Zach Wilson is going to be the starting quarterback of the San Francisco 49ers next year once they move on from Brock Purdy
honestly,
instead of paying him.
I think that is very plausible. Because how are they going to pay a quarterback next year? They can't.
Mm-hmm.
They're not going to be able to pay a guy next year.
No, not because they just paid Trent. They just paid Ayuk, and they've already paid Christian, and they paid Debo. Yeah.
Debo, Ayuk,
Kittle's
McCaffrey,
on a contract.
Kittle's the top 3 paid tight end in the league. Trent Williams is a top 3 paid.
He just got paid, right? He got
tackle
guaranteed money. Yeah.
How are they have the highest paid fullback for what that's worth.
And the crazy thing is that the prediction is let me ask you 2 things. One, I saw it looks like if they're going to pay Brock Purdy like one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL once next offseason comes around, they're going to have to pay Brock Purdy $300 million. They have to hand him a $300 million contract. And so does San Francisco want to say, well, we can find another quarterback somewhere, or do they want to spend that kind of money on a Brock Purdy?
I mean, you still have to stay under the cap, and I don't think you would be able to stay under the cap.
No, that's
the reason why they can hold on.
Or they'll have to restructure everybody's contract.
Everyone.
And just make it signing bonuses left and right. Kind of like Draisaitl. Draisaitl's contract is nothing but signing bonuses. His AAV is like $14 million, but his money is like, here you go, you get $15 million at the start of the season, and then you make $1 million the rest of the season.
It's what Austin Matthews did in Toronto, and everything in the NHL matters based off of average annual value.
And so
right?
do captains. Captains matter more in the NHL than they do in the NFL.
They certainly do.
Because they play a purpose in the flow of the game. Like you could, if you're the only one who can holler at the officials in the NHL is if you got a C on your chest or an A. Otherwise, they don't want to hear it. They don't want to hear it from you, man. They have no time unless you got a C on your chest. So they actually have a reason to be in the game. There's a reason to hand out that C, man. And there's a tradition about it that just seems a little bit greater than either the NBA or the NHL or NFL when it comes to captaincy.
Moj was a little uneasy about giving it to Nix so early, and then I saw the text messages blow up about how, whoa, the Avs did it with Landeskog. They didn't. They didn't technically do it with Landeskog. Gabe was the youngest captain in NHL history.
And he was a captain before that. He was a captain of his junior team, right?
Captain of his junior team for 2 years in Kitchener with the Rangers.
Did he captain the junior national team too or something?
Guarantee he wore a letter for Sweden.
Yeah.
Guarantee it. I don't know off the top of my head, but there's no way that he didn't in the U18 championships or even in the World Juniors.
Like when it comes to captaincy in football, are you going to listen are you listening harder in the huddle rebuttal for Bo Nix's call because he's a captain?
Well,
Whether
no,
if he
you're listening to
wasn't?
Bo. He's the starter. He's the guy.
Yeah, like I don't. Yeah.
I don't think it, and again, I don't think it matters all that much, but then, people were kind of losing it. Well, if it's okay for the Avs to do it, it should be okay for the Broncos to do it. Again, if you're looking just straight at rookies, the Avs did not give Landeskog a captaincy when he was a rookie. His rookie season, the captain was Milan Hajduk, and he played the full year, and then the next offseason in September, I think a week from today, is when the Avs announced Landeskog as the youngest captain in NHL history. He then, I believe, was eclipsed by Connor McDavid shortly after that.
Because they handed me by a couple of months or whatever, younger.
But when you know. And Landeskog, I feel as though there's a lot of similarities between the way that Landeskog as a young player carried himself and was far younger than Nix was. Because Nix is pushing 26 years old, right?
Yeah. And Gabe was 18.
Gabe was 19 when he was named captain. But I do see a lot of similarities about how both guys carry themselves as the face of their franchise.
Yeah, but Gabe is a natural leader. I don't know. I don't know enough about Bo or have heard enough about Bo because you know what I mean? Gabe is one of those dudes that you meet and then 5 minutes later you're like, I will run through hell for you, man. Because you know
how
what
many
I mean?
dudes? I know it wasn't long-term success. How many dudes walk in as a true college freshman, start for Auburn, and beat Alabama? Right? Am I correct that they beat them in 2019, or they gave them a run for their money?
Yeah, I have no
not
idea.
Not many dudes walk in as a true freshman and start for Auburn. And he did. And then it, unfortunately kind of went by the wayside. And then he walked into Oregon. He had good seasons. He was fine as a Duck.
Do you think this is? I mean, Sean Payton's going to talk here in just a couple of hours, and he's going to be asked about this. But do you think this was a team vote, or did they just?
It says it's a team vote.
Okay.
It says it's a team vote.
Okay. So, and
everything that we've been told, and everything that we see is that he does it the right way. He is he's a gym rat. He's a football nerd. That was the biggest thing that we heard from Sean Payton in the draft experience was, when you looked in his backpack, it was all stuff about being a quarterback. And it was, he was quick on the board, and he's been able to learn multiple offenses in college, and he's seen more snaps than any quarterback in the history of the NCAA game. He's ready to do this. And I felt like, again, I know Landeskog was far younger at the time. I had the same feeling around Gabe when they drafted him. Was he a guy that was going to put up 100 points? No. But he was going to be a relative point per game player, and he was going to carry himself the way that you would want a captain to do so. Put his body on the line. That's what he became before this injury the last 2 seasons, is he was someone that was going to do whatever it took to lead that team to a victory. And I do feel, I know it's early, we haven't seen him play a single snap in a regular season game, but the feeling I get, for what it's worth, is the same from Bo.
I just don't think a C in the NFL amplifies your voice in the locker room any more than it would be. People aren't going to listen to Cortland Sutton.
They did
more
beat
or
Alabama.
less. Did they? Did they win?
How many true freshmen start for Auburn, walk into Alabama, and beat them in the Iron Bowl?
I don't know, but he also bailed out of that city. I mean, he bailed out of that school too, and was
3
like,
years.
"I'm
He
out,
played there
man."
for 3 years, dude.
I know. He lost
Come
Springer
on.
a lot of money. Springer kept putting money on Auburn. It was not a good idea. It's the only reason he doesn't like Bo Nix as the quarterback, because he cost him all that money. But I don't think a C, and nobody's going to listen more or less to Cortland Sutton because he's got a C on his chest. The captaincy, it feels, I guess it means nothing to me. I don't care whether or not you're a captain in the NFL or not. It doesn't matter. I mean, if Sean Payton wanted to pick 6 new captains every game, fine. If he wants to keep these dudes all year, fine. I don't know. I feel like a captaincy in the NHL actually has something to do with wins and losses, and that's not the same in the NFL, where I don't think it's going to mean that you win one more game because Bo's the captain or lose any more games because Bo isn't the captain.
I like it. If you're going to have the guy be your starter week 1 and be the first quarterback in Broncos history to be a week 1 rookie starter in his draft year, you might as well go all in.
I guess.
Print the posters,
he already,
paint him on the side of the building.
He's got a bunch of, he's got a lot of weight on his shoulders, because if this doesn't work out, it's not just bad for him, it's bad for everybody. If it doesn't work out, Bo's out of the league. Sean Payton's on thin ice. George Payton's probably fired. The fan base is still upset because it's going to be 8 years since the last time they made the playoffs. So if it doesn't work out, I mean, everything's going to go wrong. So I guess, yeah, just keep piling more and more responsibilities on this rookie quarterback and see what happens.
A big weekend, obviously, for Knicks and the Broncos. Week 1, 2:05 p.m. on Sunday at Seattle. 7.5-point dogs. Not the only road dogs this week on the gridiron. Colorado will see Nebraska. Nighttime game in the Corn. 6-point road underdogs. We'll talk about Matt Rule, Deion Sanders on the other side.
Well,
what should we expect?
First of all, I have a ton of respect for Matt Rule. He's in, I call it our class, with Coach Dillingham and several others. So I feel like we're a fraternity. So I root for that class of head coaches that came in that year. He was a professional, did a phenomenal job, maybe not the job that he aspired to do, but he has a ton of experience, and I love what he's accomplished in his college coaching career. So I look for them to be physically tough and imposing, try to run the football. They have a freshman quarterback that had a pretty good day last week, but we got to do what we do. We got to go in there and do what we're capable of doing. And I think we showed the glimpses of that in the second half of our first game against a formidable opponent.
Deion Sanders trying a different approach. Praise.
Yeah.
About his opposing coach this weekend, Matt Rhule of the Nebraska Cornhuskers. I flip-flopped the lines before we went to break. CU is the 7.5-point dog this weekend. Denver is the 6-point dog on Sunday against Seattle. So those are your lines as they stand right now. I use ESPN Bet. I don't know what you guys use, but that's what it stands for. Or as this morning, 7.5-point, paying out at -115 for the Buffs. 5:30 p.m. kickoff against Nebraska. Nebraska looked good week one. Yeah, does UTEP suck? Sure, they do. But Raiola looked every piece as advertised. It's not that Shedeur and Travis and Jimmy Horn didn't look as advertised. The offense did. At least the passing offense did. It was just unfortunate that all of the offseason expectations of how the lines were going to change, how the trenches were going to change for CU, going up against an opponent that, sure, it bites off more than it can chew a lot of times in North Dakota State. You wish it would have been a little bit more dominant, and they didn't run the ball whatsoever. And I worry that if they don't run the football against Nebraska, they're not going to be able to against anyone else. And that's the recipe for CU to win, 4 games again this year. If they start running the football and they can start dominating the lines, or at least being competent in the trenches, that's where CU gets dangerous. That's where you can look at Joel Klatt being like, oh yeah, they can win 8 or 9 games, but they got to run the ball.
I am scared about this game only because the Bisons, they hit Shedeur. They got to Shedeur. And now you're dealing with Nebraska? And I mean, scoring's not going to be the Buffs' problem, right? The problem was they made the Bisons look like one of the best offensive teams in college football, the way they would march down the field, especially there in that first half. The Corn, man, I don't know. I think this is going to be a close game. I think it's going to be like that. The first CU game was absolutely a ball to watch, but Deion wasn't happy the way it played out. And I think, listen, you won the game, so you can use it as a teaching forum for Shedeur not to start launching passes when you can run out the clock late in games.
I don't think that was a Shedeur decision.
Bro, I think it was. I think Shedeur. I think
dude had already thrown for north of 400 yards and 4 touchdowns.
Yeah, but I think he still switched to a pass there in the fourth quarter there when you were just like, just kill this clock, man, just kill it. And he's like, no, watch me go 45 yards. I'm launching this bad boy. I'm taking this thing down, right? Because there's no way. There's no way they called that. There's no way they called that play. There's no way they called that play. There's no way they called a pass at that position.
You sure about that?
I don't know.
The post-game presser, right? Like Deion, I loved Deion, his post-game presser, where he was pissed off. He was like, that should not have been as close as it was. And maybe we're having a completely different conversation. Like, had the interception not happened, like that miraculous interception that hit a guy's foot and that gets picked off in the end zone. If that doesn't happen and CU scores, are we talking about this week differently? Because then you cover against NDSU, a team that you knew was going to give you a shot, but you would have covered.
Nah, Deion would still be upset with how that game played out, 1 touchdown or not.
Right.
And we'd still be upset about how they handled the late game situations too.
See, he was upset. And you think it was a Shedeur decision. And I don't know if it was because
Like Deion Shurmur didn't call that play.
I don't
Deion
know,
didn't
man.
call that play, man.
One of the things that Deion said at the end of that game was there were 31 NFL scouts in the stands, and they saw what they came to see. Is it too far of a stretch for me to say that Deion and that coaching staff may have gone out of their way in a situation that they thought the game was likely over regardless, where it's, hey, Shedor's got 400 yards. Let's go get him 5. Shedor's got 4 touchdowns. Should have already had 5.
Right.
Because
If he would have
crazy
completed that
interception.
pass, he would have been over 500
There
yards.
you go. So is it too much
Exactly
of a stress
what
or a stretch for me after hearing what Deion said after that game going, they saw what they came to see? Is it too much of a stretch to go, yeah, the offensive coordinator and the head coach wanted to show off their 2 guns?
Right, but then that's what that's what you have to do. You have to use your best weapons, and Shedeur and Travis are your best weapons. Let them do what they do. So I get what you're saying, that maybe the coaching staff is trying to put Shedeur in the best position possible to make him look good in front of these scouts. But I think it's more likely you put Shedeur and Travis in the best position possible so you can win some damn games. You know what I mean? It's not just about showing out for scouts. Because if you win, I mean, if the Buffs don't win another game this season, Shedeur's still going to be a top 10 NFL draft pick. If the Buffs just can't get it done the rest of the way, Shedeur and Travis are still going to be first-round draft picks. It doesn't change anything, but winning might take you from the number 7 pick in the draft to the number 2 pick in the draft to the number 1 pick in the draft, and all of a sudden you've got 2 Buffs in the top 5. Shedeur goes number 2. And then Travis goes number 5, something like that. So I don't think it's like a dad putting his son in a position to look good in front of NFL scouts. I think he's just a coach putting his best player in a position to put up points and win games.
And I see the newspaper article from 3 days ago saying that Deion went after Shedeur, that Shedeur did call and check into that pass play because
did he check into it?
Saw single coverage, and maybe
Listen,
that
I would check into a pass all the time too, man. If I had Shedeur's skills, that's all I'd do.
Right, but again, I still think that I would put that on the coaching staff of like giving. I know the guy's going to be likely the first quarterback taken in next year's draft. Maybe the second one if Georgia does what they're supposed to do.
Yeah.
With
Although,
Carson Beck.
in that first week, do you think Beck looked any better than
No.
Shedeur?
Shedeur looked like the best quarterback in the country last week. He looked like the best quarterback in the country.
Yeah.
And I would still put it on the coaching staff of like, in that situation, maybe your quarterback shouldn't have the ability to check into something. It's like, you do this. We run the football, you've been fine.
I'm of this opinion. I feel like the best teams professionally have owners that allow their GM and coach more latitude. You know, the more you, as an owner, the more you empower your coach and your GM and your team, the better you are as a team. And I think that works from the top down as well. If you're a coaching staff, the more you can empower your players and the more you can stop micromanaging your players, the better your team is. And so I feel like even if he's going to make mistakes, you give Shedeur that freedom to make those kind of decisions, because at the end of the day, it makes him a better player and you a better team. Because Shedeur Sanders is never going to do that again in his NFL career, in his college career, and never again while playing quarterback is he going to do something like that. Because I feel like failure is the best teacher. And the best thing for CU is that you didn't fail, but you came close enough.
You came 4 yards from failing. You came 4 yards from failing.
And so that's never going to happen again. Shedeur is never going to let that happen again. So I kind of like the idea of you empower your players and let them make decisions, even if those decisions become mistakes and lead to losses. I feel like that's a better growth industry than just, telling him exactly what to do and when to do it and not why to do it. Just like shut up and do what I say instead of here's why you need to do what I say.
If you could wave a wand this weekend and give one of the 2 teams a win, the Broncos, 6-point dogs,
Buffs,
or the Buffs.
Buffs. I don't give a damn about the all I want is Bo Nix to look good. Like, I'd love a win, but all I want is Bo Nix to look good and the Broncos to look competent. I don't need a win in Seattle because I'm not expecting the Denver Broncos to roll on out and win the Super Bowl this season. What I'm
So
expecting,
hold on, but you're expecting something from CU?
yeah, I want to win. I want to win. It's Nebraska, bro. This is Nebraska. The Cornhuskers suck. That state sucks. They can all kick rocks. I need a win from the Buffs this weekend,
I get
man.
what you want. You used the word expect, and that is starkly different.
You don't.
You're expecting a team that in the last 30 some odd years going into Nebraska has won single-digit games.
Yeah.
I know. I get it. It's a 4-letter word this week, corn. I understand it.
But are you
can't
telling me
expect
you'd rather
7.5 point dogs?
You ready to have the Broncos win this weekend?
No,
than the
I would
Buffs?
rather have the Buffs win a game
Because
this
if you're the
weekend.
Buffs, if you beat the Corn, you're 2-0, and you know what? I'd almost guarantee you a bowl spot at that point if you end up beating the Corn, because then you get a win over CSU. And after the way they looked against Texas, you think you can do that. And all of a sudden, you're 3-0.
I find it more likely that the Broncos win a game this weekend in Seattle with a rookie quarterback than CU marching into Nebraska and beating the Huskers.
Yeah, dream big though, man. Get that win over the Corn.
I know it's a rookie. I know it's a freshman quarterback. I get that. I know that you beat him last year, but you beat him last year because of horrible quarterback play from the Cornhuskers. I think it's a tough place to play, especially at night, and I worry about the lines. I worry about what the trenches are going to do to you. If they fix that, if they find a way to fix that, and you can protect Shedeur, you can run the football, and you can get to Raiola, it's a completely different conversation than when I look at a 7.5 point line right now. I think it's a much more difficult task for Deion to go in and beat Rule in his home stadium than it will be for Sean Payton to go up against a rookie head coach in Seattle or a young head coach in Seattle and beat him with a rookie quarterback.
Yeah, I prefer a CU win though, right? Wouldn't you? Because
yes,
for me, this is the weirdest thing. For me, I'm excited about seeing the Denver Broncos this season, but I'd almost prefer the Denver Broncos. I'd almost prefer them not to win 9 games this season, or you know what, or overachieve. I would rather them underachieve. And this is a stupid fan way to think about sports. But I want to load up the Broncos with more talent. And what that means to me is that I need another top 5 NFL draft pick next season.
But the whole you got to top 5. I get. I'm the guy who I love high draft picks. I love draft capital. I'm that dude. It's the reason why, like, there's someone on Twitch who thinks I'm a huge Bo Nix hater, and I'm not. That, like, I hated the fact that they took a quarterback, and that's the farthest thing from the truth. All I said was, like, I really would have rather the Broncos had traded down and take the chance that Nix was still going to be there in the late teens, get him there, and then maybe get some more draft picks.
Mm-hmm.
And as a result, people have taken that, down the field and said, like, I hate Bo Nix, and I think it was the dumbest draft pick ever. And I've literally never said that. I'm draft pick guy. I am draft capital guy. But if you're picking top 5 next year, something has happened that has been catastrophic. And it's either an injury to Bo or Bo just clearly can't play in this league.
I don't know. You could get a top 5 pick with what? 6 wins? And then you'd
It's
hit
the Loop.
the over.
This idiot, the Loop digger.
He thinks you hate Bo Nix?
I love you, Loop. I'm sorry. He thinks I hate Bo Nix because I would have traded down and I would have taken the chance.
I would have been, although you know what would have happened.
I'm a risk taker.
Is that the Raiders, instead of taking Brock, would have taken Bo. And then you get Brock Bowers, I guess. But you have no quarterback. You got Stiddy throwing to Brock Bowers this season.
And then you would have been top 5 and you take Shedeur.
You take Shedeur, yes.
There you go.
Yes, but
I
then
would have been okay with
then
that.
I'm pissed
Kick
that
the
you don't
can
got
down-
Travis.
Kick the can down the road for
I
you.
want Patrick Surtain on one side and Travis Hunter on the other.
I'm cool with it.
Let's
sign me up. Where do I sign the page? I'm in.
Well, you got to sign up for 5 losses for the Broncos this season. What's going to happen?
That's Mark Bertinoli. I'm Alex Ryanemi. On the other side, we'll do a little bit of NHL dive. We're just a few weeks away. Like I think we're 8 days away from rookie camp opening up for the Avs. We're a couple weeks away from preseason games. We are a month away for the regular season starting for the Avs. A huge deal was signed by Leon Draisaitl yesterday. He's got the same agent as Mikko Rantanen. I'll tell you how it impacts Rantanen's deal, if at all, on the other side. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. Alex Ryan-Emmy alongside Mark Bertinoli, who's filling in today for Chris Dempsey. We hope to have him back tomorrow. We're live from the Backus and Shanker studios. Serious Lawyers for the Seriously Injured. As always, you guys can watch us on twitch.tv/AltitudeSR on the Safeway Twitch stream. Make sure you guys get in on that. Hang out with our friends in the chat room. Better Sweets, Blinksy, Loop, Peyton, all of our friends in there. Great community on Twitch if you guys are looking for an alternative way to take
Raj
Altitude
has
Sports
got
Radio.
something special for the Twitch viewers during the break.
What do I have? What am I supposed to do?
I don't want to spoil the surprise. I will.
This is news to me.
I don't want to spoil the surprise, but Raj does have. He's got something big in the break for just the Twitch people. Just the Twitch.
This
people.
is news to me, Twitch folks. I'll check in with you in 15 minutes. Big signing in the National Hockey League yesterday was Leon Draisaitl, $14 million average annual value. He's the highest paid player in the National Hockey League. There's been a couple of players that have eclipsed McKinnon's deal from last year at $12.6 million. Highest paid player not in NHL history, but in the league at average annual value at $14 million. He will likely stay on that for another year. Then Connor McDavid's going to come in and blow that up by another $2 million. The situation with Draisaitl was always going to be signed. You always knew it was going to be a lot of money, and now
like Patrick Surtain. You don't argue with those that kind of talent. You just give them the money and say thank you, sir.
Right, you give them the money. It's what the Avs did with McKinnon when his contract came due. It's what the Avs did with Makar when
you just pay him.
You just pay
the
those
best
guys.
players in the game. You got to pay them.
Edmonton will do that with McDavid, and the Avs will do that with Mikko Rantanen. And everyone's looking at this Draisaitl deal, and I've heard some rumblings of $14 million for a winger. How could you do that?
Well, let me ask you this, Rush. On how many teams today would Leon Draisaitl be the best player on that team if he went to him? Half the teams in the league?
No, I would.
10?
I was going to say 28 of them.
So yeah, it's
28 of the teams in the league.
Oilers
Leon Draisaitl's the best player.
Weirdest position ever, where their second best player could be the best player on more than half the teams in the league.
Yeah, he's amazing. He's a former MVP. He's a former Art Ross winner for most points in the league. He's a 1.18 point per game player. He's one of the greatest postseason performers in terms of points per game in National Hockey League history. He's worth $14 million.
But he plays with Connor McDavid. So,
and that's the knock. And I've heard a lot of Avs fans be like, "Yeah, well, if you played with Connor McDavid, you're going to put up those points." But guess who Mikko plays with?
Right, if Mikko played on McDavid's line, it'd probably be similar numbers, right?
It'd be similar numbers to what Mikko already puts up now.
Yeah.
So I've heard some nervous fans being like, "Oh, is he going to make more money than Nate?" No, I think you have that safety valve in place of the Avs will not make Rantanen the highest paid player on the app. So I think 12 is your cap for what Mikko is.
Is that what you would pay Mikko? $12 million a year?
I'd pay him 11 to 12. And again, I think I used it right before we got off for break last segment in terms of getting me Travis Hunter on the Broncos next year. Where do I sign? I sign him at $11 or $12 million and I do it tomorrow. And he's worth that. I think he's criminally undervalued in Denver by a subset of the fan base and a subset of the media.
Well, when you have a McKinnon and Makar on your team, they are laser beams, man. They're nuclear explosions. They are talent bombs going off in the arena. So it's hard to focus on the Moose, who's just grinding away and getting you. Although he does have those stretches where you're just like, bro, did Mikko just put up 12 points in 4 games?
Right.
What the hell is going on, man? So I get where a lot of people tend to focus on McKinnon and Makar because they're so spectacular at what they do, and there's some other members of the Avs that maybe don't get that kind of publicity because they're a little bit under the radar. But yeah, no, man. See, it's not my money. Pay Mikko as much as you want. Pay Mikko as much as you want. It ain't my cash. But you're right. I think about between 10 and 12 is probably a good number, right?
I think 10's low. I think 11 is a little low too.
Oh, really?
I think it's 11 or 12. That is my call for him. I'd be fine with either one of those. It's not going to touch 14 like Draisaitl. Mikko's only put up 100 points in 2 seasons in his career.
8 years, $95 million for Mikko, something like that.
What does that come out to?
Man, I ain't doing that math. Are you kidding me?
I think the math is 8 years, $88 million, right? 11? There you go.
Okay. So, yeah, right around in there, right? Anywhere between 88 and 90 over the next 8 years. Mikko can retire as an Av. We can all be happy.
I'm fine with that because 50 goals don't grow on trees. 100-point seasons don't grow on trees. But there is a difference between Mikko and Draisaitl. And I hope that Mikko's camp, again, the same agent that Draisaitl has, I hope that Mikko's camp understands that.
No, I'm sure they
You are not, while I think he is criminally underrated in Denver by a subset of the fan base and the media, Mikko, he is not Leon Draisaitl.
No.
If you
Leon
came to me for a
Draisaitl's
trade
one of
for
the,
Leon, I would
10
do
best
it.
players in the NHL?
I would trade Leon for Mikko Rantanen in a heartbeat. Leon Draisaitl is a better player. He is more physical. He kills penalties. He's better defensively. He is just as good of a goal scorer and arguably he's a better passer than Mikko Rantanen is.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not me saying that I think Mikko's a bad hockey player. I want that guy in an Avs sweater until he decides to stop playing hockey. Like he is, Rantanen will go down as one of the 3 greatest Finnish-born players ever to lace up skates behind Teemu Selanne and Jari Kurri.
How old is Mikko? What's Mikko get? Because Leon was 20. He's 20. Draisaitl's 28 when he signed this deal.
Mikko turns 28 in like 2 months.
Oh, so they're basically the exact same age. Yeah. And he's making $9.5 million now per season, or he's going to make $9.5 million next season is what they're paying him. And then he's gonna, man, I don't know. I think he might ask for a $4 million raise or $5 million raise per year, and that would put him at about $14 million.
And I think if you're the Avs, you go, you're not making more than Nate, man. You can't do it. And also, you are not Leon Draisaitl.
Would an NHL team pay Mikko let's put it at 8 years, $100 million? 8 years, $100 million. Would a team do that for Rantanen? For those kind of numbers?
12 and a half? Yeah, I think a team would certainly do that. Again, because it's hard to find guys that put up 100 points. I always look at the Carolina Hurricanes and I go like, that's a really good hockey team, but they don't have the guy.
Mm-hmm.
Mikko would be the guy on a team like Carolina. Yeah, there's a team that would pay him 12 and a half.
Yeah, you're right. You're right. So a team like that would probably be like, yeah, Mikko, come on down. We're going to give you $13 million a year to be one of the faces of this franchise. Just make him an Av for life.
I don't think he's going anywhere, but I do hope that his camp looks at Draisaitl and doesn't go, well, I want what Leon got, because they're not the same player. They're not the same dude.
Right, but that's not, your agent doesn't care about that. He's going to ask for the moon. Matter of fact, I bet his agent asked for $15 million a year or something.
And he wouldn't be worth it. He would not, I'm sorry, Mikko Rantanen would not be worth $14 million. He's worth 12.
So you're saying Mikko's only worth a little bit more than what he's making right now? Because he's making $9.5 right now.
Yeah, he's worth a $2.5 million pay raise. That's it, man. That's what you're worth. You're going to tell me that you're worth more money against the cap?
No, I'm not going to say that. But once again, it's not my money. Pay him whatever the hell you want to pay him, man.
They'll come to an agreement. Like that thing will get done between 11 and 12, maybe 12-5 at the high point. But you also have to look down the pike, going, Cale Makar comes up pretty damn soon.
You're going to have to see, because Cale is a $14 million. Cale is more than a $14 million a year player, right? Who's the highest paid defenseman in the NHL right now?
It's got to be Erik Karlsson still.
Dog, I forgot about that deal. They signed that deal like 3 years ago, and it's still that's a massive deal. You're right. Let's see
in
what
terms
Erik
of cap hit.
Yeah,
$11.5 million. Erik Karlsson,
man,
followed by Drew Doughty at 11 and Rasmus Dahlin, the young defenseman, former number 1 pick in Buffalo.
We all think Cale's better than all those dudes. So you're gonna have to pay Cale more than $12 million a year once he's up, right? Because we're not even talking about now. We're talking about in the future when these contracts are going to go up anyway. Man, yeah, Cale's going to get paid.
Yeah, Cale's going to get paid. The Avs are going to have to make sure that you keep him, because that's a dude that, much like Pat Surtain, what do you want?
Right.
We'll sign it.
Right.
Mikko's.
You don't let those players go anywhere.
And I don't think Mikko's that guy. I think he's in the same relative orbit, but he's not a player that I go, name your price. He's a player that I go, name your price. And then I come back and I go 12.5. How's that sound? 12. How's that sound?
Yeah.
And he signs the deal or he doesn't. I firmly believe he will be here on an 8-year deal, and you'll lock up this unit. You'll have to find the money. Drew N comes in this year at $2.5 million, but he's a free agent after this season. You will have clarity on Nichushkin and Landeskog this year, so maybe you can find, Gabe is a $7 million player. If he can't play ever again, those $7 million, A portion of that goes to Miko, and a portion of that goes to Kale. If both of those guys play, Nichushkin and Landeskog, then you have some serious decisions to make. And you would have to make trades.
I get it, not paying a winger like you would pay a center or a first pair defenseman. And for the Avalanche, they don't. I mean, sooner or later they're going to find a goaltender, and they're going to have to pay him too.
I think
like
they found
Nabokov,
a goaltender,
you think
man.
It's Nabokov?
I think they found him.
See,
They'll sign him to a 3-year entry-level deal.
And then here in 3 years, he's going to be so good they're going to have to pay him as the best. What's the highest paid goaltender in the NHL right now?
Highest paid goaltender off the top of my head is probably Andrei Vasilevsky. That's my guess.
Yeah.
I don't have it in front of me right now.
He's not making $14 million a year, is he? Let's see. I can tell you right now who that is.
Vazzy's 9.5. He's third. Sergei Bobrovsky makes $10 million at number 2. He's technically the highest paid active goaltender in the league because Carey Price is still making 10.5. But Carey Price is doing what the Avs, like, God forbid Gabe can't play again. The Carey Price situation in Montreal is what the Avs will do with Gabe.
Right. So Montreal gets relief from Carey's cap hit.
You just pay him his money, but you get the money back on the cap, and that's all that matters.
Yeah.
Right? Because, billionaires are paying or footing the bill there.
Well, starting this season, it's this season, right, that Nathan McKinnon becomes the highest paid player in the NHL. McKinnon's contract kicks in at 20 or whatever it is, right? I think, hold on, I got Spotrac right here.
$12.6 million.
So is Mac going to be no, it's still going to be Austin Matthews, my bad.
Because Matthews signed his deal this offseason at 13.
So McKinnon's going to be the second highest paid player in the NHL behind Austin and right ahead of Connor. Although by he's making $100,000 more than Connor. I wonder if he was like, I want to make $100,000 more than McDavid. Or if that's just how the contract
That's what it
worked
was.
out.
It was just make me the highest player or highest paid player, and they gave him the money.
Man, Austin Matthews making almost $1 million more than Connor McDavid, Nathan McKinnon, Arturi Panarin.
I mean, the dude scored 69 goals.
I get it.
What do you want?
I get it. What'd Toronto do in the playoffs?
Yeah, they got bounced because they're too top heavy.
That's what I mean, man. Go ahead and see. You know what? The Avs have plenty of bottom 6 players. Go ahead and send us Austin Matthews. We'll send you like 4 depth dudes, man. We'll send you 4 or 5 depth guys, man. Can the Avs? Man, you can't even. That cap hit is got to be something ridiculous. It's over a $13 million cap hit this year for Austin Matthews. You certainly can't fit that under the Avs, Ross. You can't do that.
Certainly
man.
not.
Yeah. But hey, your boy Sidney Crosby, right? What's Sidney making? Can you fit him under the
8.7? Because Sidney Crosby's a freak. I saw a tweet the other day of Austin Matthews tweet or says to his GM, "Make me the highest paid player in the game." Leon Draisaitl says to his GM, "Make me the highest paid player in the game." Sidney Crosby says, "If you don't pay me $8.777 million per year, everyone in the room dies." He's a psychopath. I'd take Sidney Crosby in a heartbeat. It's not going to happen, but I would. It's a pipe dream.
Now he's going to retire as a Penguin.
Berto filling in for Dempsey. Raj hanging out with you guys up until noon. On the other side, KJ brings us through the biggest stories in the National Football League. We are a day away from NFL football opening them up tomorrow night. If you guys want to take us wherever you go, please do so on the Altitude Sports Radio mobile app. It's powered by the Wilhite Law Firm. Their injury lawyers, you can go to wilhitewins.com. That is wilhitewins.com.
Dempsey and Company present KJ's NFL Notes.
Why are you smiling? Because I love football. Football's fun. Fun, sir. Fun, sir. It's fun.
Brought to you by Mountain High Appliance. Locally owned and operated since 1993. Colorado's most complete appliance store.
Every day here on Dempsey and Company, you go through the biggest stories around the National Football League with KJ's NFL Notes. Alex Ryanemi alongside Mark Bertinoli, who's filling in for Chris Dempsey today, taking you guys up until noon when we'll hand things off to PhD. But first, KJ, your number one story.
Tom Brady was on the herd with Colin Cowherd yesterday, and he got into a conversation with Colin regarding what makes a young quarterback successful in his eyes.
So much of it to me is the coach giving the quarterback, because he's going to see it every day in practice, the coach and the players. Are they giving the quarterback the freedom to make the plays and the decisions that he needs to make to get the team to win? Because a lot of these guys can throw the ball. A lot of them can move in the pocket. Now, watching Caleb do it, he's exceptional at it.
Right.
But to me, it's a deeper level than that. When you're looking at starting quarterbacks in the NFL, everybody should be able to throw the ball well. Everybody should be able to drop back and make accurate throws. It's what can you do when you're on the road in front of 70,000 people, and every single player in the offensive huddle is looking you in your eyes going, does this guy have the confidence in himself to bring us back when we're losing in the fourth quarter? And I think that's the mark of what I see in quarterbacks. When I watch them, I want to say, okay, does this guy have the maturity? Does he have the poise? Does he have the composure to be at his best when his team needs him the most?
If you're the Broncos, how do you go about ensuring that Bo Nix feels as comfortable as possible being able to lead the troops while also trying to balance maximizing what Sean Payton wants him to do within the offense?
Start Zach Wilson?
What are you on about? This is the second time you've said that today,
man.
Hold on. That's the second time you've said that. I thought the first time you were just kind of being a nudge.
No, that's all
now
I
it
want.
feels like it's something you want.
No, it's what I want, but I always want chaos. So I don't, you know what I mean? Like I'm not looking like I'm not
you
here
do
to help
have the look of someone who would like chaos.
I'm not here to help the Broncos out in any way. I want an insanely crazy season. But do you think, listen, when we come to confidence, are you going to tell me that any one of those 6 guys that got picked in the first 12 picks of this NFL draft lacks confidence? Like, you think Jaden or Caleb or Penix or even JJ, who's out for the season, lacks... Like, I mean, I'm assuming Bo Nix has all the confidence in the world. Like, Bo Nix doesn't present himself with a bunch of swag, you know what I mean? Like, he's kind of a boring guy.
He's got enough swag for me. He doesn't have like the outward swag levels that I think Drew Lock was trying to portray. He's got enough swag for me to be like, oh yeah, he thinks he's the man.
Yeah, he thinks he's confident in himself, and he seems confident in himself, and that's really, I mean, I guess fake it till you make it, you know what I mean? Like, act confident, and then when you start winning, then you can back that confidence up with, actual facts.
But what Tom's getting at there is it's more on the coaching staff to provide an environment for improvement. And I think that Nix has the best environment in terms of coaching staff and vision out of any of these quarterbacks. Does he have the best stable of receivers and talent? Probably not. Like, that goes to Chicago because they have surrounded Caleb Williams with a bunch of wide receivers and a really solid tight end. Like, I like the offense in Chicago, but I like the stability of Sean Payton more than any other of those spots for a rookie quarterback. Without a doubt, I do. Maybe Penix having the ability to play behind Kirk Cousins for a year and just like and do that. Do the sit behind Alex Smith, Patrick Mahomes. You go do that, and we'll take you when we need you. Maybe that's a comparable situation, but everything that we've seen from Sean to Bo is we're tailoring this for him. He's my guy. Like, he's the perfect player that I wanted in the draft room. But it doesn't seem like they're trying to pound a square peg into a round hole here. It just seems like a fit. And I like that.
It feels to me that if we're just talking about the success of the franchise moving forward, it's much more important for Chicago to figure out their quarterback position than Denver. Broncos, the Broncos Broncos have two of the best quarterbacks to ever do it in this city, and maybe Bo will be the third. Chicago's never had a quarterback. You know what I mean? They don't know what the hell. They wouldn't know what to do with a Peyton Manning or John Elway. That's how bad Chicago. They have to be like Jim McMahon. Woo! Like, no, the punky QB. That's the best thing that you.
They had a couple of punky QBs. Jay Cutler.
You gonna tell me that's
Rex Grossman felt punky?
Because if it doesn't work out for the Broncos, then you know what? They're gonna have another high draft pick next year or the year after that. If it doesn't work out for Chicago, damn, that's just what they've been doing for 75 years now. Is not finding a quarterback.
He has to put up. I was listening to Kreckman and Spring talk about this yesterday afternoon on my way home, which is funny. I end like a nice date,
and
afternoon.
then you drive home listening to your romantic beer spa goes straight into listen to Kreckman talk Broncos.
Do you know what it was prefaced by? It was prefaced by you.
Oh, really?
Where you're driving in, listening to Berto and Coach. Like, hey, this got you for the a date night couples massage at the beer spa. This got you in the mood. And we turned on, some music. So I clearly did not hit that on the head. They were talking about QBR and where Nix has to be.
500 yards and 5 touchdowns in the first game, or Zach Wilson starts game 2. Matter of fact, I'll go 450. I'll cut him a break. Matter of fact, he can. You know what? Never mind. I want 445 and 4 touchdowns.
This guy.
1 interception. If you don't match what Shedeur did last week, I don't want to hear from you.
Are you telling me that Seattle is North Dakota State?
No. North Dakota State's better than the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, come on.
No, listen, man. You know what I'm saying? I want 450 yards and 4 touchdown passes. Or if not, then I'm moving on. Because I got no chill. I don't care.
You don't. You just want to stick your finger in a light socket and see what happens. You live life on the edge. I love that.
You better look like Joe Montana against the Seahawks, brother.
Last rookie quarterbacks to have a QBR over 100. Dak in 2016 when Dallas made the playoffs. Robert Griffin III in 2012 in his, was that Rookie of the Year campaign in 2012 for RG3?
Yeah.
CJ Stroud last year just north of 100 in a playoff.
Both CJ Stroud and RG3 had 2 of the top 5 rookie quarterback seasons of all time.
Those guys made the playoffs. Seattle made the playoffs in Russ's rookie year with a 100 quarterback rating in 2012. Jake Browning was the next closest at 98.4 last year, filling in for the injured Joe Burrow. You would then go down to Justin Herbert, missed the playoffs in 2020 with the LA Chargers, had an amazing season at 4,300 yards, didn't win a bunch of games. He would have to have, for the Broncos to sniff the playoffs this year, he would have to have a better rookie season than Ben Roethlisberger, Dan Marino, CJ Stroud.
Roethlisberger went 11-0 his rookie year and won that first playoff game, and then they lost in the championship game. Woo, if Bo Nix does that, then we have a parade. I don't even care if they crash out of the playoffs, man.
Just what the stats tell you, man.
You get to the AFC Championship game with a rookie quarterback, then the whole thing is a success. Let's go.
Last Bronco to post a season-long quarterback rating north of 100 was Peyton Manning back in 2014. You had Russ last year at 98, Teddy in 2021 at 95. It's been a bunch of crap since that Super Bowl, man. What's next?
You play to win the game.
Listen, we'll get to Justin Jefferson's comments on Jamar Chase in just a minute. But since we're in the ballpark of Jamar Chase and receivers, as you guys well know, at least most of you listeners who listened yesterday, I was a part of the infamous fantasy draft that was spoke about on multiple shows yesterday, and things just did not go as planned. I wanted Jamar Chase, and I did not get Jamar Chase, and here's why. I was slotted to pick 7. We get there. Now it's time for us to do the shuffle, and we scramble it up, and now I am last in the first round. So not only do I miss out on Jamar Chase, I end up having to draft Nico Collins with my first round pick.
You took Nico Collins number 1?
Exactly. So
Man, you're gonna lose.
Dude,
and you're gonna lose.
let me
bad.
tell you something. I am in rough shape. I am in real rough shape. As a matter of fact, let me tell you the team that I'm going up against. I'm just going to just call out some names, just casual names. Dak Prescott, Breece Hall, Alvin Kamara, St. Brown, Ayuk, Neighbors, Tank Dell.
Yeah, you're gonna lose.
Yeah,
man.
it's gonna be a rough week.
How much did you have to put money in to join this league, man? What'd you pay?
So no, I didn't have to put any money.
I was about to say you just paid $50 to lose $50.
Dude, it is by far I am in trouble. I will not be repeating this year. I'm going to go ahead and call my shot.
I'm confused though, since I wasn't here yesterday. What is this like shuffle thing? So you were slotted to pick 7, but then you didn't pick 7. What happened?
No, so when we get there, you do like a shuffle, like who's going to pick what, and then the owner has the ability to arrange what picks we go. And I got the last pick.
Sounds like your friends hate you.
Who went number 1 overall? Justin?
Christian McCaffrey.
Chris, that's a good call.
It was Christian. Yep,
Yeah.
Christian. And then
Yeah, I
right
should
after
have
that,
thought
it
of
was
that.
Justin. So,
Yeah.
All right, keep it going.
Dude,
I feel bad for you. You're gonna suck.
I mean,
Well-
yeah, you're gonna be bad, man. You should have done better.
I should have, but it's okay. I will not be repeating.
Also, Jamar Chase has not signed his deal.
He has not signed.
That's an issue.
Dude,
Like,
there-
They play in
there's a
4
couple-
days.
So there's a couple of big names that have not signed. Hassan Reddick out in New York, right? New York is a huge issue for that Jets defense. That's a top 5 quarterback rusher in the league right now, a top 5 edge guy when he's healthy. The fact that he is not in the fold right now is an issue, and he looks like he's ready. He's already paid north of $2 million in fines, and he's ready to just be like, yeah, I'll sit out games. I don't care. Like Aaron Rodgers can go throw for 5 touchdowns. Just make sure I get mine. Reddick not being in camp and Jamar Chase holding out. That's a huge issue.
Yo, I
for
looked
Joe
at his.
Burrow.
We looked at his contract yesterday. It's not. He's making nothing.
Nothing.
Obviously, it's his rookie deal, right? He's still on his rookie deal or something like that. Like he's making. I think what was the number? He's making basically $20+ million less than the best wide receivers in the NFL, and he is one of those guys.
Yeah, he's a top in my mind. He's a top 3
Wouldn't
wide
you
out
pay?
in the league.
Because listen, I know he's got 2 years on the deal. And which means that you could pay him. It's like it's $18 million over the next 2 years to pay Jamar Chase, and you could make him work. You could make him play those 2 years. You could make. I mean, or he could hold out, which would never happen. But I don't know if I want a cranky Jamar Chase on my team, and I think he's good enough that you just rip that contract up and you hand him a new one, and then it saves you money. Because what if wide receivers are making $30+ million a year now? What the hell are they gonna be making in 2 years? Pay him now, save you some money, man. I mean, who's Joe Burrow gonna throw that ball to? Tear that contract up
T.
and
Higgins?
sign him to a new one. Nah, because T. Higgins is on he got franchised, right? So T's gone after this year, man. You don't franchise a player and then sign him a year later. No. T's going to go play somewhere else after this year. Sign him. Pay that man. Like, I don't understand why Dallas isn't paying Dak. I don't understand why Cincinnati just pays. I get it. You want to be cheap. You're looking at him like, I can get this guy at $9 million per instead of $30 million per. But you got to pay the man what he is worth. Maybe you could talk him into playing this year and then get him a new deal after the season, but just pay him, man. It's gonna cost you less in the long run. Pay him.
If they don't get him in camp, my prediction of Pittsburgh not making the playoffs, I'm not confident about that.
Because you
anymore.
think Cincinnati will fall off?
Yeah.
Wow.
What's he gonna do? What's Burrow gonna do?
Well, I don't know.
It's not like he's
I
got
was
Joe
doing the
Mixon
same
anymore.
thing
He's
about
got Zach
Kansas.
Moss in the
I was
background.
saying about Kansas City last year, too. I was like, man, look at these wide receivers Mahomes has. These bunch of chumps, man. These guys suck. And then he's like, Super Bowl, what's up?
Burrow's amazing. He's not Patrick Mahomes, though.
Oh, yeah.
And they
I would
also don't
agree.
have Travis
Yeah.
Kelce as the tight end there.
Yeah.
Like I like their defense. I've always liked their secondary, particularly their safety play. But find me another stud on offense for that team. Like, again, it used to be Mixon. It ain't that guy anymore. He's gone. Joe Mixon is not in Cincinnati anymore.
Gonna have to pay him, man. Just pay him now. Don't
Mike
wait.
Gesicki's gonna be your guy. You're gonna make Joe Burrow dink and dunk 13 yards and 7 yards to Gesicki.
If you don't want to pay him, then trade him.
They got to get him in the fold. KJ.
You play to win the game.
This segment is sponsored by Mountain High Appliance. We are Colorado's most complete local appliance store with locations in Denver, Louisville, Littleton, Colorado Springs, and Glenwood Springs, offering every major appliance line and brand. MountainHighAppliance.com. There's a lot of trolling going on, and we had to head back to San Francisco. So as we touched on in detail yesterday during NFL Notes, Trent Williams, he got his deal done. Obviously, Ayuk and McCaffrey and everybody else, they've gotten their deals done. And news came out yesterday evening that Deebo Samuels, they shuffled some money around. He was able to take a little bit off top. So they did, for this season, they were able to save $16 million in cap space to be able to get all of the contracts under the cap. Saying all of that to say, Brandon Ayuk went up to the podium yesterday and he admitted to playing absolute mind games with the 49ers.
I think I'm not gonna lie, I made it a little bit more difficult than it needed to at the end. But yeah, it was like that from I'm not gonna say the whole entire time, but for about the past month, I think we were pretty good.
This guy, he cannot be worth the risk that the 49ers are about to take. So you mean to tell me you chose Brandon Ayuk over Brock Purdy? Because it's essentially that's what you're going to be telling yourself.
Because you don't have the money to sign Brock at the end of this year.
You're not going to be able to
unless
have
you
it.
move some of these guys or somebody, and you ain't moving Christian McCaffrey, man. You ain't moving Deebo. Well, Deebo is he the oldest of those players? No, actually, it might be Kittle who's the oldest of those players. But if I'm John Lynch, because at the end, we talked about this yesterday too, at the end of all this nonsense, John Lynch did a press conference where he seemed exhausted, where it seemed like he was just fed up with the sport, with agents, he was just done. And then he finally gets this deal done, and the player walks in and was like, yeah, I kind of just made it more difficult than I needed to just to be a son of a gun. And if I was John Lynch, I'd be like, ah! Like, I'd be losing my mind over that nonsense. Didn't I hear something like 18 different teams had an offer on the table to San Francisco to take Brandon away? Like 18 different teams, and all of those offers, Brandon was like, nah, not good enough. 18 different teams, 18 different offers. Actually, it might be more offers, but I think it was 18 different teams. Called him up and was like, let's work on the Ayuk deal. And every single one of those, Brandon was like, nah, not good enough.
Which is crazy because Cleveland had a second, a third, and Amari Cooper ready and teed up with Brandon Ayuk's contract on the other end if he would have accepted. It's just crazy.
Being an NFL GM, dealing with agents, hell no. You'd have to pay me $1 billion to do that job.
Ayuk's the younger guy in that group.
Is he really?
He's 2 years younger than Deebo is. He is 2 years younger than Christian McCaffrey is.
How old is Christian? Now that he's a married...
28.
Okay.
McCaffrey's 28.
I don't know why I thought he was rolling up on 30, but 28 is prime. So CMC is hitting his prime.
Bosa's 27. Deebo is 28 years old. Kittle is 31. He's the young guy out of that group.
Interesting.
Dude, the Niners, they're not gonna pay Purdy. They're gonna see if they can get it done with him this year.
$300 million.
They're not gonna do it. They're gonna move on. They're gonna be like, hey, if Brock can do it as the last guy drafted, we can do it with someone else.
Million.
I think you said it, Zach Wilson, man. Coach yesterday may have hit that on the head.
Yeah, that's if Sanford was right at that, that's crazy, but it might be the smartest plan to do. Like San Francisco suddenly changing the game by loading up on talent and finding a decent quarterback. Although I think we all agree that Brock Purdy's better than just decent, right? That's a good quarterback.
Yes.
I don't know if I would call him
that is
great,
a good quarterback.
But
That is a starter.
Good, yeah.
That is an NFL starter.
Yeah.
But if he gets the Niners to where they're meant to be this year, which is another Super Bowl appearance,
and then they let him. Are you kidding me?
He's going to command that money.
He's gonna win a Super Bowl for that city and that team, and then they're gonna like, thanks, man. We'll see you later.
You have to get rid of the whole team. The only way he stays is if they do what LA did after they won their Super Bowl with Stafford, where it's thanks everyone. Now you have to leave.
It's gonna be so
That's what's
crazy.
gonna happen, man.
And then the only player you have really is Brock after you win the Super Bowl, because Christian's playing for somebody else and Ayuk's playing for somebody else.
What's happening to Cincinnati right now after they signed Burrow's big deal?
Yeah,
Look
man.
at who else is on
Well, think
Cincinnati.
about- think
it's
about-
T. Higgins and Gesicki and no one else. Unless they can get Chase back in the fold, it's
Think about
nobody
what
else.
you're going to
That's
have to
it.
pay Bo Nix in 4 years. Or I guess 5 now. He was a first-round pick.
It's D-Max. It is D-Max. It's his big saying is you either have a $50 million quarterback or $50 million quarterback, or you're looking for one.
Yeah. And by the time the bow's up, it's probably $65 million quarterback.
It's the reason why they're trying to get guys done early.
$70 million quarterback.
It's
Some of
nuts,
those
man.
QB numbers are going to be out of control.
Birdo filling in for Dempsey today. Raj hanging out with you guys up until noon. Apparently, I have a surprise for the people on Twitch.
Oh,
in the
yeah,
break.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
I'll show you what it is.
Yeah,
it's a surprise to me as well. We'll
It's
be back in a
Nips.
few.
Nips.
Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. You guys have reached us on the Shout Mazda text line. One price, one person, 1 hour at 303-504-0925 all day long. People think Cincinnati is going to be fine, even if Jamar Chase doesn't get in. But apparently, Jamar Chase.
Sources close to KJ say.
Walking on the field, KJ, is what you found out.
In
Jamar
full
Chase.
uniform, rolling up.
He's got his uniform and his helmet.
Therefore, deal will get done. Therefore, Pittsburgh Steelers don't make the playoffs. Thank you.
Are they still going? They still have to fine him millions of dollars, though, right, for missing all that time?
Yeah. That's just auto. That's just like it gets built into the contract.
But it was like
that's part of the signing bonus.
$4 million or something.
That's couch cushion change when you're signing that type of deal.
Oh,
They'll
man,
build that into the
still,
deal,
though.
That will be part of the contract.
Where they
I want to make sure I understand this correctly. If you're holding out for a rookie deal, I don't think the penalties are as severe as like a Trent Williams.
Right.
Holding out.
You know what? Maybe
Trent was getting fined big money.
It was Trent who was fined $4 million, I think.
Correct.
Right.
Yep.
So you're right. I don't know what Jamar is going to be fined if he's still on that rookie deal.
You're a big chaos guy.
Yeah.
Birdo.
Yeah. Let it burn.
You've been watching any baseball lately? Like I know that the Rockies have been mathematically eliminated from the postseason.
The Rockies are so bad it makes me physically ill to watch baseball, especially with people in purple jerseys. It is, you know what? Although, listen, we're in the stretch run. So I guess how far out are the Rockies? Like, could the Rockies still make the playoffs if we have October?
As of yesterday, they are mathematically eliminated. So they're gone. 51-88. There's a chance they could still lose fewer than 100.
The Rockies did move to the very bottom of the NL. It was Miami for a week there, but now the Rockies are back down in the basement of the National League.
They have a half-game lead on the Marlins for the worst record in the senior circuit.
It's so crazy,
But
man.
as bad as they are, they're not the Chicago White Sox.
Yeah.
And there's been a few storylines that have made me stay with the MLB season all year long.
And Chicago's one of them?
Chicago has now become one of them to me. They are, dude, they're a dumpster fire.
Yeah.
So at the beginning of the season, I'm hot on the Rockies. I'm hot on the Mets just to see, like, what are they going to be as bad as we think that both these teams were going to be? Because at the beginning of the season, Dempsey and Mike were joking with me. It was like, you're a fan of two teams that are going to lose 100 games. And as I stand right now, the Mets have overperformed.
Yeah. They're right in the middle
They're
there.
a half game back of the wild card right now. So I'm watching my favorite team in the midst of a playoff run. That's what got me into the season at the beginning, because there's hope springs eternal. There's always a chance. In the middle of the year, I got Shohei being a stud, maybe the first 50-50 player ever. You've got Bobby Witt Jr. doing unprecedented things.
Paul Skeens
came in, and he is still like, you have to watch that guy pitch every time he takes the mound. But now I've been looking for another storyline. The White Sox are 31-109.
Bro, they are 50 games back.
They are 11 games off of the 120-loss 1962 Mets, which is the worst team in Major League history in terms of like the modern era that started in 1900. The 1899 Cleveland Spiders lost 134 games. I don't think that's going to happen.
But it could, right? Wait, the 109, and we still got 30 games to go. Well, no,
they're 31-109, which means that they could lose 131 games if they lost every game for the rest of the season.
Second worst season in the history of Major League
Baseball.
Baseball.
In the history, but modern era, they only have 11 losses to go to catch the Mets.
Well, if the Rockies lose 11 more, they'll hit 100 losses.
They'll hit 99.
Oh, are they? Would that be
Rockies
99?
would hit 99 if they lost 11 more games. The White Sox, like, they're running into each other in the outfield.
Yeah,
Brady Sizemore's getting thrown out of games because he doesn't know what to do with himself anymore. 31-109.
Right. They already set the franchise record for losses, right?
They're must-watch TV to see if they can get to 121.
This train wreck.
Dude, 12 losses in 22 games for a team that's only won 30. Like, that's going to happen.
Yeah, it's definitely going to happen. It's definitely going to happen. It is funny. Every once in a while, I'll catch, like, it's like Ozzie Guillen does, like, the post game for the White Sox, and he's like, this is terrible, and they're terrible, and I hate my life.
What are they, 20 years away from when Guillen won the World Series with them in the mid-2000s?
It's so great. Matter of fact, listen, man, The White Sox are taking on one of the best teams in baseball today. They have to go to Baltimore and take on the Orioles. They're going to get smashed in that game. The Rockies, I mean, I don't even know what happened. They took on the Braves, so I'm assuming they
lost 3-0 last night.
Okay, and they got the Braves again today, so it's probably going to be their 89th loss in the season. But when you look at the Rockies and their 88 losses, and the Rockies will get to 100 losses, and you look at the White Sox and their 109 losses right now, I mean, do you don't say to yourself, at least we're not Chicago?
The Rockies have the tougher road or an easier road remaining, though. No, I apologize. Tougher road remaining. The White Sox have not won a game since August 21st when they snapped a 4-game losing streak with a win at San Francisco. They then got swept by Detroit, who's the second to worst team in the AL Central. They got swept by Texas, who's not going to make the playoffs this year after winning the World Series last year. They got swept by the Mets at home. They're going to get swept by Baltimore this week. They then have to go to Boston for a 3-game set. Boston's still alive, but on the outside looking in. They're 4.5 games back in the wild card, but not a great team. The only good baseball teams that they have remaining on their schedule are a 3-game set at home against Cleveland, who's leading the AL Central, and a 3-game set on the road in San Diego in the middle of September. Other than that, they play the crap Oakland A's, they play the crap LA Angels twice, and then they have to finish the season at Detroit. Again, the second to worst team in their own division.
And the Rockies have to face the Dodgers like 20 times in the last month of the season. And they're going to get stomped.
The Rockies have a tough go, man. They have to play at Atlanta twice, at Milwaukee, who's leading the NL Central right now. They go on a 3-game set with Chicago, 3-game set at home with Arizona, who's in a wild card position, and they finish with 6 of their final 9 games against the LA Dodgers.
Man, the Rockies might be at 100 losses mid-September. They might already be at 100 come September 18th before you even have those two different series against the Dodgers. Then, I mean, are the Rockies, how many losses are the Rockies going to get, man? Are they going to be sitting at
105?
Oh, man,
You
it might
can
be
see
more
105?
than that. It might be a little bit more than that. It might be 108 losses, something like that on the season. I guess it just depends on, because the Dodgers might be free and clear the last couple of weeks of September and not have to sweat it. Because the Dodgers have the best record in Major League Baseball right now, right? They are, they've got 84 wins. Yeah, 84 and 55. They're a game and a half ahead of Philadelphia. So you know what? That's a little too close. The Dodgers are still going to have something to play for when they face up with the Rockies. And, yeah. Man, the Rockies are going to finish the season 60.
If you want chaos, I'm telling you, tune in for the White Sox. Find them on their path to 121 losses.
Matter of fact, it might be worth it just to say, you know what? I saw one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball ever play that season. I saw some of those games. I know what that's about.
I'm telling you, I've found different threads to stay involved with the Major League season, knowing how bad the Rockies have been this year. And it's funny that it's all coming to a full circle by watching terrible baseball at the end of the year.
Man, so there's going to be 3 or 4 teams in Major League Baseball with 100 losses.
The Rockies will lose 100. The Marlins will lose 100.
Sox
Chicago already
lost.
has.
Yeah.
And those are your 3 teams. Those are your 3 100-loss teams. Maybe the Angels, but
Maybe
they have to absolutely get blown out of the water.
I don't like all these 100-loss teams. Major League Baseball needs to eke a little bit. I hate parity. I hate using the word parity and the NFL parity or whatever, but I'd like a little bit of parity. I would like to stop seeing 100-loss seasons from the Rockies back-to-back years. That's no good.
All right, Berto.
We need a full season of KB.
Appreciate you, man. That's the last thing we need is a full season of KB. That's going to do it for us. PhD is coming up next. Berto, thank you for filling in.
Yeah, man.
A couple of times. Can't wait to hear your voice more and more as we are a month away from the NHL and NBA seasons starting to kick off. For Berto, for KJ, I'm Raj. PhD's next.
Lawrence, another deep ball. And that pass wasn't picked. Yes, it was. Pat Surtain making his first career start has the pick for Denver.
Herbert on the move, throwing toward the end zone, intercepted. Picked off in the end zone by Pat Surtain. Herbert. Tipped and picked off. Surtain up the sideline. Can he get there? Surtain to the end zone for the touchdown. 70 yards.
Mahomes, 2 pumps and then an interception at the 22-yard line. Speaking of Patrick Surtain, his 4th of the season off the hands of Hill.
Well, all I can say is thank God the Broncos drafted Pat Surtain and not Justin Fields. My God. Thank God that happened.
Let it go. Let it go. Let it go. We won. We absolutely won.
Oh.
The Broncos won that deal. You're wrong. He was right. Congratulations, Pat Surtain, on being the richest corner in NFL history.
How much of a victory lap is George Payton taking today? Or, George. I think George Payton would have rather lost an arm than lose Pat Surtain.
Well, and think about this too. You got to look at the list and like we've seen in wide receivers, we've seen in cornerbacks, we've seen in quarterbacks. The next guy is going to be the highest paid. Then the next guy, and then the next guy,
That'd
and then
be,
the next guy.
Sauce Gardner, who the Broncos could have got just the next year, but that's okay.
And they had an extra year.
You got to be like a top 8 guy, and you'll be the highest paid player in the NFL when it's your turn.
Probably a top 8 guy for sure.
I did I did a little research. Did a little research today.
I got the Jets defense last night.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, do that under.
I got a little.
Who's the QB? Everybody loved about your fantasy team.
This is less important on the quarterbacks than ever, but I got.
Who cares?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Thank you, Dan. Appreciate it. Because we know what people think about everybody's fantasy team.
By the way, did you get a present? Speaking of fantasy football,
did I get a present?
Did you know in your office? Did you walk into your office?
Oh! I did.
Betty was in there.
Is that her name?
Well, I just threw it out there.
Beautiful Betty.
Beautiful Betty.
Skin so
still clothed.
Yeah, slightly. Yeah. She's blow up Betty. Blow up Betty. Yeah, I saw Blow Up Betty. Should I bring Blow Up Betty in here if we're talking about it? I mean, no? Yes?
No.
Maybe later.
I think in your office is a perfect stable for your office.
I'm happy to keep Blow Up Betty in our office.
He's trying to make himself feel better.
Our
it's all right.
office,
Don't
he's
worry
got
about it.
one chair in there.
He's commandeered 2 different offices in my time with him. Now he's trying to take the pressure off himself.
That door is open for all of us in the show. It'll eventually become a studio at some point in this beautiful facility that we have.
Be great for a podcast room.
It'd be unbelievable.
Let's go back in time here for a second. The D-Mac starting the show still with the I'm smarter than you. We should have drafted Justin Fields.
Not what I said at all.
Oh, yeah, not what you said.
I did a little research, though, and proud of myself for actually doing research. Guess where cornerback, so Pat Surtain becomes the highest paid corner ever.
Okay.
Until next year.
Right.
I looked at the highest paid player in every position. Can you name, just for fun and giggles, where cornerback would fit in? Say, like, quarterback is number 1. We all know that. But if you just did position by position by position by position, what number do you think cornerback fits in, highest paid per year? And can you name the highest paid players per year at each position? Not guarantee money, just per year, because sometimes it's a little bit different.
I would say 5th.
Okay.
4th at the best.
So you'd say 5th.
5th.
Want to give it a shot?
Quarterbacks would be 1.
Quarterback's easy at 1.
Yeah.
We know that.
Aaron Rodgers still the guy?
Corner.
No.
I'm sorry. QB, receiver, edge rusher.
I had left tackle.
Left tackle, corner. Yeah, I'd agree with that.
You're missing a position.
I'm missing a position.
And that surprised me too. I did not know this, and I was surprised that you're missing a position.
Boy.
Now you got to separate the line from inside guys and outside guys. Inside guys, not tight ends. Tight ends was surprisingly low.
Oh, no. I'm including outside linebackers and pass rushers.
I am too. So let's look at inside guys. I'll just tell you, D tackle's in there. And I was surprised.
D tackle is above what?
Above cornerback.
Okay.
D tackle is 4th. It's above left tackle.
Man, I couldn't even think about who the highest defensive tackles are right now.
Chris Jones, I can actually tell you who they are.
I can think of
Chris Jones is number 1. And let me see if I got the rest of them here. I was surprised by that. Chris Jones is number 1.
Hold on. So Chris Jones, and then you got what's his name, Wilkins out in Vegas.
Very
right?
good, excellent, good job. There's one more guy that's kind of in that realm, but there's a big drop off. Big drop off.
The crazy name, dude. No chance I could say it.
No, it's a very plain name.
The dude out of Baltimore.
Yeah.
No.
Nagati or something like that.
Yeah.
I know you're talking about. Yeah.
No, it's Derek Brown.
Brown.
Yeah, crazy name. So Chris Jones.
It's Brown.
I
Yes.
thought it was no. There's that Madabuke from Baltimore. He's making like 25.
If that happened within the past 2 weeks, I'll give it to you. I looked this up, and that might not have included
I'm
that.
gonna look it up.
Go for it. But what I found was Chris Jones number 1 at $31.7 million, Christian Wilkins $28 million, and Derek Brown at $24 million. I'm not saying you're wrong. That might have
Slightly above him. Namdi Madabuke. I'm
Is it
crushing
what?
that. 24 and a half.
24 and a half. Okay, so that's a relatively recent deal. Like I looked up Trent Williams, and as much as he's making, it actually does not put him in the top.
Well,
No.
he's 38 years old.
Well, that is correct. Now, for fun, it goes quarterback, wide receiver,
Got those.
pass rusher,
Got that.
D tackle, offensive tackle, cornerback.
So 6. I was a 5 and 6.
I was surprised it was 6. Can you name the top guys at every position? Quarterback. Just per year.
Hold on.
This year.
I was just in my mind. I was already on D end. Hold on. In my mind, I was just already there.
Okay.
You got Bosa. You've got Hines.
You got him, Bosa.
Oh, you just want the number 1?
I just got number 1.
Oh, okay.
I got number 1. Bosa's number 1 at
Trent Williams soon to be left tackle.
No.
Soon to be.
No. He's actually
no.
Yeah.
Sewell is number 1 right now at $30 million.
So Trevor Lawrence is probably number 1 at QB right now.
It is not. It is not.
No. Well, he was the most recent, right?
Yeah, he was. Yeah. Well, I'm not exactly sure the most recent is. He's actually
He just
third.
signed a deal.
He's 3rd.
Behind who?
Jordan Love and
how much?
Joe Burrow. Burrow's at 61.3, 58.3 for Jordan Love, 56.9 for Trevor Lawrence, Goff 55.4. You notice who's not on this list right now is
Patrick Mahomes.
Mahomes, right? But Mahomes has more total guaranteed money. This is just average per year for this year. That's all.
Well, you go back when Brady was winning championships, he never was the highest paid quarterback either.
There's a lot of money guaranteed. Mahomes is 3rd in guaranteed money on this list, but per year, because his big money doesn't kick in for a little bit.
We are looking at a radically different list. The one I'm looking at has got Joe Burrow, Trevor Lawrence, and Jordan Love all making the same.
Just what I got.
Whatever. Who cares?
Then you go to wide receiver. Can you name the highest paid wide receiver? And I was really just focused on the highest paid guy. I wasn't
Tyreek
really.
just re-upped. Is it not Tyreek?
It's Justin Jefferson at $35 million.
What did Tyreek's new deal?
On mine, Tyreek's not even on this list.
What did CeeDee Lamb just sign for?
CeeDee Lamb's at $34 million.
And that's 2nd or 3rd?
2nd.
What was Brandon Ayuk's new deal?
Do not know. Not sure.
30 per.
30 per.
Same as Tyreek Hill.
Which would put him per year 4th on this list behind A.J. Brown, CeeDee Lamb, Justin Jefferson.
Okay. All right. What other positions? We got any others?
Well,
we hit them all.
Tackle. I thought offensive tackle was going to be higher.
Give me the top 3.
Sewell, Wirfs, and Darrisaw.
What's the money?
Sewell, $30 million. Wirfs, 28.6. Darrisaw, 26.6.
Okay.
So it was fascinating for me to see. First of all, I did not think about defensive tackle being that highly paid.
You know what this is? This is the longest setup job ever of corners not being worth the money. It's the longest setup job ever of we should have selected Justin Fields.
So now they got a good deal then.
Yeah, there you go, Scott. Knuckled up, buddy. Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah.
But it is fascinating what the value is of cornerbacks now that he's the highest paid in terms of the value of other positions. That's all.
On the surface, it doesn't add up. I mean, the current trend in the NFL is wide receivers are making the second most money in the NFL.
Right.
Right? So if the wide receivers are making the second most money, you certainly would think the corners would. You'd want a damn good corner on the other side of the ball to try to shut those guys down.
And maybe that is about to happen. Guess how many wide receivers make more money than Patrick Surtain in the NFL?
10.
12.
Whoa.
Wow. How things have changed. So there's no doubt behind quarterback, the way the NFL is going, which I guess makes logical sense, is wide receiver.
I'm sorry, what number did you say tackles were on the list?
Fourth? Get it.
Give me the full list again. Sorry.
Whizzing me.
Sorry, just give me the full list one more time.
Oh, hold on. I'll get there.
Yeah, I thought you knew it off the top of your head. I thought you were smart like that.
I got quarterback, wide receiver, pass rusher, D tackle, offensive tackle, corner.
Wow, offensive tackle, 6th on the list. Fifth on the list.
Fifth on the list.
Dang.
Sewell at $30 million. Now I'm just looking at the highest paid guy. The highest paid guy. 5th on the list. And what surprised me there, first of all, that did surprise me. Tackles weren't higher. I just assumed tackles were making, but they're not. But it's not. They're all kind of close, though. I mean, the difference between Jefferson at $35 million and Sewell is $30 million. So you positions 2, 3, 4, and 5 are all grouped relatively close. However, that is a pretty significant drop-off between $30 million and $24 million, where Surtain is. And, of course, it's a ridiculous drop-off between $35 million and $61.5 million.
Well, how about a ridiculous drop-off between cornerback now to $24 million and your running back?
Correct. It's ridiculous when you go there. And the only guy that's making relatively big money there is a hybrid all-purpose guy like Christian. And after him, it falls way off. And tight end was $17 million. I think the biggest purpose of this little conversation here, Travis Hunter should be a wide receiver if he cares about money.
Yeah.
I mean, listen, man, and maybe he can go both ways and be a hybrid crazy guy, but you're insane if you can do both equally, which hardly anybody can do, to go corner rather than wide receiver. Why would you do that?
Yeah, he's gonna make a boatload of money no matter what. It really doesn't matter for him. It's all relative. But yeah, I mean, when you're just looking at the money, it'd be crazy not to. I personally happen to think that it's actually going to be his best skill set in the NFL. I know a lot of people disagree with me on that, anyways. But coming back to the Patrick Surtain conversation here for just a second, man. I mean, dude, it's so freaking hard to hit on these guys. It is so freaking hard. And when you look back on it, and at the time, I know you mocked the hell out of him for saying we got the safest player in the draft. Dude, they knocked it out of the park. You got a guy that's going to be here for a very, very long time. A dude that was worthy, deserved to become the highest paid corner in the NFL. I know me, for one, I am very, very glad we got Patrick Surtain on this football team.
Well, I am too, because you need good football players to win games, and he's beyond good. He's the best at his position, and you need those guys.
Well,
you just didn't need him then. But you got him now, and I'm glad he's there. But coming back, let's talk about the impact of him, especially when you consider what did the Broncos get out of Justin Simmons when they went high-priced. Safety's even lower on this list. You know, it's even further down the line. So what kind of impact will that have now that you know you really do have Patrick Surtain locked up, I'd say, for the rest of his career? You know, for
close to.
Yeah, close enough. For the prime of his career, you've got the best corner in the NFL. So let's break down what that actually means. That's next.
Shoot, for me, I just think that obviously, like I said, that leadership role, taking that role on accordingly and just being the best leader I could be for the team each and every week, each and every day. And, me just keep on getting better, whether it's coverage, technique. There's always things I could improve on and sharpen on my skill set. And, that's what the great ones do, always look to improve on their game. So that's what I'm looking to take my game towards.
Congratulations to Pat Surtain. Congratulations to the Broncos. This was a huge priority for them to get this deal done, and they did it. A 4-year extension worth $96. 24
Whole
per.
lot of money.
Yep, 77.5 guaranteed. This more or less will wrap up.
Wait, the NFL doesn't have guaranteed contracts.
Well, they have portions of their contracts guaranteed.
Oh, okay. So 77 million's
77.5
right?
out of the 96 is guaranteed. That is awesome. And you're right about the NFL. It is all about signing bonus and guaranteed money. That is what I haven't heard a signing bonus for Surtain. Do we have a number on that one too? That could be fun. Like just getting that big fat check.
So you got him under contract till 2029 with an out year probably in 2028 with the last year that is not fully guaranteed. So basically he's got until 2028 of that money more or less is fully guaranteed for him, which means he's going to be here for a very long time.
Somebody signed a contract this summer, and I was reading this, so it's guaranteed this much and a $25 million signing bonus. And I'm like thinking, dude, just your signing bonus, you're kind of like set for life, aren't you?
Oh, of
right?
course.
Right?
Of course.
Pay your taxes, put it in a low yield CD.
Of course. And Surtain came from a professional athlete family. So it's, he's had money. He's good. He's always been good. He's even better. So way to go to Pat Surtain. And good for the Broncos too. Good for George Paton. Obviously, this is a deal they want to get done. And they are now able. This is another reason why drafting a rookie quarterback instead of a free agent quarterback, you can do deals like this. Yeah. You can reward the best player on your team and keep him around Tyler essentially for the meat of his career. Even Champ Bailey played for New Orleans at the end. So I don't know where things are going to end. But for the vast majority, the meat of his career, Pat Surtain is a Bronco.
Pretty amazing to see all that the Broncos were able to accomplish in one offseason. Right after you just ate the biggest dead cap hit in the history of the NFL with Russell Wilson, you move on from that, and you get the deal done with Quinn Miners, who has been named team captain, by the way. You get the deal done with Pat Surtain, the highest paid corner in the history of the NFL, all while you are absorbing, $35 million this year?
53.
No, 53. I'm sorry. $53 million this year of Russell Wilson's dead cap hit. It's magic money, man. It's just all about cash in hand for these owners, and that's the advantage of having owners like we've got.
Okay. How does this set the Broncos up? What do you think?
Here's what sets it up. And I'm going to go back to something Hubie Brown talked about with starters in the NBA. He said, if I know that starter one's going to give me boom, boom, boom every night, guess what? As a head coach, I only got to worry about 4 more positions. Mm-hmm. It's got to be similar in the NFL. All right, boom, I got my all-star corner. I got my number one guy. Now let's go. Don't ever hear. Bo Nix works out. Hey, we got boom, boom, boom. We got a couple running backs. Hey, our running back room's okay. Boom, boom. We've tied a pretty good veteran offensive line together. We're pretty good. I think by the end of the year, you're going to say, well, we like our D-line. I think our D-line's going to – and so now all of a sudden you start chipping away of 8 years of not making the playoffs to all of a sudden finally got this position set. We got this position set. Wouldn't it be nice if the tight end stayed healthy all year and all of a sudden they were so – and now all of a sudden you start chipping away at the lack of talent. Remember 31 just, 3 weeks ago? The article came out 2 weeks ago that came out that talent-wise they were 31st in the NFL. All of a sudden you start chipping away with that and all of a sudden – you're back in the playoffs.
I got a phrase for you. I got a new expression. It's the Lieutenant Dan strategy. Because remember, Lieutenant Dan took the Bubba Gump money and invested it in Apple, and that was one less thing we had to think about. Money. Remember that? He's sitting on the lawnmower.
I think they invested in an orchard or something.
Apple. In terms of money, that's one less thing to think about. And you know what? If you can adopt the Lieutenant Dan strategy for certain positions, one less thing to think about, you're probably going to do all right.
Well, I had a GM, basically Coach GM, tell me one time that
Shanahan.
No, actually it was not Mike, but Basically, the approach in the NFL, if you want to have long-term stability and to be able to use free agency the way that you want to, which is additions, not trying to find like depth or trying to find like the majority of your team, you have to have about half of your starters locked up for a relatively long time. So what does that mean? About 4 years? Does that mean 6 years? I would say in the NFL, 3 to 4 years is actually a relatively long time. Right?
I would agree.
So you need about 11 guys locked up. Off the top of my head, just going through it, and I just pulled up the depth chart, I think we've got about 9 guys that are more or less locked up long term, right?
Well, let's go through them.
Okay, so Bo Nix is going to be here for a while.
Yep.
Javonte, no. Cortland Sutton, no. Josh Reynolds, no.
Well, he signed 3 years, though.
Yeah, but I mean, I'm talking
Yeah,
like core football players, right?
Yeah, I'd agree with the no on that.
Yeah,
too.
core football players.
Well, we gotta talk
Marvin
about
Mims, no. Adam Troutman, no.
Right.
None of the tight ends. Garrett Bowles, I'm putting as a no. Because you've really only got him for a year. Okay, so we've got one so far. Ben Powers, yes. Luke Wattenberg, no, not a core player. Quinn Miners, yes. Mike McGlinchey, yes.
No, he's 35 years old.
No, he's not.
Dude, this boy
McGlinchey's not that old.
Well, I don't know how old he is.
He's
but
got 9 years, 10 years in the league.
Scott, he's going to be here for another 3 years at least.
Yeah,
okay, 3 years in the league, and you just said something else that Reynolds isn't going to be here for 3 years?
No, but I'm talking about like core football players. Like Reynolds is like a 2 or 3
If
guy,
McGlinchey's
right?
a core football
He's a core
player,
dude.
then you're
All right,
in
fine.
trouble.
If you don't want to count
No,
him,
no, no.
fine.
I do want to
you're
count
in
him.
trouble.
I'm counting him.
I am counting
I'm
him
counting
too.
him.
So McFlinchey is a core player.
He is.
Yes.
Yes.
A
There's
start-
Is
a
Aaron
starting
Gordon
right
a core
tackle?
player?
He is a core
And
player.
you would compare Aaron Gordon to McGlinchey.
Yes.
Oh.
Well, he's a core. They're committed to him.
Boys, your starting right tackle is a core football player. He
Yeah,
absolutely
whether
is.
you
I
like
think
him or
your descriptions of what's core and not core, is just way off from what my core is. My core is, and I know
Well,
football,
you can have your own core.
but
That's fine.
Football is different in the sense that in basketball, you're hoping your core stays together 8-9 years. Hockey, 8-9 years.
Well,
Three
there's-
to 4 years.
All right, but
NFL's 3 to 4.
there is.
McGlinchey's going to be here in 4 years from now.
Yes, he will.
Yeah.
I say no way.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, we
That's
disagree.
fine. You can have your own list, man. No problem.
But McGlinchey was a player they got at the stroke of midnight that Sean Payton actively went after, and they paid him. There wasn't even a
He
negotiation.
became the
with
highest
him.
paid right tackle in the NFL.
Like that, so
Yeah.
much so that he didn't even entertain offers from anybody else. They love McGlinchey.
Yeah.
You might not like him, but they love him. So if you don't think he's any good, okay. But I don't think there's much doubt that they're riding with him for the next
They're banking
3
on him,
years.
whether you like him or not. They're banking on him. Okay, moving on. Zach Allen.
Whoa,
Yeah.
whoa.
God bless it.
You can't say banking on and is a core. He's either core. You don't.
He
bank.
is in the plan of the core players. He's in the
They're
plan.
banking on him. You know what they're also banking on?
Scott,
that
Mike
Bo
McGlin-
Nix is good.
I don't know. I don't know
They are.
what your
They're banking.
evaluation of Mike McGlinchey is, but he is a starting right tackle in the NFL.
Yeah, absolutely. Are there better?
Sure.
Yes.
Of course there are. We could say that about every position on the football team. Are there better?
Not if they're core.
Yes, you can.
Well, that's an interesting. definition. That's another.
That's my definition. Then no, you
All right,
can't.
so you're talking about guys.
You're
who
talking about elite players. I'm talking about guys that are going to be here.
The Broncos only have one elite player on their entire team. They only have one
Wait.
guy that would fit your category. One.
Surtain?
Yeah.
Yeah. That's it. But they have to.
I'm willing to take a risk on Bo Nix.
Okay, here's what I'm talking about from the guy that built this for me. I'm talking about guys that you build a 4-year plan. This guy's going to be here. Whether you think you can find someone better or not, you're going to ride with him. That's what it's going to be.
Well, McGlinchey's definitely one of those
Now,
guys.
I'll ask
So
you
is
this,
Powers.
and I'll let you continue.
So is Miners.
Is hope a strategy?
It's not hope, Scott. This is the
But
plan.
you hope McGlinchey's still good in 4
You
years.
do. They are definitely hoping that he's that guy.
You're hoping Bo Nix is going to be here next year. You're going to be
Yeah.
okay. So you got one guy in your list. Fine, we got different lists.
But this, by the way, this is why the Broncos are not all in on Cortland Sutton yet. If they were, they would have figured it out, and he would be making. I mean, to find out there's 12 guys, wide receivers, that make more money than Surtain,
Well-
isn't that a bit of an eye opener there?
Well, are you talking about Sutton or Surtain? I'm sorry.
Sutton.
Yeah. Okay. So, but yeah, that's what makes the, and I don't want to get totally hung up on it, but that's what makes the not accepting the 3rd round trade hypocritical. Because if he was a part of the long-term plan, you would have given him a long-term deal.
Yeah.
If he's
Or
a core guy,
not,
you give him a
would have
long-term deal,
Oh,
right?
no doubt about it.
Right.
No doubt about it. So he's not a core guy.
What if
Sutton's not.
the first 4 games he's got 4 games, 28 catches and 398 yards,
Hey,
4 touchdowns.
you can-
They're gonna say, hey, let's sign this
I
extension.
think they would, yeah.
You can
I
rip
think
up
they would.
you can rip up a contract and pay a guy more money anytime you want.
I think they
anytime
absolutely
you
would,
want.
They'd have to,
especially
wouldn't they?
especially now that they said no to the 3rd rounder. I think they're hoping for that.
And I will say this, and you're right, fantasy football is boring as hell. But you really tell once you get into fantasy football what you have. This goes to your core conversation a little bit. When there ain't nobody in the Broncos, you're in the 9th, 10th round before somebody
listen.
said, Williams, we'll take Javonte Williams.
Well, I think,
like, whoa.
While nobody gives a shizzle about your fantasy football team, I think playing fantasy football gives you a deep appreciation for the NFL. I think playing fantasy football makes you a much better fan of the NFL, period. So I think it's a positive thing. I just don't want to hear about your team.
No, I understand it, but I'm saying when you're talking, he's talking about core players.
Yeah.
Elite players, whatever, how we want to get into it. And you go to, and I'll ask you, are you doing a fantasy team this year?
I'm not.
Are you?
Yes.
Dan, you did one. How soon was a Bronco taken?
That's a good question.
I mean, so at least on the offensive side, there's no core players to go on your side. I don't think. Well,
you got offensive
and you do
linemen.
offensive line.
I think the first. Well, see, defense, you don't get into. In my league, you don't do individual defensive players.
No, you
do
just
the
do defense.
Right.
I think the first guy in my league was Javonte Williams.
Ours too, yeah.
Oh, was it? Yeah. So, because running backs do have a higher value in fantasy football. That being said, you could make the argument there's 4 core guys on offense. If you want to go the defensive side of the ball, well, certainly Surtain would be 5.
I think
Who
I
else?
think you got more than that. I think Zach Allen's a part of the core plan. So that's 5 for me. DJ Jones, he's probably going to be gone. John Franklin Myers.
They'd like to.
It'd
be nice if he was.
As of now, you can't include him.
That's right. But it would be great if you could.
Yeah, and I think that they will. I really do.
I think they would like to. That's for sure. It'd be great if he was that guy. That'd be amazing.
The edge rusher group, that's an interesting group.
It's really interesting.
You're going to have to pick a guy or 2 that you are planning on being here for a long time. But whether that's Barrett Browning, whether that's Nick Bonito, whoever you want.
Well, I hope it's Jonah Ellis.
Jonah Ellis.
Let's hope that's the guy because you're going to get the biggest bang for your buck there.
Yeah.
But then of course, who's our dude who tore his he's out. Drew
Sanders.
Sanders, right?
Yeah. I think by your guys' accounting, you've probably only going to have 5 or 6 guys. I've actually got it closer to 8 or 9 guys because I'm a little bit more generous on it because I just understand you can't replace everybody all the time. I'm not telling you they're elite football players. I'm not telling you there's not better guys out there. I'm just telling you they're going to be here. According to my math, I got 8 or 9.
I'm rolling with you on that. I wouldn't fight you on that. I think it's remarkable when you look at those core guys compared to what it was 2 years ago. 2 years ago, it would have been Russell Wilson. It would have been Cortland
Justin
Sutton.
Simmons.
It absolutely would have been Justin Simmons. And it would have been Surtain, too.
But even if you want to go on the generous side and you say it's 8 or 9 guys, the point is we still got a ways to go here, boys. Right?
There's no doubt about it.
If you want to be a healthy football team for a long, sustainable time, you got about half your starters locked up. You're banking on them being here for 3 or 4 years.
And that's where when you're coming and digging yourself out of a ditch, you can't make mistakes. Russell Wilson trade, put him back in the hole a little bit. Mistake. Now as you're climbing out of this thing, you can't. McGlinchey got paid, but I hope you're absolutely right, and he's the guy, and he's going to be the right tackle for the next 5 or 6 years. He's 29, plays till he's 35, 36. Great. But if you made a mistake and he can't play, and all of a sudden you're replacing that again, if you're making too many replacement guys, going back to what your core is, if you're having to replace guys, you're in trouble.
No doubt about it. And you're certainly getting in trouble when you're replacing coaches and philosophies time after time after time. And so having stability is so encouraging. I did a radio hit with Softy there in Seattle. And what I realized quickly about, the Seattle market and maybe a lot of other teams, nobody knows anything about the Broncos. Nobody knows a damn thing about them. Nobody's been paying attention to them. Aside from Sean Payton as the coach, and Bo Nix is the quarterback. Other than that, nobody has a clue who these guys are.
Seattle's in a similar boat, though, boys. They really are. This is not some super team. This is a team that the Broncos absolutely can beat. They've got about as big of a no-name roster as the Denver Broncos
I pointed that out to Softy, and he agreed. He was like, you're right. We don't really know who this team is either. We have no clue. It's the Broncos are flying under the radar, and he turned around like pressure. And you asked me about pressure on Bo Nix. And I'll just tell you this, I don't think there's much pressure on these guys at all. And I think that is reflected in how they've been getting along and how they've been training because they know that this is a development year.
That's the one spot I disagree with you on. There's nobody in the locker room looking at it as a development year. Nobody.
Javonte Williams said it was a development year. That was after Alex Singleton said nobody would tell you that. But Singleton's in his 30s and Javonte Williams in his 20s.
Those guys, it's going to be all about this year. It's boom or bust this year. It's as
for
simple
the
as that.
For the older
for
guys.
All of them. For all of them.
It's not boom or bust for Quinn Miners. He's got a long-term contract.
I'm not saying he's going to get cut. I'm just saying their approach to the season, they're not thinking about next year. They won't be thinking about next year. They're not thinking about 3 years out. They're thinking about tomorrow.
Players in the middle of it can't be thinking rebuild.
I'm sure the players.
Then you don't care, and then
they'll be just as frustrated after the losses as if this was supposed to be a championship year.
I'm sure they will be. But in terms of what we as fans should be expecting and looking at, it's way different.
Yeah, of course.
You looking at Caitlin Clark right there? You proud of her?
Yeah.
Fever's going to the playoffs.
7-year drought.
She did it. They were dog crap at the beginning of the year. Crapola. Now
they've won like 7-8 in a row.
Good for her. You know what, though? Just to keep it real, being honest around here, guys, I haven't watched a lick of the WNBA.
Not a second.
I'm recording all the Fever games.
Why?
We watched the highlights of the first like
phenomenal.
3 or 4 games.
Listen, it's women's basketball, and it's never going to get the popularity, I don't think.
How many points per game does she average?
Up to 19 now, I think.
Okay, that's boring to me. Sorry. 19 points a game.
She just had 31 the other day.
That's more interesting. Yeah, average that.
Hey, go since the All-Star break. She's averaging probably 24 and a half.
Oh, okay.
That's better?
I'd like Michael Porter Jr. to do that.
I would too. I would too.
But it's just, listen, man, best of luck to the WNBA. But Tyler,
I don't even care about the WNBA. You know, I care about the Indiana Fever.
Yeah,
I'm actually following her. I'm following the Fever's social media page and BB&B, and and then you get the algorithms, right? Algorithms. It's amazing now the people that are on social media that are coming to. She is the real deal at just busting all the old head WNBA players that were dogging her.
Yeah, you think?
Social media is rampant of these people taking over and getting on the bus.
They need Angel Reese and her to get in a fist fight or something to get me back interested.
I think Angel Reese and her are going to end up being like best friends. I think it's going to be a Magic Bird sort of relationship.
If they're smart, though, they'll pull the Tom Brady, Peyton Manning thing. Like, hey, we're showing up on different planes. You know, like we will never be in the same city at the same time and let people know.
Sure, but it's so much more beneficial for them to work together than apart, and they're going to make, both of them are going to, deservedly so, make millions and millions. There's going to be more attention to the WNBA forever, and I don't think I'm going to watch a second of it.
Did you see last time they played Phoenix and Tavasi, who said, oh, she's going to get hers. It ain't going to be so easy, blah, blah, blah. So they played him like a week or two ago. I think she had 28, 8, and 14.
Well, that's awesome.
It's been pretty fun to watch, man.
Okay. I do love the NBA, brother. But by the way, I don't really watch a lot of college.
If you like missed layups and all that, yeah, sure, it's fun.
Yeah, I have a hard time watching the college basketball.
Have you guys seen the blooper reels on like TikTok and Instagram of all of Angel Reese's missed layups? She'll have like 15 self rebounds. Finally, put that thing in and flex on somebody.
Yeah, but I have enough of a sophistication to understand that's not her game. She's more like a Draymond Green sort of player than a shooter. So I mean,
that is her game.
Yeah, so
From
like
3 feet in.
She's Draymond Green, right? Well, Draymond Green's going to be is a Hall of Fame world champion, incredible player, but it's not about the scoring, even though he can. He's about different. She's the same way, I think, right? And Caitlin Clark's about bombing from downtown. So they're two very different games. You know, I guess they don't really match up like Magic and Bird, because Magic and Bird actually had very similar sort of games.
Both led their teams.
And they were both kind of the same size, and they both played with the ball in their hand. Reese isn't like that.
I'll tell you this, people don't show up for Angel like they do Caitlin Clark.
No.
Fever averaged 17,000 fans this year. Chicago Sky, they are the 4th worst at 8,700.
And nobody's showing up to watch a shortstop field a backhand and make a throw deep in the hole, even though it's cool to watch.
Unless it's Mark Belanger.
Nobody's showing up to watch Mark Belanger.
Mark Bollinger. Is it Bollinger or Belanger?
It's Belanger.
Belanger.
So you're a riot.
Yeah, I know Mark Belanger.
It's fun to watch on highlights, but I want to see Nolan Arenado hit long balls.
But hold on.
I'll go back.
Were you at least happy that I pulled out a Mark Belanger?
I'll go back with, we want to watch Frank Robinson hit long balls. We want to watch Boog Powell hit home runs, buddy.
UL Washington. I want UL Washington in the gap.
You want to go back? I mean, that's what it's all about. Ozzie Smith doing backflips ain't getting
Brooks
the crowds
Robinson
in.
on the baseline, backhand and throwing it out first base. Craig Nettles.
Wade Boggs, where you want to go deep third baseman, Butch Hobson.
Buddy Bell.
How far back you want to go?
Buddy Bell.
All right, the big news, though, is Patrick Surtain signing the biggest cornerback deal of all time. What should the next move for Travis? I do want to talk about Travis Hunter, and I think Travis Hunter should be paying attention to all of this. And is that the perfect addition for the Broncos next time around? It's PhD on 92.5.
Hey guys, you deserve to look and feel your best out there. Don't settle for not feeling so good. Don't settle for getting a little bit older. Your workout's not going as far as they once did. You can do something about it. Tyler here, my friends at Revitalized Health, the best in the industry. I know there's a lot of options out there for testosterone, but Revitalized Health is so much more than that. They're going to give you an entire game plan that is going to involve peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. Yes, testosterone, vitamin B12 shots. They've got it all. They're the best in the industry. Been going there for 7 years. They're going to help you look better. They're going to help you feel better. They're going to help you sleep better. With 3 locations, they're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler Palumbo sent you on over, and find them online at revitalized-health.com.
Pressure coming. Shedeur gets out a dart, complete to Hunter. On the move, showing him his shoe bottoms. Buffaloes crib it. Touchdown. One, they just get it off into the end zone. Contact. What a catch! A miraculous, implausible, impossible catch by 12.
Funny because he got on me for not catching the one that we called a flag because I told him to throw me the ball no matter what. So he got mad at me. He was like, I don't care, catch the ball. So that one, I just know I had to catch the ball. I had no other choice, no other option. So whatever I had to do to get the ball, I was going to get it.
Travis Hunter just becomes better and better as time goes on, man. Shop Safeway's Game Time 4-time points event and earn up to 4 times the points to redeem on gas and groceries when you purchase participating items throughout the store. Clip the offer in the Safeway app. I heard the morning show say the Nebraska CU game is more exciting than the Broncos-Seattle game, and in my point of view, I could not disagree more. But that being said, I'm sure people are into. You can be into both, but to me, it's not even close. I'm just happy that we get to watch really compelling stuff on Saturdays and Sundays. But for me personally, nothing tops the beginning of the NFL season and the questions they have.
You know what's interesting, and Scott, I don't know if you feel the same way about your NBA teams versus your college team, but I will always have a far more passionate, vested interest in Colorado football than I will in any NFL team I played for. Any NFL team. So, you know, like you want to get me down on a weekend, let the Buffs play bad. That'll get me down. If the Broncos play bad, I'll come in and I'll talk about it, but it's probably not going to affect the rest of my life.
Well, I absolutely understand that, and I would probably have that personal tie if I played or my kid played for the college team as well. I mean, I totally get it.
Man, Travis Hunter, though, I'd have to check the stats on this, so somebody fact check me on it. Feel free. I don't know this for a fact, but somebody told me that Travis Hunter played in all but 2 snaps in that game.
I heard that too.
Oh my!
Well, he came out that one. He got his helmet.
Yeah, he got his helmet knocked off, and then there was one other. I think he got banged up or something and came out for a quick second. Man, golly, if I'm his parents. If you can't get him off the field.
Wait. If you're his parents, what do they got to do with it?
Oh, hold on. I'm getting there. If I'm getting there. You can't get that guy off the field. I saw the coaches try to get him to come take a break, and he's waving him off, right? And somebody even ran on the field, and he's like, no, get your butt back out there. I'm not getting out the field. Like, you can't get that. You can if you're a coach. At the end of the day, you can't force the kid to do whatever you want. But the kid wants to play every single snap. If I'm his parents, I'm looking at that. I'm not going to play daddy ball. I'm not going to Dion, and I'm telling him what to do. But I will tell you, as his parents, I might be having a conversation with my son like, hey, man, like, dude, we got to get you. We got to get through the next 6 months, and you're going to be the most wealthy man that you could ever imagine. Maybe think about taking 20, 30 snaps off over the course of the game, which I honestly think is reasonable. If you took 20 snaps off, you're still playing the majority of the game, man.
It's funny hearing you say his parents because I just assumed Dion's his parent. I mean, that's how he talks about him. Like, he's my other son. He said it like a million times. I haven't even thought about.
Tell me you're a helicopter.
Hunter's,
tell me you're a helicopter parent without telling me you're a helicopter parent. They're college kids.
You wouldn't be concerned about your kid with the future that's in front of him playing in a 100% injury guaranteed sport, playing all but 2 snaps.
And he's 21, 20?
Yeah. I would. Absolutely, I would. I'd be looking at it like, dude, you've done it. You have done it.
And then the game, they said, okay, you're just playing wide receiver. He gets his collarbone separated and broken, and he didn't play defense. So
I didn't say pick a side. I didn't say pick a side.
If you're protecting him from getting hurt, then don't let him play
How
football.
did Shohei Ohtani's parents feel?
Well, I think baseball is radically different. I don't think you can compare those two. What's the risk of going up there?
Well, I will say as a pitcher, when you say pitchers' injuries, about at least 90% injury rate.
No doubt about it.
But I'm talking about him going up and hitting the ball. You know, like okay, what's the danger there?
I don't know. It's just wear and tear is wear and tear. I mean, it's a lot. I guess what my bigger point is, Travis and Shohei and Bo Jackson and Deion Sanders are in this, maybe Champ Bailey are in this really weird world that's hard to identify. So I don't know what to say. I remember having a conversation with Ed McCaffrey before Christian became a pro, and I'm like, what is Christian's position going to be? And he goes, running back. And I go, ooh, really? Are you sure you want to do that?
I'm glad you brought up Christian, because Christian was, if I remember correctly, I think he was one of the first guys that skipped a relatively important bowl game, right? And the heat on Christian at the time was, look at this guy. He's a me first guy. He's putting his team to the side. He was getting crushed for that, right? Looking back on it now, that's just commonplace. So I look at it relatively similarly. Like, do you think that Ed and Lisa had a conversation with Christian about that bowl game?
I think
they did.
But the bowl game is extra. It's not part of your season, especially if there's not a playoff involved.
Well, to me, if it was a playoff game to win a national championship, he'd play in that game.
Of course he would.
Yeah,
of course he would.
Bowl games don't matter.
If you're Stanford and you're playing Texas El Paso in the Sun Bowl, I mean, who gives a crap?
But Christian set a standard for what now is commonplace.
I agree.
And nobody would question it now.
Yeah, and they've changed it now to a 12-team playoff. And frankly, I don't know why any NFL-worthy kid would play in a meaningless bowl game when they have that on the line. But I would think the games in the regular season mean something. So I assume Travis will keep playing. But then again, I got your back because they're not looking out for him at CU.
Well, that's what I'll say. And I'll say something here
you.
that I guess I'll pull a Joel Klatt. It's not personal. It's not personal. In one sense, I think as a coach, man, it's almost irresponsible to that kid's future to put him out there for every single play.
For example, does he really need to be out there on 1st and 10 from the minus 25? Does he really need to be there? Could he not just wait till 3rd and 7 to go out on the field?
You could do that on both sides of the ball. I mean, not both at the same time, but you could pick and choose. You could go back and forth. We're going to take 1st and 2nd down on defense. Next drive, 1st and 2nd down on offense. Whatever.
Right.
Have him out there for the most important plays.
For example, he's not afraid of contact. I mean, there's an argument to be made that Deion wasn't into contact that much, okay? But Travis isn't. I've seen him stick his nose in 1,000,000 times to hit guys and tackle guys.
He had a big one in the flats last game.
Right, so 1st and 10, you're at the minus 26, and they run a running play that picks up 4 yards, but it's to Travis's side, and he gets in there, and he rips up his ACL making a tackle.
Right.
What are we doing here? Like, that doesn't make any sense.
Except the colleges have no responsibility for what your pro career is going to be.
Correct.
Well,
and those coaches are so desperate. They're looking to talk about no perspective. It's so desperate to win, especially in college.
Now, I will give Deion credit, though. As I sit there and say it's irresponsible to play him all that time, I'll give Deion credit. Last year, Travis Hunter was ready to come back 2 weeks earlier than he did, and Deion forced him to sit out because he had one more game and then they had the bye week. So Deion forced him to sit out another 2 weeks. So at the same time, he did not allow the guy back on the field even though he was medically cleared.
Well, here's what I want. I want Travis Hunter on the damn Broncos. And
do you want him healthy? I want him healthy.
I do too. I do. So I'm going to hold my breath because I think the Broncos are going to have a great shot to get him. And you put him as an impact player, Pat Surtain, you got locked down. You've got $100 million of cap room next year, by the way. What are we doing with that one? It's kind of exciting, and what
sexy?
I think so. And we can dig into it. The future looks bright for the Broncos, and Surtain is locked down. It's PhD on 92.5. Hey, it's C-Mac for Premier Heating and Air. Every Saturday morning at 7:30, it's Awesome Beyond with Reed and Tom on the Premier Heating and Air Show. Powered by American Standard Heating and Air Conditioning, right here on Altitude. Podcasts available at altitudesportsradio.com or wherever you get your podcasts. If you're in need of a heating and air expert, there's nobody that's better than Premier. 720-547-8009. They have some amazing offers. A free furnace when you buy an AC. An $89 tune-up, 0% financing, and now that we're getting into the colder months as fall is here, you can benefit on some of their incredible promotions they have on the heating systems as well as air conditioning. Listen, don't take my word for it. Just give them a holler at 720-547-8009. Visit them at premieraircolorado.com. Get a free estimate and mention my name for exclusive offers. Premier is an independent American Standard heating and air conditioning dealer. Congratulations to Patrick Surtain. What a deal, man. 24 per year for the next 4 years, $96 million deal, 77.5 guaranteed. Woo! Highest paid cornerback of all time. Is it surprising that corners make so much less than 5 other positions, though? Surprised me.
Well, I've got them in my priority list as number 4. They're the 4th most important position on a football team. So I guess that's not like a huge surprise to me. It's off by 1 to me. The one that really surprised me was the defensive tackle was ahead of him.
Yeah, how about that? Chris Jones. And I suppose Aaron Donald, who's still playing, would fit into that. And there's Wilkins, right?
You know who really started the trend? And obviously Aaron Donald was the guy. And he was around during this also. It really was Malik Jackson and Derek Wolfe that kind of were the first 2 guys that you realized, man, we got outside edge rushers, but in a 3-4 scheme, what made that defense so unique, in a 3-4 scheme, your nose tackle and your 2 4-eyes, which was Malik and Derek Wolfe, those guys, their job in a 3-4 scheme is to 2-gap. That means I'm going laterally on the line of scrimmage. I'm not pass rushers. All I'm doing is I'm taking up space and trying to make sure that the offensive tackles can't get to the linebackers, right? Well, they were like the first guys in the NFL that you had your outside linebackers and your 2 4-eyes that were all elite pass rushers. And they really, in my opinion, brought attention to the value of that position to the NFL.
Well, let me ask you guys where you think it's going to go then. If receivers are making that much more, are we 5 years from now going to be talking about $30 million cornerbacks?
I mean, yes, but that's just inflation.
Okay, all right, let me rephrase it. They're the 6th highest paid position by top paid guy. In 5 years, will it creep up to where they're 4th or 3rd?
And yet, how many times has Leggy told us that everybody is searching for cornerbacks? So how is the position that everybody wants the guy to be able to play there 6th highest paid?
Well, that's the thing about wide receivers that makes it so interesting to me, Scott, and why I think there's going to be a huge bubble on wide receivers coming up. They're the highest paid right now, well, 2nd highest paid. And it feels like you got 4 that come out every year. And when I say 4, I mean 4 like studs.
Ready to
4
go.
guys that are just absolutely going to dominate in their rookie season.
It's wild.
And that's why left tackles used to be one of the highest paid positions, because you just couldn't find them like that. You value the guys that you can't find. So I think that's just basic economics, right? It's supply and demand. When you got a lot of supply of wide receivers, it doesn't make sense to me that you're going to be making them the 2nd highest paid position in the NFL.
And think about the transition of college football, which was always run heavy. Think about how many times we said, don't draft a kid from Wisconsin. He's going to have 1,200 carries by the time he gets to the NFL, and so on and so forth. They're going to be all broken down. The game's changed even in college from this pure running game, unless you're at Air Force probably, right, to more of a spread offense also. So now what are you doing? Now you're getting studs and athletes out there. And I would eventually think that the wide receiver position is going to be so inundated with talent that you're not going to have to pay dudes $30 million from there.
I think a couple things are going to happen. I don't see corner ever radically changing. I could see them moving up to maybe number 4 in the overall highest paid positions. But I think wide receivers are going to come down, and I think left tackles are going to go back up, because that's generally speaking the way it's been for about 50 years.
I think pass rusher, left, outside edge tackle, and quarterbacks will be 1, 2, 3 forever.
Yeah, agreed.
Well, now we got Pat Surtain on the text line, on the Shot Mazda text line. How many times have the Broncos have the highest paid player at any position at any point in their history? That's a good question. I think they've had the highest paid right tackle a couple of times.
I bet a bunch. Right. I bet every team has had it.
Did Von Miller ever get it when he got
the highest paid pass rusher?
Even for a little bit?
Maybe. I don't know for a fact.
Yeah, I don't either.
You got Surtain. I don't know if they've ever had a quarterback being the highest
just go to the
paid guy.
Hall of Famers. Manning's the Hall of Famer, but he wasn't the highest paid when he was here.
No.
Elway, I don't think, was ever the highest paid here.
I don't think so.
Maybe for a season, I don't know.
I don't even know if that.
All right.
Maybe. I don't know. Maybe.
Wide receivers? No.
I don't think so.
I mean, Von Miller is probably the closest. Surtain, Von Miller.
Guard? No. I mean, even though Miners does all right. Left tackle? Was Clady the highest paid guy at one point? I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. He was worthy of it.
Yeah.
I know that much.
Maybe. Simmons, was Simmons the number one guy?
I bet so.
He was right up there if he wasn't. He was within the top 3. So I don't know, man. It's.
I was Googling Von Miller, trying to figure out if he was ever the highest paid, and I settled on an article that was breaking down how much he got paid per tackle last year. $3.5 million per tackle he had last season.
Yeah.
What did he play? 4 games? 5 games?
I'm surprised he's still with the Bills.
Well, the money was guaranteed.
Yeah. He's the Chris Bryant of the Bills.
And you know what, Vaughn did like the ultimate good guy move this year. Like he cut his salary in half, and it was guaranteed money. He did not have to do it. He did it just to be a good guy.
So he could play. Well, yeah, okay.
Well, not to play. I mean, he was going to be on the team no matter what.
He was? There wasn't a way to get rid of him somehow, some way?
No, I mean, not unless you wanted to pull a Russell. I mean, I guess you could always pull a Russell Wilson. You
could always pull a Russell Wilson. I mean, they could always do that.
But he didn't have to do it to get money.
No, but he probably did have to do it to play on the team.
Maybe.
And I don't know if a lot of other teams are going to be chasing after Von Miller anymore, frankly. So Von loves football. Hey, listen, man, Von loves playing football. So good for him. That's what you do when you want to play. When you really want to play for a team, that's what you do at the end of your career.
I saw a post thing on Von Miller yesterday, and it was showing him working out. And remember when he got in here, but they showed him working out, one of the best. So I think it's just going to be a Von Miller thing. And if it's current film, he's looking in good shape. I mean, he's great shape.
Scotty, I can take you down to Vasa Fitness, man, right now. We're gonna see a dozen sort of guys who look like they're in great shape.
Yeah,
doesn't mean you can play.
Yeah, but I think he can still play. But the thing was, I'm thinking I'm watching a Von Miller workout. You know what the whole thing was?
Calisthenics?
No. Von Miller, chicken rancher in Texas, and they were sitting there going, he's got some of the purest chickens and finest chickens in all of the country.
There you go.
It was Von Miller Chicken Ranch, is what they were talking about.
I think what's going to be interesting, if we're just having a Von conversation for a second, is how, because Von's going to move back here. I got no doubts about it. He will move back to Colorado.
I would bet no.
Really?
Yeah.
Why would you bet no?
Texas is home, bud.
I think there's a little too many. Well, I don't know. You know him way better than I do. I'm going to guess he may have more issues back home in Texas than he would up here in Colorado, but hey, I could be wrong.
What do you mean issues?
Oh, I don't know. He's got a lot of drama in his life. I don't know.
It's still legal here, though, by the way.
I think he wants to be part of a football organization, which would lead him to living back here.
Well, he said he wants to be a GM.
That's where I was kind of going. Like, I think he would move back here because he wants to be part of a team.
I mean, if there's a reason, sure.
Well, that's where I'm going.
But if he's just making home base, I bet it's Texas.
Okay. I think he wants to be part of a team, and I think his best chance to be part of a team is the Denver Broncos. I think. I mean, he certainly has a better connection to the Broncos than the Cowboys or the Texans, even though they're in Texas.
You know, I don't know if he has a stronger connection here with the Rams. If you just think about the impact he had in such a short term, and you think about, did it get sour at the end here? Are the guys that are still in the building? Yes, they are. The guys that he got sour with, they are still here.
All right, let me just back this up for the sake of conversation. Would you like to see Von Miller as part of the personnel or management of the Denver Broncos?
Sure.
What was the one player that was here forever? Is it Sewell? That was kind
Steve Sewell?
Steve Sewell, that was kind of like the Bronco ambassador for everything.
Well, they got Steve Atwater doing that now.
Steve's doing that.
Oh, Steve, that's Steve's job. He is a Broncos ambassador. And I think there's parts of it he enjoys, and there's parts of it I think are, it's a job. I don't know how long Steve wants to keep doing that job. We'll see. It is a little tricky because he got the gold jacket.
And I got to say this, and Steve Sewell was great at it during his time here. But you're at every school signing, book drop, bing, boom, boom, boom. Steve showed up for all of it.
Mm-hmm.
Great guy. I don't see, and Steve's one of the nice guys in the world too. But
Randy Gradishar dropped his. Do you remember what Randy Gradishar's job was for the past few years with the Broncos?
Greeter.
No.
Do you know
Worse.
Tyler?
Oh, I know. He's been there for ever. He was there when I was in my rookie year. Yeah, I know. He was the equipment check guy. A very humble job. You walk around during pregame warmups. You've got a little checklist. You got a clipboard. You see, does that guy have his socks pulled up high enough? Does this guy have the right cleats on? Does this guy have his knee pads in? Then you give a report to the equipment staff before the game. The equipment staff now gives these guys an option. Look, you can fix this or you could be fined $5,000. It's up to you. And then they come back out. He checks it. Did they fix it or not? Okay, now I'm sending this back to the NFL. Von Miller owns $10,000 for wearing the wrong shoes.
He was doing that for years. I don't think there's anything wrong with that job. In fact, right.
I'll be honest, though. It was such a nondescript job and quite frankly, a pretty humble job.
Mm-hmm.
And we all know Randy is just, he grinded it out in life. He did.
Mm-hmm.
And good for him for that. But I had no freaking clue who he was my first few years. I just thought he was another annoying NFL guy that was checking my
You didn't
socks.
know who the lady in red was.
Right. It's one of those jobs as an ex-NFLer.
Why would I think a Hall of Famer is checking my socks?
You wouldn't.
Well, he wasn't a Hall of Famer then.
Well,
correct.
Yeah.
I hope Steve Atwater's not doing that.
Steve's not. Actually, it's Nate Jackson's doing that job now because Randy decided to not do that job. I mean, you can't do that job when you got a gold jacket, right?
You can't do that job if you got a gold jacket.
Right. I mean, and hopefully he doesn't need to because it does pay all right per game. You know, it does pretty good.
Dude, they ought to have just some slug like Andy or somebody do that.
I think it's better that they try to help out NFL guys rather than some slug because it's a little chunk of change. And it's not that hard of work. It's just, it's a little humbling to do. That's all. So I'd rather see that money go to a ex-NFL guy. And here in Denver, Tyler, it's ridiculous how many ex-Broncos and NFL guys live here.
Does he have to go and do both teams?
No. There's another guy. I don't know who the other.
Was Randy traveling too?
No. The team supplies. Do you know?
They've got a home and away. So Randy was just home. Nate Jackson will just be home, and then they've got a local regional guy that'll do it wherever else.
Yeah, for the other team.
Andy Lindo will be perfect.
Well, sure. I'll tell you this, man. I'd do that job in a heartbeat if offered to me because I know what it pays.
Yeah,
and
but you want to rat on guys.
Well, my specialty. Anyway.
Find the biggest rat we know, and let's see if he can apply for that job.
Surtain is locked in. Dan. Well, Tyler.
No job too small, right, Scott?
I think Dan would be good at it, don't you, Tyler?
Don't get me started.
Are you just here to cause trouble today? Is that what you're here? Is that the job today?
Dan and I made amends, but don't make me think twice.
Okay. Jeff Legwald, he said, did you see the piece that Leggy wrote at ESPN?
That was a long one.
Holy shamoly.
Well, but it's been 8 years. That was like 8 years of a piece, wasn't it?
It was like War and Peace, what he wrote.
It's a complete crap.
Well, no, it was a really good piece, Dan. You don't have to be a jerk to Leggy.
No, not the article. Just the last 8 years of Broncos football.
I see. Jeff did a great job detailing the history of the Broncos if you want to know why things aren't that great. So we'll talk to Leggy about that. And also this deal with Surtain. Why did it get done now? What's with the timing and what to expect this week? Getting ready for the Seahawks. Jeff Legwald from Broncos Park, powered by Common Spirit, is next.
Hey, if you're in the market for a new vehicle, check out my friends at Phil Long Ford. Tyler Plumpus here. We were just talking about Randy Gradishar. Randy's been over at Phil Long Ford for years and years. I've been over there since my rookie year in the NFL, the only car dealership that I will deal with because it's always a great experience. First off, I find the car, truck, van, SUV, electric vehicle that I want because it's there. The inventory is as strong as it has ever been. Second off, they respect my time. They're going to get me in. They're going to get me out. Additionally, they're going to give you the best price. You don't have to haggle. They're just going to give it to you. And they've got an award-winning service department. So once you buy your new truck, car, van, SUV, whatever it is you're looking for, keep it serviced at Phil Long Ford, and you're going to have a beautiful, and I mean beautiful ride for a very long time. Now's the time. Don't waste your time driving all over Colorado. Go to one car dealership, find the car that you want and the best price. It's going to be at PhilLongFord.com. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over. Find them online at PhilLongFord.com.
Jeff Legwald is brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers, IBEW, Local 68. Start with the job, end with the career. Jeff joins us from the construction site that is happening. Just start here, Jeff, and we'll get to Pat Surtain in a second. What's going on there construction-wise? How's this new layout going?
Yeah, it takes me back. I put myself through school doing this, so I think I'll just grab a hat and get in there.
Okay. Has it impacted anything practice-wise, football-wise? I know media-wise it has, but has it impacted anything they're doing?
I think from a football perspective, I think those days are coming. They don't have the heavy equipment moving the earth yet. I think once that starts, I think that's going to be the soundtrack of practice for the season.
All right, Jeff, to get the Pat Surtain deal done, what's that mean for us now? Where are we at as a football team, and what's that do for the Broncos moving forward?
Well, Tyler, I think two things they did. I think Surtain and his representatives and the team worked out the best salary cap scenario because it is a true extension. It doesn't kick in until 26. So then they are fully past the Russell Wilson dead money problems in 2026. So he's playing on the current deal for 2 more seasons, and then the extension kicks in 26. So that's a little bit of a favor from Surtain and his reps to the Broncos in a way, and the Broncos in return make him the highest paid defensive back in league history. So I think they found the common ground they needed to, and that's one thing. The second thing I think is important, much like when they did the Justin Simmons deal back in 2021, I think every team has to show its locker room, its homegrown players are important to them, and that they will sign their own marquee players rather than consistently looking to the horizon of free agency. And I think in a locker room, at least in my experience, I think that buy-in is necessary, and I think that does that for a team in transition. It shows them that if you succeed here and you play well here, they will pay you here.
Also, another announcement today, we haven't really got into this. Bo Nix, part of the captaincy of the Denver Broncos. Is that a coach's selection? Is that an open vote by the players? How did that come about?
Scotty, I'll be interested to see how they did it. I think in the past, Sean has picked the captains, and there's been a lot of game-by-game basis of some of those slots. But if the starting quarterback isn't the captain, you got a problem, I think, on any team. So I would have assumed he was going to be a captain once he was named the starter.
I've never trusted those voting counts, Scott. I've never trusted they're actually reading those things. They might invite the team to vote on it, and then at the end of the day, there's always somebody like, we voted for that dude. That being said, there was a couple interesting moves with the captains, Jeff. Instead of Garrett Bowles or Mike McGlinchey on the offensive line, Quinn Miners named captain. Is that a surprise to you at all?
Yeah, I guess, I'm always curious, like yourself, what the vote really was, and if there was a vote or if any of the votes were tabulated. But, I always think a homegrown player, a drafted player, always carries a little more weight as a captain, but that's just my little sports writer view of that. And, I think sometimes it is interesting at a position where a captain, where one is named and one isn't. I don't think in his whole time here that Chris Harris, for example, was ever the captain. And I think sometimes it was because he was too honest in his assessment with his teammates, but that's just me.
Well, and you remember there's a big stink for a while that Von Miller took, 5 years before they voted him a captain, didn't they? Yeah,
it took a long time. But, again, it's not really transparency, Scotty, full transparency.
Oh, we should be used to that in election-wise. Hey, real fast, we had a discussion about this a while ago. D-Mac was on a show in Seattle, and everybody was like, well, we don't know much about Seattle or about this Denver team.
Right.
What can you tell us about the Seattle team?
I can tell you the coach is considered a defensive wizard, so it's not the best of opening weeks for Bo Nix, I don't think, in terms of defensive creativity and odd fronts and situational rushers. This guy is renowned. I know NFL coaches who have gone and studied him when he was in the college game and when he was Baltimore's coordinator. So Mike Macdonald is regarded as a really creative defensive mind, and I don't think I'm too far off base in saying in terms of unexpected things from a defense. Bo Nix got the worst defensive play caller he could have gotten for his opener.
Infinite Jest is a novel by David Foster Wallace. It's 1,400 pages long, and you looked at that and said, "Hold my beer," and wrote the history of the Broncos, why they didn't make the playoffs for the past few years on ESPN.com. That was quite a piece, Jeff. My goodness. First of all, wow. Take us behind the writing of that and what you might have learned when you look back on this period of time.
Yeah, I know everybody was around for all of it, but I think sometimes it's just interesting to see what people remember and how they remember it. And I polled probably 25 people, former coaches, former players, people who are around the organization, and just said, give me your 3 or 4 events you think were the ones that pushed the Broncos to where they are. And everybody had a different take on it, and some of the picks were mine and mine alone. But it was fun just to sort of see. I always like to talk to people and see where they come down on how things got the way they are. And I thought it was a pretty interesting list. And, as you could see, a lot of it involved the quarterback.
Yeah. Well, all right. What are your top 3 turning points, maybe moments in the past decade, I guess, almost decade since they've been to the playoffs? What do you think?
Yeah, a lot of people went with Peyton Manning's injury or retirement. I personally would have picked when he injured the foot, because I think he would have been intrigued about playing longer if he physically could have held up longer. So that, for me, it was the physical element was probably more important. But, and then I think, I guess I'm not one who comes down on the missed train of Josh Allen, because I don't believe I saw any scenario here where he would have gotten 3 years to figure it out the way he got 3 years with Brian Daboll as his offensive coordinator in all 3 seasons that he got in Buffalo. So that's not
what about Justin Fields? If we drafted Justin Fields, it would have been good, right, Jeff?
Well, I've been told that over the years, but I think Pat Surtain's a pretty damn good player, but that's where I come down.
Hey, we talk about that. If you're going to my list right there, I think the Manning health, could he have played another year? And then I think you got to go with Gary leaving.
Yeah,
I think that killed him. And I would say, and real fast, I would say the drafting of Paxton Lynch was worse, almost worse, if not worse, than the not drafting of Josh Allen.
Yeah, I mean, they traded up. Whether the Cowboys were bluffing or whatever, I would have wanted to see for myself. But they traded up for Paxton Lynch, and then he didn't win 2 consecutive quarterback competitions that were stacked for him to win. So I think that was pretty significant. But for my money and my time around the team, I think Kubiak stepping away was maybe the biggest item on the list after Manning retires.
This is a great piece, and for those who may be trying to catch up on Broncos history, I would highly advise you to read it. It was a longer piece, man. I don't know how many long form pieces like that you write a year, Jeff, but that was a doozy. So
you sound so shocked he could write it.
No. I'm not shocked he can write it, but it's just unusual. It's not par for the course, Jeff. Am I right about that?
Well, they pick and choose. We got a few employees and only one website. That's what I've discovered.
All right. Appreciate it, Jeff. We'll talk to you next week. Thank you, Jeff.
Thanks, fellas.
All right. That's Jeff Legwall, brought to you by the International Brotherhood of Electrical Workers. Tyler was trying to bait me into a fight with Jeff. I'm not going to take that bait. No. Yeah. Mm-hmm. No dumb questions. Let's go, Dan.
Columbus, Hastings, and DMAC present No Dumb Questions. This is your safe space. Send us your not dumb question now.
You're a smart guy.
Tweet it, text it, or Twitch it. It's No Dumb Questions.
Hey, I know this segment is called No Dumb Questions, but sometimes there are.
With thanks to Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Visit oldchicago.com for a location near you.
So if you send in a no dumb question, at the end of the week, we pick out a winner, and you get a $100 gift card to Old Chicago. It's worth your time. 303-504-0925.
When's the proper time to bring out Halloween decorations?
Oh, I thought about you. Have you guys been over to Costco? I was there yesterday, and I thought about sending you a text.
Costco, you can walk next door. We got the Spirit of Halloween.
Spirit of Halloween store here.
Literally
Costco
right
had some good stuff, though.
Home Depot right
some
there.
good stuff. Costco's got Christmas and Halloween out right now.
Christmas.
Yeah.
Too soon to decorate for Christmas?
It's not too soon to decorate for Halloween if you want to right now.
Right now, it's like September 1st, would you
Listen,
say?
I think there's two things that happen after Labor Day.
You're drunk.
I think there's
no white shoes.
Yeah, that thing. Like, in all honesty, I think you got to stop wearing shorts at work once you passed, unless you're that guy. Unless you're shorts all year guy.
Shorts and a hoodie is a year-round look. That is a year-round look.
All
buddy.
right, I'm going to take us out of the equation because of what we do. So let's just take us out of it. Let's just talk about office workers.
Mm-hmm.
Should Kevin Shockey, our boss, specifically start wearing pants now that it's after Labor Day?
Well,
I think he probably should have worn pants. Oh,
yeah, I was going to say that too. I mean,
seen
certain folks are white enough that they probably should always
He's got
wear
pants on today.
He does have pants on today, and I saw somebody give him a little crap yesterday about wearing shorts.
Yeah,
we're kind of in a different sort of world here. Like, you can wear whatever you want, more or less, doing this job.
All right. I know I'm going to get called the CSU hater on this, okay? Fine. I accept it. Fine. If you want to call me a hater, fine. I would say this about any university.
Who exactly
it just so happens to be CSU.
Who are you talking to right now? Do you think any of us care?
No.
Okay.
Okay. No dumb question. Am I the only one that thinks it is the dumbest thing ever / actually an embarrassing look for Colorado State to have Terrell Davis as their brand ambassador?
Their ambassador?
The Rambassador doing an interview in the middle of the Texas game when they're down by 1 million points. A dude is now the ambassador of the program that did not play at the program. Is that not the dumbest thing you've ever heard in your entire life?
Do you know when they were doing that interview? Because I was watching it. Texas scored as they were doing the interview. I don't get it.
It's embarrassing. You don't have anybody from your program that is worthy of being an ambassador?
I get it. And they're literally talking to him like, now you went to Georgia. They literally said
you couldn't get Joey Porter. You couldn't get
Shaq Barrett just retired.
Shaq Barrett. Go get our guy Joel Dreesen. I mean, somebody that played for Colorado State.
I think it's a huge insult to Joel, and I actually don't understand why they didn't go with JD on that one.
What are we doing, Colorado State?
I agree with
that.
you.
Is an embarrassing look, despite the fact that you did an interview down 50 points. It's just an embarrassing look to hire somebody to be an ambassador that has nothing to do with your university.
Who's better known, Joel Dreesen or Terrell Davis?
Terrell, of course.
Nationally?
Anywhere.
Anywhere.
Nationally,
in
locally.
Fort Collins?
Denver, at the radio station.
Maybe
anywhere.
not in Joel's barn. His horses probably know him better than TD, but like, where is Joel Dreesen
Maybe Fort
better
Collins.
known than Terrell? No. Man, come on, man. That's still Broncos territory up there.
Is
it? Hell yeah, of course.
It's college football era.
They're going to know TD more in Fort Collins than Joel.
I appreciate the hustle, what you're trying to do, but no, of course Terrell Davis is more well-known. I don't care, though. It's embarrassing. You're saying to the world, like, we haven't done anything with our... They do. CSU puts out a lot of quality NFL players. A lot of household names have actually come out, and maybe not a lot, a couple, come out of CSU.
Well, reverse engineer your argument. Why do you think they picked TD?
You tell me.
I'm asking, challenge yourself. Why do you think they did
national
it?
notoriety?
Yeah, I think it's because when they're on TV playing Texas, to get the attention that they want, it's an interview with TD, not Joel. And no offense to Joel, because we love Joel. But come on, man.
So this university is so amazing that the first time I stepped on campus is when they gave me $200,000 to do it.
Kinda. I know you can. If you want to rip on CSU for that, go for it.
I think an ambassador has to represent you.
Why not Peyton Manning?
Done.
Why not reach out to Peyton Manning?
Because he wouldn't do it.
Well, true.
Because you got to go
Why is
to
Terrell
Fort Collins.
Davis doing it?
Because he doesn't mind going to Fort Collins for money.
I guess.
You know what? You know what it looks like TD did? He hustled to get a gold jacket. He got the gold jacket, and now I think
why is he doing this?
Because it's just easy money, bro. It's easy.
Maybe there's
money.
a relationship though with that the coach,
Maybe.
Norvell and him.
Who knows? I don't know.
Okay, somebody puts out Bradley Van Pelt. Perfect. Make Bradley Van Pelt your
Dude,
ambassador.
no, but he would have to wear a sign saying, "Hi, my name is Bradley Van
At
Pelt."
least
For
he
anybody
did
to know
something
that.
for the university.
Hi, my name is.
He did something.
My name is
He put them
Bradley
on the
Van
map.
Pelt.
Nobody knows who Bradley Van Pelt is, dude.
Well, he's the only one of CSU. Like, he put them on the map. Joey Porter is probably the most famous football player that I can think of that came from CSU. Are there any others that I'm missing?
What about? Oh my God!
I mean, I know there's a lot of great players, but I mean, like,
forgetting his name. The
like
wide
worldwide
receiver.
fame.
The wide receiver just Garrett. No, gosh darn it.
The dude that went to the Cowboys.
Yes.
Well, he's still playing. I'm drawing a blank on his name.
Is he still playing? Oh boy, we're terrible on this.
I got the Cowboys, didn't I?
I guess he's not that famous. Yeah, what's his name? Come on, Scott.
None of them's bigger than T. If you can't come up with his name, don't even try.
I know.
Michael Gallup?
Gallup.
Gallup.
Michael Gallup.
Yeah,
Yes, thank you. I guess I wouldn't know that.
Joey Porter at least won a Super Bowl.
Yeah, Colorado State. You might want to rethink this thing. That's bad luck, ugly look, dumb look.
All right, no dumb question. Who is the most famous? God, did they not really have a famous person that graduated with a football pedigree from CSU?
I'm looking it up.
Wow. It's kind of sad.
I think Joey Porter is probably at the top of the list.
You know, it is. It's
You got Trey McBride currently playing. You got Michael Gallup, David Anderson. Remember David Anderson?
Barely.
Capri Bibbs.
I remember Capri Bibbs.
Capri Bibbs played here.
Ty Sambralo.
Remember him and his shoulder here with the Broncos.
Rashard Higgins.
Remember him? A lot of guys I remember. Is that it? Are those your most famous guys?
I mean, I'm looking at a list, and yes, I legit think Joey Porter is by far the most famous football player.
But where does
to ever come
Joey
out of
Porter live? He doesn't.
I don't know. He's got a kid playing in the NFL.
Well, I think if you're a Ram ambassador, they're going to want you to go to a few luncheons and glad hand people in the state of Colorado.
I think Bradley Van
How
Pelt
about
should
this
be
quarterback, Garrett Grayson?
No,
Garrett Grayson
the one that bombed out with Sean Payton.
Yeah, Sean Payton draft pick.
Shaq Barrett.
Shaq's pretty good, but is he famous?
No.
I mean, nobody's as famous as TD. We're not even close here.
I don't care. I would rather
Moses
have
Moreno?
Okay. I'm not saying
you have to put some blood, sweat, and tears into university.
The late, great Kelly McGregor?
No.
Okay.
No. Jay Norvell.
I know what you were saying. Tyler, you got a good shot at the Rams fans right there. You weren't trying, but you did it.
It's just, that's a fact. I'd point it out about anybody just happens
Your
to be
school's
CSU.
your school's a little sad if they have to go to a graduate from another college to represent your college.
Yes.
I would be humiliated if a non-Syracuse guy was the ambassador for Syracuse. And frankly, that would be ridiculous when we have Marvin Harrison, Donovan McNabb, Don McPherson. I mean, we got a litany of dudes. It'd be easy to pick.
I've said my piece. I don't have
Moose
anything else to
Johnston.
say. I mean, it's just, it's dumb. It's embarrassing.
It's embarrassing.
I don't care if Bradley Van Pelt isn't worldwide known. He means something to your university at
Yeah,
least.
but the point of this is to get a guy on TV to associate to make your school look cool.
That was a pretty cool look. Down 50, TD. That was a pretty cool look.
Dude, it was so sad. They're
Do you know Keith Carradine went to see
What? Tell me what happened in the interview. What? Like, do you remember anything that he said?
I do. It was just like, hey, we're up and coming. There's a program that's really on the rise.
Oh, touchdown Arch Manning.
Touchdown Texas. I swear to God, that's what happened. And then the interviewer goes after he says that, well, now you graduated from Georgia, right? Dude, it was.
So in essence, the interviewer really was saying, why the hell are you doing this?
Kind of. It wasn't a great moment. And it was like 1,000 degrees and he's just sweating and like it's. Dude, it was bad.
Did you know John Amos went to school there?
John who's?
John Amos.
Oh, Amos. It's PhD on.
The dad on Good Times.
I know him. Yeah. John Amos. Do you want me to tell you
I
more
got
about
your joke. It would have been better if you went to the break.
I know, I was
no,
trying.
wouldn't. No, wouldn't.
No, not good?
No, not a good time.
Was that a pun? Good times. Pat McAfee was asking Roger Goodell about the kickoff rules, which, Pat McAfee is obsessed with kicking. His defense of it was kind of wild, but it did beg an interesting point about how the NFL operates. Details on that next. Hey, C-Mac for Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. All right, tell you about this deal. It's the $29.99 takeout deal that is the unreal pizza deal. Again, it's only $29.99 where you can get a delicious large 2-topping pizza on a scratch-made flaky crust. Plus, it comes with a cheesy, dippable mozzarella sticks and a giant, gooey chocolate chip cookie pizza. Gooey, gooey, gooey. You're going to absolutely love it. Only $29.99. They'll feed the whole fam, plus no dishes. The Unreal Pizza deal to go. Also, listen, when you're at Old Chicago, libations are their specialty. Founded in Boulder in 1976, they know what Colorado fans love. They love a good cold beer. And with 110 local and legendary beers, you can take the tour and earn rewards along the way, like branded merch and even $5 OC bucks to use on your next visit. This is easy. Discover your next favorite pint at my favorite restaurant. That's Old Chicago. Find them at oldchicago.com. Yeah. Jason Momoa went to CSU?
Oh, he did for like a year or something.
All right, he's more famous than TD.
That's it. Yeah.
Jason Momoa? Yeah.
He ain't gonna do it for $200,000. No. Aquaman.
I got you, but
Did he play football there?
Got me.
I don't think so.
Leslie Jones played hoops there. Leslie Jones, comedian.
Really?
The basketball player?
I don't know. I have no idea.
You remember Sinbad? Sinbad went to DU.
Are we talking about DU? Do they need a
you just think
pie ambassador?
Robert Redford went to CU.
Somebody did say, name a CU player who's more famous than TD.
You're missing the entire point, dumb texter. That wasn't the point. Terrell Davis didn't go to CU either. The point was that they couldn't find someone from their own university that's famous. And yes, CU could find football players that are famous.
The funny thing is,
not Terrell Davis famous. That's not the argument.
You can probably find more famous Georgia players than Terrell Davis who went to Georgia.
Not many. You could probably.
Good.
I'm not.
I mean,
gonna
Herschel
say,
Walker. I would assume.
There you go. I'd say Herschel's more famous than TD. Yep.
By the way, Deion Sanders is the CU. Find someone more famous than that.
Yeah, but he can't be your ambassador. He's the coach. I mean,
yeah, he ain't going to do an interview of. Well, he did.
In all honesty,
CU doesn't have anybody that can compete with Terrell Davis. That's not the point.
The point is CU doesn't need somebody because they got Prime. You don't.
But I mean, if
if
CU wanted to play that game, they could go Cordell Stewart. He's pretty dang famous. I mean,
there's loads of CU famous ex-football players. Klatt's pretty famous.
Yeah.
Jeremy Bloom's pretty famous in certain perspectives.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, you're pretty famous. I mean, Alfred's pretty famous. There's, we keep going. CJ's pretty famous-ish. I mean, we won national championships and all. CU's loaded with people. What are we talking about here? It's ridiculous.
You guys ever had a football player that turned into a Supreme Court justice, CSU? You ever had that?
Well, I'm glad you're stirring the pot here, man, because we're all nicey-nice with Nebraska.
Yeah, we got 2 weeks, right? 2-3 weeks.
Hey, I'm here to stir the pot. Let's go.
Yeah, and you're wearing a red hat today. I mean, I thought no red.
What happened to that?
What happened to that?
Give me a hard time.
Yeah. I had a red shirt. Somebody came up to me to listen to the show yesterday and goes, that's really not Nebraska red. I don't know why they got on you. They saw me wearing the red shirt.
Salmon.
Oh.
You know what? It's a fair point. I shouldn't be wearing this hat.
You should not. Take the damn hat off.
I'll take it off. I didn't even think of it.
That's on me for not even noticing it.
Put it on. Put it on.
Don't put it with your Red Wings hat. Put it in
yeah,
the
you're right.
backpack.
I shouldn't wear that hat this week.
Why? You a CU guy now?
Because
D-Mac is the ultimate have it both ways guy.
No doubt about
it. The
it.
ultimate have it both ways.
Zero doubt about that.
There's no question, right?
No question about it. Still trying to figure out who Syracuse's quarterback is.
But he's really good.
He was really good. He went 11-1 as the starting quarterback for Ohio State, and they told him to hit the skids. Let me get this Pat McAfee stuff and see if you agree with him. Here he is with Goodell. See which one. Oh, yeah, they're going to tweak the kickoff rule.
Well, I think what would happen, no, not before the regular season. The competition committee met last week. They made some very minor adjustments. They were really very minor. I think what we're going to do, Pat, is what we always do. We put this in for a year. We'll evaluate it for the entire year. If we see that type of circumstance come out, probably evaluate where the ball goes out to the 35 next year and try that. I think it depends on sort of the outcome and what it is we think we can tweak.
Goodell also said that none of the teams are really showing their true kickoff strategies in preseason, so we're waiting and seeing.
And what the conversation started with is because what we saw towards the end of preseason, everybody was just kicking it in the end zone, giving up the extra 5 yards from last year, 25 to 30.
I think this whole conversation about the kickoff strategies is way overhyped. There's not that many things you can do, boys, and it's going to be simple. At the beginning of the year, you're going to squib kick the thing. You're going to try to a quick little dribbler, see if you can cause some chaos. Might be able to get a turnover out of it. Right? Pretty soon, you're going to realize they're going to get a big play out of it. They're going to take it back to the 50. They might take one to the house. All of a sudden, we're putting it in the end zone, and it's the same way it's always been.
I think that's going to happen sooner than later. Coaches are just going to figure why hassle. Just kick it through the end zone there. Kicker.
Put it on the 30.
Yeah,
the one thing that I will say
no
is if teams do actually kick it off, you can't have an onside kick until the fourth quarter now, and you have to declare it when you do it because obviously it's a different formation. But the new rules, in theory, could create more chaos if they do actually squib kick it a lot. I could see there
but
being
it can't
more
be
turnovers.
a squib because it has to land in that red zone.
It
so
does.
the true identity of a squib, you can't.
All right, well, you got to pooch it a little bit, but yeah. I mean, but the ball will be hitting the ground.
Could you imagine if you had this rule? Let me ask you this, no dumb question. If this rule would have been placed back in Sean Payton's New Orleans days, A, would New Orleans have a Super Bowl championship? And B, would Peyton Manning have 3?
Probably Peyton would have 3. Without the surprise onside kick, that really did change
the game.
It changed the game. It resulted in points for New Orleans, and it changed the whole tenor of the game. And then Tracy Porter picked off Peyton later on because they were a little bit more desperate because they were behind. Sure. Listen, man, the whole ceremonial thing about kickoffs, I'm rolling my eyes at. If they want returns to happen, Scott and Tyler, if you kick it through the end zone, put the ball at the 45. Tough luck. I mean, don't do it. The 30 means nothing. It means nothing. It's not punitive enough. No way. Not even close. So you're right. It's going to get boring. And it's just going to be boring.
And now you're just going to have a dumb-looking, boring play.
You're going to have a dumb-looking, boring play. You are. That's exactly what you're going to have. And again, the onside kick, stupid. I can't do it till the 4th. I can't even try something.
Why? What's the point of that? Well,
It's
I know
dumb.
the point is they're trying to encourage player safety, and the onside kick is probably the most dangerous play in football.
So again, what would you rather see, an onside kick or a team go for it on 4th and 15?
Well, I've always been with you on that. That's the one that you and I have been in lockstep all along. I would much give them the option. Fine, do whatever you want. You can do the onside kick, or you could have a 4th and 15, whatever you want. But I've been with you on that one since forever. And the main reason I've been with you on it is because the success rate of the onside kick is not high enough. You actually want it to be higher so
That's
that
right.
teams can so you can have more chaos at the end of games.
Your chance of converting 4th and 15 is way higher than an onside kick. It's way more interesting, and most teams are just going to punt anyways. And a punt, if say it's from the 30-yard line, so you're punting from the 15, probably to the other 15 or 20, right? That's an exciting play. And most likely the ball most of the time, because I think the average punt return is like 7 yards, something like that. So ultimately you're coming back to about the 22, 23 anyways. Same thing you're doing with these kickoffs now. Same exact thing. But it's a better play. And you don't have to announce squadoosh.
Okay.
You can just go for it.
So I just looked it up, what the odds are from 4th and 13, 14, 15, etc. The onside kick, if I remember correctly, and somebody double check me on this, but I believe it was like 5%, 6%, somewhere in that ballpark.
Probably lower, but go ahead. I'll go with you.
The odds of converting a 4th and 15, you guys would guess is what?
18%, something along those lines.
4%.
Nearly 14%. So that's perfect. That's great.
Right.
Yes.
Yes.
It's still
Yes.
low. It's still not likely, but it will happen here and there.
The extra point went from, I'm not joking about this.
You know what I would do?
99.8% to about 85 or 86%, something like that. Almost the exact same difference, just enough that it makes it a more interesting play.
I would bump it up to 4th and 14, which sounds like a small difference. It's not. It's a huge difference. It actually bumps it up to 21.1%.
Awesome.
4th and 14.
Let's go. And let's play football. And we're just done with this stupid kickoff thing, period. You can't figure it out anyways. And who cares? Seriously, do you care that much about the kickoff? Oh, it's fun watching football.
I like the ceremonial start. Yeah. I like lighting the torch.
Just for a boring play?
Yeah, because that's how football is supposed to be played.
I got it, but football is all supposed to give you options to turn the ball over with an onside kick as well anytime you want. The fact that you take that out of the
I wonder
bag,
what the odds were before they changed all the onside kick rules to keep it safer.
It was definitely higher because it was more of a chaotic play.
Oh, it was insane.
Because it was more dangerous, it was more interesting.
Yeah.
Frankly, it's kind of boring now. It was boring. So, congratulations, Goodell, in the NFL. You couldn't quite figure this one out either. They could figure out Patrick Surtain. What a deal for the Broncos. Also, Sean Payton due to speak. We're getting ready for the Seahawks. Your first look at that. PhD on 92.5. All right, CMAC for AAA Home Improvements. That renovation, that dream project that you've been thinking about, adding a living space, the new kitchen. These are things you think about, and now it's time to act upon it. But you've got to trust the right people, and that's what Toby Hurdle and his group of project managers have built over 20 years. AAA Home Improvements, 20-plus years of home renovation, custom home building, and remodeling. From design and engineering, permitting, project management, to final inspections, this is upfront pricing. No surprises ever. Here's Nick in Aurora. AAA did a wonderful job on the addition to our home. Nothing major. Overall, the project came out great, and we were pleased with the end result. I have recommended them dozens of times to my clients and friends. There you go. The schedule does fill up quickly, so do yourself a favor. For a free, no-obligation estimate, contact them at AAAHomeImprovements.com. That's AAAHomeImprovements.com. Quality at a fair price.
Lawrence, another deep ball. And that pass wasn't picked. Yes, it was. Pat Surtain making his first career start has the pick for Denver.
Herbert on the move, throwing toward the end zone, intercepted. Picked off in the end zone by Pat Surtain. Herbert. Tip and picked off. Surtain up the sideline. Can he get there? Surtain to the end zone for the touchdown. 70 yards.
Pat Surtain, highest paid corner ever. That deal got done earlier today. We are anticipating hearing from Pat Surtain before the hour is out. Practice appears to be over as the Broncos on DenverBroncos.com have gone live to the podium. So we anticipate Sean Payton will be here. We present 127 seconds of Sean because after 127 seconds, you probably want to cut your arm off. But
what kind of mood's Pat going to be in?
He'll be in a mellow mood like he always is.
You don't think you'll get a few extra smiles out of him?
I don't know. I'm sure some, kiss-ass reporter will sort of, beg that sort of response, but I can take bets as to who it's going to be. Kind of know it already. But we wish BK luck at the press conference.
Best listener we got.
Yeah, he's great. Well, he's not listening right now because he's getting ready to... Surtain coming up here in a second. But we'll hear, hey, listen, as it happens during the show, you'll hear it. And Cortland Sutton is scheduled to talk as well. But yeah, it's a good day, man. It's a good day for the Broncos.
Well,
your reaction to Surtain getting this big deal?
Well, it probably needed, get it done. And it's, I love what Leggy told us. It really doesn't kick in until after all the dead money goes away. And so it's not going to blast the cap. And now you know you got him signed, and Tyler talked about it early on about he's a core guy, and you've just told the thing, hey, you play here and show out here, you're going to stay here.
Yeah, I'm glad Lakey pointed that out because I didn't put two and two together on that one. I don't know if you guys did. I did not notice that it was purely a new extension purely an extension and not a new contract. That certainly does help the team out a lot. It is pretty freaking amazing to me. There's just been zero pain from moving on from Russ. That's my main takeaway from all this. There's no pain, none. Maybe Justin Simmons. That if you want to find something, it's Justin Simmons. But you were going to do something with that no matter what. You weren't going to continue to pay him that amount of money. So pretty amazing to me that you're sitting here. You locked up Quinn Miners. You locked up Pat Surtain. I thought Pat was going to be the first domino to fall, not Quinn Miners. Then once Quinn happened, I actually thought Pat was going to take a while. I thought it might be midway into the season. No, they just get all this stuff knocked out. Magic money, Walmart money.
Yeah, I had to laugh when somebody was saying, oh, will Surtain take the deal? Will he want to stay with the Broncos? And I'm like, yeah, if they make him the highest paid dude, he's not gonna turn that down.
Right.
I mean, it's not gonna be like, no, I've got to win. I've got to go to the I don't know, Lions, the 49ers, the Chiefs. He wasn't gonna do that. He's gonna take the most money he could get.
He would not have taken a contract that didn't make him the highest paid player. Of course, he would not have taken that.
Why would
and he would have held out. But the Broncos understand that. So this is a pretty damn win-win situation, the way that Lakey set that thing out. Like, hey, yeah, okay, we know you want to be the highest paid. Can you help us out here? We got some cap problems. Sure, no problem. Everybody wins.
I agree. And Surtain is a pretty mellow dude. Good guy. I think, and it's good to have a core guy who you can build around. And I think the Broncos can be in the next couple years in the same position the Lions are right now.
Do we have anyone else? That's it, right? In terms of people that are next up to get paid?
That's it.
Your left tackle.
Yeah, Garrett Bowles is going to be the next decision.
Correct.
You're right.
Correct. Big decision there. You want the next
your pass rushers. They're coming up. I don't know what year all those guys are in. They all kind of get muddied in for me.
We may be going into free agency for that position coming up. We'll see.
I bet you'll lock up at least between Baron Browning, Nick Bonito, and Jonathan Cooper. You'll lock up one of those three guys.
Maybe. Possibly. And you're really hoping Jonah Ellis becomes something. I mean, if you're hoping for something special, you hope Bonito and Ellis can be those guys. You don't really care about Jonathan Cooper.
Well, you have Benito playing in the second half of preseason game.
I mean, the guy that you really want is Baron Browning. That's the most complete.
If he could be a superstar, that would be amazing.
He's the most complete football player of the bunch. Nick Benito's got special pass rush ability. He does. But Vaughn, for whatever reason, Vaughn was a lightweight dude. And I can't remember who we were talking about. Maybe it was Kelsey or somebody who was talking about when you get your hands on him, you can control him. But it's getting your hands on him that is the problem. Nick Benito, he's not as slippery in the run game as Von Miller was. But in the pass game, he's pretty damn solid.
No, I mean, the guy that just leaps off the page just when you look at him is Baron Browning. I mean,
yeah, he's a complete football player.
Damn. I mean, he is all of that. So sure, it'd be great to have him. But that being said, you're going to have money to spend on other dudes now. You are. You're right. Pat Surtain's doing them a solid. It's an extension, not a new contract. It goes for 4 years. You know you're going to get at least 3 of those years. So you get this year, you get 2025, you get 26, 27, and 28 no matter what. You'll have Pat Surtain from 2021 through 2028. I mean, no matter what. He's a Ring of Famer, man. He is a Ring of Famer, and the question will be, does he become a Hall of Famer?
Yep.
Pretty cool.
He, I don't know if you guys have reported this or not. I don't remember it. So it is a true extension. However, he does get a healthy signing bonus. Not as big as you would think, and this adds up with I'm doing you a solid, right?
I'll guess it's $22 million.
Scott?
15.
Yeah, you're not even the ballpark, D-Mac. And you're high. You're
wow.
high. 12.6. I mean,
wow.
that is the ultimate team-friendly deal right there.
The guy's just a down-home guy. Just wants to be. He's not. That's cool, man. That's cool.
Gosh dang it. I did it again. I'm sorry.
What?
I did it again.
You read it wrong?
I did it again. That's my bad.
What's the real
bonus? It doesn't have it. That's his old one.
Oh.
Yeah.
So he's already gotten one bonus of 12.5.
Yeah.
Okay, that's pretty
that's
good.
what he's signed.
Pretty good. So he's
it doesn't say what his signing bonus was.
Yeah, I haven't heard him report it yet. And does the signing bonus come in 2 years when the contract kicks in, or does it come today?
It would come today, I think.
We should do a Tyler Against the Internet segment.
Who would win?
The Internet.
The Internet.
I know what I am.
Surtain's contract does what for the team this year?
I mean, this year, not much. This is all about the future. This is getting you locked up in a healthy situation. This is what you've got right now is the luxury of signing anybody that you think is important because you got a young quarterback that you believe in. And now you start to get top heavy at other positions. It's what Seattle did. You know, Seattle got real heavy at every position except for Russell Wilson when he was young. And then they hit the great reset. And when they paid Russell Wilson, now they had to make decisions. They had to get rid of guys. But you've got a young quarterback that you're banking on. Now you sign Pat Surtain. You're hoping one of these pass rushers shows up. Then you'll lock up one of them. But in terms of what it does for this year, nothing. I mean, you had Pat under contract no matter what. You're not adding anybody to the team. It's just if I'm stretching, looking for what it does, it's hey boys, we take care of our own, right? So you show up inside this building, we'll take care of you.
The big question, of course, is will Bo Nix be that $55 to $65 million a year quarterback?
I don't know.
Well, if he is,
that's the big question.
Then listen, if he's a $55, $60 million quarterback, by the time that comes up, you're going to see at least some AFC Championship games in his future.
Mm-hmm.
If you're not seeing any AFC Championship games in his future, then what do you got, Dak Prescott?
You got Lamar Jackson.
You really, really, with this Surtain deal, and it's okay to go big on a position like that, if you can get your bang for your buck while the quarterback is cheap. So let's go. And so you got a 4-year period right now, maybe 5, where you get a discount deal on a quarterback.
Wait, so Pat's new deal kicks in, what did I say? In
2026.
2026.
Mm-hmm.
So that would be
3 seasons.
That would be about the exact time that you're paying your quarterback.
That's right. So here we go. It's a cool deal. Good for the Broncos, good for Surtain for seeing the forest through the trees, man. And because you got this low, Boy, we should be pulling so hard for Bo Nix, guys. It's ridiculous.
Well,
that's the problem with Zach Wilson. Like, if you were to play Zach Wilson, he's only got a 1-year deal. You'd have to if he really did work out, you'd have to fork up Baker Mayfield type of money to keep Zach Wilson next year.
If he's your guy, then
I
that's
get
what
it,
it
but
is.
you'd be crippled at other positions. You wouldn't be able to do other things.
If Bo Nix is your guy, when Surtain's getting paid, that you're going to have a 5th year on Bo Nix, right?
Yep, that's right.
So you could do the same thing. So
Yep.
we're just going to be a true extension, and it's going to start.
I don't know if Bo Nix would take that. Though.
No, you only bad quarterbacks get to their 5th year except for Lamar Jackson. He's the only true franchise quarterback that has actually hit his 5th year, but it doesn't work like that, right? Because you can't use the 5th year and can you?
Sure.
Yeah.
So
of course
hold
you
on.
can.
So you could say
Mahomes did that.
you could sign a deal. You're right. You can do that.
Yeah.
So if the guy's willing to do it,
If he's willing to do it, you take the 5th year. The 5th year is going to be 20-some million anyway. We're going to put extensions going to start after that 5th year. 150 guaranteed. You're going to make 50-some a year, whatever.
Okay.
By the way, here's also a $30 million
So then
signing
you
bonus.
offset it. So the year that I'm actually paying Pat Surtain in 2026, we sign you, Bo Nix, to an extension
That'll
that
kick
won't kick in for
2028.
another 2 years in
Yeah.
2028.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're in a pretty good spot.
So you got 3 years to really, and you can bring guys in. As mellow as they were in free agency this year, I mean, who were their big guys? Roach, Malcolm Roach, I mean,
Franklin Myers,
Brandon,
although he was a trade.
Snow, whatever his name is, Brandon the safety. What's his name? Brandon Jones?
John Snow.
Jon Snow. They cut Jon Snow off the wall.
And his dragon.
Hey, that dude don't die, though.
He don't die, man. He needed a little help. He needed a little.
He don't die.
He didn't die, but he needed some. He needed some.
I don't remember. How did he come back?
He got the magic,
witch thing.
Something.
Yeah, I don't know. Some dragon thing.
Oh,
All right.
hey, Scott, preacher. Yeah.
Did you check into it?
Oh, have I checked in? I'm like 3 seasons in.
You already in your 3rd season?
Yeah, buddy. Yeah.
How about the end of year 1?
Oh yeah, good. You know what it is? It's a Boys knockoff. The Boys. You ever watch The Boys?
Yeah.
It's,
Well, part of it,
it's Seth Rogen. It's just without superheroes. Now it's angels and demons powers.
Yeah. How about the guy that goes up by himself to the church with the gun, comes back where he got shot?
D-Mac would hate it. D-Mac hates fun. If a show has an imagination in it, D-Mac hates
Is
it.
it one of these sci-fi?
D-Mac's rules. It has to live within reality.
I mean, I barely made it through Game of Thrones in the first episode. They showed the mysterious guys in the forest.
I'm with you on that one. The first episode of Game of Thrones, I almost tapped out.
Yeah.
It was a lot. It was just a lot.
And it was just like, oh, it's going to be one of these shows with the wilderness.
And yet it turned into?
It was good. No, it was good. I watched every episode, and I'm watching the Dragon show now.
Preacher could be that for you.
Yeah, but if it went too much in that direction, I would have been out.
How about the gunslinger guy?
I know.
All right,
He
we're
can
gonna
kill
have
demons. He can kill God.
Let's
he can
football
kill the devil.
go. We'll have Sean Payne. We'll
How
hear
can he
from.
do that?
We'll hear from the wealthy Pat Surtain. All still to come here on PhD. Hey, it's C-Mac for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. All right, when dealing with the issue of erectile dysfunction, you want the right treatments for your specific medical situation. ED, it's a terrible condition. It causes stress in relationships, anxiety, and undue hardships on men and their partner as well. But so many guys just ignore it, put it off, dismiss it, or just are sort of okay living a mediocre life. No longer. The Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has the answer for you. They're there when the pills or herbals fail. With treatments with success rates well over 90%, you don't have to be down in the dumps with this stuff anymore. Go to my friends at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. The initial visit, $99. You get a medical consult, a TNPSA test, and if it buys a test dose, if it doesn't work, the office visit is free. They have an expert staff, and you could be having sex the day after the appointment. So call today, 720-440-7900, or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
All right, guys, gals, time for you to look and feel your best. Don't settle in life thinking you're getting a little bit older, your energy's down, your workouts aren't going as far as they once did. You can feel young and you can feel great. If you go check out my friends at Revitalize Health, Tyler Plump is here, and they can help you out with testosterone, peptide therapy, hormone replacement, medical weight loss options. They've got 3 locations. They're close to you no matter where you live. Let them know that Tyler sent you on over, and find them online at revitalize-health.com.
He's not as good as Aaron Gordon, obviously. I mean, Aaron Gordon's it's different.
Isn't the definition of a core player not an elite player?
I don't know.
To me, a definition of core player is you can't live without him.
Thanks to our great friends at Mountain High Appliance. We are waiting for Sean Payton, also Patrick Surtain. Be very interesting to hear from these guys. In the meantime, Dan Buds, Quinn Tanner, and his date are here with Let's Football Go.
All right, well, speaking of Patrick Surtain, he got paid today, becoming the highest paid defensive back in the NFL. So what I wanted to do with you guys is go back to the 2021 NFL draft, okay? Here's the Broncos drafts from that, selections from that draft. Patrick Surtain, first round. Javonte Williams in the second. Quinn Miners in the third. Baron Browning in the third. Caden Stearns, Jamar Johnson, Seth Williams, Kerry Vincent Jr., Jonathan Cooper in the seventh, and Marcus Spencer in the seventh. Now, Javonte does not have his second contract yet, but he's still on the team. Same with Baron Browning. Same with Jonathan Cooper. Two questions. Which of those three guys is most likely to get the second contract next? And what grade would you give George Paton for the 2021 NFL draft?
That is a home run draft. I mean, absolute home run. You get a dude in Pat Surtain who's going to be a Ring of Fame player. You just signed Quinn Miners to a monster deal. Baron Browning is a hell of a player. Caden Stearns was Caden Stearns is a good football player. And the rest of the guys are all off the team by now. But you got Javonte Williams as a starter on this team. Pat Surtain is going to be a Ring of Famer. Quinn Miners is a starter on this team. Baron Browning is a starter on this football team. Your first four selections, all starters and good football players.
Yeah, it's a winner. I mean, it's got to be. I mean, what did you say? Browning was the seventh round?
No, he was third.
Third round?
Yeah, he was third.
Cooper was the seventh, Scott.
Cooper. Well, okay, here we go.
Still on the team.
I
forgot about Cooper.
NFL front agent guy or front office guy told me once, your first rounder that you draft has to be a starter. They got to be good enough to be a starter. Second, third have got to be guys that are playing their way into becoming starters, hopefully by their second or third year. From that standpoint, you hit. And now you get a seventh rounder they can put. Yeah, that's.
If you get two guys, it's a pretty good draft. You get 4 home runs.
You just got two guys that got extended big time. That alone says it's kind of a home run draft.
The draft is an F. You needed a quarterback. There were 2 viable candidates there. You didn't choose one.
Annoying.
There was two viable candidates in that draft?
The results of not doing the right thing in that draft, which was an F, was obtaining Russell Wilson, which was a crippling contract.
Would you rather be stuck with Justin Fields and Mac Jones or be in the situation we're in right now?
I don't succumb to AIS, assumed incompetence syndrome. I don't assume that things are going to go.
Hey, can I say something? Did you read Jeff Legwell's article?
I did.
There was no assumed incompetence. It was pure incompetence.
That's true, too. But Jeff Legwell, actually, his article had a quote from a Broncos ex-employee that said about Josh Allen, it wouldn't have worked out.
We're not talking about Josh Allen.
Well,
we're talking about Fields and Mac Jones.
Okay. But the concept was even within the Broncos that they were so bad that they wouldn't, like a talented quarterback wouldn't succeed. But I've always held steady that what you've seen this year is the right way to do things, meaning if you know you need a quarterback, you surround him with everything to support him, especially your head coach.
I don't care who you put around Justin Fields or Mac Jones. They suck.
Well, that's what you'd say.
They suck.
But you wouldn't have thought that watching Jones and Fields out of Alabama and Ohio State, respectively. You wouldn't have got that out of their college career. You wouldn't have got that out of their pro days. You wouldn't have got that out of the combine. And you wouldn't have got that.
Brother, you and I were doing a show together, and that's a lie. I did make that opinion then.
A lot of people didn't. A lot of people wouldn't. And don't forget Fields, and I certainly wouldn't. So if you feel that way, fine. That's your evaluation of it. But you can't choose when you suck either.
But you can choose not to select a bad quarterback. That's the part that you always leave out.
Yeah, but there wasn't a distinction that Jones or Fields, based on everything up to that moment, were bad quarterbacks. You certainly wouldn't think Fields out of Ohio State or Jones out of Alabama were bad.
But you've got hindsight now. You do have hindsight.
Yeah, but you don't
now.
have a hindsight then. So
they
question
made the
was,
right decision.
No, it was a terrible decision, and we've paid the price because we had to go to the Russ. So say Fields doesn't work out, and this is Dan's fault for bringing it up, but I'm fine to go there. Say Fields doesn't work out. Okay, well, how long is it going to take for Fields to not work out if I play your games? How long is it going to take? What would you give him?
Well, the same thing you got in Chicago.
Well, it depends on if you've got
3 years.
No,
Yeah.
Okay, fine.
But it's not that simple. If you win 7 or 8 games, you don't have the option of moving on from him. So it could easily take 5 years. Easily.
5 years, whatever. Either way, you wouldn't bring Russell Wilson in here, correct?
Sure.
Now, let's look at this team if you don't have Russell Wilson. What other things can you do? Even if Fields is a bust and he's terrible, well, you're right back in the draft the next year, and there's quality quarterbacks coming out every single year.
So if Nix is a bust this year, then
You
we're
drafted-
right back in the draft next
You
year?
drafted a Ring of Fame player. You drafted one of the best left guards in the league. You drafted 2 other starters. That's a freaking A+, brother.
And none of it matters if you don't have a quarterback. That's how big the quarterback is. That's why the highest paid quarterback makes 3 times as much as Patrick Surtain, because it's 3 times more valuable.
Nobody on the field matters except for the QB.
It's the most important part, and without it, you're lost. And when I found out today that corner, the highest paid corner, is actually 6th in terms of highest paid player per position, it gives you an idea of the relative value of corner compared to the other positions on the team.
Hey, a top flight corner is still more valuable than a bust of a quarterback.
Well,
who's that dude?
I don't know.
Never seen that dude in my life.
Dude with a very weak
Sean looks
mustache.
different.
Yeah, I think we're getting
Hey,
a mic check.
I'll give you this on the assumed incompetence syndrome. I don't agree with Josh Allen with Legwold. I don't. I think there are certain guys that rise above and they will succeed absolutely anywhere, and I would put Josh Allen in that category. Justin Fields, Mac Jones, they don't fit in that category.
I will say this, and we talked about the Josh Allen thing, and that was 2018 draft.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't want to do that, because the if you remember, the Ravens moved up to the last pick in the first round.
Correct. The Broncos actually missed twice.
Yeah. So really, I mean, Josh Allen's one thing. They had
I know
the fifth pick in the second round. They could have probably moved up and got Lamar Jackson.
Scott, there's no doubt about it. And don't forget what they did the next year. They drafted Drew Lock in the second round, which again was ridiculous. Either you're all in with the guy or you're not. And they proved how not in on Drew Lock they were. Now, if you want to say Drew was never that good anyways, fine. But it's red flags beyond red flags when every team that needs a quarterback passes on a dude and he falls into the second round. You're just not that into him. You're not that committed to him. And they made a mistake doing that too. The level of mistakes that the Broncos have made at this particular position has been epic. And that's all on Elway. And I'm not being personal here. I'm killing you with truth on this bad boy. And that is the truth. Elway was
Apparently
terrible.
it's on Peyton also.
It was on George Payton. George Payton was wishy-washy and didn't know what he wanted, and it took a strong
Hold on,
leader.
aren't you Mr. And someone points this out. It says, D-Mac, literally yesterday you said it'd be a mistake to move on from Knicks after 1 year, but now you're telling us that we could have moved on from Justin Fields or Mac Jones?
I wouldn't have, no, because I think a quarterback needs at least 37 starts to see if he's worth anything in the NFL. 2.5 seasons, 3 off seasons, the year before his first year, that summer and the next summer. I really do think it takes that much time to figure out what you got.
The GM that I quoted a while ago talking about what you need to get in your draft, he says you need 18 games.
Okay, fine.
And this is back when it was a 16-game season.
Yeah.
You don't got a lot of patience in the NFL these days. I think you need more, frankly. But fine. You need something. You need more than a season, Scott. You need time. The expectation in the NFL to me is, as a baseball guy, I think it's so wacky how the NFL does everything. I don't get it. And the NBA, kind of the same thing.
It's way smarter than holding on to dude for 15 years in single-A baseball.
There's all sorts of there's goofy things with baseball, but baseball doesn't make you immediately have an impact at the highest level possible. Frankly, neither does basketball, not really, unless you're a terrible team and you got Victor Wembanyama. But good teams don't do that. They do. Julian Strawther has a chance to develop. We'll see how it goes. They're not rushing through it. It's only football where you've got to somehow magically be incredible, and it's only in football where you don't play and you're supposed to develop. How does that work from the bench? How does it work?
That's tougher. I will say this. The thing with football and playing earlier, and especially the way these kids are coming out of college now, it's a more physical. So a mere physical presence can get you on the field faster than in basketball, where there's a more defined skill set, or even hockey for that example.
And football might be, from the quarterback position, the most complicated position in sports. And we're expecting rookies to just all of a sudden be great like that. How about develop them? How about having a little patience with them? How about, and you've got to play. I do not know how you develop as an athlete without playing. I don't know how you do it. And I wouldn't expect anybody to do it. But Drew Lock was supposed to do it while not playing. And that was a competition with Teddy Bridgewater. I mean, the ridiculousness we've had at this position. So Surtain, awesome. I'm glad he's on the team. Great. But it still was a mistake to take a corner over a quarterback. And if you want to go further with that, fine, let's do it. Was it a mistake?
Do you want a 20-foot ladder or a 12-foot?
Who's more impactful, Micah Parsons or Pat Surtain?
Okay, you could win that argument.
Well, win that one too.
No, you could win that one. You cannot win it with Justin Fields and Mac Jones.
There's no doubt the argument that I face the most resistance on of everything I've talked about for 20 years here in Colorado is
the
this
only
one
thing you talked about for 20 years.
Well, I have seemed to have won the Josh Allen, Bradley Chubb argument. Nobody's giving me any crap about that one.
No.
I seem to have done okay on
Well,
that
I'd
one.
like you to throw Lamar Jackson in that too.
And Lamar, I was all about Lamar Jackson.
Me too.
You should have heard me on draft night screaming, literally screaming at a bar, move up and get Lamar Jackson. The second they took Bradley Chubb, I said, that's a mistake. The second they took Drew Lock in the second round, I said, that's a mistake.
Speaking of, especially if you like Lamar Jackson, drop down, get an extra pick, take Bradley Chubb at 9, 10, or 11, have an early pick, and then get in and get Jackson. You could have done that.
Of course you could have done that. And Baltimore was smart to do it. But there's only been 3 quarterbacks.
Ozzie Newsome's last draft, I believe.
There's only 3 quarterbacks ever in the history of the NFL taken in the 30s. And 2 of them played for the Broncos. Eventually. They weren't taken by the Broncos. It was Patrick Ramsey, Teddy Bridgewater, and Lamar Jackson. That's it. But the fifth-year option can be an advantage, and we're just seeing it right now.
It's not.
We're just seeing it with
Look
Patrick
at them,
Surtain.
Look at them
we're
not
seeing
with
it.
quarterbacks.
It can
does
be.
not. It is.
Lamar Jackson played on his
Lamar
fifth-year
Jackson is
option.
the only one. The only one. The rest of them are all busts.
All right, but you could do it. It can work to your advantage.
Sure.
Why not give yourself all the advantages you can? And in terms of the fifth-year
option's
option,
way overrated.
For the fifth-year option, it's pretty nice for Pat Surtain right now.
I'm talking about for QBs.
Well, listen, you don't know if a guy's going to get injured or not. Maybe he will, maybe he won't. You don't know. But I don't know how having more options is a bad thing.
You're exhausting.
I am going to
I
wear...
mean, you're literally exhausted.
On this particular topic, I will wear everybody
You've done
out.
it.
There's no doubt about it.
Yeah, you wore me out. Congrats. You've been the only one talking for 10 minutes.
Thank Dan. I let you guys go first. I let you guys talk first. Dan, this is what you wanted, right, Dan?
Scott, what grade did you give the
God
2021 class?
The 2021 class.
Dan, I'm sure you had no other stories.
It was an A plus because if you'd
All right, so we got 2 A pluses and an F.
And
F minus.
a 15-minute diatribe that get me, God have mercy on your soul because we're all dumber.
I'll let you argue in the Josh Allen. I will because Nick Chubb is like whatever. I mean
Bradley Chubb.
Yeah, Bradley Chubb.
Yeah.
Nick Chubb was second pick in the second round. I'd rather have Nick Chubb.
He'd be more effective.
True.
He'd be better than Bradley Chubb.
True.
Yes. Although Bradley Chubb did get you a first-round draft pick, which got you Sean Payton.
Yeah, well,
that did happen.
But you might not have had that get Bradley Chubb in the first-round draft pick had you taken a quarterback and you won games.
If you took Josh Allen 2018, we're multiple playoffs. We're in championship games. We're back in the Super Bowl. It's all happening.
What's the next story?
Next story,
God
Dan.
bless him.
By the way, I just got an update from Grizz, who's out at Broncos.
Yeah, what's going on?
He said they're still practicing.
Oh.
So just
Okay.
they're going long today.
They might have started late.
By the way, I'm going to go with your argument on 18-21. I can't go with you.
Okay.
Because those two guys
Scott, would you shut up too?
No, I'm with you on that. 21.
I literally could talk about this endlessly.
Well,
though.
here's
I'd
another
have no
question I wanted to
problem.
ask you guys. And the morning show actually posed this. I wanted to get your guys' thoughts. Who needs the win more this weekend? The Buffs against Nebraska or the Broncos against the Seahawks? Who needs it more?
Buffs.
Yeah, I'd go with the Buffs for sure.
The Broncos, who cares for the Broncos? It doesn't matter.
Buffs have a lot on line this year, man.
Yeah.
I mean, not in terms of playoff hopes or any of that. Get all that out of your head. They got a lot on the line of growing, making it to a bowl game, and it ain't going to be easy. They can do it, but it ain't going to be easy. You drop this one. Now you got to pick up one down the road that you're probably not planning on. This is a very, very important game for both of them. I'll put it this way, though. I think both games are winnable for the hometown team, for the Buffs and for the Broncos. Both teams are going to be the underdogs in the games, and neither one of the opponents are elite football teams.
When is the next time the Buffs will have two top 10, slam dunk top 10 draft picks in the same year coming out at the same time?
If Deion Sanders leaves, maybe never. Maybe never.
Right.
So, I mean, if he sticks around, I do think it happens again, and I think it happens relatively quickly.
Okay. Well, that'd be amazing. I'm rooting for it. I hope that's the case. It's hard to predict.
I mean, you just look at the talent. I mean, you think Jordan Seaton, where's he headed?
I don't know. I hope so.
I don't know either.
USC.
That's fair.
USC.
That's fair.
All right, we'll take a quick break. 127 seconds of Sean Payton and Patrick Surtain next.
D-Mac.
Hey, it's C-Mac for Old Chicago Pizza and Tap Room. Scratch-made crust is so good. It's Old Chicago at its best. Legendary. And you pick from three options. The OC Thick, that's deep dish. The ale crust infused with real beer, and the Chicago-style Tavern Thin. From there, you build your own melty, cheesy, perfect pizza. Try a specialty like the Chicago 7. Old Chicago, raising the bar on pizza since 1976. That's where and when they were founded in Boulder. And if you're a beer lover, hey, we got your ticket on a beer journey around the globe from the comfort of your neighborhood, Old Chicago. 110 local and legendary beers could be yours. Take the tour and earn rewards along the way like branded merch and even $5 OC bucks. It's at Old Chicago. Again, find your local Old Chicago at oldchicago.com. That's oldchicago.com. All right, Sean Payton, the Broncos are just, everything's a little bit different because of the construction, just everything that's going on. And so they're a little bit later. But we do have Sean Payton at the podium. Let's join him in progress. See what Slim Shawnee's got to say today.
It's up to us relative to, how you begin the game. And really it was no different than, those first, call it 10 plays at Indianapolis. They come, everyone's going to have them. And I think even for guys that are returning starters, the same thing exists when you start the season. And so, getting to the things that these guys know well and allow them to play fast, I think that's important.
Sean, you talked to us about Joker traits with both Jaleel and Greg Dulcich. When do they go from having those traits to kind of being designated as that, in your eyes?
Yeah, good question. I think, certainly both of those guys are guys that can create some matchup issues in the passing game.
All right.
I kid Jaleel.
This is the problem, like when you join something like deeper into it, because the more interesting things are probably said right off the bat. So, Dan, what was he talking about in the beginning of his presser? What's the news, or what should we know today?
Both sides of the ball had good days at practice today. That's the first thing he talked about. And then he was asked what kind of challenges does a corner like Patrick Surtain present in offense, and he said having a corner like that allows Vance Joseph specifically to do a plethora of different things on the defensive side of the ball.
You know what the next dumb commentary is going to be about halfway into the season? Well, Pat Surtain's only got one interception. Yeah, because nobody throws the ball his way. They don't, and I know that they will. And guess what? He's going to get exposed once or twice because that's what happens in the NFL, just like Champ Bailey did. Everybody gets exposed here and there. But it drives me insane when people go to Pat Surtain's interception numbers. Like, yeah, there's a reason they don't throw the ball to him.
Well, and that's the deal with corners. I mean, it's easy to take corners out of the game. It's not that hard. You just don't throw it at them. You can run guys.
Get you another one and pay them that much money, and then they won't throw the ball this year.
I mean, if you can get 2, that would be incredible. And maybe 2's not even enough. It's hard. And listen, Tyler, how often do you play zone versus man on defense in terms of the corner positions?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, it's constantly mixed up the entire game. A lot.
Ish. I mean, 50-50, 60-40. I mean, 70-30.
I would imagine you're playing more zone than man, but there's plenty of both going on out there. I mean, why? What's your point with that?
It's just you're limited to the impact sometimes you can have. I mean, it's one thing to say, hey, just follow the best guy around, but you can't get away with that, or it's hard to do that.
Well, that's why they're the sixth highest paid position group.
Correct.
They were announced. Is Riley Moss officially the starter at the other spot?
I think he is. Yeah, I mean, Sean Payton has said he wasn't going to announce all the competitions.
I think
but
Riley's the starter.
I mean, Mathis got hurt. He's on IR for a month.
Which is a little bit interesting because we paid Levi Wallace a reasonable amount of money. It didn't scream starter money in the NFL, but it was enough that you thought, okay, he's probably the plan. But Riley Moss, from all accounts, and I'll really lean on Mike Sanford on this one because he appeared to watch him a lot. Mike loved what he saw out of Riley Moss in training camp.
All right. Well, we got Riley Moss. But he's no Pat Surtain.
We got a unicorn, baby.
And Brandon Jones ain't Justin Simmons. I mean, and I don't know what we got in our inside linebackers. Barton and Singleton? I don't know. They're all right. Nothing special.
Singleton make plays, but can they defend tight ends?
Probably not. I mean, there's areas of vulnerability with this team. Ain't no doubt
to be
about
fair, though, there's very, very few linebackers in the NFL that can actually cover today's tight ends. It's not just us. It's a league-wide problem.
Hey, Greg Dulcich is going to give guys fits if he can stay healthy.
Fits. That's a strong word.
What linebacker is going to be effectively cover Greg Dulcich if Bo Nix gets a little bit of time?
What's his stat line looking like at the end of the year?
60 catches, 700 yards, 5 touchdowns.
Ooh, that's a great year. That's a phenomenal year.
Well, let's go. What's he there for? By the way, Sean Payton has stepped away, so here's Patrick Surtain. Yes, let's hear from Pat Surtain. Go ahead.
Pat, just to start off, what does it mean to you to sign the extension, and
being here for the foreseeable future?
Yeah, it means a lot. First off, I'd like to thank the whole Broncos organization, my agent, Tori Dandy, for making it happen. It's honestly surreal just seeing the gratitude behind it and how much it means for this organization and for myself. I'm glad to be here for many years to come and looking to build on the future for sure.
You're also named the captain today as well. Just you spoke on throughout the offseason about being more of a leader within the defense and the team as a whole. So what does that honor of being a captain mean to you?
It means a lot. It's a testament to how my teammates think of me as an individual. I'm ready to take on that captain role, and looking forward to this year. Obviously, it's my first year being a captain. I don't take that role very lightly. It's a huge honor for me to be able to lead such a great team moving forward towards the season. So I'm honestly very grateful for it, and I can't wait for the year to start.
How do you feel about you're now the highest paid defensive back in NFL history by average salary per year? How do you feel about that, and does it put any extra pressure on you to perform or anything like that?
It means a lot for sure, in that margin. But at the end of the day, I just focus on doing the best I could do on the field, being the best version of myself each and every day. I don't try to allow the pressure get to me. I build off of it, just play the game that I play and love doing so.
What have these last 24 hours been like, getting the contract and then also being named captain?
Yeah, first of all, the contract is like a huge burden off my shoulders, man. I'm honestly just very relieved from it, just to be able to sign and seal that deal, man, is honestly a blessing for sure. And being a captain for the team means a lot. It shows how much this organization believes in me, this team believes in me, and like I said, I don't take that for granted. And I'm going to give it everything I got on that field this year for sure.
Can I tell you this? That's awesome. It is awesome. No matter, my other feelings about the draft. I'm happy for him, happy for the team, happy for the fans. Go buy your kid. Dude. Go buy your kid a number 2. Go buy your kid a number 10, and they're going to be here for a long time.
No dumb question. The earrings he's wearing right now for this presser, do they cost more than what we'll make the three of us combined this week?
This week?
This year.
Maybe this month.
Are you kidding me?
Month? Scott, no, you're drunk right now, buddy.
Well, how much does Scott make?
Yeah, I know, right?
Let's put it this way. I'm the lowest paid guy on the show.
That doesn't include TV, buddy. You're the highest paid.
I don't know about
Maybe my second job? Okay.
I'm happy for him, man.
That dude just got enough money to buy a country, and it's just another day.
Dude, he could go and buy an island.
An island? A country?
Have you seen those islands that come up? There's one that sort of got buildings on it.
Is buying an island the world's dumbest investment?
It's not smart.
What are you doing with an island?
A lot of reading.
First off, you got to build stuff. First off, you got to build it into an island you can actually get to, right? And so you're putting probably another $10 million into it just to make it habitable, and then you're going to it maybe once or twice a year.
Highly
not if you're retired.
And if I'm being honest, if I go on vacation, I like seclusion. Don't get me wrong, but I need a little interaction. I need somebody to hang out with.
Well, then you bring in your friends.
I don't have friends.
He will go down as the blank cornerback in Bronco history.
Probably second.
Top 5.
Top 5. Okay.
He'll probably go down as 2.
Behind Champ?
Yeah. He's in terms of where he's at right now in his career, he's ahead of where Aqib was at that point in his career. He's ahead of where Chris Harris was at that point in his career. But Chris would fight me on that.
Would you put Chris and Talib ahead of him right now?
Just based off of the overall, based off overall impact of what they did, yes. It doesn't necessarily mean that they were better, but their accomplishments, yes.
Yeah, Broncos history.
Yeah. They got championship.
Yeah. They got a cool nickname.
Well, don't you got to put Billy Thompson in there? And don't you got to think about Louis Wright?
Sure. Absolutely.
Champ Bailey.
Talking Broncos history.
Champ's won.
Better than Louis Wright. They're talking about Louis Wright should be in the Hall of Fame.
Yep. Louis had a legend.
Champ will be in the Hall of Fame.
I think Pat's going to go down as a Hall of Fame player.
Top 5. Top 5 all time.
I think the key is there's got to be, if you want to be one of the greatest of all time, there's got to be championship level on your resume. And Champ does have that. He has an AFC championship. He's got a Super Bowl. He was there. He was there for those moments. Sadly, for the Broncos over the past 7 years, None of them have even been to the playoffs, Tyler.
Mm-hmm. It's got to be some success.
Right?
Yeah.
So I'm glad he's a captain. I'm glad he signed the deal. I think it's a really good day for the Broncos and the Broncos fans. Really good day. I think it's exciting, and the season's exciting. And we can dig into it deeper as we go.
Chris Harris and Talib were neither one of them better than Billy Thompson.
Okay. But they combined for a legendary defense.
Absolutely.
I'm always going to be new school better than old school. Always.
I mean, they were pretty damn good, man. It was a hell of a run with the no-fly zone. Ain't no doubt about it, man. It was unbelievable.
Wasn't BT part of the Orange Crush? So, I mean,
they were incredible, too. You got to know your history lesson on that one a little bit, but it was unbelievable.
they only had, I think teams averaged 13 against them.
Nate and Andy's reaction to everything going on with the Broncos coming up next on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5.
Denver, Colorado. Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. It's Kreckman and Lindahl.
Some massive breaking news for the Denver Broncos, locking up one of their best players, really one of the best draft picks they've had in many, many years. Sources say the Broncos and Patrick Surtain have agreed to terms on a 4-year, $96 million contract extension, $77.5 million guaranteed.
Here comes the money.
Here we go.
Money talk. Here comes the money.
Yeah, first of all, the contract is like a huge burden off my shoulders, man. I'm honestly just very relieved from it, you know what I mean? Just to be able to sign and seal that deal, man, is honestly a blessing for sure.
Here's Nate and Andy, driven by Colorado Off-Road.
Hell yeah, we are here. It is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show, and we are with you today until 6 p.m. And we are talking about Patrick Surtain, who is now extremely rich. He was always going to be extremely rich, but now he actually is, with a name on the dotted line, officially extremely rich, to the tune of $77.5 million guaranteed, a 4-year, $96 million extension signed by the best cornerback in the NFL today. He will play next year on the 5th-year option on his rookie deal, and roughly 19 point something. And then the next year, well, it's not as though 19 point something isn't cha-ching, but next year's when the real cha-ching kicks in and the 4-year extension gets going. That is for the 2026 season. Andy Lindahl, speaking of cha-ching, are you there, by the way? I hope you're there. He's having issues. If there's anything we've ever known about Andy, it's that he has issues. Andy has been a little under the weather. So as soon as we can get Andy connected and doing the radio show with us today, we will do that, and that will be very exciting. But yes, the Broncos have rewarded Patrick Surtain, PS2, with the biggest deal ever signed by a defensive back in NFL history. And I know what you may be asking yourself, does that make Patrick Surtain the greatest defensive back to have ever played? Well, no, not yet. He could be that one day. It's, lofty company to be sure, but he could be that one day. But this is just how it works. It was his turn. Jair Alexander signed his extension, I believe back in 2022, when he got $21 million per year. Now it's 2 years later, and this is the going price. The cap goes up every single year in the NFL, and Patrick Surtain is getting paid. This coming in the same offseason that the Broncos paid Quinn Miners, their right guard, and gave him a gigantic contract extension to help start to fill in the young core, young nucleus of this franchise as they get the rebuild going. And now Miners and Surtain become the veteran mainstays, coupled with Bo Nix, who is talking directly over my shoulder right now. If you're watching us on Twitch, it is Bo Nix's time to get to meet with the media ahead of his first regular season NFL start this week against Seattle. But this is the direction the franchise is going, and we knew this is the direction that the franchise was going to be going. Like, certainly, we saw Surtain's name in trade rumors, but the Broncos were not about to go ahead and move Patrick Surtain. Why? Because they didn't have any good players. And Patrick Surtain has been that for this franchise in recent seasons. A perennial all-pro candidate, the kind of guy that you can have as a linchpin. And look, there are people that will argue that outside of quarterback, that corner is the next most important position on the field. And, you go back to that 2021 draft, and George Paton, he eschewed the opportunity to be able to draft a quarterback. He said, no thanks, Justin Fields. I'm good, Mac Jones. I don't need to go down that road. I will take Patrick Surtain at number 9. He even took Surtain over Micah Parsons, which I still, if I had my real choice today, honestly, I'd take Parsons. But Peyton said corner, and he got himself a really, really good cornerback in Patrick Surtain, who now, to me, this secondary this year, one of the most fascinating things to keep an eye on with this team, because after Surtain, you've got Jaquan McMillan, who had a good year last year as your nickel guy. Riley Moss, who was a starting corner in the NFL for the first time. We have high hopes. Hopefully Riley Moss can lock it down and not be the next Damari Mathis for this team. He's going to get tested a lot. We know that. It's never easy. Remember all the guys over the years that played across from Champ Bailey? It's not an easy gig. You're going to get an awful lot of targets when you have to play next to one of the best players in the entire league. But still, Riley Moss, he's got a shot to really cement himself now as an NFL starter. And then you go to the safety position. It's a ton of unprovens right now. I don't know how good this Broncos secondary is. I really don't know how good this group is. But I know that they got the guy locked down, and I know that Surtain is going to be a part of this core going forward. So that's big news. Broncos they have the highest paid defensive back in the game. And that's a win for this organization. I mean, for how many years, Andy, did the Broncos...
Yeah.
Hey, whoa. Turn down that input a little bit, my guy. For how many years did the Broncos in the John Elway era not give out second contracts to pretty much anybody that they had drafted? Now, this very year, it has happened twice in Quinn Miners and in Patrick Surtain. This has been a very good development for the franchise. Totally. Yeah, right there, Sci Guy 65.
Yeah, dude, I'm telling you what. Can I hear you even? Jeez, what a... I'll tell you this. I'm glad we found this out today and not tomorrow when we're down at Stoney's. Yeah, I had drunk warbly Nate in my ears, so I'm sorry about that. I thought the station had flooded and you were underwater.
No, it's just what I sound like. I'm drunk and warbly.
No. We got to fix it. We got it fixed. You just got to try all three available to you. That's all.
There you
anyway,
go. I knew you could do it eventually.
No, look, I think you and I talked about it earlier. Didn't we talk about it during training camp? We were talking about the core of the team. And we've gone over this 1,000 times with Jeff Legwold. For a while there, and you mentioned John Elway, for a while there, the problem was John was always trying to get a good deal on all his guys. After Derek Wolfe and Chris Harris both agreed to the good guy discount to stay with the team, right?
Yeah.
Malik Jackson and Danny Trevathan were kind of the first guys that decided we're not going to do the good guy discount thing for you.
Nor should you. Yeah.
Nor should you. So, and then it got ugly with Von Miller and all that other stuff. What I would ask you, because you're right, not a lot of guys have gotten second contracts, but the sad part of what's going to go on after Surtain, they've not had a true first-round pick till Bo Nix.
Yep.
What's it been, 2-3 years?
They went 2 consecutive first rounds without taking somebody.
So there's going to be a gap there between Nix and Surtain. And then I would ask you, in the John Elway era, towards the end, how many guys were left that you even wanted to give second contracts to, right? Unfortunately, guys didn't work out, and so you just kind of moved on. I'm trying to think. Bradley Chubb got traded, so no second contract here for him, even though he got paid handsomely by the Dolphins.
Yeah.
Drew Lock got let go. He wasn't a first-rounder even. It was Noah Fant. But Drew Lock got traded. Noah Fant was part of that deal.
Mm-hmm.
So they didn't want to give Noah Fant a second-round contract, even though I guess they could have.
It was pretty much Justin Simmons and then nothing.
Jerry Jeudy didn't get a second contract from this team.
Bowles eventually did.
But that seemed in doubt for quite a while.
It did.
Right?
They didn't, if I'm not mistaken, if I'm remembering this correctly, they did not give him the fifth-year option, and then he basically played his way into, all right, I have proven myself worthy of being kept around as your starting left tackle for a while.
But even if we're being honest about that, yes, he did that, but he did that in the year 2020 when they didn't call holding.
Right.
Now, all things aside, Garrett has been a very good and solid player. I think he's played his way into, you would now call him a first-round pick, where we went, a good first-round pick versus we went maybe 3-4 years where we were putting bust on this guy.
Yeah.
He and Paxton Lynch looked like disasters of back-to-back picks until about 2020. And even when they gone back to calling the holding, I think he's even the ship out, he's straightened the plane, and I think he's been good to the point where he's worthy of his contract. Now, but again, Nate, it's kind of interesting. Let's say the Broncos find out Bo Nix is the guy that you can move forward comfortably, that this is your dude, and you're still picking high next year. And even though I think a lot of people in these parts would take a Travis Hunter, is a left tackle going to be in the conversation, or are you going to re-sign Bowles? I don't know, unless he takes less money, there'll be any guarantee that Garrett Bowles stays here past this year.
I think he very well could be on his way out. Like, the Broncos could be looking at it and saying, all right, we've invested heavily in other parts of our offensive line. McGlinchey, Powers, Miners all got paid big time. It's time to get younger at left tackle. And Garrett Bowles is, he's getting up there a little bit at the position right now. Does he have a Trent Williams type of future over there at left tackle? By the way, Trent Williams he got his money finally, and the vibes are getting a little bit better there in San Francisco. But could the Broncos simply decide, you know what, this is a place where we want to get younger and cheaper? They just like them in drafting tackles really all that much for a number of years. That could be one position where they could do that. Like, we've talked about what could the first round pick look like next year. I would say you still need a number one wideout. You probably need to get another tackle. Pass rush is always going to remain a place that the Broncos need to be examining and getting better at, and finding some kind of blue chip talent out there. But in the meantime, Surtain, who basically is sort of the beginning and the end of your blue chip talent, that's the guy that you lock up and you keep around for as long as you possibly can.
You know what? I know we've got to keep our schedule because we got a special guest coming up here. But I've got one guy. I'm going to compare one rookie's offseason to, not offseason, preseason. I'm going to compare one rookie's preseason performance later on in the show when you're ready to a very, very good player for this franchise. Probably should get more chatter about the Ring of Fame, but I think two guys have had similar preseasons where they pop and you think that's a player. I'll tell you who that guy is later.
That's how you tease a radio show, everybody. Andy Lindahl back in the fold, radio professional. I am Nate Kreckman. We'll take a break. When we come back, Altitude Television this Saturday. CSU, UNC, head coach of the Rammies, Jay Norvell, joins us next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl for my friends over at Colorado Off-Road. You know what, a great supporter of this show, and we thank Jerry and Wendy Jones so much for all that they've done, being a title sponsor of Kreckman and Lindahl for 5 years. Back in 2019 is when I got my new F-150, but I bought the model that best afforded me a nice monthly payment. You might be in that same boat. I'll tell you what, I don't regret the decision because anything that I've needed or wanted on the truck to begin with has been able to be found for a great price and great service over at Colorado Off-Road. I've added things like a remote start, the step rails, the bed cover's always been the big thing, the floor mats. He can do heated seats. He can do towing packages for you. Whatever you may need for a truck or 4x4, Jerry can handle it for you. And here's the key thing about this business. I mean, I was in there recording ads with Jerry about a month ago. Guy called up, happened to be an Altitude listener. We appreciate your patronage there. And he had mentioned the bed covers. And Jerry, I heard Jerry on the phone just saying, what are you looking for? What do you got to do? What are you looking to, keep protected, that sort of thing. And he told him, I've got power bed covers, but to be honest with you, I've got a trifold you might like, and that's a little cheaper. He's going to find the right product for you. He's not looking to sell you his most expensive thing, and they're just good folks. It's a 25-year Colorado business going on 25 years, and they know their stuff. They know what holds up in Colorado weather and what doesn't. Find Colorado Off-Road, 3 blocks south of downtown Littleton on Prince Street. They're right behind ACC. You can give them a call at 303-761-1264 or on the web at cooffroad.com.
Saturday, 5 o'clock, Canvas Stadium in Fort Collins, Ag Day. And we're excited because Colorado State football is coming to Altitude Television. Brian Roth and some guy named Mike Sanford will be on the call Saturday evening as CSU plays their home opener for the 2024 season against the UNC Bears. Joining us right now is the head coach of your Colorado State Rams, year number 3 in Fort Collins. It's our friend Jay Norvell. Coach, welcome back to the show. How are you, sir?
Doing good, Nate. How are you?
I'm doing great, Coach. Let's start here. And in fact, I want to start by going way back a little bit with you, because yesterday we had your old buddy Tom Moore on the show, which was an absolute treat to get to talk to him. Coach, as I'm sure you know, he's got a new book out, The Player's Coach, From Bradshaw to Manning, Brady, and Beyond. And yeah, there was there was a name that I read in this book. He said, he was talking about 1998. Private workout for Peyton Manning for the Colts, head coach Jim Mora, quarterbacks coach Bruce Arians, Dom Emile, the director of football ops, and hey, receivers coach Jay Norvell just happened to be there along with Clyde Powers and Bill Polian. So let's go all the way back, Coach. What do you remember about that day, your first ever private workout with Peyton Manning?
No, that is going back. I mean, first of all, Tom is one of the giants in football. Just an amazing coach in the National Football League, and learned so much about football. I'm anxious to read that book. I wasn't aware that was out yet, so got to climb out from under my desk every once in a while and see what's going on. But no, that was a great memory. You know, we had the number 1 pick of the draft. And I was the receivers coach, and I got to go with the head brass, the head coach, and coordinators to work out Peyton, and we worked out Ryan Leaf. And it's a story I've told our quarterbacks many times. But you know, we flew the Interstate private jet. We landed in Knoxville, Tennessee, and I'll never forget. We were supposed to work Peyton out at 10:30. And we walked into the indoor facility at Tennessee at 9:50, and he was standing by himself in the indoor with a full sweat and the ball on his hip. And I'll never forget that. He wanted to be the first pick of the draft. We had a private workout with him, and they had another receiver. They had a receiver that was a first-round pick. I think the Broncos picked him, Price. And so I being the receiver coach, was on one side of the field catching all Peyton's balls, and then the receiver was on the other side. And it was funny because I don't think Price wanted to be there, and so he really wasn't into the workout. He dropped several balls, and I didn't drop one in about an hour workout. And but Peyton was impressive, and you know, there's a lot to that story. I could talk a long time about that day and everything that happened. Then we went the next day and worked out Ryan Leaf, and that was really very different than Peyton's workout.
I would certainly say so, and Tom Moore kind of wrote about it a little bit in his book. By the way, Coach, Marcus Nash was the was the name.
Yeah, Marcus Nash. That was him.
Yeah, that you were looking for right there.
We didn't draft him. Matter of fact, Coach Morris said, he said, Jay, he goes, you didn't drop a ball. We should have picked you in the first round.
You know what's funny about it, Coach? You look like you could still go out and run routes these days.
Yeah, I can catch. I don't know how fast I can run, but I can catch.
By the way, so and you were the receivers coach on that staff. I think you were in Indy for 4 years. And, you know, famously, Peyton Manning throws 28 interceptions his rookie season. The Colts go 3-13. You guys get another high pick in 99. You draft Edgerrin James in the first round, and you go 13-3. And Peyton Manning, man, did it ever click for him in the change from year 1 to year 2. Sort of, you know, similar situation. You have a starting quarterback right now in Braden Fowler-Nicolosi, who, you know, first year as a starter at the collegiate level last year, and now he's your starter once again here in year 2. Like when we're talking to young quarterbacks and watching young quarterbacks, what do you take away from that experience with Peyton Manning, the improvement, the jump that he made that you can still use as coaching points today?
Well, I'm sure Tom wrote about it in the book, but, that first year, Peyton really struggled his first 8 games, like most rookies do. But, I'll never forget, every day we'd go into our offensive staff meetings about 5 o'clock, and we'd come out about 10 o'clock, and we'd come out and Peyton would still be there watching film. And so he just works so much harder than everybody else. And it's the same thing we tell our kids, the harder you work, the faster you improve. And really the second half of Peyton's rookie year, he made so much improvement, and you could really see the type of player he was going to be and the type of pro he was going to be. And then obviously he made a huge jump the second year. But, I just think once a quarterback has a season under his belt, he's just so much more comfortable. He's seen so many different defenses, and he's just so much more prepared for different situations. And the other thing I think, as far as Brayton's concerned, is that he's more patient than he was a year ago. He thought he had to go try to win every game with every throw, and you just can't play like that all the time. You're going to get yourself in trouble, and Peyton realized that as well.
We're talking to Jay Norvell, again, CSU and UNC this Saturday, 5 o'clock on Altitude Television. Brian Roth, Mike Sanford on the call for that one, as CSU football going to have a few games on Altitude TV this year, which is very cool, playing their Northern Colorado brethren right there, the UNC Bears out of Greeley. So, Coach, about last week, what can be taken out of that game, that performance, that will be useful going forward the rest of the year? I mean, we know the economic realities of college football. We know why a program like CSU takes a game like that going down to Texas. In terms of the performance that we saw, what is useful going forward for you guys?
Well, we had to play that game a certain style, I thought, to give ourselves a chance. And they just have so many good players on offense. We tried to play a little differently than we normally play. And so we had to play mistake-free. We didn't quite do that. We got behind the 8 ball. But I do think we did some really good things as far as running the football. Justin Marshall had over 100 yards rushing against a very good defense. We got some great experience with some new kids that really played well. Gabe Kurtzky on defense at defensive end really did a lot of good things in the game. We had a lot of young defensive linemen that played. We got a chance to play against a very physical, very fast team. They'll have they got probably about 40 draft picks on that team. They'll have 10 this year. And then the year after that, they'll have 10, and they'll kick out about 10 every year. So it's a very talented roster, and I think we'll gain a lot from that game going forward. We have to understand that we've got our whole season in front of us, and that everything we want to accomplish is still out there for us. And we got to get back to playing with a lot of confidence, spreading the ball around to our playmakers, and really playing attacking style defense and really getting the groove of doing that every week. And to have 3 home games coming up is a great way to start that.
Yeah, Coach, every year you've been at CSU, going back to 22 against Michigan, but you've always opened up against a Power 5 opponent, oftentimes with very good quarterback play and good offensive football. And how have you used those experiences and kind of bounced back from them? Because you look at it and you guys are a division up on UNC, but you can't sleep on any opponent right now. How do you sort of come back from, okay, we played a different level and now we've got to go out and learn from it and execute against an opponent that's a little bit more our speed?
Yeah, I mean, first of all, UNC is a team that's playing really hard, and they're trying to establish themselves as well. And so both teams coming off a loss, both have a heavy appetite to win this week. So it's more about us playing to a standard that we're trying to establish. Texas is very different than any roster that we're going to play the rest of the year. So I think, we're going to match up. We're going to line up with everybody else we play against. And now it's about our team executing at a high level, playing with speed and physicality, and really playing with great detail. And I'm excited. We got to get our guys back. We got to get playing good. We got to be hungry to win. And we want to play well at home. It's important for us to play well here at Canvas. We started playing much better at Canvas last year, and won some games here. And we want to, we really want to win out here is what we want. And this is the first step to doing that.
Talking to Jay Norvell, head coach of the CSU Rams, Saturday, 5 o'clock. They'll take on Northern Colorado, the opener at Canvas Stadium. By the way, Ag Day, we got to talk about some of the events that are going on up there at Canvas Stadium this week. Coach, you mentioned Justin Marshall, who his performance really did pop against Texas. This, a kid that was a freshman a year ago and came on at the end of the year and in 3 games really showed you something. I did one of those games up there, the Nevada game, and he looked great that day. How impressed were you with his performance in Texas, and what are your expectations for him the rest of the way? Because this kid looks like a stud.
Yeah, we really are high on Justin. He's a great kid. He's got great athletic ability, speed, and quickness through the hole. And he's a tough kid. He took the ball and banged it in there against a really good SEC defense last week and had over 100 yards. And, we got to hang our hat on that. We're trying to build ourselves as a more rugged team. We want to be built to run the football and stop the run, as well as make, big plays through the air. And so Justin's performance is something we can definitely build on, and we want to keep him healthy and keep him rolling every week. And so, we got to get back on track with this Saturday.
Newer Gatkuth, you said earlier today he's going to be out again this week. You're really looking forward to his defensive contribution in the pass rush this week, but he has not been able to go. So right now, defensively and really in the front 7, who are you relying on besides just Chase Wilson and his excellent experience to step up and make some plays for you?
Well, I mentioned Gabe Kurtzke. He's a new addition, a Valor High School kid that was at Wisconsin last year. We got in the transfer portal. Mukende did a good job last weekend as well. Cam Barito is a guy, and James Mitchell. That's our front 4 right now, and I was pleased with those guys. They did a nice job of pass rushing. We're going to have to do it by committee this year. It's not going to be one guy with a bunch of sacks like Mo did last year. It's going to be a bunch of guys that work hard, that are disciplined and relentless in their pass rush. And I think if we can be consistent doing that, we're going to be able to control quarterbacks in the pocket. So that's really important.
We're talking to Jay Norvell. Coach, your history, I don't have to tell you, first African-American head coach in CSU football history. This week, Colorado State will retire the number 14 that was worn by Lieutenant Colonel John Mosley, one of the Tuskegee Airmen and one of the first black players ever in CSU history. It's going to be a very cool event honoring one of the legends of the program. What have you told your players about Lieutenant Colonel Mosley's history, and how much are you looking forward to being a part of this event?
I think it's amazing, and I really appreciate, John Weber's worked hard on this and in our administration on making this happen. We have a very proud history here at CSU, and I did know about John Mosley, but I didn't know a lot of the details about his life, and really have enjoyed reading about it and learning about his life this week. I mean, he was the first guy first African-American to letter in football. He also lettered in wrestling. He was the student body president, his junior and senior year. Just an amazing guy and incredibly talented, and went on and enlisted and became one of the first African American airmen in World War II, and was a member of the Tuskegee Airmen, and just served our country. Was a great representative of CSU, and really held a high standard that everybody should work towards. And so, his son is going to be here this week. His family will be in attendance. And it's probably the ultimate honor to retire an athlete's number for every sport. Just isn't done at most universities. So I think it's an incredible tribute, and we're really proud to be part of it.
Yeah, that's going to be going down this Saturday at Canvas Stadium. Coach, last thing, I know all eyes on UNC, but has anyone mentioned anything to you about your Week 3 opponent this year? Has it been a story? Has anyone maybe brought up the game that's after this game at all?
Yeah, it's going to be, everybody's been looking forward to that for a long time, and that'll be here before we know it. We got a big one this week, though, with another Front Range opponent. We got a bunch of them this year. We got 4 Front Range opponents, which is unusual, but it's exciting. And we'll get 3 of them at home in Canvas, which is awesome. So we just feel very fortunate for that.
Yeah, well, Coach, thank you so much for the time. Best of luck this week against UNC. Go out and enjoy it, and we're excited to have you guys on Altitude TV.
Appreciate it. Go Rams.
All right, that's our dude, Jay Norvell, with us right there, third-year head coach of the CSU Rams. Looking for a bit of a bounce back after an admittedly difficult Week 1 there for the Rammies down in Austin, Texas. But good stuff right there from Jay Norvell. Andy, I know you were excited about a Marcus Nash anecdote on the show today, weren't you?
Oh, my God. I promised you I'd let you have it just so people know. I told Nate, go ahead and take the interview because sometimes I'm on the internet in my basement today because we're just taking a little extra precaution before I get it back out with everybody tomorrow.
Old sick guy over there.
I've had a head and chest cold. I don't want to share it with anybody. But when he started bringing up Marcus Nash, I was like, Nate, I got to talk now. Never mind. The deal's off. Let me talk. Because I got confused for a minute. When I first heard you tell the anecdote, I was thinking about the workout that Manning had for some reason for the Broncos.
No.
He mentioned the other guy didn't want to be there, Marcus Nash, and I was like, oh, that guy was terrible. No wonder he didn't catch any balls, man. We just talked about guys you wouldn't give a second contract to. That certainly was Marcus Nash,
How about that?
unfortunately.
How about Norvell here and afterwards like, hey, we'll sign you. You made all the catches out there.
Well, I forget. I was like, why was Nash there anyway? And then I remembered he was a Tennessee Volunteer.
Yep. Mm-hmm. He would have been one of Peyton Manning's guys. Peyton Manning.
See, that's another workout the Broncos should have probably found their way into, and then they might not have drafted him.
Yeah. What were you doing on that one, Mike?
Hold on. Was Al Wilson a Tennessee guy too? Did they go back-to-back years at Tennessee guys?
Ooh, it's good call. They very well may have. Yes.
Because Al was a stud.
Yes, he was
good.
So
I can remember the picks. I want to say it was Al Wilson. I want to say, was it Al Wilson, Trevor Price? Did he go Trevor Price, Nash, then Wilson? Like they had the last pick of the first round a couple years because, the Super Bowl. We don't know what that's like.
Heard of it.
But they did all right with those picks, man. They did all not with the Nash pick, but with Trevor Price and Al Wilson.
Yeah, 97 on Price, 99 on Al Wilson. Good call. Yeah, nice job.
Oh, Nash, though, dude. Nash was not. Oh, my God. I was going to start waving at the Twitch feed. I'm like, I got to get Nate's attention. I got to talk to Coach about this. I didn't realize. First off, I'm bummed I missed the Tom Moore interview. I've got the book. I guess I could send Jay the book with my buddy Marty if he really wants to read it.
There you go.
Is it a good read? I was going to get into it.
Oh, so I read, in preparation for the interview, I read the Peyton Manning and the Tom Brady chapters. And they were absolutely fascinating. The stuff about Manning early on in his career and talking to Tom about it yesterday of just teach him up and then get the hell out of the way. That's what you do when you're coaching brilliance like that. You just you give them the tools and then you leave them the hell alone and let them just go out and paint masterpieces. And that's all that Peyton Manning did, man. It was a very cool conversation. We need to take a break because we got to talk to our buddy Nick Kosmider coming up here momentarily. Yes, Patrick Surtain has been paid. Nick Kosmider will contribute to the program about all that next. Let's jump right out to the Ramos Law hotline. Car accident, you need Ramos Law, medical doctor and attorney. Visit ramoslaw.com. Nick Kosmider of The Athletic joins us on a rather newsy day out there at the Broncos facility. Nick, how you doing, man?
I'm doing great. I'm doing well. How are you guys doing?
We're doing good. Let's start with, Patrick Surtain. I think his bills are going to be covered now for a while. Why now? Why was this the time to get this done? Was there any reservation at all on the Broncos' part? Give us the story, how a Patrick Surtain extension, making him the highest paid defensive back in NFL history, went down.
Yeah, Cortland Sutton used the word inevitable today when he was asked about his reaction to Pat Surtain getting that record-setting deal, and I think that was always the way that this felt. That there was always kind of that simmering what if about if the Broncos really needed a trade chip at some point to move up in the draft or angle for a quarterback, that he was really that guy that would be that chip. But it would come at the cost of getting rid of the guy who was clearly your best player. And I think the Broncos understood that he was going to be part of their long-term picture, even if that meant making him by far the highest paid cornerback in league history. And so I think the timing can be looked at in a number of ways. One, that they knew this was going to get done. There wasn't urgency. They had already picked up the fifth-year option on his deal. But the season approaching, it was kind of time at this point. And look, Pat Surtain is represented by Tory Dandy, one of the most high-profile agents in the league. He had a busy offseason. CeeDee Lamb was among his clients that they were working kind of all offseason on the deal with Dallas. And so I think it always has to be kind of the timing for both sides to sit down, knock it out. But once they got that timing down with Surtain, there was never really going to be a lot of difficult issues in terms of getting this contract done.
All right, Nick, I'm going to jump right into it because, we got a little bit shorter time with you here. I think a lot of people find the Broncos a sexy playoff pick. I know you've written a lot about this, but then I opened up the old Athletic app today, and you guys are ranking the AFC teams, and it looks like everybody's got the Broncos at 11th here. So how can you feel one way about the roster and still see this team making the playoffs? Because I think a lot of us still feel like there's some roster building to do.
Yeah, there is. And we had so much go out today kind of previewing the season. So you might have to help me with who, if that was a polled executives, I think is the one that you're talking about.
Yeah, you're right. It's the 5 NFL execs rank the AFC is what I just pulled
right.
up.
Right. And so I think I had glanced through the Broncos section, and a lot of people there kind of said, look, the roster, to your point, Andy, has a ways to go. We know just how much it's overturned. I can't remember if I talked to you guys about this last week, but there's only 14 players on this roster who played in that Seattle game for Denver 2 years ago as they get ready to go back to Seattle for a week 1 opener. This roster has been overhauled, overturned, made over, whatever you want to say. And that doesn't just happen right away, the results of that. So I think if you have reason for them to, I know Peter Schrager had them as kind of his 6th playoff seed in the AFC. It's a lot of faith in Sean Payton. That's what some of these executives, that's what guys like Schrager, who we know knows Payton well, that's kind of what they're leaning on, that, hey, this is a guy that's done it before, that has been in this situation and is going to put Knicks in the right spots. That's where the optimism comes. But I don't know about you guys, but I'm going to be excited when 5 days from now we get to talk about things that have actually happened.
Yes. Yeah, it's going to be a nice change of pace to have an actual in-game performance and measure him against a actual NFL defense and not a bunch of backups and all of that. What do you think this game plan is going to look like in game number 1 for Bo Nix up in Seattle?
Well, it's going to be really interesting because this team has talked about throughout the offseason how much it wants to establish. Again, it's cliche and whatever, but establishing the run in terms of finding a way to make that a more concrete part of the game plan early, and that just wasn't something that was there last year. It was almost weird how they came out of the gate just throwing the football in a way we didn't really expect, given the year that Russell Wilson had come off of in 2022 and some of the talk of the offseason and what they had done to to boost the offensive line, bringing in guys and Ben Powers and Mike McGlinchey, really known as these run blockers. So I think you're going to see that materialize a little bit more organically, this season. Seattle is a team that has struggled to stop the run over the last several years. They, like the Broncos, went out and really tried to kind of overhaul their defensive line. They, of course, drafted Byron Murphy, who some people think could be in the running as Defensive Player of the Year, the defensive lineman. So they are kind of in the midst of trying to build their own defensive front. But I just think that if you're Denver, that has to be a huge part of the game plan is and hopefully trying to exploit an area that has been a weakness for Seattle. It'll be a really good opportunity to see, just how much Javonte Williams, whether it's the weight loss, the improved burst that got talked about a lot in training camp, what that looks like in a game. Because, of course, during the preseason, you're just not getting the work. You're not really worried about trying to kind of establish the rhythm of a run because, you're not really building towards something bigger. Every guy is just playing, these starters are only going to play a couple drives. And so those are the things that I'm really eager to see is how much of what they've done, both personnel-wise and schematically, will we see in terms of that run game in this game Sunday.
Nick, I'm going to have you maybe give away who I'm about to talk about with Nate, but if you had to pick one rookie based off preseason performance to make the biggest impact on field, who would it be? As far as good play.
Well, I mean, you mean outside of Bo Nix, who's going to have the ball in his hand every play on offense?
You know what? I'll tell you my pick. I think Jonah Ellis. I think they found something in Jonah Ellis. I really do. The guy has flashed on the tape in every game, in every situation. He's like, it's always, who's 52? How many times in camp was I going, who's 52? Then he does it again in games. So I got to know him. I was telling Nate earlier, it reminds me of the preseason that John Mobley had many, many years ago for this Denver Bronco team. I know Nix will get all the headlines, but I think the guy that I feel really good about the game that I see that I think should translate to NFL Sundays is going to be Jonah Ellis right now because I've yet to see like a full selection of passes from Bo Nix, and that's what I'm eagerly waiting on.
Yeah, and I think the thing with Jonah Ellis is like he's not all of a sudden going to be going up against like bigger, stronger players. Like the guy is a very well built. Rookie just in terms of the physical build is already there with him. I'm not saying he's not going to continue to get stronger, but physically he already looks the part and won a lot of those matchups that you're talking about in the preseason, with his strength. And I think that's impressive to see because, he's going to be going against a lot of much better offensive tackles. But I think if you have that baseline strength, you're going to give yourself a real opportunity. And the Broncos only kept 4 outside linebackers on their initial roster. I think that in and of itself was confirmation of what we've seen from Jonah Ellis, that not only is this guy on the roster, like we're not going to need to take our time implementing him. They didn't keep an extra veteran so that they could bring Jonah Ellis along slowly. Like if you have 4 outside linebackers on your roster, all 4 of those guys are going to be dressed, and all 4 of those guys are going to play a pretty significant role. So I'm with you, Andy. I think he has a chance to make a big impact on this game Sunday.
Yeah, and he's going to get a lot of reps as well because let's be honest, the Broncos, like they don't have just like 2 lights-out bookend pass rushers that aren't going to let a rookie get out on the field. Like the guy's going to get an opportunity to pop, and he can earn himself a hell of a lot more snaps right away here in Week 1. Nick Kosmider, everybody, The Athletic.com. Read his history of Bo Nix from earlier this week. Nick, getting an opportunity to learn of an 85-50 state championship game in Alabama. It was an absolute joy to get to read that. So great research by you, quality digging. Keep up the good work, man.
Yeah, absolutely. And remind me, I didn't get to fit this in because I only got this story later, but remind me next time I'm with you guys to tell you the story of the time that Bo Nix had to borrow the shoe of a 5'5", 290-pound offensive lineman in a big game. That's another good story for you.
Oh, yeah, that has got to be the first thing when we talk next week. By the way, Nick's not wrong. a ton of Broncos content on The Athletic right now.
Yeah, so check it out, everybody. TheAthletic.com. Also subscribe to Nick's podcast, the Not Another Bucking podcast. I currently have beef with the Not Another Bucking podcast, but that's,
good.
Again, a whole other story. Yeah, a little radio on podcast beef. We need a little bit more of that. Nick, good stuff, buddy. Thank you.
We're Biggie and Tupac, you and me, Nate. All right, we'll talk to you later.
Yeah, exactly. There he goes. That's Nick Kosmider, everybody. Who's the real NK? Nate Kreckman versus Nick Kosmider. Andy, we'll take a break, but when we come back, I'm excited about this. We got Green Day tickets. We have Green Day tickets to give away. Yeah!
And you don't even know this?
Yeah?
I'm sliding into DMs of some of the band members that are coming.
Look at you. Are we
I'll
going to
probably get ignored.
Are we going to get Billy Corgan on the show?
Well, you know what? That's hilarious. That's the band you would take. I was following their new guitarist, Kiki Wango, because she's amazing at playing guitar and always puts up IG, videos. Now, yes, she's attractive, but I mean, she shreds, and I like guitar videos. She just became the Pumpkins' new guitarist before they started this tour. So I was like, hey, you want to come on and tell us what life at the Pumpkins is like? So we'll see.
Okay.
They're playing, it looks like, in your old place, Chicago. I think it is tonight.
Well, they'll be playing Coors Field this Saturday, and we have tickets to give away, and we will do so via Green Day Trivia. Green
Okay, I can't wait to hear this.
Day Trivia. We will do that
Heavy on
coming
the
up
green?
next. Make sure you come back for Green Day Trivia on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Guys, the NFL is back in our life. Game number 1 tomorrow, Baltimore and Kansas City. And what better way to ring in a new football season than to get to sporttrade.com. That's right, getsporttrade.com. Do you remember last year when you were watching NFL games and you were just like, I know how this game's going to end. I get a feel for this thing. And then you would go on your app and you would try and make a bet in play, make a live bet, and the wheel would spin and it would slow down, and then the odds would change, and then your bet would get rejected, and then you would have nothing. And sure enough, you were right the whole time. Well, guess what? Sport Trade hates that too, and that is why they have made their service all about giving you the best instant in-play wagering experience in the industry. That's right. You want to live bet an NFL game, Sport Trade is the way to go. And better yet, half the vig when you're betting in play at Sport Trade. Download the Sport Trade app today. Use code Nate and earn 10% cash back on every bet that you place, or go to getsporttrade.com. That's getsporttrade.com. Sport Trade is regulated by the Colorado Division of Gaming. Gambling problem? Call or text 1-800-GAMBLER.
You know, we'd spent some time talking about it. We felt real good about. I think both sides felt real good about the timing, and we went ahead and did it. You know, it's securing a real young, talented player that is at a position that's hard to find.
I mean, I don't think there's ever a bad time to get $77.5 million guaranteed. I would imagine Patrick Surtain felt good about the timing as well. Yeah.
Yeah, I'd be open to that conversation.
Yeah.
Just saying, if anybody on the business wing wants to have that conversation, my phone is on 24/7.
That door never really shuts, does it? I don't really think
Not
it
for
does.
me. I'll drive in at 3 in the morning to sign that deal.
That's pretty much always good timing for that. Yeah, PS2 has gotten paid. More on that in a moment. But first, Green Day brings the Saviors Tour to Coors Field this Saturday with special guests Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, and the Linda Lindas celebrate 30 years of Dookie. Am I allowed to say that on the radio? I just did. 20 years of American Idiot and the band's new album, Saviors. Tickets are still available at Ticketmaster.com. Or you could simply win tickets right now here on the Kreckman and Lindahl show. But you have to answer the following trivia question correctly. This is what we call Green Day Trivia. Green Day Trivia. 303-504-0925. Text your answer into 303-504-0925. Green Day Trivia. Here we go, Andy. Name this dude, Hall of Fame pass rusher, 4th on the all-time sacks list, 160. Wore number 91. He had some sweet long blonde hair. Name that dude. 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Text your answer in right now to the Shop Mazda text line. If you spell it correctly, you could be our lucky listener that wins a pair of tickets to see Green Day this Saturday at Coors Field with Smashing Pumpkins and our friends Rancid. So there you go.
Yeah, that's wild because that's a guy, if you go look at the resume, that I don't think finished with the team everybody imagines that he did.
No.
You probably don't remember much from the team he finished with.
I do remember him being there. I thought that his blonde hair was a nice contrast to that uniform.
Had I not watched A Football Life about him, I would not have remembered he went there.
That's right. We'll give you the clue one more time for a pair of tickets to see Green Day on Saturday at Coors Field. Hall of Fame pass rusher, 4th on the all-time sacks list, wore number 91, played for 4 teams, and had some sweet long blonde hair.
Didn't Reggie White finish with the same, not as a teammate, but with the same franchise? Like, I thought Reggie got a couple years in there and one more nice payday after he was done with the Packers.
Oh, you're right.
Right?
You're right.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, let me ask you
That's
this.
a
Were they
deep
teammates?
pull, man. That is a deep pull.
Well, I've got a soft spot in my heart for the guys that finished with teams that you don't remember. Because if I say Reggie White, you're either thinking Packer or Eagle.
They would not have been teammates.
Okay.
It was close,
I kind of figured, but I wasn't sure.
It was close, though. Plus, kind of brothers in having colors for last names. So there you go.
Well, there you go.
There you are. They could have
Very
both.
good.
They were like both Clue characters, basically. Thank you, KJ. KJ just came and brought me the Sean Payton audio from today. Yeah, we heard Sean Payton talking about the Patrick Surtain extension. All right, Andy. How many guys on the current roster will still be Broncos 4 years from now? How many guys on the current roster will still be Broncos 4 years from now? This is a fancy way of asking nucleus, core, guys that are central to the Sean Payton era of Bronco football. How many guys are on this team that will still be Broncos 4 years from now? I think we now put Surtain in ink on the list. It was already anyway, but now it's official. Without a doubt, Surtain is one of those guys who will still be Broncos in 4 years.
I think the aforementioned Jonah Ellis is still playing here because I think the Broncos
still be on his rookie deal.
Look, every comment we make is, of course, assuming health. Okay.
Yes.
Anybody gets a devastating injury, like Tim Patrick. Mm-hmm. Anybody can have the unfortunate career trajectory of a Tim Patrick, where it looked like, had we asked, will Tim Patrick be here in 4 years, the year he signed his contract, like Surtain just did, we all would have unequivocally said, oh, you betcha.
Yeah.
It was a great deal for the Broncos. He had earned it, blah, 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 blah. I think we thought the same of Cortland Sutton. So I will go Quinn Miners.
Yep.
Jonah Ellis. Obviously, Surtain. Look.
I feel like we're missing a big one.
Well, because here's the debate.
Yeah.
And I know I'm everybody's wet blanket because I'm not ready to crown Bo Nix the next franchise QB till I've seen him actually play a few NFL games, and I know that's not something cool to do in this town anymore, but that's kind of the media that was the media tutelage I came up under. Let's just wait and let the kid play a few games before we crown him anything.
Yeah, I really want to watch the guy play football against an actual NFL defense and actually see improvement over the course of a season before I come to the belief that this guy is the next Drew Brees.
How about because again, and let me be clear about this. I think it's unfair we all keep, and I wish even Sean Payton in some interviews, if you think he's Drew Brees, that's awesome because that's great. That's the motivation for you to draft him. I get all that. You are in a town that is so thirsty for – you know what this town is? We are the person up at 2 a.m., and when we get the you up text, we are calling right back if we think you're a franchise quarterback. We are hoping you – we don't care. We know it may be meaningless. We know we're not your – maybe, you're playing forever, but you're playing right now. Whatever it is, take your thing. I'm just telling you. This town wants to be back in the mix so bad. And frankly, so do we. I would love to talk about a good Bronco team. It'll just make life more interesting than talking about who you're going to draft and how you're going to, how we're going to reshuffle the roster come December. But we got to let the kid play. We got to let the young man play some football. And before you call him Drew Brees, let's at least let him go a few games against some, like you said, some NFL defenses.
Yeah.
And let him earn the locker room and all the things that he may go and do in the first 2 months of the season. I'm not even telling you he won't be. But I'm just telling you, we are putting so much on this guy's plate before he's even taken his first professional snap. Let's just relax. He may not be Drew Brees. That doesn't mean he won't be good enough to get you a lot of winning.
Right.
Right?
Right.
We don't know what he's going to be. Okay?
Well, and
let's let him show us what he's going to be.
And here's another part of this, Andy, is like, okay, he's going to be on a rookie deal, so he's going to be very affordable for some time, is Bo Nix. And then, because he was a first-round pick, he'll have a fifth-year option. Like there doesn't have to be a gigantic hurry. And this is an NFL right now where the going rates for quarterbacks have absolutely exploded. And I really do think one of the market corrections that will be coming to the NFL is teams are going to start to become much more careful about paying second-tier and lower quarterbacks.
Right.
The Daniel Jones, Kirk Cousins of the world. How's Miami going to feel about this Tua deal in a couple of years? Like, those guys, and because of the outside, the outsized percentage of the salary cap that they are pulling down, our team's going to be looking at it and saying, man, like, you can really handicap yourself by agreeing to these deals with guys whose ceilings just aren't all the way there, that there is going to be some correction in the market where teams are going to say, I'd rather just take my chance on drafting somebody else and bringing them in cheap than going ahead and blowing a wad of money on a Daniel Jones type player. And let's be real, maybe that's what Bo Nix is maybe that's what his ceiling is that he's if everything goes right, then he's got a chance to be able to win kind of player. You usually have a lot more of those guys in the NFL than you do have Mahomes and Burrows and Allens and Lamar Jacksons.
Yeah, and look, I can't wait to see his processing. So for all those, because I get this question a lot, whether it's on Twitter, the text line, whatever. What's your beef? It's not a beef. My request is...
You beef tweeting?
Yeah, we could do the beef tweets. I have my questions about how a mainly underneath passing game is going to work in the modern NFL when a lot of the passes are what the teams are going to give you anyway. If he can continue, if Bo Nix continues to be money in the red zone and as good in the red zone as he was in college, and Sean Payton talked about that as a reason why he drafted him, if he continues to be the guy that punches it in for touchdowns, great. Then you got your guy. I just have reservations that until we see a little more variety, a few more deeper shots, that this is truly going to just take the NFL by storm. But we finally get to see his processing against defenses that are designed to shut down what he doesn't want to do. That didn't happen in the preseason. That's just the reality of it. And he may be so good and so quick with his decision-making and so fast with his release that the other stuff doesn't matter. And then I will laud the young man for all of that.
Yeah.
I hope that's what we're doing by Halloween. I hope we're having the conversation of, can you believe 3 other teams didn't think this guy was good enough and they took so-and-so and so. That's what I hope we're doing. But the reality is right now we have no evidence of that. So when I tell you I'm not positive he'll be here in 4 years, I feel like quarterbacks get 3 years. And if quarterbacks aren't doing something in 3 years, they start to try to figure out something else. Frankly, if Nix isn't working out, then is Peyton here? I don't know. Hopefully they're all here in 4 years, because then that means you've had some playoff success. That means this thing's finally turned around and you're not the butt of the joke in the AFC. You and I go back to Vegas. Vegas was kind of sobering for me. I felt like there were a lot of good feelings, and there are when it comes to the NFL Network talent. But again, Peter Schrager knows Sean Payton. Jamie Erdahl, God bless her, I love the job she does in Good Morning Football. She basically said she was nervous about making them a playoff pick, but she was going to do it anyway. When you go and talk to the Vegas people, as you and I said last week, the people whose job it is to make money off the public, they don't have good feelings about a lot of this yet. And so we'll see. I hope the next great told you so story is coming for the Broncos. But I've got to see it. And look, I could be, hey, man, I'm probably jumping on the Jonah Ellis train too early, too. But all I know is the reason that I'm lauding Jonah Ellis today is I saw an NFL player he went against starters, he was still disrupting stuff. You know what I mean? We didn't see Bo Nix get a lot against many of the first rounders or the starters at all in camp. I cannot wait for Sunday to start answering some questions, period.
Who is a receiver that's still on this team in 4 years? Because I'm looking at it right now, and man, I need to see some growth out of Troy Franklin. I get it; he's a rookie and he's raw, and maybe he takes a big leap from year 1 to year 2. But that feels like an uncertainty right now. Devon Vele will be 30 in 4 years, so
wow.
that feels like a bit of a long shot right there. Do I see Cortland Sutton being around? Basically, his money is done after this year. Is 2 more years on the deal, but almost none of it's guaranteed. So he's certainly an uncertainty. And Marvin Mims, I'm a little nervous about Marvin Mims right now.
I'll ask you this: if they're not, let's say they have the most perfect short game passing offense we've ever seen,
right?
Is that a Marvin Mims kind of offense? Is Marvin Mims going to pop for a bunch of touchdowns? Marvin Mims, to me, is the guy, he's meant to get behind the secondary and get the big play.
Yep. And maybe
how many of those are they even going to try this year?
Maybe they can become that. That's what Troy Franklin's supposed to be as well. Maybe they can eventually become that. Cynthia Freeland had that great note on average depth of target. Franklin on the field versus not on the field at Oregon. Maybe that's something that happens in time for the Broncos, and we hope that that's going to be the case and a part of the growth of this offense. All right, we're going to announce our first winner of Green Day trivia for Green Day tickets on Saturday at Coors Field. When we come back, this is the Kreckman and Lindahl Show on Altitude Sports Radio. You've been waiting for the end of that commercial break to come around. Well, we are here. It is Kreckman and Lindahl on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5, and it is time to announce our first winner of Green Day Trivia today here on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Green Day Trivia. Question number 1. Andy, Hall of Fame pass rusher. 4th on the all-time sacks list. Number 4. 160 career sacks. Wore number 91 and had some sweet, long blonde hair. Andy, who was that guy?
A guy that I will always remember as a Pittsburgh Steeler, Kevin Green.
Kevin Green. Ironically, most of his career spent with the Rams.
Really?
Mm-hmm. 8 years with that franchise.
He also played for the Panthers. Who was the 4th team? You mentioned a 4th team?
He was a San Francisco 49er for a minute in 1997. Barely. Played 14 games in 1997, but 8 years as a member of the Rams. Started in 1985. He would spend 3 years with the Pittsburgh Steelers, 3 years with the Carolina Panthers, 1 year with the Niners, but he did finish up with Carolina. Kevin Green.
Well, there you go.
Spelled with an E, by the way, and that was one of the rules. You had to spell it correctly to win.
Greene.
Yeah, don't forget that silent E at the end.
Hey, I want to read you a text because I genuinely want to get your reaction to this. Because,
Did it say Kevin? Did it say Kevin Green?
Well, one of them, someone did seem to think they didn't get the answer right. Were we doing a bounce back?
No. By the way, our answer was
Right.
Our winner was Luke Maglio. Way to go, Luke.
All right, Luke.
Luke Maglio Ordonez. There you go. Nice job, Luke.
Man, they're very well played.
Yes.
Look at you turn that into something.
It's how many?
We got 3 more pair?
How many famous Maglios can you name? We do have 3 more pair. We'll throw out another question here.
The old Maglio draft would not be long.
It wouldn't be.
What's the question?
Read a text, Andy. I'd love to hear it. By the way, this is from the Champ Mazda text line, Spring. Save this read. One price, one person, 1 hour. 303-504-0925. Champ Mazda text line.
Okay. Help me out here. We get this text from Paul. And Paul.
Hey, Paul.
Paul says that we are Bo Nix bashing again. So I just want to know. I want to know how many fans feel like Paul. We just did a segment telling you we need to wait and watch a guy play a game.
Can I watch him play?
And we are Bo Nix bashing.
Can I see him?
I need to know where this fan base turned into so sensitive that if you're not hailing the king before the first NFL snap is taken, and again, Jay Cutler was your promised savior. Paxton Lynch was your promised savior. Drew Lock by some was your promised savior. I mean, we've done this dance. Is Broncos country really so sensitive that we as the media don't get a chance to watch even a season before we decide what this guy is?
Yeah. It feels if we're sitting here and going, well, I see some flaws with QB6 from the draft that I will need to see addressed in his first NFL start. That somehow qualifies as, well, you guys hate Bo Nix. I'd like to watch him play.
Yeah. Because, again,
it sounds weird. I know.
Here's another reason why I keep reading in The Athletic, on NFL.com, because this is the Peter Schrager take. Folks from ESPN like Dan Orlovsky. There are a lot of folks that do believe that he and Peyton are going to be the perfect marriage. Awesome. Great to hear.
Yeah.
Great to hear. Now, can I just see it play out on the field? Because a lot of people thought Taysom Hill was going to be Sean Payton's perfect marriage. A lot of people thought Sean Payton was going to magically fix Jameis Winston, who the Browns thought about cutting and then changed their mind because the locker room loves him so much.
Yeah.
Okay? So, again, I just want to know, and I understand there's a lot of hardcore Bronco fans out here, and we're on a station with the biggest Bo Nix fan apparently in the city, in the time slot before us. So I just again.
Hey, someone's going to drive the parade. It's good. I'm glad someone's driving the parade.
Everybody's got their guy.
That's cool.
I'm not telling you I won't become a Bo Nix guy, but I like you said, I just have to see this is all going to work.
Yeah, that's okay.
You cannot watch Caleb Williams or Jaden Daniels and tell me that Bo Nix had the most magical arm in this draft. And previous draft histories, it's not even about the arm. Trey Lance has a magical arm. I don't know if that guy's ever going to be coached into an NFL quarterback. Zach Wilson, I think they were making progress with him, but there's no serious. I think he's an intriguing prospect under Sean Payton. Again, didn't see him go against starters either.
Yeah.
There is no solid evidence to prove that he's truly fixed his decision-making, which is the problem. And history tells us that there are going to be guys in a draft. Most of the guys in the draft don't work out the way you think they're going to. That's just how it goes. So I just don't understand the sensitivity. Again, I'm not ready for another. I mean, we got to figure out, do you have the guy or not?
Well, there's also.
That's all.
In this, look, Andy, something that Spring and I were talking about yesterday, and this is really like, this is one of my, I'll put it this way. This is one of my personal goals for me, Nate Kreckman, as I am guy on the radio with a microphone in front of me talking about this Denver Broncos season with the fans and with the listeners. One of my goals is I really want to keep a wide lens, and I want to view this from high above. I want to look at this and say, okay, what this season is a collection of information and data and knowledge about what this guy is going to be as an NFL player. And okay, how much better is he going to be in week, not just in week 2, but I mean in week 4, in week 8, et cetera. And it's like, we're going to do the thing because that's a part of our right as the football viewing public. We're after every single game. We're going to comb through it, and we're going to parse it, and we're going to say, okay, this is what was good, this is what was bad, what the hell were they doing right there, what was this decision right here, oh my God, did you see that play right there, hey, I think this guy's got a chance to be something right here. Like all of those things that you do after every single game, we're going to do that because we're going to simply talk about the win-loss, black-white nature, binary of what football is. Ultimately, there's a game every week with a winner and a loser, but also this thing right now is a rebuild for the Broncos, and we know it's a rebuild. And if you want more evidence that there's a rebuild going on right now, just look at the part where Patrick Surtain's extension doesn't kick in until 2026 because there's some math that's got to work out a little bit for the organization right now. Like that all is a part of the equation of what the Broncos are dealing with. They know it is a long-term build. So, let's look at the macro, at the entire thing as we watch it, and we'll analyze him game by game as well. But if you want to draw a conclusion after he plays against Seattle on Sunday, by all means, have at it. I don't think that's fair, and I personally don't want to do it that way. And good or bad, I don't want to do it that way. I'm merely looking for, okay, how do you look in game number 1? What is the poise? How is the footwork, et cetera? What were the coaching points from the preseason that we know you got to get better at? Okay, you're obviously going against better competition. We know that. Mike McDonald's going to make life tough on you. We know that. Okay, what is a fair expectation for you in this game? And then adjust from there. But that's how I want to go about this whole thing, Andy, and that's what I think our show is going to do. So while the parade's going on outside, you and I can be bellied up at the bar and just saying, like, okay, let's check this thing out.
Well, and I think you got to be ready. There could be let's take Jordan Love. Jordan Love, most of his starts weren't going to earn him that contract extension. He needed to play.
Yeah.
So I hope it's 17 full games of Bo Nix. And I hope Bo Nix, at bare minimum, ends up, if nothing else, looking like Jordan Love as far as the growth goes. They don't have the same game, so I don't need him to be the same quarterback, okay? But if he can take command and he can be the guy that has the answers for every defense you throw at him at the line of scrimmage, however he chooses to answer the question, and he's leading touchdown drives, and you get in the playoffs, you've got to, even if you don't, see, that's the thing. I don't even need them getting in the playoffs this year. I really don't.
I don't
I just need to
expect
be
him
able to
to.
say, I don't either. How have we gone from, because again, I do think Sean Payton has some friends in the media and he chats some stuff up, and people, I think Sean, when he wants to be likable, is very likable. Okay.
Oh, he's got a ton
Sean
of
wants to
charisma,
show
Andy,
us
and he's also fed the fire through this whole
right,
thing.
Exactly. So I'm just saying, Broncos country, just remember how much you were complaining about the roster in the offseason, and now everyone thinks it's a playoff roster. I'm just not there yet.
Yeah.
Not only the roster, the damn conference you're in is absolutely stacked. This is not – you got Aaron Rodgers, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen. Tua is supposed to be good, okay? Herbert may be better. And I haven't even mentioned the king of the whole thing, Patrick Mahomes, that you got to try to deal with right now.
It's out of control. The hype train's out of control right now. It's fun. I'm glad it's here. I'm glad people are pumped for the upcoming season. Like, you think back to most of this offseason, what a drag that it was. But also, like, I would also argue, Andy, I feel like I've stayed in the same place. I looked at it and I said, I'm glad they're rebuilding. I'm glad they're ripping it down. I think Peyton is a good coach. And while I said all that, a lot of people were like, you're an idiot, Crackman. They suck. And then Bo Nix had a couple of preseason games, and suddenly it's just like, look out, Mahomes. Denver can win the division. And I'm still over here going, I don't have that many good players. They need more good players.
That said,
you generally need good players and talent to win in the NFL.
Don't you feel like, though, we're probably on the cusp of the most fun offense we'll have to watch in the last 5 years?
They're supposed to be. They hired Sean Payton. They're
right.
supposed to be.
No, I get it. But I don't know that you'll win all the games you want to. I still think you can have fun during the season.
Yes. Yeah, enjoy it. That's what I'm saying. Enjoy every moment of it, but a part of what also is happening, and this is what I concern myself a little bit with here, Andy, is with the amount of, and the 93% of the public that's just like, hell yeah, I'm all over them winning over 5.5 games. Well, if Bo Nix has a rookie quarterback season, which he almost definitely is going to, which means he's not going to be top 10 in QBR. He's not going to be throwing over 30 touchdown passes. He's going to have a pedestrian, rough, up and down roller coaster rookie season. I'm worried about the same amount of people that are lining up to buy jerseys right now by the end of the year going, this guy sucks, get him out of here, fire Sean Payton. And it's like, do we need to do that? Do we need to set ourselves up for that those swings in emotion as a fan base, or can we go into this a little bit clear-eyed? A little bit.
No, it will be fascinating to see what everything is in December, if it's not all that has been necessarily promised by some.
Yeah.
I hope Denver fans, though, are like, you've been doing this a while. You should know there's going to be some growing pains. I don't know. Maybe I'll be wrong. Maybe he'll come out and he'll be MVP from the start. Just not a lot of guys are that, period. Tom Brady rolled into town and threw 5 interceptions one game against the Broncos.
Yeah. That guy stinks.
Do you remember that? Delta O'Neal, of all people, had like 3 of them. It was unreal. I think it was Delta's best game.
Oh, Andy, you ready for more Green Day trivia?
Oh, let's do it.
Is
it a
Green Day trivia? That's right. Green Day brings the Saviors Tour to Coors Field this Saturday. Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, Linda Linda celebrate 30 years of Dookie, 20 years of American Idiot, and the band's new album, Saviors. Tickets are still available at Ticketmaster.com, but you can win a pair of tickets from the Crackman and Lindahl Show right now if you text the correct answer into 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Green Day trivia. Here you go. You ready for this one, Andy? 40% career three-point shooter, 3-time NBA champion with 3 different teams, one of 4 players in NBA history to do just that, with the Spurs, Raptors, and Lakers. Name that guy. Yes, 40% career three-point shooter, 3-time NBA champion, one of 4 guys in the history of the league to have done that. with 3 different teams. Spurs, Raptors, and Lakers are who he won his titles with. 303-504-0925. 303-504-0925. Text your answer in right now to the Shop Mazda text line. One lucky listener that gets the question correct will win a pair of tickets to see Green Day this Saturday at Coors Field. Tickets are still available at Ticketmaster.com. We're going to check in with the Seahawks. Our buddy Michael Sean Dugar of The Athletic is going to join us today at 5 o'clock. Looking forward to that conversation. Keep it here. Yeah, Green Day. We've got tickets that we're giving away today here on the show. You can still get in this hour on Green Day Trivia, but you have to answer the following trivia question correctly at 303-504-0925. Text your answer in. If you get it correct, then you could be one of our lucky listeners that wins a pair of tickets to see Green Day Saturday at Coors Field. Again, the question right now, Green Day Trivia. Andy, 40% career three-point shooter, 3-time NBA champion with 3 different teams. He is one of 4 players in NBA history to have accomplished that feat. Won a title with the Spurs, one with the Raptors, and one with the Lakers. Name that guy. It's Green Day Trivia.
I could not remember the first name, but it was old AC Green, wasn't it?
It was not, no.
Who was it?
We're not giving the answer out yet, but now you know it's not AC Green, everybody.
Oh, I thought you were asking me what the answer was.
I was not.
Well, I'm glad I'm wrong then.
Because
that's who I was thinking of.
Don't worry, Andy. I trusted the process. We were safe on that one. Also, AC Green's famous for something else.
Well, yeah, yes.
He was frustrated.
Yes. Whoa, hey, man. Back in the day, coaches told you that was the only way to go.
Yeah. AC
they
Green.
You all fired up.
AC Green, the only guy in NBA history to play with a loaded gun. So
wow.
There you go. Hey!
But not the one you're thinking of.
So there you go. Green Day Trivia, 303-504-0925. Text your answer in.
You hearing my co-host here that you want to know why? I thought you were asking me the answer. He's trying to take down the whole operation right here.
Who breathes louder, you or your pug right now?
Are you hearing that? Might still be him.
We're giving away Green Day tickets today, but it's Weezer over at the Lindahl household right now, everybody.
Dude, he snores. Note to those thinking about a pug.
Mm-hmm.
Great dogs.
Yeah?
They snore like a fat man passed out after a good bender. It's unreal.
Did you happen to hear what Whit Merrifield had to say last night after the Rockies-Braves game?
Now, did he got plunked in the back of the head, right? Was he the one that took it in the back of the head?
In the head last night by our buddy Criswell. Who is known to pitch.
I thought of you right away. I'll tell you what, I didn't like the joke, but you're the first person that came to mind when he came in that game.
He's pitching quite Chris poorly at the big league level. Criswell last night put a 95-mile-an-hour four-seam fastball into Whit Merrifield's dome. This has been getting the Braves all year, by the way. Like, these guys they keep getting drilled in the head. It's terrifying stuff. After the game, Whit Merrifield, who, by the way, is a member of the MLB competition committee, players competition committee, and he claims he's taken this thing to the top. But Whit Merrifield had some words last night for our buddy Criswell.
The way where the game's at right now, it's just ridiculous. We lost Riley, we almost lost Mike, we almost lost Darno in a span of 2 or 3 weeks. The way pitchers are throwing now, there's no remorse or the regard for throwing up and in. The guys are throwing as hard as they can, and they don't care where the ball goes. And you can't hit a guy anymore back. There's no fear that, if I hit this guy, our guy's gonna get hit. That's not in the game anymore. Pitchers don't have to hit anymore, so they don't have to stand in the box. And the teams are bringing pitchers up that don't know where the ball's going. They throw 100 miles an hour, so we're like, all right, we'll see if we can get the guys out. Just set up down the middle and throw it as hard as you can. And it's driving me nuts, and I hate where the game's at right now with that. And I'm on the rules committee, and we got a call tomorrow, and it's going to be a long conversation on what we got to do to make pitchers think about. I just took 95 right off the head. I'm very lucky that it got me in a good spot, and I got to go get a CAT scan. I'm out of the game. He gets to stay in the pitch. I'm probably not going to be able to play tomorrow. No repercussion on his part. And, I mean, without being overdramatic, that was my life on the line right there. So I'm sick of it. It's happening way too much. I watched Taylor Ward get hit in the face last year and have to get reconstructive surgery. Justin Turner got hit in the face last year. It's happening at an exponential rate. Guys are getting hit in the hand. Mookie Betts broke a bone in his hand this year. it's just ridiculous, and it has to be adjusted. It has to be fixed, or God forbid, something terrible is going to happen. If this hits me in a different spot, it's just pathetic. It's frankly pathetic that some of the pitchers that we're running out there that don't know where the ball's going at the major league level.
First off, I find it comical that there's bumping tunes and they're having like a towel fight in the background and everyone's laughing, and Whit Merrifield's over here being like, I almost died tonight. So I find that kind of funny. But what did you think of that rant, Andy?
Great sound, by the way. I've not heard that.
Yeah.
Great sound. Glad you're able to get it. So here, look, I can't. He's not wrong, right? He's not wrong. Now, I will. Let me break this down in parts. He talked about pitchers don't have to bat anymore, so they don't have to worry about where. You never hit the pitcher anyway. I always wondered why you didn't hit the pitcher if you were mad, but you went and hit their best batter. Like, if Jason Hirsch plunked, whoever back in the day, Todd Helton was going to wear one because that was the unwritten rule thing of baseball. Where I think Criswell falls is he doesn't know where it's going, I would assume. He's nervous up there because he's just trying. I understand you're upset, and I'm not going to tell you not to be freaked out by it. I'm sure it's scary. But, bro, he's trying to stay in the league, and it is not going well. There is no way that guy was trying to hit you, because if he doesn't get guys out, they are shipping his rear end out pretty soon. Has he had a good outing?
He's strung together a couple okay outings since he had the nightmare against the Yankees. But he's a fringe big leaguer at best.
So I do think there is merit to guy throws fast but doesn't control it like Ricky Wild Thing Vaughn.
Oh, it was a four-seam fastball that hit him in the head. What are you doing? How are you that wild that you're drilling dudes in the dome with your four-seamer?
Because you're not a major league pitcher.
Yeah.
I got an idea. You know what? Why don't you take it up with the Rockies for actually trying to have some more actual major league players on the damn roster? How about that?
Right.
You're barely trying. Did you see what Woody wrote the other day about how insignificant they all are, and the owners know where to talk about this, but hey, we had great attendance, so yippee-ki-yay. You don't have enough major league players on that roster. We've been watching it all year. We talked about it. Bud Black looks at the bullpen. What is he going to do? Well, I got a bunch of guys we hope work out.
Yeah.
Bullpen's been a nightmare for this team all year. That's why they've blown, 15 games with all those damn runs that they were ahead? It's brutal.
Andy, I think there's a lot of hitters that feel the way that Merrifield does. And again, the Braves have been struck with particularly bad luck in this regard this year. But in the era in which the job of a pitcher is to hit triple digits on the gun. Like, flat out, that's your job. You got to go out and miss bats and blow guys away. That is modern pitching right there. We are in the power pitching era through and through in Major League Baseball. And again, the issue that I think the Merrifield is talking about right there is just like, okay, if your qualification to get to the big leagues is that you're touching 99 and 100 consistently, and that's the one qualification, okay, but those of us that have to dig into the box against that, we're taking our damn lives in our hands in there. When a major leaguer puts a four-seamer at your head, there's nothing you can do. There is no reaction time to get out of the way in time. You're a sitting duck in that situation.
Nate, I will say this. Here's baseball's ultimate problem. The numbers have told you to let pitchers pitch less, right?
Yeah.
Pitch counts, don't go over it. Well, in order to play that way, you have to have more guys come in to finish a game. And so that means there's more pitchers that aren't really big league guys getting into games to throw big league pitches.
Yeah, starters.
You're right. I get what the batters are afraid of.
Yeah. Starters are going less, and that's a damn scary thing right there. All right, Andy, time to give away Green Day Trivia, and it was not AC Green. 40% career three-point shooter, three-time NBA champion with 3 different teams, one of 4 players in NBA history to do that. Spurs, Raptors, and Lakers. Name that guy. Who was it, Andy?
I don't know.
It was Danny Green. We were looking for
Danny
Green, late of the Philadelphia 76ers. Spring, who was our winner?
Patrick Gutierrez.
Patrick Gutierrez.
Yeah!
He's going to have a Gutierrez time at the Green Day show Saturday at Coors Field, along with Smashing Pumpkins and Rancid. By the way, bonus trivia question: who were the other three dudes that have won NBA titles with three teams? Who were they besides Danny Green? Can you name those? Quick, go.
Shaq?
Nope.
Oh, really?
Nope.
Then I can't.
One of them is LeBron James. Yeah, I get it.
Okay, makes sense.
Cleveland,
Yeah, there you
Miami, and the Lakers. Big Shot Bob, Robert Horry, and John Sally.
Good one.
Won titles with three
Sally,
teams.
I know he did with the Pistons. Who else?
John
Spurs?
Sally. Who else did John Sally win an NBA championship? That's all right. Hold on.
One of them had to be the Lakers.
Tell us after break.
Yeah. One of them. Let's go.
Did
Pistons.
he miss the Pistons?
Pistons, Bulls, Lakers. There you go. Pistons, Bulls, Lakers.
Oh, wow.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Yeah.
that guy knew who to sign with.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll have more Green Day trivia next hour. We're talking Seahawks after this. It's hour number 3, best 5 o'clock hour in the biz, the Craigman and Lindahl show here on Altitude Sports Radio 92.5. We have more Green Day tickets to give away this hour. We will do just that coming up in just a little bit. We will give you yet another clue here on Green Day Trivia. Green Day Trivia. To win a pair of tickets to see Green Day at Coors Field on Saturday. Our buddies Rancid are opening up. Smashing Pumpkins will be there as well. I guess that's kind of rock royalty. The Linda Lindas celebrate 30 years of Dookie, 20 years of American Idiot, and the band's new album, Saviors. Tickets are still available at Ticketmaster.com. Again, that's Ticketmaster.com. We're going to go to Seattle and check in with the Seahawks coming up in just a moment with Michael Sean Dugar, the Athletics beat reporter covering the Seattle Seahawks, kind of the Nick Kosmider of Seattle, will be joining us coming up here in just a moment. The spread, by the way, up to 6 on this game in favor of Seattle at home. Sunday at Lumen Field, Broncos and Seahawks. We welcome into the show from The Athletic. It is Michael Sean Dugar. Welcome back to the show. How are you, man?
Doing good. How are you?
We're doing very well. Let's start here. Obviously, Mike Macdonald, a new coach, is the story, the turning the page from the Pete Carroll era. And the big question that we have, Michael Sean, is how is Bo Nix going to look against Macdonald here in game number 1? You wrote something that I highlighted from The Athletic. Macdonald's scheme is all about the illusion of complexity. And you talked about the need for versatile defenders at every level of this defense. Explain that one to us. What do you mean by illusion of complexity?
Yeah, so I'm borrowing kind of how defensive coaches used to describe Sean McVay to me when he first came into the NFC West. It's the idea that, yeah, something may look a certain way, but you have no idea how many different layers there are on top of this, particular thing. Sean McVay, he had a run there where he just was only in 11 personnel, right? Which seems pretty limiting. There are a lot of other teams that run 11, 12, 13, where Sean was just like, you just give me 3 receivers and a tight end and a back, and I can run a bazillion plays, and they're all going to work. That's kind of what Mike Macdonald is, who he is at his foundation. He'll use some different personnel groupings to play some nickel, maybe a little bit of dime, though I didn't see it much, in training camp, maybe some base. But it'll mostly be, give me 2 inside backers, give me 4 pass rushers, give me 5 DBs, and I can pretty much do anything. I can play any coverage structure I want, 1 high, 2 high, cover 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 7 even. I can do all of that out of this personnel grouping, and you just don't know what's what. You don't know who's who. This guy could drop. This guy could rush. It's just the idea that one look can be so deceptive, and it can work, over weeks and weeks and weeks, no matter how much you study. So I think he's basically trying to be almost a defensive version of Sean McVay in that regard, of just give you one look, but there's so many layers to that one pre-snap, setup.
We know the corners of Witherspoon and Reek Woolen are really the cornerstones of this defense, 2 most talented players that are on this defense. Who else with this group do you expect really to thrive playing for Macdonald?
Yeah, I feel like a few guys have some chances to be the best version of themselves, like we saw in Baltimore with guys at multiple levels of the defense have career years, really look at it. Matabuke, I can't remember his new first name now, but Matabuke, the defensive tackle, he had a career year, double-digit sacks. Patrick Queen basically had a career year. It was like an all-pro guy. He was like just a good linebacker before, and then he was like, oh, now he's one of the best. And then Kyle Hamilton had a career year. Their other corner, Brandon Stevens, had a career year. Stone had a career year. Their safety. So I think Seattle has potential for a similar effect. I think their middle linebacker, Tyrell Dodson, came over from the Buffalo Bills, who's basically like a utility backer until everyone on their defense got hurt, and he played, I think, 10 games last year or 10 starts. I think he has potential to be the best version of himself, calling the plays in the middle of that defense. Probably going to be a tackling machine based on kind of what I've seen from their scheme so far. I think Leonard Williams, who made a Pro Bowl, feels like a bazillion years ago, I feel like he is the chess piece up front, whereas Devin Witherspoon is the chess piece in the secondary. I feel like both of those players, Spoon and Leonard Williams, can go from already a very good floor to, oh, you might be like one of the best guys at your position type of thing, the way Kyle Hamilton did last year when he was all pro. And again, the way Madubuike did when he was one of the most productive defensive tackles in the league last year.
So how much different, if at all, will this offense look? Everyone obviously keyed in on Bo Nix, the hopeful future for the Denver Broncos, going against one of the defensive masterminds of the league. And yet the Broncos look like they should still be pretty good defensively. I don't feel like I know too much about Seattle's offense outside of the fact that Geno Smith is still the quarterback there. What are you expecting out of this offensive unit?
Yeah, the main thing that the offense is going to try to do differently is run the ball better. Ryan Grubb comes from the University of Washington, and they had that great run to the national championship last year, led by Michael Penix. And his 3 receivers, one of them being Rome Odunze, who was like another top 10 pick, just like Penix was. But what gets overlooked and when people make the comparisons to Ryan Grubb's offense in Washington and maybe project how it'll look in Seattle is Grubb didn't bring with him the best O-line in the country, which he might have had, arguably, in Washington last year. He brought the O-line coach with him, Scott Huff, that's his boy. But it's very easy to throw it all over the field when you have protection, So I think that's going to be the big key is can the Seahawks run the ball well enough to the point where Geno doesn't have to play hero ball? Because Geno's like a really good quarterback, I think, but he's not like, all right, the protection sucks, go be Superman type of thing. He needs the other pieces around him to function well. If they don't function well, he doesn't stink, but he's not nearly as good as he could be. He's really accurate, can make plays off script. He did his first touchdown against the Broncos a couple of years ago was that, eluded a blitzer, sidesteps some pressure and then, finds Will Dissly for a touchdown. So, he could do that. But he's much better when he can just stand there and have some time and throw accurate passes. So I think that the Seahawks are going to come out, as much as they have really good weapons, arguably maybe one of the best receiving trails in the league, and DK Metcalf, Tyler Lockett, and then Jackson Smith and Jigba. They're really going to try to establish the run. I know Seahawks fans probably don't want to hear that. They're tired of hearing Pete Carroll talk about it. But that really is the way to win games in the NFL. You can try to throw it all over the yard, but you get your quarterback killed eventually. You have to have a change-up, so to speak. And the Seahawks have been so bad at running the ball, I could see them trying to use the run game as their new fastball, so to speak, to kind of protect their quarterback.
Michael, can I assume you know a little bit about Bo Nix's game up in the region that you're at? Is that a safe assumption?
Yeah, I went to Washington State, so I'm not into the Husky Ducks rivalry, so to speak, but because I'm a Pac-12 guy, yes, and then I just watched a bunch of all 22 of Bo this week. So, yeah, I'm very familiar.
He's a modern Pac-12 guy, a Beavs and Cougs guy, yes.
Yeah, he's a Pac-2 guy now. Michael, seriously, we're trying to get a read on this. As you can imagine, the optimism and the hope is high in Denver because of a lot of the things that Sean Payton has said. As an outsider with no worry about what he becomes for the Broncos, what would be your best comp you could maybe come up with for Bo Nix as you think as a pro?
That's a good question. I would probably say a stronger armed Kirk Cousins, I think, because Kirk, watching the preseason, it was actually pretty fascinating. I'm coworkers with Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel, which is kind of cool to say on Chase's part. But, I watched their interview with Sean Payton, and he talked about in the pre-draft evaluation how in their sample, they took out all the bubble screens and the little manufactured completions and just said, let's look at the real quarterback play, and they ranked Bo atop a lot of the other stuff compared to his peers in the draft class. I was like, oh, that's cool. And then I turned on the preseason tape, and I was like, well, this just looks like Oregon. He's dinking and dunking here, some stick routes here, some bubble screens here. So I was like, he took all that out just to have him do all that same stuff, and I bring that up to say it's a very safe scheme that he's running. And if you watch Kirk Cousins play and even watch him on the Netflix series a few years ago, Kirk's a very safe player. He doesn't try to do a lot of wrong. He'll do whatever the play says. And if it breaks down, he may be able to make some stuff shake. But he's just very good at saying, hey, this is your first read, this is your second read. If you don't got nothing, chuck it, He's very good at that. And I could see Bo growing into that. I mean, he's damn near Kirk's age at this point. Bo was in college forever. But, he's just he's mature in that, he knows, all right, here's read one, here's read two. If it's not there, run or, get rid of it. I could see him just operating what Sean says do very well. Almost like a strong-arm Jared Goff, too, I guess, in that regard when he was with McVay. Those are, high comparisons, I think. But, Bo's got a really strong arm. He moves well, and he's smart. So I think when you have those characteristics, you can be in this league a long time.
Yeah, you can do some winning. You can make some money. Michael-Shawn Dugar is our guest covering the Seahawks for theathletic.com, colleague of our buddy Nick Kosmider, as well as Diana Rossini and Chase Daniels. Weaknesses of the Seahawks. Offensive line certainly comes to mind right off the jump. Is Charles Cross going to take a big step forward this year? Uncertainty around there. Where are some areas where maybe Denver could have an advantage?
Yeah, it's definitely up front. The Seahawks, they have Connor Williams. They got him in free agency. He tore his ACL in December, but he's back now. He hasn't played a game with the Seahawks yet, missed all the preseason as he recovers from knee surgery. So he's a little bit of a wild card. I think he's listed over like 300 pounds, but he doesn't really look it. He looks like a smaller center, more technician guy than just like, you just can't move me, like you see with some other centers in the league. I still don't know who their starting right guard is. That doesn't mean that their starting right guard will be bad. It's usually just better if you know who it is, going into the season, because that means that guy is really good. Abe Lucas, their starting right tackle, he's out. He's still on the PUP list with a knee injury, like a mysterious knee injury too. I don't even know what's wrong with it. So they'll have George Fant on the right side. George's a veteran swing tackle guy, been around a little bit, Houston and Jets. So he's an upgrade from their previous Abe Lucas replacements. Like last year, they were starting like Jason Peters for like multiple games, at age like 40 or whatever. That's, you don't usually want to do that on a good team. So they're a little bit more prepared to not have Abe, but that's still a problem, So when you have all these questions up front, I don't really care who your play caller is, who your quarterback is, who your skill guys are. Like, you have to be able to block. So I think if there's any, at least on that side of the ball, that's where Denver would have a bit of an advantage. I think perhaps maybe in the intermediate area, Seattle has new linebackers. They don't have Jordan Brooks or Bobby Wagner. They have Tyrell Dodson. They have Jerome Baker, who comes over from Miami. Jerome missed pretty much all of training camp with a hammy issue. I don't know what kind of shape he's in. I just haven't seen him. So I feel like in the intermediate area, which is where, Sean Payton and Bo Nix preferably would like to get busy, that could be an area of vulnerability. If for no other reason, they just don't have the reps. The guys up front and the guys in the secondary have had a lot of reps in camp, whereas Tyrell, I think he's never played, a snap of tackle football with Jerome, right? That just take some time to get used to.
All right, Michael, I got to ask you this question. Clearly, Seattle won the trade with Russ. They did way better than Denver did, and the cap hit proves it. However, did Seattle maximize the trade with Russ when you look at the draft picks and everything they got back?
That's a good question. I think so, because I believe Devin Witherspoon is in one of those, is one of the picks that they got. I think Ken Walker is as well. Maybe it's Boye Mafe, but in either direction, like that 2022 class, they just had the capital to make like multiple picks. So I think getting Spoon, getting a left tackle in Charles Cross, Spoon's already a Pro Bowler. Charles is probably going to be their starting left tackle for the next decade. Ken Walker's like got 1,000-yard potential. I think Boye Mafe like 7 sacks in a row or something like that last season, a franchise record. So, I just think that just those picks alone right there set them up really well. The name of the game is getting good, cheap labor. They didn't have to use any of those picks on a quarterback, and they still got a Pro Bowl guy. Geno's played in the last 2 Pro Bowls. I know the Pro Bowl is devalued a little bit, but I mean, a lot of quarterbacks, you never make one, right? So I think they did about as good as you can expect. They've had some other trades where, they got a pick, but then the guy they took stunk. All the guys that they took with all those Russ picks, and all the guys that they were able to get, because they had the luxury of taking like a running back with pick 40, they could wait and take, a guy, a Pro Bowl corner like Reek in the 5th round. You know what I mean? The surplus draft capital really set them up and saved John Snyder's job. Like the Russ trade, he obviously won, but if he didn't nail the draft right after that, he'd be on the street with Pete probably. So yeah, I think they probably did the best you possibly could. They've had a finalist for Defensive Rookie of the Year each of the last 2 years, I think, and a finalist for Offensive Rookie of the Year at least one of those years, on top of getting Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's a really good player. So, yeah, I think they did really well.
Yeah, they got some picks. There's no doubt about it. There was a lot of picks going back in their direction. Michael-Shawn Dugar, everybody, theathletic.com. Game number 1 of the Mike Macdonald era comes up this week against the Broncos there at Lumen Field in Seattle. Michael-Shawn, beautiful work as always, man. Thank you so much. It's always fun having you on the show.
Thanks for having me. You guys have a good one. Enjoy the game.
All right, good stuff right there. Michael Sean Dugar of theathletic.com. That's a good Seahawks guest right there. That's, by the way, Ryan Grubb coming in as the offensive coordinator. They do need to get that run game going with Ken Walker. One of the other things they need to get going, they got to get DK Metcalf going a little bit. I know he had good numbers last year, but like if you look at like his catch percentage versus the amount of targets, that number needs to be better this year, and he's going to have a rough week one because I think Surtain's going to spend most of his day hanging out with DK Metcalf.
Yeah, I would hope so. Boy, I'm kind of still stuck on the Pro Bowl comment. Is the Pro Bowl what it used to be? But look, he's right. They've got a guy that's been an even, steady starting quarterback for them.
Yeah.
You know? I don't know what to expect out of this offense. But then again, I don't know. I feel like we know what to expect out of VJ's defense, but there's going to be some young guys playing in that secondary that I hope they don't get fooled by some motion. I hope they don't,
Yeah.
This could be a low-key, this could be a sneaky fun game. Either both offenses are going to need a minute to find themselves, which is very possible, or we could, like, again, McDonald's defense, I liked how he described that. Multiple things out of one look.
Yeah.
Okay?
That's what they do.
That's what's going to fool you. So this should be a fun game. I hope it's more fun than Denver than 2 years ago.
We have got another pair of tickets for Green Day to give away. We got the 5 biggest stories of the day from around the NFL. We have so much more to do this hour on the Kreckman and Lindahl Show. Guys, football is here. Game number 1 tomorrow night. You need to go to UnderdogFantasy.com and get signed up right now. Get on there. Put your pick'em together. Get your roster set and ready for game number 1 on Thursday night. I'm going higher or lower. I'm going higher on Travis Kelce touchdowns here in game number 1 at UnderdogFantasy.com. It's a lot of fun. Making picks on Underdog is straightforward. Signing up is even easier. You're just looking at stats. You're going higher or lower. You load up your pick'em entry, and boom, you have got it. My Underdog picks for week 1. Again, I'm looking at Travis Kelce touchdowns and Patrick Mahomes rushing yards. Go to Underdog's simple-to-use mobile app or UnderdogFantasy.com. Sign up with promo code Kreckman, that's Kreckman, and Underdog will give you a free pick to use on your first cash pick'em entry, plus up to $1,000 in bonus cash when you deposit. That's right, the promo code is Kreckman, Kreckman. Over 1 million fans across 33 states got in the game last year by competing on Underdog Fantasy. You just choose higher or lower on your favorite players' stats. Must be 18 or up and present in a state where Underdog Fantasy operates. Terms apply. Void in Colorado. Concerned with your play? Call 1-800-GAMBLER or visit npcgambling.org. We have got more Green Day tickets to give away because Green Day is playing at Coors Field Saturday. That's right, Saturday. Smashing Pumpkins, Rancid, the Linda Lindas. Tickets still available, Ticketmaster.com, or you can win a pair of tickets right here on the Crankman and Lindahl Show. But you have to answer the following question correctly. It is Green Day Trivia. Green Day Trivia. So far, we've had Kevin Green and Danny Green. Who will be next? 303-504.
Linda Green, because of the Linda Lindas?
0925.
Have you heard any of the Linda Lindas? I've not heard them.
I have. They're kind of awesome. Yeah, check out. They did a video back during COVID. They were playing in a library. It was pretty rad. Check it out. Here we go. 303-504-0925. Former Boston Red Sox outfielder Andy finished second to Jose Canseco in the 1988 AL MVP voting, and he had a sweet mustache. 303-504-0925, 303-504-0925. Shop Mazda text line, text in the correct answer, and one lucky listener that gets it right will win a pair of tickets for Green Day Saturday at Coors Field. Again, former Red Sox outfielder, finished second in the 88 AL MVP voting. That was the year Canseco went 40-40. And he had a sweet mustache. 303-504-0925.
No idea.
Good.
Good.
Yes.
Good.
Was that, what'd you say, late 80s? Late 80s Red Sox or early 90s?
88. Yes. Although he was still there in the early 90s. He wasn't very good anymore. But 88.
Wasn't threatening any more MVP races in the early 90s?
88 was his career best season. Yes.
Hey, you got one in. Good for you. Good for you.
Hey, drove in 119 that year. Pretty good season. Not bad.
Can't take that away from your baseball
They
card.
never can. They never can. It's time for football news. Let's go, Mark Springer. Let's go!
All right, big Broncos news of the day is that they have extended young star cornerback Patrick Surtain. It's a 4-year, $96 million deal, $77.5 million guaranteed. It makes Patrick Surtain the highest paid cornerback in NFL history. Today, Sean Payton was asked, hey, what's it feel like getting both Patrick Surtain and Quinn Miners, a couple of young foundations for your team, locked up in the past several weeks? Here's what Sean said.
I think those are good football decisions.
Thank you, Sean.
Well, there you go.
They are good football decisions. You do want Patrick Surtain to be on your team for as long as humanly possible, and he's not even just the highest paid corner, the highest paid DB of all time. I guess safeties don't really get as much as corners, but still, it's a nice distinction for Patrick Surtain the second. He's going into year number 4 in the league. The big money really doesn't kick in until 2 years from now. Also, the time when all of the dead money then goes away, so that's a good situation for the Broncos to be in. He gets $77.5 million in guarantees. I mean, really, Andy, you go back and you look at it, and did everybody want the Broncos, or did a lot of people want the Broncos to go quarterback in 2021? Well, yeah, they desperately needed a quarterback, but history would suggest locking down that critical position was a necessity, and shout out to George Payton, man. He got that one right.
You go into the draft hoping to draft all pros.
Yep.
That's the goal. They got one.
You
did it right.
Mm-hmm.
Now you keep them.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah. You know what's funny, too, is I actually meant to run this one by you. I read this line earlier today, which was written by none other than our good pal, Jeff Legwold. And I chuckled a little bit as I read this. Listen to this. He goes, Surtain is regarded in his own locker room as the team's best player and was Denver's biggest piece of unfinished contract business. Regarded in his own locker room as the team's best player. He's also regarded everywhere else as the team's best player. It's not particularly close. Like, this dude is not just, I mean, he's all pro, he's all world. He's the best cornerback that plays in the NFL currently, Andy. After that, the Broncos don't have anything that even closely resembles the level that Surtain is.
No, you're right. I mean, a guy that's considered by his peers one of the best players in the league.
Yeah.
See Devontae Adams talking about going against that guy.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Leggy will probably tell us Friday because I know how he feels about these things. It's important that you show guys if you meet your potential, they will give you the contract you deserve. Well, you don't think Bo Nix, possible future franchise quarterback, you think he's happy to see Surtain get paid?
Right.
If Bo Nix proves to be a top 5 NFL quarterback, that's a huge chunk of change. And you want Bo Nix to know if you are that caliber of player, we got no problem paying that freight here.
It's a good exactly your point. It's a good culture move. It's a good locker room move too. In addition to like being a football no-brainer, it is good to show the locker room like, hey, if you turn out to be as good as this guy, as dedicated to your craft as this guy is, then we will absolutely reward you. This is, again, another one of those weird things that the Broncos just got away from for a long time, partially because they just weren't drafting all that many good players. They did it with Miners this year. They did it with Surtain this year. This is yet another like good turning of the page to a new era of a rebuilt Denver Broncos. It's good to see. Spring.
High five. All right, the other Broncos news today is that they've named their captains. Cortland Sutton, for the 4th straight year, is a captain. First-time captains include Quinn Miners, Patrick Surtain, Alex Singleton, Will Lutz, the kicker, and Bo Nix, the first Broncos rookie to be named captain since 1967 when Floyd Little was a captain. Sean Payton today, are you surprised? Is this a first for you to have a rookie captain?
Yeah, it's a first. It's a first for me. Just say rookie period. In fairness to the process, and yet, I think it is what it is. I think it's a credit to him, and I think his teammates, felt that he belonged in that position.
Relative to look, etc.
It is what it is, and what it is your starting quarterback is always captain of a team.
Should be a captain, yes.
Period.
Yes.
I'm not sure the guys voted. I thought I heard the midday guys saying that Sean, I think maybe even Leggy said it to him, Sean Payton likes to name captains.
Mm-hmm.
And Tyler has said, we voted, but a lot of us would see results where we'd be like, did we all really vote for that guy to be captain? And I'm not saying this happened here. I think whether he was voted or not, you give him the designation to let him know you're the starting quarterback.
It's yours.
You run this team.
Right, it's
period.
yours.
That's all there is to it.
And it says something to the locker room of you follow the quarterback, which is exactly
This is the
to your
guy.
point. That's exactly what you're supposed to be doing in football anyway.
Look, Caleb Williams got it. Jaden Daniels got it. I don't. You know what? Like, to me, the captain in football is not like what it is in hockey, right? I don't know if in any other sport it matters as much as hockey, quite honestly. They'll have little extra captains on game days. I don't know that there's a more non-essential news item than captains on a football team. Am I just being too?
No. It's here's what's funny, Andy. I was captain of my high school baseball team. I was voted captain of my high school baseball team. Outside of the day after practice where our coach announced these are our captains, I don't remember that having anything to have done with the entire rest of the season. I don't recall being asked by the coach anything, asked for my input or anything else like that. That was it. That was the end of it. Just Crackman's a captain, and that was the end.
Do you even remember last year's captain? Seriously.
No, couldn't tell you.
Dude, Russ got named captain in Pittsburgh, and people weren't even sure he was going to be there
I know,
for
right?
week 1.
They made him the captain of the 3rd preseason game.
Yeah.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Captain. Hey, you need somebody to be there for the coin toss. Go ahead, Spring.
High five. Jamar Chase wants to get paid. He's seen his peers Justin Jefferson and CeeDee Lamb get paid. Jamar Chase does have 2 years left on his rookie deal. And it was a little bit of a surprise as he's possibly holding out to start the season with the Bengals opening against the Patriots on Sunday. But Jamar Chase was at practice for the Bengals today. Joe Burrow was asked about it at his press conference after practice.
Joe, how nice was it to have Jamar Chase practicing with you guys today?
Yeah, great to have him back. Great player. A guy that we need to be our best.
Yeah, we desperately need that guy to play football. Otherwise, we're not doing anything of any kind of note this year. Yeah, Joe Burrow is really getting a good taste of what life is like, being a star player for the Cincinnati Bengals, watching his fellow star teammates being annoyed with how cheap that organization is.
The problem for Jamar Chase, and I'm not saying it's fair because, man, is that guy phenomenal. If I could pick a receiver in the league to have, Jamar Chase would be up there.
Yeah.
I know Justin Jefferson's up there, but Jamar Chase is a phenomenal football player. But he's going against the old, we don't redo contracts 2 years early.
Mm-hmm.
That's their big beef. It does get awful interesting, though, next year. Him practicing today, I think he knows he's just got to go play.
We have got one more pair of Green Day tickets to give away this hour. But first, Spring, who was our winner of our latest pair of Green Day tickets?
The winner was Scott Malone.
Scott Malone. Scott Mayday
Brother
Malone.
of Sam.
Way to go, Scott. Scott wins himself a pair of tickets for the Green Day show Saturday at Coors Field. Andy, former Red Sox outfielder, finished second to Jose Canseco in the 88 AL MVP voting, and he had a sweet mustache. Can you name that dude?
I can't, but I can't also help but notice that we had a Scott Malone, same as Sam Malone, famous former Red Sox reliever on the series Cheers.
Yeah.
Wins a trivia question about a former Red Sox. This all smells of fish to me.
Is the fish clam chowder?
I'll be honest with you, I'm so stuffed up I can't smell anything.
We were looking for Mike Greenwell. Mike Greenwell.
Did he play? So he actually played well, unlike Criswell.
Unlike Criswell, yes. For 1 year, Mike Greenwell played well. There you go. Well, congratulations, Scott Mayday Malone. He'll be going to the Green Day show on Saturday at Coors Field. We have one more pair of tickets to give away coming up next here on the Crackman and Lindahl show. But also, you need to hear what's going on with our friends, the American League Colorado Rockies, also known as the Chicago White Sox. What kind of hijinks did the Pale Hose get into last night? Oh, we'll tell you next.
Hey guys, Andy Lindahl here for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, talking about the serious issue of erectile dysfunction. If this is something that you're dealing with, and maybe date night isn't something you look forward to like you once did, go see the good folks over at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. They'll help you find the right treatment for your specific medical situation. Every case when it comes to erectile dysfunction is different, and finding the right treatment can mean the difference between just okay and an amazing experience. You need to get with the people that know the different results that they can have for you. They have different options to try to help you with such a problem. You know, the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, they have treatments that'll work when the pills or the herbals fail. And they have treatments with success rates well over 90%, some that can even have you lasting an hour or more. Check it out on the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic website. You can go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. You can schedule your initial visit. That initial visit is only $99 and includes a medical consult with a Colorado licensed medical provider. You'll get a T and a PSA test, and if you're medically advised, you'll get a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit will be free. And they could have you back to enjoying sex even the day after that first appointment. They've got 5 locations to serve you: Fort Collins, North Denver, Central Denver, Castle Rock, and the Springs. Like I said, go to the website, RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com, or give them a call, 720-440-7900.
Yeah, and the truth is, if you have great stuff, you can challenge over the white part of the plate a little bit more and let your stuff just play. If you don't, figure out.
Oh, no! Oh, my goodness. The White Sox have just gone full White Sox.
9-0 last night against the Baltimore Orioles, our old buddies, the Chicago White Sox. And we always like to check in with here on the Crackman and Lindahl show. They lose 9-0 last night. That's right, former White Sox himself, Eloy Jimenez, hitting a routine pop-up where Miguel Vargas and Andrew Benintendi decided they want to run into each other. And apparently Vargas got injured on the play. Yeah, that happened early on in that game last night. The White Sox would go on to lose 9-0 to the Orioles. We should also add in there, Andy. And by the way, I didn't even know this was possible. I mean, mathematically it is, but they lost their 12th in a row last night. In their last 50 games, they are 5-45. They are 5-45 in their last 50 games. This is a team that already has lost 21 in a row this year. They are 31-109 on the season, 5-45 in their last 50.
Have they had a single, and I use this term loosely, win streak in the bunch? Like, have they won 2 games in a row of the 5?
No.
Just the occasional one day of miserable relief, and that's it.
That's all you get. So, as we have talked about, Pedro Grifol was already fired this year. So they got Grady Sizemore, who's taken over as the skipper. Life is absolutely miserable being a member of the Chicago White Sox. And last night, after Benintendi, by the way, was called out on strikes, Grady Sizemore, the interim manager of the White Sox, he had it. He was sick of Hunter Wendelstedt, which, hey, I'm never going to argue that Hunter Wendelstedt doesn't suck. I do agree with that. But I really think all that was happening here was Grady Sizemore didn't feel like watching this game anymore. This is what happened last night in the 6th inning, and let's just let John Schaefer and Steve Stone, the voices of the White Sox, give you the play-by-play of a fun ejection. Here we go.
Thing that the manager said.
Oh, sorry, Steve.
And that's it.
It looks like Grady Sizemore has been tossed, and he is hot. He said 2 nights in a row, you are squeezing the strike zone of my guys. And you know what? Grady's right. It's been a bad night for Hunter Wendelstedt.
Hunter is getting up in Grady's face.
Oh, he gave him an F-bomb.
Well,
Hunter, we can read lips, my man.
Ooh, an F-bomb. By the way, Andy, and
wasn't that the crew that wanted to fight, by the way? Didn't they want the fight, or weren't they? Didn't we have it earlier where one of the White Sox got all, I'm not going to take this anymore, and the two teams are going to fight, and they were like egging on the fight or acting like they were ready to go down there and fight too. Don't you remember that?
Yes. So you asked, and I do have an answer for you.
Have they won 2 in a row?
The last time that the White Sox won consecutive games, Friday, June 28th, and Saturday, June 29th.
Oh.
By the way, it's September. But
right.
That was the last time that the White Sox won consecutive games. Can you tell me who they beat in those 2 games?
The Rockies.
Here we are in Denver, bagging on the White Sox with their 31-109 record. And it turns out the answer to the question is, when was the last time they won back-to-back games? They beat the Rockies twice in a row.
Because I remember us complaining about it.
Yep. Uh-huh.
We were like, of all the teams you can't lose to, that's the team.
That's the team.
That's the only team.
If you remember, too, that Sunday, Rockies had to eke that thing out. That was the game that went 14 innings on that Sunday. And the Rocks were able to pull it out, but yeah, that thing was 2-2 after 9 innings. It went 14 innings that day. The longest, saddest baseball game of the year. Rocks winning it on a Michael Tolia sac fly at the bottom of the 14th.
How is there a team worse than the Rockies? Seriously.
Not even just worse, a lot worse.
Historically
like
worse.
Considerably worse. Like way, way worse. Although, did you see a tweet from our buddy Patrick Saunders last night with that loss to the Braves last night? The Rockies have been mathematically eliminated from postseason contention.
Well, that's a shame.
Yeah, it is.
I guess I'll get that refund on those playoff tickets I slapped down.
Also, jokes on us for ripping the White Sox. They lead the Orioles right now 6-1 in the bottom of the 5th. So,
because of course they do.
Go get
Hold
them,
on.
Sox.
The Orioles have had back-to-back series with the Rockies and the White Sox?
Sure did. Sure did.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who did you a favor, Baltimore? Isn't that division up for grabs?
Yeah, they're right now, like that division, it's a slugfest with them and the Yankees. So they have won 4 of their last 5 against the Rockies and the White Sox. Remember, the Rocks got that win on Saturday over there at Coors Field. But right now, Sox are up 6-1 as that game is in the 5th inning. So
Rockies are battling 4-2 early.
Okay.
4-2 Braves
Okay.
leading the Rocks, but they got a little action in the top of the second. Duck on the pond at second base there for Tovar.
we didn't get to the captain draft today. Save it for tomorrow.
We got time.
Save it
We
for
got plenty of time
tomorrow.
for a captain.
The captains will still be a story tomorrow.
You know what? I've been doing that thing where I don't have ESPN because I own DirecTV, so I have ESPN lists. And I was looking for other things to fill my time being sick yesterday and mainly in bed, and I came across the Love Boat. So I was going to drop you Captain Stubing, but I'm not real sure he's worthy.
He's still eligible tomorrow.
I don't know, Nate. He wore his shorts pretty. He had short shorts and high socks. And for a man of that vintage, he and the doc, why don't you guys put some pants on? Why don't we calm down?
I love that you were watching the Love Boat yesterday.
Oh, I was so bored, Nate. I was so bored. I was listening to you guys for a while. You were talking about first-round picks on the Broncos, and I was like, how they fitting? How are you forgetting McGlinchey? I got to call into my own show.
Punching your steering wheel, which was your pillow because you were laying in bed.
Yeah.
These idiots. Yeah, somehow we got jobs on the radio. I don't know what to tell you, folks. The Blitz with Birdo and Spring is coming up next. We were guesty today, and it was fun. Nick Kosmider was with us on the show. Michael Sean Dugar was with us on the show, covering the Broncos and the Seahawks, respectively, for TheAthletic.com. Jay Norvell was with us today on the show and was very fun. We talked we talked Peyton Manning history with Jay Norvell.
We talked fun stuff.
Yes, a lot more fun than 52-0. Believe you me. So yeah, we're back tomorrow at 3 o'clock. We're out at Stoney's tomorrow, 11th and Lincoln. So come and say hello to us. Game number 1 of the NFL season is tomorrow night. It is here. It is here. Football is upon us, and we get it going with Patrick Mahomes and Lamar Jackson tomorrow night. But first, the Blitz.